wait a minute here. Like, are you really going to change or are you not? Was that just lip service after Gabe Copper got fired, or were you just running material for the board? I don't know. But I tell you what, I came away less inspired about Farhan Zaidi turning this thing around. And he's going to hire a manager with 1 year left on the deal? 1 year left? Unbelievable.
Well, I just don't understand what the end game is. I'm seeing someone who accepted zero culpability on the roster. In fact, doubled down and explained that, no, the roster wasn't the problem. It was the manager. And when things go awry, that's just how it goes. What does that even mean?
Yeah, I don't know.
That's just how it goes?
You want to get into some of the
sound? Like, when I hear John Lynch and when I hear Bob Myers, like, and then Dunleavy, we'll see. Like, right? Like, we'll see with Dunleavy. But when John Lynch made a mistake, right? And he swung and missed. He's made a lot of them. Reuben Foster and Solomon Thomas. I mean, we could talk about mistakes that the Niners have made till we're blue in the face. They've been wildly successful, okay? When they missed on Trey Lance, it looked like a member of John Lynch's family died. Mm-hmm. Did he not look like an emotional wreck?
He did. And I gave Shanahan credit and Lynch because they had to face it. And I thought, and look, a lot of people, they could disagree with me. And I know a lot of people went the other way because Shanahan didn't come out right away and talk to people because he did a radio interview. But I thought that Friday after the last preseason game, I thought Shanahan showed that he was vulnerable. He showed a human element. And it showed... He showed that, hey, look, man, I failed the kid. Mm-hmm. I failed him. We failed him. But it's great that he gets a new start. But we failed him. He took responsibility, and we moved. That's all I want.
With the backdrop of going to the NFC Championship game like 3 times.
Right?
Like this isn't a team that, like, it would be one thing if they were where the Bears were. You know what I mean? But and then they also whiffed on Trey Lance.
Right.
They've been wildly successful on the field.
Wildly successful.
And yeah, they whiffed on a pick. This guy has not been wildly successful.
The Warriors, look at them. Number 2 overall pick, James Wiseman.
It was a whiff.
They whiffed.
It was a whiff.
They whiffed. Jordan Poole, they've moved off of. But they pivoted, and they continue to stay in the championship sweepstakes. They still finished in the final 8 last year. So they get a pass, and they've hung banners.
But Vontae, when I hear Bob Myers, for example, I'm using one example. The Draymond Green, Jordan Poole thing, it went down, okay? Bob Myers, again, looked like someone, he looked so wrecked emotionally, knowing that he was going to get a barrage of media coming for his carcass. Mm-hmm. When the Niner media was out there, they were coming for John Lynch.
Yep.
They were coming for Kyle, right? When Bob Myers was there, he knew Warrior media is coming for me.
Right.
And there's a humility that I receive as a fan where I'm like, this guy really cares, and he really deeply is worried and troubled by what you, the fan, thinks. I saw a guy yesterday who could give 2 rips with Joe Fan, myself over here, or you, or your dad, or your kid, or your mom, or whoever who's emotionally invested in this team. There is a connection spiritually we have with sports.
Well, you basically said if we win, the fans will come, and that's that.
Yeah, I disagree.
I'm paraphrasing. He didn't say that verbatim.
You know, people say that.
You know,
and let me ask you
he didn't say that verbatim, but you know,
yeah, but people say that. I think we waited in 2021 until the actual playoffs came for us to show up.
September.
You know why? Because we didn't really believe in you.
We didn't.
And we didn't really connect with you. Well, even though you had our guy, Buster Posey, out there. I mean, everybody says, well, you came in 2021. Look at the attendance. No, we didn't. Not till the very end.
If attendance is an important barometer, let's just start right there.
Yeah.
Is attendance an important data point for them?
Yeah, I mean, again, I think you look at, the number of confounds that we're dealing with as an organization, a lot of what's happened over the last 10 or 20 years, but kind of people vote with their feet, right? And as a baseball group, I think it's our responsibility to put a compelling product on the field. And we've talked a lot about how, if you win, that usually drives attendance. And I still think that's true. So, from where we were in August, if we had played better, if we, had a chance to clinch the playoffs during this last homestand, would the attendance, would the energy have been different in the ballpark? I think almost certainly. So, I continue to think that's our primary responsibility, just win games, because that's what what fans want, that's what's going to attract fans to the team.
See, again, this is a man who's telling us what we want and not understanding the market.
Right.
Okay, this is a fan base that started off with Willie Mays and Willie McCovey.
We want stars.
This is a fan base that had Jack the Ripper.
We want stars.
This is a fan base that had Will Clark and Kevin Mitchell.
We want stars.
Bonds and Kent. Go
stars.
right. Will Clark.
All
go
stars.
Right down the list until you get to the current crop.
Great characters.
The Posies, the Pandas. We want our guys. We don't want interchangeable folding chairs out there playing left field based on the data.
Nope. It's a star market. You need stars.
I have it on very good authority, and I told you, some of the things that I've heard over the last couple of days from players, from people connected to the team, from internal sources. The players themselves have rejected this format.
They have. Big time.
They've
rejected it for a long time.
And the ownership of that, or the front office that's in place, has rejected the recent history and wiped away inside the clubhouse all of the goodwill, all of the championship memorabilia, all of the stuff that this organization has accomplished, acting like it never happened. And to me, you don't understand your fans. All we care about is the history of the team.
We want the history. That's what we
want to be wrapped in it.
That's what we hold on to no matter what.
Absolutely.
It's the history. We still talk about the Niners winning 5 Super Bowls. We still talk about the rivalry. When we talk Cowboys and Niners, we still talk about 92, 93, 94.
Exactly.
We still talk about the 70s. We still talk about the catch that spurred a dynasty for the 49ers.
Yes.
The Warriors. We talk about our long-lost history where we didn't make the playoffs for a long, long time. Wow, Jason Caffey, Bobby Sura, Vonteego Cummings, those are household names because we stuck for so long. You know what I'm saying? And the Giants, this group, and Farhan Zaidi, he just doesn't seem to understand this market.
Nope.
And he still doesn't. Now, he said his main focus in free agency is getting some big boys here. Here's what he had to say.
The main focus for us as we go into free agency is being able to sell our situation, our baseball situation, as much as anything. I mean, top free agents want to be in environments where they think the team's going to be successful. They're a big part of that, but they also want to feel like whether it's the current roster, whether it's the farm system, there's going to be help, especially when you're talking about guys who have a chance to be here for a long time.
So I finally asked him, and Lubman did a great job down there. He asked him light bulb question. He asked him everything. I mean, Lubman was in his bag. Mark Willard was in his bag.
Yeah, I was really proud of you guys.
There was a couple other people that were in their bag, and I was actually disappointed at some people on the day-to-day. Like, damn, we're like, you write articles for the fans to read. I think some people in the media, and I'm not calling out names or anything like that, but I've been in the Bay Area media landscape for damn near a decade now. Been there. I've seen the room. I know all these people. And sometimes I feel like there's certain people in the media who think that they can write their articles and it's not for the fans, and they look down at the fans. Well, the fans are devouring every single article, every single nugget. They want to read about their team. When they're feeling good, they want to buy that newspaper and show it up.
Absolutely.
You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
And so you're writing for the fans. You're the messenger to the fans.
That's what we hope this show is.
That's exactly.
It's my column.
Yeah, I want to represent the fans.
I agree.
What the fans want
I agree with
is
you.
I want to try to represent that.
Yep.
Especially with the Warriors and everything like that. I get it. And it's cool. I've never lost perspective that, look, man, I get to cover a kid's game. You know what I'm saying?
This is the team we love.
The fan in me has never left. Despite me going to journalism school, despite me being objective, I can do all that stuff. But I also understand, man, I'm doing a show for the fans. You know what I'm saying? And hopefully the boss man likes it. But the fans, that's who listen. When we're on television, and they're asking about Andrew Wiggins or whatnot, to me, they get it right to know what's going on. They're spending the money on it. They're wearing the gear. They're spending merchandise. They're glued to the TV, giving us ratings or whatnot. And so I feel like some media members, and I feel like Farhan acts like, the fans are just an afterthought. Well, you know what? The fans have spoken. I think he dropped below 17th in attendance.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
I know.
In San Francisco, this team was in the top 5 for damn near the entirety of Oracle Park.
I know.
And since this regime has come in, the fans stopped coming.
Why do you, we could talk for all the different variables, but like the number one thing, what do you think the number one reason is why fans don't go?
Well, the lack of communication with this organization to the fan base, the lack of touch, the style of play.
Yeah.
And when you say, basically, we're smarter than you, just trust the process. The light bulb comment did not age well from Larry Bear.
No.
That was not something you say.
Good point.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And I think other organizations in this market have taken note, like, I I don't think they're running over. Boy, if I had to, like, there are certain people like, boy, if I could work with the Giants, we do X, Y, and Z, blah, 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 blah. Now,
I think they're one of the most appreciated big brands in sports right now.
Yeah, no doubt. But now, I asked him about the comments about what he said in the winter meetings, and he clapped back at me, and I said, these are your quotes. I'm not paraphrasing anything. I'm breaking it up because I could be here all day reading your quote. I don't want to bore everybody. We got to keep it moving here. But here's what he said, addressing his comments about players playing in San Francisco.
As far as the geography, I'd say the same thing I said with the manager. This is, a great storied organization. This is, in my opinion, the best ballpark in Major League Baseball. I think everybody loves playing here. When I talked about, the idiosyncratic nature of it, some of it is as simple as, how cold it is when we play our games. There are players that don't like playing in colder, in colder evenings. There are players who are born and raised on the East Coast, and that's their strong preference to sign with an East Coast team. There are players.
I'm gonna shut it down because Shasky wants to hear
No. So that's the back end of it. So I'm watching on the NBC Bay Area posted on their YouTube the entire interview.
Yeah.
And I'm just, was watching it, and all of a sudden Lubman asked a question, and I could see Farhan was not happy with Lubman. And then Bonte asked a question. You have to hear the exchange on the front end. We didn't cut the sound properly on the front end, and I apologize for that. So here's the full exchange. Spadoni, can you play it right here?
She said that you didn't research, or your team did research on free agents, and we found that players aren't really that happy coming into town for a 3-game series. You later added that you think this city maybe is a little bit of a polarizing place among players in terms of the desire to play here. How do you navigate through that through another all-season? How do you sell players on the city when you're quoted by saying that about this city?
I mean, can you say exactly what I said? I mean, you're paraphrasing. I don't think that's accurate at all.
No, I know you don't. You also said, I don't know if we would say San Francisco is an idiosyncratic market, but I do think maybe it is more that way than it was 20 years ago. So it gave the impression to a lot of fans that maybe the city is not helping attract players here as well as the brand and the baseball you're playing.
Yeah.
Okay, that entire exchange right there is a microcosm of this guy thinking he could pull the wool over our eyes, and we're not going to call him out for his BS.
Well, he didn't get called out for it, which is unfortunate. If I'm on the beat,
I was proud of you. I was really proud of you. And I know I mean this because I care. You know why? Why? I care. I watch this team. I watch this team every inning of every game. You know how many guys I talk? I'm ready to cry on this team. I love baseball. I love baseball. And I watch this team like you do every night, and it's sad what they've become. They've devolved into a team that I don't care about, and all I ever cared about was this team. I want to see them. They brought me some of my favorite memories, okay? And they've tapped into my heartstrings. And there are guys, I want to pass this on to my family. My brother's raising 3 boys right now. I bring them soft little toss baseballs because I play baseball in the yard with them. I want my brother and my dad and my grandfather and me and all the kids I'm coaching to love the Giants the way I love the Giants. And this guy doesn't get it. And then he goes and rips the city that I'm from. Look, it's one thing. And The Last Black Man in San Francisco, the movie, said it beautifully. When the 2 tech people are talking on the bus and they're saying, I hate San Francisco. I hate San Francisco. And he goes, excuse me, ma'am, are you from San Francisco? And he says, no, I'm not. He goes, you can't say you hate San Francisco if you ain't never loved it. And when someone who's not from here rips our community, I'm so proud of you for standing up for us because this is my team that has represented my community well. And now they don't. And to hear this guy say what our community isn't, there's a lot of things that aren't going great right now. But for him to cowardly back away from the statements he said, using excuses of why he couldn't sign people, that hurt me. As a citizen of this city, as a community member of San Francisco, and as someone who loves the Giants and loves the Bay Area. So no, I know you don't want to give yourself credit. I'm giving you credit because goddamn it, B, I never was more hurt than hearing one of the people who's supposed to represent my team that represents my area talk down upon our community. That hurt me.
No, it's hurtful. And I want to get into the other side of it on why I asked the question.
It hurt me.
And
I know others did too. I'm sorry.
No, you're all good because that question was asked, or he said that during the last winter meetings. And I can't recall anybody following up on those quotes. Which means, does anybody care about the city of San Francisco? So I want to explain why I asked the question, why I felt it was needed to be asked yesterday to Farhan Zaidi. We'll do that on the other side. We got David Lombardi coming up at 9:20. Brad Sham, the voice of the Dallas Cowboys, 8:30. I love Brad Sham. And then we'll get to Dave Fleming at 8 o'clock to wrap up the Giants season. Can't wait to do that. This segment was brought to you by Golden State Lumber, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. What's coming up on the game is sponsored by the Inn at the Tides.
Hi, I'm Judy, and Take it away, Bonte.
I think about moments in radio. I remember watching the 30 for 30 on Mike and the Mad Dog on ESPN, and we're going to look. The last 3 hours of the show is all about the Niners and Cowboys. All about the Niners and Cowboys. But we have to get this off our chest. We are the Bay Area sports leader. We are big-time Giants fans. We care about our baseball team. When they're humming, the city is vibing, and then you get all three teams. There's people with the Warriors who say, boy, if the Giants would thrive. Boy, you think about the marketplace right there. It will be hot down there on 3rd Street. But I think about Mike and the Bag Dog, and they had their seminal moments. Talking to George Steinbrenner for an hour. And taking them to task.
Yeah.
And Steinbrenner sat there and asked her every question. They sat there and tried to orchestrate the Mike Piazza trade. And then the Mike Piazza trade happened, and they took credit for it. We kind of had a moment like that with Christian McCaffrey. But when it comes to the Giants, and it comes to Farhan Zaidi, I'm not able to get to the yard every night. I can't. I just can't. I don't have enough time in the day. I owe it to my family to spend time with the family during baseball season. I do basketball, obviously, and we wake up super early. So I was wondering, these comments, and I've been talking about these comments all season long. All season long. And Shasky, the light bulb comment by Larry Bear, I wish Larry was there because I would have asked him about that. But Farhan talking about the city and, we've done data research and people don't want to come here for a 3-game series or whatnot. What the heck? People don't want to come to San Francisco? You sure? Bryce Harper sure was tweeting about pictures about the city of San Francisco.
Chris Paul seems to be happy.
They don't complain about it. Jonathan Kuminga's having fun.
I know Steph Curry, loves it. Buster Posey moved back here.
I mean, come on. So,
and it may not be for everyone.
But question,
you got to find those guys.
But the reason why I asked that question, and we could replay the back and forth in a second if you want.
I do.
The reason why I asked it, because I don't recall any beat writer following up on that. And as Giants fans keep talking to me, Bonte, how can he say that about my city? I hear from media members who don't cover the Giants. How can he say that about the city?
It's unreal.
How is he blaming the city, basically, for not being able to attract guys? And I got to go to local angle now, so I have to go give Mitch Haniger money, who played, 50 games this year? I don't know.
I heard Mitch is very odd when it comes to his routine.
Yes.
And I will just say this, don't expect Mitch to turn it around.
Yeah, no doubt. So yeah, I'm not expecting that either. That was a consolation prize for not getting Aaron Judge. So, I asked the question because nobody asked it all season long. And as the fans, you're a Giants fan, Shasky. Lutman's a diehard Giants fan. He goes to all the games. SF Bay Drummer is a diehard Giant fan. I'm looking at our roasters here. We have diehard, passionate fans who listen to us. I know we're not the flagship of the Giants, but we got some people here. BPA, for example, is a diehard Giants fan. He doesn't want to hear the excuses.
I know.
We had Fleming last week who says, do not blame taxes.
Fonte.
Do not blame the politics for not getting big-time players.
Every single Monday, I got 40-plus kids. I'm turning kids away who just want to field ground balls who are wearing Giants gear.
No doubt.
These kids want players to love. You know who their favorite player is? A guy who hasn't played in 2 seasons, Buster Posey.
Yeah, no doubt.
That's their favorite Giant.
That's their favorit Giant.
And they want to love the game.
So when you think about what happened and what he said yesterday, we could play the back and forth.
I want to play it again.
Go ahead. Spinoni, play the back and forth for a second. I'll let you know when to play it. Because fans are saying, we want to love, we want to go to the yard. But when I said last season, I'm not spending a dime on this team. You know how many people came up to me? It's like, Bonte, I'm following suit. We're not spending on the Giants. And you know what? They didn't spend. You fell below 15th. You fell to 17th, and I think right now you're 20th
Bonte,
in attendance.
This thing that we just wanted to make the playoffs. I'm like, it felt like the Warrior era when Tyrone Hill was an all-star and Latrell Sprewell's playing somewhere else, and all these former Warriors were having success. Anyway, I looked up yesterday in the playoffs. I wrote this down. Yeah. Longo playing for Arizona. Kevin Pillar in Atlanta. Mauricio Dubon in Houston. These are all playoff teams.
Kevin Gausman pitching for Toronto.
Yeah. Steve Okert, Miami. Donovan Solano, Minnesota. Zach Littell, Tampa Bay. Will Smith, Texas. Tyler Heineman, Brandon Belt, Toronto. Bochy with Texas.
Right.
Dusty Baker with Houston. Donnie Ecker with Texas. Who'd you say? Kevin Gausman?
Yeah, Kevin Gausman.
I didn't even have him on my list.
Right.
I'm looking up. Every former Giant is in the playoffs, but the Giants.
And they're happy to be away from San Francisco. Spinoni, go ahead, roll the back and forth between, because I don't want to make it all about me, but I felt like that question needed to be asked for the fans. And my problem is,
this is connecting,
I have a
connecting with your community.
Look.
That's what sports is.
Anybody could come at me. I went to SF State. I got a degree in broadcast journalism. I was the sports editor of the Guardsman at City College of San Francisco for 2 full years. I know what the job demands. And when you have a guy who talks about the city like that, somebody needs to follow up. I didn't hear anybody follow up all season long. So, you know what? I tried to speak for the fans yesterday. Here's the back and forth between Farhan and I.
She said that you didn't research, or your team did research on free agents, and you found that players aren't really that happy coming into town for a 3-game series. You later added that you think this city maybe is a little bit of a polarizing place among players in terms of the desire to play here. How do you navigate through that through another offseason? How do you sell players on the city when you're quoted by saying that about this city?
I mean, can you say exactly what I said? I mean, you're paraphrasing. I don't think that's accurate at all.
No, I know you don't. You also said, I don't know if we would say San Francisco is an idiosyncratic market, but I do think maybe it is more that way than it was 20 years ago. So it gave the impression to a lot of fans that maybe the city is not helping attract players here as well as the brand and the baseball you're playing.
Yeah.
So, you know what? I'm going to play the answer right now. I'm going to play the answer. Here's his answer.
As far as the geography, I'd say the same thing I said with the manager. This is, a great storied organization. This is, in my opinion, the best ballpark in Major League Baseball. I think everybody loves playing here. When I talked about, the idiosyncratic nature of it, some of it is as simple as, how cold it is when we play our games. There are players that don't like playing in colder, in colder evenings. There are players who are born and raised on the East Coast, and that's their strong preference to sign with an East Coast team. There are players born and raised on the West Coast, and that's their preference. So, I still think at the end of the day, it's about, especially when you're talking about guys who are looking to sign somewhere long-term, it's the overall baseball situation, their confidence in the organization, and I think that carries the day. But honestly, every team, I think, deals with the market and recognizing that there are players for whom that isn't the ideal landing spot.
So a bunch of words.
Just tone deaf.
It's just tone deaf.
And so here's where I fall down. Your job is to bring people here.
Yeah.
Whether that's through trade, free agency, drafting, international free agency, it doesn't matter. And when you say something or when you do something and you're the head honcho in whatever walk of life, there's times you need to fall on the sword. If you said those statements, you said them.
Yeah.
Either walk them back and apologize or lean into them. Don't give me some word salad and say that you were misquoted. And the fact that, to me, it was a microcosm of his tenure as a Giant.
He said I was paraphrasing.
I'm not wrong.
No, well, he said I was paraphrasing. I literally was reading a quote from my phone.
Dog, Deion Sanders thought he was backpedaling properly.
I mean, it's literally what he said. Real quick, let's squeeze in a call. We got about 45 seconds. Lucky on the other side. Duke, real quick, at San Bruno. You got about 30 seconds. We'll go to break, and then we'll get the Lucky. Duke, what's happening?
Hey, guys. Okay, so you got to bear with me real quick here. Okay, I'm not waving the flag for Farhan. I think he should have been fired a long time ago. But he's right about some certain things. A, the first 3 months, you freeze your butt off. Shasky, you know that. You played baseball in the area, so did I. Diamond 3 left field is the same as Diamond 3 left field San Bruno is the same as Pac-Bell Park.
It's
You're
true.
freezing your butt off. Okay.
Hey, you know what? Pause it right here.
Wait.
Pause it. Duke,
We're
get
going
you
to
on the
hold
other
you.
side.
We'll talk
let
on the
you
other
finish.
side because we're
All
right up against it.
And that's what's coming
Duke,
up.
we'll
Brought
come
to you
right
by
back to you.
Fremont Bank. Full service bank, no compromises.
This is the Lunch Rush.
This is Stephen Curry, and you're listening to The Morning Roast with Bonte and The Butcher on 95.7 The Game.
What's going on, Steph? How about Steph and CP3 shooting after practice yesterday? CP3 going to start Saturday in the preseason opener against the LA Lakers. Chris Paul, Steph Curry, Klay Thompson, Andrew Wiggins, and Kevon Looney. Steve Kerr saying that on defense, Klay will guard 3s and 4s. No longer guards, which he's done in the past. It's no revelation. First possession of the NBA Finals in 2017. There was a post-up with Kevin Love. Posting up Klay Thompson. Kevin Love couldn't do anything with the basketball because Klay in those legs and that lower body is very strong. So we've always known that. So he's going to guard 3s and 4s. They're going to try to transition there. They're going to start Chris Paul Saturday. So something we can get into a little bit there.
I like that a lot.
I think it's good for Klay.
I like that a lot.
It's good for
I was
Klay.
suggesting this a lot last year, and I think now with CP3 it makes more sense.
Yeah, and I still think at times he'll guard some perimeter players.
Of course.
But the days of guarding Donovan Mitchell on the island are probably gone for Klay Thompson.
Yeah, most 34-year-olds are going to struggle guarding a guy at 25 years old.
No doubt.
Like, forget the names of the players.
No doubt.
I'm with you there.
No doubt. This segment is sponsored by Golden State Lumber, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. We're reacting to Farhan Zaidi's exit interview yesterday, or end-of-season pressure, I should say, not exit interview. End-of-season presser. He'll go to work and try to start the process of finding a manager. We did find out that Marco Luciano's going to have the opportunity to start at shortstop next season. So Brandon Crawford's days in San Francisco basically done.
Well, they need to hope that he stays healthy.
Yes.
I mean, I'm looking at Marco Luciano's game logs, and we could talk about it. His hitting has not been great in the minor leagues.
I mean,
it's not. I mean, obviously on paper, everybody likes him, right? And I love his swing, and I've seen him hit the ball very hard at the big league level with not a lot of excellence of home runs or anything like that, but just exit velocity is excellent. But he's got to stay healthy.
Right. No doubt. Let's finish with Duke, and then we got Lucky and Nick. Duke, what's happening? You're back. Duke and San Bruno.
Okay, so we know it's cold. Now let's say let's look at the ballpark configuration, which I like. But you're a big bopper. Your contract's up. Unless you're a dead pull hitter, and you're a right-hander, your ball's going to die in center field, triples alley. Okay, so it's gone right there. San Francisco as a whole, we're in a downturn. Obviously, everybody's working at home in their pajamas on a laptop, so there's no foot traffic. And then let's look at California taxes. So there's a bunch of stuff there that would factor in. If you're a kid coming up through the minors and San Francisco offers you a job, you don't care. You'll go play in outer Siberia. But if you're a big bopper, you're going to take all those things into consideration before you sign with the San Francisco Giants. And, I love the Bay Area. I'm not leaving. I grew up here. But for somebody that's not from the Bay Area,
But would you also agree? Would you also agree? I think we put a disproportionate amount of pressure on free agency when the reality is the bulk of how you build your team is through the draft, international signings, and free and trades, right? Like, yeah, free agency is a great way to supplement. But like the 100%. Greatest players in this organization were traded for. Some of them, Kevin Mitchell, Jason Schmidt, Jeff Kent, JT Snow, Hunter Pence. Like, there's a long list of great players that were acquired and then re-signed here. And yeah, you got to overpay for some of those guys.
I agree, but guys out of college that they're going to be good, which is a roll of dice. It's got to come. The next good Giants team is going to be from the farm. That's all there is to it.
Yeah, and
I really think we're wasting our breath thinking that we're going to sign someone big.
No, I'm over that, Duke. Real quick. I was over that last year. I thought midway through last season, I was like, there's no chance you're getting Aaron Judge. Now, it all looked good. It sounded good, but I'm with you there. They have to develop the farm, and right now, Duke, I don't know if the farm is in a better place. I don't know if these guys can be pillars. The Wizenhutts, the Fitzgeralds, the Matoses. I don't know if this farm is good enough. Like, what if they don't make giant leaps next season, Duke? Then what?
You got to try them. Anything's better than what happened this season.
No doubt.
Totally
agree. The most uninteresting baseball season I've ever seen. I'd rather watch the days of Johnny LeMaster than what happened this season.
I'm with you there. But that's part of my problem. Thanks for the call, Duke. That's a great call. But that was part of my problem. At the deadline, you don't sell. Okay, fine, don't sell. I honestly didn't have a problem with that. It's like, I don't know what you're going to sell. You're going to sell Conforto? Who's looking for him? Who's looking for Mania? Who's looking for Stripling? Nobody. You're not going to sell Alex Wood. You need a pitcher. But you should have committed to the Schmidts. You should have committed to the Matoses. You should have committed to these guys every single day. You brought up Luciano, brought him back down, and then he gets hurt. Commit to Kyle Harrison. Let him pitch 6 innings, not 4 innings. I'm sorry. Commit to these guys. Let them play the pennant race, and you failed on that one. So I still don't know who these guys are. Let's go to Lucky in the city. Lucky, what's happening?
Hey, what's happening, Bonte? What's up, Shafty? Man, Farhan, to me, man, he reminds me of somebody that's so smart that's stupid. And no disrespect to the man because I don't know him, but I've been around people like that, man, and that's what he seems like to me. And you basically put, a dog in a chess game and told him to play chess, and he doesn't know what the heck he's doing. Gabe didn't know what he was doing. Farhan definitely doesn't know what he's doing. And to disrespect my city where we all have generations of family that bled, and fed and died there, he needs to go, man. There's no way that I could support a man who just blatantly disrespects our city. And I've been watching one Giants game this year, man. I said that on social media and I got off. I'm not watching a game if this dude is not going to make any drastic changes. Okay, we can't get a big superstar. Get somebody better than what we have, man.
Exactly.
Make a change, or if not, who's the owner? Greg Johnson?
Yeah.
Get him out of there, man.
Yeah.
Totally agree.
We'll see. The problem is a great call, Lucky. I don't even know if Greg Johnson cares about winning. I now don't know.
Farhan referenced, he was like, I went to the board, and I told them that we need to let go of Gabe Kapler. And I wanted to follow up. Who is on that board? How often are you talking to them? So, like, for example, when you look at the Niners, we all kind of know, like, Kyle Shanahan runs the Niners when it comes to the football stuff, and him and John Lynch. I don't mean just Kyle, unilaterally. But the buck does stop with a handful of people. Jed, and I'm assuming Denise and Dr. John, at some level, right?
Yep.
Okay. When I think about the Warriors, the buck stops with who? Joe Lacob, and I'm assuming some combination of Peter Guber and other people.
And some silent partners.
But there are faces. Who does the buck stop with? Who's on this board? Who are these people? Why don't I ever see them? Why are they not face forward? Why are they not out front? You know how hard it is when you have a contingent. Like if you ever go through like some sort of a family issue and you have everybody in the family has to vote or all come to consensus, it's really hard to make decisions.
Right.
When there's one person at the head, it's a little easier. Now, you could still miss. No one's saying you can't.
Right.
But look around sports. How many great organizations are run by a board?
Right. Yeah, I don't know.
When you're run by a board, you know what that means? You're trying to increase margins so you can sell. That's the way I view that.
It's
you're not in it for winning.
It's like having 2 quarterbacks, right? You really don't have a quarterback if you have 2. This board, who's really the Yoder? Who's making the final call? Who's calling the shots here? The Giants are in a mess right now. They're in an absolute mess. I think we're about to hit a dark era of Giants baseball. Like I remember Tim Roy when the Warriors beat Memphis in the Western Conference semifinals back in 2015 for their first championship since Rick Barry and the 75 Warriors. I remember Tim Roy because I was the network coordinator at the time for the Golden State Warriors. He goes, Bonte, I think we're entering the golden age of Warriors basketball. Boy, he was not wrong. He was not wrong. I feel like now, unless they get rid of Farhan, because I have no confidence in him. He said he wasn't even thinking about a long-term extension.
Nor do I.
All right, well, is he thinking about moving? Because you're going to allow him to hire the manager who he just hired. Speaking of which, Mark Willard asked a great question yesterday about Gabe Kapler. Why Gabe? What was the reasoning for Gabe? Why Gabe? I don't remember the exact question, but he basically asked him about fiery Gabe Kapler. Here's his answer on why Kapler was axed.
I don't mean to sort of avoid the question, but this is sort of the dynamic that happens anytime a team moves on from a manager or head coach. I mean, they bear a disproportionate level of the responsibility. In our case, it's my responsibility to the fans, to ownership, to the organization to decide if a change would be in the best interest and give us the best chance to succeed going forward. And that was my view, and that's why I made that recommendation.
Okay.
Made the recommendation.
But here's the thing. So basically, he threw it all on Gabe Kapler, not acknowledging that he's culpable for the roster that Gabe Kapler had to deal with. And this is my biggest problem, is that zero culpability, zero accountability, zero level of perspective that you gave the guy a plate full of ingredients that couldn't make anyone a meal.
You gave him a poo-poo platter.
I mean, Bonte, look at these are the free agents this year. I mean, look at this. Jock Peterson, Crawford, Alex Wood, Jacob Junis, Brebbia, Perez, and Alexander. Nobody wants any of those guys.
Yeah. You bring up Mania and Stripling?
Here are your opt-outs that you are praying to God opt-out. Conforto, Mania, and Stripling. There's a team option for Cobb. Arbitration is Yastrzemski, J.D. Davis. I mean, you know what this is? I'm reading these names. J.D. Davis, Austin Slater, Tyler Estrada, Lamont Wade. Now, Estrada's a nice player. Lamont Wade Jr., I'm sorry. He's not an everyday first baseman. That's a team full of spare parts.
Yeah, no doubt. No doubt. That's
no beef there. Full of spare parts.
There's no beef there. No beef whatsoever. He also brought up that he'd be willing to trade anyone to get a big boy. He's now open to that.
What about when Matt Olson was available?
He also mentioned that he'd be open to hiring an old school manager, maybe giving a manager more juice and letting the manager actually write out the lineup card, not himself.
So then why did you move off of Bruce Bochy 5 years ago?
No idea.
I thought you didn't want the gut, and I thought that we wanted the iPad. So
idea.
now we want the gut. So I want to
make it's embarrassing.
I want to make sure that I'm very clear on this. You hired him to do a specific job, which was be smarter than everyone, shift left and right, employ the opener, do all of the crazy, outlandish, advanced analytics stuff, and not do any of the gut stuff. And now you want someone who's going to do the gut stuff?
Yeah, I don't know. Look, I see a comment here on the Comcast business text line.
Man.
He knew that 95-70 game would come for him. That's why his ass won't come on the show. Well, I know he's been on with Willard. Maybe he does come on with us. Listen, man, at the end of the day, Farhan Zaidi, there's nothing personal for me.
No, we want the same thing.
I don't hate Farhan may be a good dude to go have drinks with. I have no idea. But as a president of baseball operations, I have questions. And we need to press you on those questions. You had to know they were coming. That's all it was. All I was doing was speaking. Because, again, some of the questions Lubbock asked, some of the questions that I asked, some of the questions that Willard asked, I haven't heard the day-to-day beat ask. And that's the problem. And so, when Baggerly throws that line in there about guys who hasn't showed their face all year, well, the reason why I showed my face all year is because I knew he wouldn't be pressed yesterday. And I sat back and waited for the first 10 minutes to hear the questions. I'm like, gosh, really? After this season? These are some of the questions that are being thrown his way? Well, you know what? Let's roll up the sleeves. And I wasn't even trying to come at him. I was just trying to ask him for an explanation on something that he said. He said it. It's in print. Those are his quotes.
You know what my job is? My job is to talk about the things that our community talks about. And one of the most seminal things that I've heard from people in my community is, how dare this guy blame our community for why he can't make this team better.
They said they did research on teams that visit, saying that, they don't really like playing a 3-game series here. Really?
You stared the consumer in the face who lives in this community, who breaks their back in this community to stay here, who chose to live here, and you blamed us for why you couldn't make the team better.
And don't give me this.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. Don't give me this cold weather crap, because the season starts off in the East Coast and it's cold. There's a bunch of rainouts. And the end of the season in September, it gets a little colder in the East Coast as well. So I don't want to hear about weather, this and that. There's bad weather everywhere. There's good weather everywhere. Do people want to play at 100% humidity?
Trent Williams, I don't want to play in San Francisco because, it's a little too cold.
It's a little too windy. That's why people, when the Niners are at Candlestick, I don't want to play there. The grass is all chewed up.
It's below sea level.
Yet they had some of the best teams ever assembled in NFL history playing at Candlestick Park. The excuses and the lack of accountability is what bothers me with Farhan. I'm sorry. I walked away from that jasket. I told Lubbock. I told anybody who's in the earshot of me.
What's that?
I said, this guy ain't it.
Well, that's obvious.
This guy ain't it?
That's obvious.
Like you could tell Bob Myers, he had it. I think Mike Dunleavy has it.
Okay.
I think Mike Dunleavy has it.
I trust your judgment.
John Lynch, clearly, has hit.
Yeah, and look, and John Lynch has missed a lot. But
Yeah.
when he wins, when he loses, I see someone who is maniacally obsessed
Right.
with winning at the ultimate
Yep.
level. When I saw Bob Myers, he hit, he missed. I saw a guy maniacally obsessed at winning
Right.
at the ultimate. You know what I saw yesterday? A guy interested in proving himself right,
Yeah.
and not just winning at the ultimate. He doesn't think he's done anything wrong.
No, he
at
doesn't.
all.
He thinks they were like, we were really good here and we're really good there. It's like, okay, all right, sure. We watched the team. You won 6 road games since July 18th.
I talked
6 road games.
I talked to somebody on the
By
team.
the way, real quick before you go there to the story,
Yeah.
you're listening to 95.7 Game, KGMZ, FM and AC, San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app. Don't forget, you can also watch us on YouTube and Twitch every single day, sponsored by our very good friends at First NorCal Credit Union. Just log on and search 95.7 Game. Be sure to like and subscribe to the channel while you're there. And shout out to the Comcast Business Text Line. We love you.
What makes a great leader in any industry is the ability to be cutthroat when you need to be, but also to be personable when you need to be, right? We all know those people that are excellent at working the room or just understanding how to work relationships.
Right.
Because at the end of the day, to get the best out of people, you need to tap in to that relationship status. Yes, you can be cutthroat and you can treat people like a Tetris game, but at the same time, to get the best out of them is to emotionally connect with them. And when I see John Lynch and when I saw Bob Myers, I saw someone on both ends who emotionally understood relationships. And I heard from somebody who was in that Giants organization at the beginning of this year, and he just told me this. They made a slew of moves right before the beginning of the year. And everybody, and I'm talking AAA and big league club, was like, what are you doing? You're not going to reward Casey Schmidt and Bryce Johnson for having a monster spring training, and you're going to bring Matt Beatty, who has like 6 seconds with the Giants, and you're going to make a slew of moves and not let these guys open in Yankee Stadium? These are all guys who love the game. Opening day, Yankee Stadium meant something to some of these guys.
Remember I went crazy about Casey Smith not going to opening day? People said I was being too negative. And I thought, you took that moment away from that kid who balled out in spring. He couldn't go touch the monument at Babe Ruth. I went crazy that day. Remember that? Anthony Venetia called and said, dude, I went crazy, and everybody said I was being negative about it.
No.
Now look at us 6 months later.
It reverberated throughout the clubhouse, and not just the bigs, but also in AAA and AA, because all these guys saw that and they go, oh, it doesn't matter what we do. We could be flipped out tomorrow for a guy who's against lefties 2 percentage points better than us. It has nothing to do with sweat equity. And on some level, I understand trying to be cutthroat. But on the other side, it is a game played by humans, and you need them to buy in. And you guys can all disagree on team chemistry and all that stuff. I think the Warriors showed last year, and the Niners are showing this year. When you have an entire locker room pulling the rope in the same direction, everybody's better for it.
Yep, no doubt. And the Warriors right now are pulling that same rope. By the way, I don't know if you saw the GM of the Mariners, Jerry DiPoto. Boy, Mariner fans are sick of him. He says he was talking about focusing on a World Series would have left the Mariners stuck in mud. We're actually doing the fan base a favor and asking for their patience to win the World Series. A fan base in Seattle that has never even been to the World Series. This is what these GMs in baseball are doing. I'm doing you a favor, so we're not focusing on the GMs. Oh, my God. All right, we're going to pivot to Niners. Let's hit on the Giants. They're a joke.
Well, it's Niners-Cowboys.
They're a joke. It's Niners-Cowboys week. And we had to spend time on that guy. But we care, and it's a big story. The Giants are a big part of the community.
Jones having one of his guys come out there like that? What do you think Jerry Jones would do?
I asked somebody from the Warriors at Media Day.
Yeah, I want to hear this.
I said, what if, I asked him 2 things. I said, this whole platooning thing with the Giants, could you imagine driving to Chase Center thinking, boy, I don't know if Steph Curry's going to start or get 15 minutes. Then I asked him, what if Bob Myers and Mike Dunleavy said that, the logistics and the politics and, all this stuff about San Francisco. Well, they said that Joe Lacob would have had them fired the minute that got printed. The minute that got printed. How could you say that at the winter meetings and nobody follows up on it? And then Lubman asked about Aaron Judge. Well, that's so far in the past. I don't want to speak for him. Blah, 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 blah. I mean, it was just word salad after words. I was blown away. I was blown away that guy is running the San Francisco Giants. And I got nothing personal against Farhan Zaidi. Nothing. But that's the guy running the show? Yeah, he ain't it. I would love to be proven wrong. Nick in Berkeley, what's happening?
Man, let me tell you something, man. Farhan, I'm going to get to the Niners, but Farhan, he is a joke, man. He's a child. He knows nothing about baseball. Any one of y'all on the game could be a way better president, whatever. I don't even know what he's president of. I mean, the cat, he doesn't even know what baseball is about. Sweat equity, yeah, it's important. Chemistry makes baseball teams win, man. If you don't, I played baseball in college. You know what I'm saying? A lot of my boys play pro ball. It's about chemistry, man. Mm-hmm. From the least experienced player to the cat that's been there for 20 years, man. But with Farhan, who knows who's on the team because he made 270 moves. If I make 270 moves and 2 players turn out to be good, oh, he's the hero? Man, this guy is a con man. Get out of our town, bro. Like, how dare you insult the Bay Area? You are such a coward and you're a child, bro. You're not smart. You don't know the game. You got some little weird system that you brought to the game and you done conned everybody and everyone bid on it. I don't even know where you came from, bro. You need to crawl back into your little hole where you came from and read up about the history of baseball and figure out what's going on and then just retire and walk off in the sunset and stop stealing money from these owners. You're terrible, bro. I can't even deal with it. And, man, another thing, Dak Prescott, are you actually whining? Are you complaining? Oh, the questions from the press are making you mad? Well, they should ask you more harder questions like, how could you possibly throw into triple coverage with 3 guys right in your face? Even your coach chewed you out. And you know Dak, you already know what's about to happen this week, man. You already know,
Let's
bro.
go.
You're already mad.
Let's go.
Are you bitter from
Let's
last
go.
year, bro? You're still bitter?
You know what?
You still hurt?
Nick and Berkeley, good call. Enough of the Giants. It's Cowboy Niner week.
I'm ready.
It's Cowboy Niner week. And that's what we're doing the rest of the week. Now, we may slip in a little Warriors here and there because, man, I love what's going on in practice, but it's Niner Cowboy week. It's time to set the tone, folks. 888-957-9570. Who's this game more important for? Is it the Niners or the Cowboys? How bad did you want How bad do you want this one, Niner fans? How bad do you want this one? Because I want to be 5-0. I want to be 5-0. I want to have that standalone game, and I want to dominate on Sunday. I want to dominate. That's a real organization. Get me down to Levi Stadium right now.
They've met
right now
39 times in the regular and postseason combined. This will be the 40th.
Woo.
Get E40 on the floor, on the field, flipping the coin, right?
Ooh, we're going to get all into it. That's
he
what's
was
coming
wearing
up
a
on
Brock
the game.
Purdy jersey
He
last
was.
week.
Yeah, hey, Brock Mania is real. Brock Mania is real. This fan base is feeling it. I'm hearing from people saying, Bonte, I'm feeling like this is going to be a special season. We're going to take it game by game, but the end goal is to be in Las Vegas in that Raiders Stadium hoisting the Lombardi trophy. How sweet would that be? But one thing's first. First things first. Go beat the Cowboys on Sunday. Let's break it down. And that's coming up, sponsored by Local Arena Tickets.
Attention Bay Area sports fans. Get ready for a game-changing experience with Local Arena Ticks, a family of 4.
going on, Bay Area? It's your boy, Chewy Gomez from 102 Jams. Listen to me every day, 3 to 7, playing your best hip-hop and throwbacks. Now back to my boys, Bonte and Shasky, right here on 95.7 The Game.
What up, Chewy? Chewy Gomez. Wonder if he'll be at Levi's Sunday for the Niners and Cowboys. Niners 4-0. Cowboys 3-1. Trey Lance is coming back to town. What intel will he give Mike McCarthy and company, or does it even matter? By the way, I just saw a headline here. I got to get this out. I have to get it out. Jason and Travis Kelce think the NFL is overdoing the Taylor Swift hype.
Yeah,
that's a headline on Awful Announcing. So it's not just your boy. It's the guy who's actually dating Taylor Swift.
All right.
He thinks they're doing too much, but it's Niners-Cowboys.
Yeah, I know. I'm ready for
Jerry
this.
Jones is chirping. Dak's chirping. They think the Niners are living rent-free in the state of Texas. And by the way, 105 through the fan, because a lot of people have been asking me, we usually do the crossover with Bobby Boucher, RJ, and Sean, spelled S-H-A-N. They tapped out. They said, we're not doing a crossover this year. They don't want to do it. Now, I hit them on Twitter. No crossover. We haven't done it all year. I don't give a damn what you've done all year. This is Cowboy Niner week. You don't want to show face?
That's fine.
Guys tapped out, man. That's unfortunate. Shows how soft Texas is.
Niners and Cowboys. Niners and Cowboys. So
Isn't it fun that it's a rivalry again?
Of course.
Because before the wild card game 2 years ago, everybody said Niners-Cowboys, that's something in the past.
No, it's back. And what's great about it is it feels very close. I'm talking about historically.
Yeah.
You know I love the history. B, you kind of make fun of me about this.
No. Oh, whoa. You were just making fun of me of bringing up the 70 Dolphins, 70 Steelers, 70 Raiders.
The Dolphins.
No. I love history.
Okay.
You love Bay Area history.
Yes.
I love everything about the history.
All right, so let's start here.
Yeah,
so
stop.
Here's the statistics as of today for Niners-Cowboys, the rivalry, the historical stuff. They've met 39 times. The all-time series is tied 19, and one tie.
Yep.
In the postseason, the Cowboys have beaten the Niners 5 times. The Niners have won 4 times. Okay? The largest margin of victory is 59-14 in 1980.
When they ran the score up on Bill Walsh and the 49ers, and Bill Walsh never forgot it. Steve DeBerg got destroyed in that football game.
The current win streak is the Niners have won 2 in a row. The Niners have 5 titles. The Cowboys have 5 titles. The Cowboys have been to 8 NFC Championship games. The Niners have been to 7 NFC Championship games. And here's where I go right to the very beginning. Bonte, can you name the first matchup, Niners-Cowboys, when it was and what stadium?
Well, I could look at it. I say
hate the game music.
Yeah, I would say this. Did they meet in Texas?
The Cotton
Bowl in Dallas, Texas.
In 1960, the inaugural season for the Cowboys. The Cowboys were in the midst of losing 9
they were terrible.
of 10 straight losses to start the season, and the Niners win 26-14.
It was the old Cotton Bowl where they used to play. And the Dallas Texans, I believe, played there too for a little bit. The old Cotton Bowl, which will host Oklahoma, Texas in a Red River Shootout Saturday, 9 a.m. What do they call it? The Texas State Fair or something like that?
Yeah, and it feels like if you just look at the history, in the 60s, the Niners were 3-1-1. In the 70s, this is against each other, head-to-head. The Cowboys dominated. They were 6-1 in the 70s. Well, rightfully, they went to a zillion Super Bowls. And in the 80s, the Niners dominated, 5-1. The 90s were a little more split than I remember. The Niners won 5 out of and lost 4. In the 2000s, Cowboys 3-2. 2010s, Cowboys again 3-1, and then in the 2020s, the Niners are 2-1. So it is 19-1 overall. I love this. I love that this is a matchup again.
Well, I love that it's a rivalry again. Because for a while, there were some dark days with the 49ers and the Dallas Cowboys. The Dallas Cowboys were dominant in the 2000s, especially later in the 2000s when they did meet. But they stopped meeting every single season, with the schedule and whether or not you finish in 4th place in the division, if somebody finishes in 3rd place. So the matchups wasn't there.
Yes.
And I remember Dwight Clark Day. They hosted the Dallas Cowboys. And that, to me, was like rock bottom. Eric Reed was playing middle linebacker in that football game.
Oh, my God.
And they got destroyed. Ezekiel Elliott looked like Eric Dickerson. They did whatever they wanted to the 49ers that day. What was the score in that game? Was it 40-10 or something like that? And it was Dwight Clark Day.
Yeah.
And it was the last time we got to see him in public, and he was on the screen. He could barely talk. ALS was kicking his ass. And finally, I started tearing up. I remember that. I said, man, the Niners are getting their butts kicked. And it happened later. I think that same season, Eddie DeBartolo got honored at halftime, and it was raining that day. And I was just like, fine, this is an omen of where this organization's at. But the Cowboys came to Levi's, and they destroyed them.
Yes.
Destroyed them. But Dwight Clark said one last thing. The camera panned back to him. He said one last thing, and I broke down. I had to go to the bathroom. And just was like, I can't let nobody see me crying like this. But they were destroying the Niners. I'm like, I can't wait for the Niners to be good again. I cannot wait. And here we are. So getting that, because I never got to go to the Dallas Niners games as a kid, flying down to Texas for that wild card game, you felt it. I said, boy, it's back.
Is that the greatest road game for you as a fan?
That was it, man. That was great. That was awesome. Like the Warriors in Boston, just in football. That was great. I mean, the Warriors in Boston, seeing them win game 4.
Yeah.
But I was outside. By the time the fourth quarter happened, we're at the Converse All-Star shop across the street from TD Garden because we had to get ready for the post-game show. But that Dallas game, going down to Jerry's World. Because remember, October 22nd, there it is, 2017, Shanahan's first year. They got beat 40-10, Shasky. 40-10 to drop the Niners to 0-7. They hadn't even won a game yet that season. Shanahan had yet to win his first game as head coach. They get beat 40-10. C.J. Beathard's playing in the football game. 40-10. Dak Prescott, 16-25. 16-25, 234, 3 touchdowns. Ezekiel Elliott took his day out. 1 catch, 72 yards for a touchdown.
Oh, my goodness.
26 carries, 147 yards, 2 touchdowns. Rod Smith had 8 carries for 61 yards. I don't even know who the hell that is. And I'm not talking about Rod Smith, the receiver for the Denver Broncos. Des Bryant, 7 for 63. I mean, they just got killed that day on Dwight Clark Day. And I'm thinking, I can't wait for the Niners to be good again, if they can be good again. And going down to Jerry's World and seeing those red jerseys in Jerry's World, I don't know what that sound is loud, right? The rivalry's all the way back, and I think the NFL's better for it. And now to see them on Sunday Night Football, Niners and Cowboys, dust setting at Levi's Stadium, sign me up for it.
So for you, is that playoff game that you attended, is that memory number 1?
For Niners-Cowboys?
Yeah, of all the memories.
Yeah, that is for me.
For you.
I mean, no. Because I remember all the losses in the early 90s. Crying in a car when they came to Candlestick Park and beat the Niners in 92, 30-20.
Yeah.
I cried. The next year, the Niners go down to Texas Stadium, and I don't even have the scores up. I don't even have the scores up. 37-21. The next year at Texas Stadium, they didn't even have a shot.
No, they looked completely outclassed.
And I remember my mom walking around saying, "Boy, the Cowboys, they got nothing on them." And then, of course, 94, when the Niners finally beat them in the regular season, and then the NFC title game. And Steve Young ran around Candlestick Park with the ball up in the air. And he was like, that was the Super Bowl. Because San Diego had no shot.
So you put all these playoff games way ahead of even the T.O. moment?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
Even the year after when he scored the touchdown in the final minutes and went into the tiny star of the helmet?
Yeah, absolutely. When Dave Campo decided to go for a field goal instead of going for it on 4th and 1 or something like that.
I mean, it's hard to jump over any of the playoff moments and the NFC Championship game moments. That T.O. moment, though, it's pretty incredible because it felt like for a large generation of fans that were, dying to get back to a Super Bowl, that felt like one of those moments that you'll remember forever, even though it happened in the regular season. Because, seeing the teams fight, seeing Emmitt Smith slam that ball down, I don't know, man.
It's a regular season game.
I know.
It's a regular season game. Dak running the ball in that wild card game and not being able to spike it.
Oh, that was incredible.
Right?
Incredible.
Last year,
was Zeke hiking the ball? They called timeout, and then Zeke goes and hikes it again?
I mean,
that
it's
ending
great.
Last year was great.
And so the Cowboys now. It's the Cowboys now. By the way, the Niners have played in 18 games. 18, I see a lot of text line here.
Oh, did I
NFC
misspeak? I said that they've won 7.
Said they won 7. Yeah, they won 7.
My bad.
7
I must
Super
have
Bowls.
misspoke.
No, you good. No, you good.
Won
Just wanted to let
7
No, I don't want to
NFC
shortchange us on
championships.
18 NC title game appearances. That's incredible.
But what I
They've
was getting
won
at was that
7.
the Cowboys have won.
Right.
8,
They won 8.
And I think I didn't say that properly.
They're 5-3 in
My
the Super
bad.
Bowl. No, the Cowboys are 5-3 in the Super Bowl. Niners 5-2 in the Super Bowl.
Exactly.
But now the Cowboys are on the other side of getting their clocks cleaned. And this game may be more important for their psyche. Here's Jerry Jones on 105.3 The Fan with our boys RJ Sean and Bobby Boucher.
God, I wish we could get Jerry Jones.
They are right now probably the most likely team to go in the Super Bowl. And but in order for them to get there, they've got to go by us, hopefully 2 times, if that's the way it falls in the playoffs. And we're in the playoffs, of course. But the bottom line is that you're playing the best. This is certainly you don't need the game to tell you that you're playing the best, but you need the game to show you how you stack up against the best.
How you stack up against the best. And then he followed up on seeing the 49ers again later down the line.
We're going to have to go by them Sunday, and if we have aspirations, I think we'll have to go by them again later in the year.
That's Jerry Jones.
Do you think he really believes that? And he's truly respecting the Niners? Or do you think that there's some subtle shade to the Eagles because they're in their division?
What I have a problem with is that everybody is – Joe Buck was the only guy to say, Philadelphia right now is number 1. And even as a Niner fan, and the Niners are playing great football, I get Philadelphia has been slow out of the blocks.
No,
they're
Philly's still the top dog to me.
They're the top dog.
I agree
They're
with
number
you.
1.
Yeah.
They present a challenge to the 49ers that no other team can do outside of the Chiefs and the Buffalo Bills, which is they have premium wide receivers who could give our secondary a lot of problems in a potential game.
You earn the equity when you win the playoff game, and you earn the equity when you perform the way they did in the Super Bowl. They have the grace period to have ugly start to the ugly. They're 4-0. They have the grace period, and to me, they've earned the equity of the benefit of the doubt.
No doubt. And for Jerry Jones to just dismiss the Eagles
is interesting.
He's in the NFC East. You really think he got a shot against the Eagles, Jerry Jones? With this roster? Like, Jerry Jones putting the Niners and the Cowboys on a pedestal and forgetting about Philadelphia. But it also tells me that he knows San Francisco. Like, Michael Parsons was talking. I was listening to Richard Sherman. And Michael Parsons said after that playoff game, the wild card game, it took his body 2 weeks to recover.
I did.
Because that's how physical the 49ers are. They're physical at wide receiver when it comes to running, blocking.
Mm-hmm.
They're physical at the line of scrimmage. They're physical when it comes to fullbacks. So you're going to have to outlast the 49ers by hitting. Now, offensively, I'm looking at the Cowboys and watching the game back yesterday against the Patriots. They get that ball out quick.
Uh-huh.
It's kind of like the Rams in that Week 2 game where they're just getting the ball out super, super fast. And so that's going to be an interesting situation there as we have Brad Sham coming up and then David Lombardi. Go ahead, Shasky.
Well, you're talking about Parsons and Bosa and just like Parsons in general, about his body, about how he was getting hit and everything like that. And I want to look at Parsons versus Bosa because I think these are the 2 premier defensive players in the NFL. Wouldn't you agree? Most people would have TJ Watt, they would have Nick Bosa, and they would have Micah Parsons.
Let's get into it.
Right?
So the top 100, what did that mean to you to be on it last year as a rookie?
For me, it was an honor, especially being in the top 20.
Top 20 last year, is it going to be a lower number this year?
Yeah. I'm going to make sure of it. I told you I wanted to be the best player in the league, but, I'll settle for, top 10, because it gives you something to keep working for.
That is Micah Parsons. And Dan Quinn, the D coordinator for the Dallas Cowboys, moves Micah all over the place.
He's unstoppable.
He is a problem. And Colton McKivitz may have his work. This is a game for Colton McKivitz to where it's national TV, it's prime time, Sunday Night Football. We haven't talked about McKivitz the last couple weeks. Hopefully we don't talk about him after Sunday's game, because if we don't talk about Colton McKivitz, that means he did his job. This is a guy in Micah Parsons who had 13 sacks as a rookie. He had 13 and a half in his second year. And so far this season, Shasky, he's got 4 sacks. And he's got 14 tackles. And he is getting to the quarterback.
Well, and stylistically, he's different than Bosa because Yes, he can move around a lot. He's stand-up guy. He can also play the pass a little. This is a guy that has 3 pass deflections in multiple seasons. He did it multiple times. And he will hit your quarterback repeatedly. He basically averages 2 quarterback hits a game that he plays. He is a guy who is constantly trying to hit the quarterback. And if he has to sit in zone coverage, he's actually pretty good.
He's not bad.
He's for all these pass rushers like TJ Watt, Bosa, Myles Garrett. I don't want them in pass coverage. Micah can do a little of that stuff. Though it's not his strength, he can. And that's where stylistically he's different. I mean, I'm looking at Bosa, 55 games played, same thing. He averages more than 2 quarterback hits per game, 116 in his career. Micah, 37 games played, 64 quarterback hits. How many pressures between these two?
Right.
I mean, they're both unbelievable players. We just paid, 120 guaranteed for Nick Bosa. Parsons will get that.
Yeah.
He will be getting that same kind of bag.
He's already got 8 quarterback hits this season, 6 tackles for loss, 14 tackles. Last year, he had 26 quarterback hits. The year before, 30 quarterback hits when he won Defensive Rookie of the Year. He actually finished 8th in the MVP award last season. This is how dominant this young man is. And look, you talk about dropping him back in zone. If I'm Dan Quinn this week, he needs to get after Brock Purdy.
Oh, right.
Every single play.
Well, does that worry you when it comes to protection? Last year, obviously, we made a lot about the tight end blocking a guy who had 18 sacks.
Yeah.
Do you like, and obviously there's that photo of Micah Parsons throwing Mike McGlinchey. I mean, it's a photo I can't unsee.
Yeah, well.
So
sure
you're
Mike
going to leave
McGlinchey
McKivitz out on an island?
No.
Because he's going to be attacking him.
No. You're going to need a tight end to stay in the chip.
Yeah, absolutely.
But there's going to be times where Colton McKivitz is going to have to buck up and try to slow down Micah Parsons one-on-one.
Yeah.
And then you still have DeMarcus Lawrence. And you still have Hankerson inside. You still have Dante Fowler Jr., who's a situational pass rusher. How much would Dallas blitz? They play a lot. Shasky, watching a game, and you see guys motion. Now the Patriots are so vanilla on offense. Baldy broke it down yesterday. They have nothing. So I don't know how much I can take away from that game.
Nothing.
I don't know how much I could take away from their 40-0 blowout against the New York Giants. The New York Giants are putrid.
Yeah.
Done. How much could I take away from their game against the Jets? What I do know is their defense has, overall, maybe the best team speed in the NFL. Maybe more speed than the 49ers.
You're probably right.
Right? They play a lot of man coverage, which I think benefits Shanahan and Brock Purdy.
Van Der Esch is very underrated.
Very underrated.
When healthy.
But Shanahan, do you really want to play a lot of man against Shanahan?
Probably not.
And Brock Purdy with the way he's playing?
No, especially when they love those crossers and they love those shallow things where they can get, kind of guys caught up in the soup as 2 dudes are crisscrossing.
Yep.
No, I think that this is a really good matchup for for the Niner offense.
So Dallas Cowboys, they lead the league. I was looking at some notes, and then Nick Wagner had another breakdown on ESPN.com. I thought he did a really good job about this, so I'm piggybacking off of him a little bit. And you watch the game, you're like, damn, they're getting to the quarterback. There's 2-3 dudes in the backfield all day long. Dallas leads the NFL in pass rush win rate 60% of the time, with Micah Parsons leading the league at 36.4%. DeMarcus Lawrence is back. He's 6th in the league with 28% pass rush win rate. And then the Cowboys have a whopping 49% pressure rate, first in the NFL. In the league. They also blitz with Dan Quinn. So this is a big-time challenge. Again, that's from Nick Wagner at ESPN. I want to give him credit because he had a lot of good breakdowns and a lot of good numbers on the Dallas Cowboys defense.
And we've made a lot about the defensive coordinator position for the San Francisco 49ers. Dan Quinn's it's undisclosed, his exact salary, but the rumor is he's one of the highest-paid defensive coordinators in league history.
And you see why. He's a very good defensive coordinator. And the dynamic that we don't get into enough is the 49ers get off to fast starts against the Cowboys.
Yes.
But they also start to struggle against the Cowboys.
They make adjustments.
Dan Quinn and Kyle Shanahan coached together in Atlanta, of course.
Yes.
Everybody blames Kyle Shanahan for the Super Bowl loss, even though Dan Quinn was the head coach and his defense blew a 28-3 lead. I don't want to go down that road. But how much does that dictate what Shanahan does? He knows the tendencies of Dan Quinn. Dan Quinn knows exactly what Kyle Shanahan wants to do.
Well, I think the big takeaway for me as I rewatched that Cowboy-Niner playoff game yesterday was that they couldn't get Christian McCaffrey going. They really couldn't get him going in that game. And I thought that Dallas's front completely suffocated our offensive line. and their team speed on the edges was elite.
Yep.
And it was the first time where it felt like, oh, the Niners can't just get chunk plays in the run game. And that's why everything felt so constipated.
Right. And if you're the Cowboys walking in, is Dan Quinn, is that the focus now? At all costs, take away number 23, Christian McCaffrey.
Feels like
because what does it look like for the rest of the team? If they do that, if they say, we're taking out Christian McCaffrey, and you leave Brandon Ayuk one-on-one, Dallas Cowboys have some solid corners. I know they lost Trayvon Diggs to a torn ACL. Stephon Gilmore is still a wily old veteran who knows how to play. And Jordan Lewis ain't as bad as what people say.
No.
Jordan Lewis can play.
Watching it back, though, be like, Brock made some bad throws in that game early on.
People are saying McCaffrey was a bit injured, and we found out going into Philadelphia he was injured as well. But the Cowboys did what they had to do to shut down McCaffrey.
I'm giving respect to the Cowboys defense.
The Niners could get no push off the line of scrimmage in that game.
No, exactly. And so Elijah was more effective than Christian McCaffrey in that game, which is surprising because you and I both said there's games where, them hard-hitting games, Elijah, can get knocked out. But in both playoff games against the Cowboys, Elijah's been excellent.
Yes.
Debo has had moments. Kittle was awesome in the second half against the Cowboys. Monster catches. I'm interested to see, as we talk about Trey Lance understanding the Niner playbook, and that Quinn knows the Niner playbook. Dan Quinn knows where they want to throw on the field. And they had linebackers and safeties in spots where they know the window where the Niners want to hit. And it felt like, to me, Brock, I don't want to say was overwhelmed, just didn't read the defense in the way I'm accustomed to seeing Brock read the defense. I'm very interested to see when they set up that zone and they drop those linebackers into the windows, those tight little shallow windows that they like to hit. Will Brock diagnose it and either hold on to the ball a little longer, find a different guy,
but you know what, though?
Or hit the next window?
Do you know what, though? They don't play a lot of zone.
Well, they did. There's linebackers did in that game.
In that game. Yeah. Maybe it's different for the 49ers, but so far on film this year, they haven't showed a lot of zone. They've played a lot of man. Maybe that's by design. Design because when you played against the Jets, it's like, okay, we know Garrett Wilson's there, but who else do they have? Do we really respect Alan Lazard? Do we respect any other tight ends?
No.
You're playing the New York Giants. We see their offense personnel. They got
It's
nothing.
Waller.
They got nothing. And they had Saquon in week 1, but that didn't work out.
Yeah.
And then, of course, you play Arizona. They got the clocks clean against Arizona. And maybe Shanahan looks at some of that stuff. What Arizona did with Rondale Moore in the backfield. Maybe that's Deebo Samuel.
Interesting.
Rondale Moore had a long 40-plus yard touchdown against the Dallas Cowboys. Hollywood Brown was able to get past the defense. Maybe Ayuk, there's something there for him. Or Ronnie Bell, a nice little slot receiver in this game. Or a little Ray, who got involved in the offense last week. Going to be very interesting to see what Dan Quinn does against Shanahan. I don't believe he's going to stay in man 70% of the time because if he does, Brock Purdy, Shanahan would eat him alive. I think to your point about the zone and them dropping back and taking away quick stuff, the slants, the quick stick routes, I could see Dallas playing a lot more zone this week, even though they haven't done it this week. I think you're onto something.
Yeah, and it's just something I picked up on. The couple of plays where it looked like Brock hesitated and didn't see. And look, that was his second playoff game. Yep. You know what I mean? So it was to be expected. He was a rookie. And now he just feels like he's in a much better confidence spot. Big primetime game for him.
No doubt.
The other thing I'm thinking about when I'm watching this is this is one of those must-have-it games if you do want the number 1 seed. Because this is a tiebreaker kind of a game. And when you look at the end of the year and you're stacking up the Eagles, the Niners, the Cowboys, maybe it's Detroit that we throw in there, head-to-head is going to matter when it determines the number 1 seed. You got to have this one. I think this game feels like it's worth 2 games.
It does. This is huge. This is big time because you got tiebreaker implications later down the line, head-to-head. It's a lot. What's going on in the studio today? 510 Comcast Business Text Line. Dallas plays a lot of cover 1. This should be a good game for George Kittle. Let's see it. Let's go to Anthony and Benicia. Anthony and Benicia, what's going on, man? You're on the roast.
Top of the morning, fellas. Good morning to both of you, my brothers. So first thing first, I got to say I appreciate your journalism skills, Bonte, asking the tough questions, as I told you via Instagram. I just wanted to go ahead and push that a little bit more. But for sure, man, I appreciate you guys, honestly. But when we talk about this game coming up on Sunday, I'm looking at a couple of things. Dallas has been scoring on defense, and they've been scoring on special teams.
Yep.
And I think that's something we really gotta pay attention to. And I'm looking at Bosa and I'm looking at Micah Parsons. Like, those two guys, in my personal opinion, are going to be the difference makers because they have a fast defense, but we have a tougher, strong defense. And I believe it's going to be one of, wait for it, Joe, mass cracking game. This is the one where it's like, who's going to tap out, right? You know what I mean? Like, you know what I'm talking about. Fillmore stand up. So it really comes down to the trenches and who limits the mistakes. You've seen last week, Buffalo played against Miami, and once things got thick and the defense started really flying around and hitting people, Miami had no answer. And so I believe the same thing will happen in our game this Sunday. It's about who's going to fly around, who's going to set the tone. Milano set the tone early on with Buffalo, and I believe our main man Fred Warner will do the same thing and set the tone and come out and hit. Whoever get their mass crack is going to be the person that's going to be going home with a loss.
Can I ask you a question as you reference that particular song? Is that Quinn's best album, I Give You My Word, where he's in front of Coit Tower with the Giants jersey?
It absolutely is.
See, I'm a sucker
for
the hustle.
It absolutely is, man. I love that album. I love Pressure Make Diamonds. Yes. I love From a Boy to a Man. You already know I'm a city slicker just like y'all.
I love it.
But yeah, that's what I'm looking like.
I'm a sucker for The Hustle Continues, man. I can't help it.
Young Baby Boy?
Oh, man. It's the Young Baby Shock the Party. Come on, man.
I really think I Give You My Word's the best one.
Making for you I will. All right, Pete Newark, what's happening? You know
what's up, Pete?
Sing.
Hey, what's up, fellas? Hey, I just want to chime in. Hey, Niners-Cowboys week, man. Let's flip and go, baby. Let's go.
Let's go. Let's go.
The only way we get the dub, I know, y'all Niners, I'm in Niner country, but the only way Cowboys get the dub is 2 picks from Purdy. And I know it hasn't been done yet, but that's our only shot. Y'all are nasty right now, all due respect. But let's go. We got to see mano a mano, man.
Are you a Cowboy fan, Pete?
Wait. I'm a Cowboys fan,
Pete,
man.
Oh, man.
Pete,
how bad do you want this one?
89.
Hey, how bad do you want this one, Pete? How bad do you want this one?
Hey, keeping it real. Oh, man. Come on. You guys got us twice. I was there in Texas last year. Yeah. I was at the wild card the year before, man. Yeah. So let's get it. It's going to be a dogfight. This is NFL gold to me, man. I mean, it's nothing better. Nothing better. Cowboys.
Did you think that you guys win that game with a healthy Pollard? Because I do.
Dude, when he went down, it changed the whole game for us. Because he was so electric in that game. He was so dynamic. It was a huge blow to us, man. I mean, it was huge. But who knows what would have happened? Let's see this year. Our red zone. We got issues right now. Mm-hmm. We got to get in the end zone, man. I mean, Baldy was calling it the dead zone, right?
Yep.
But we got to overcome that. To me, it's Micah Parsons and the D that has to take over this game. He has to captain this team and go get it. And the secondary has to come up big. To me,
agreed.
Right now, thanks for the call, Pete. Good call. Dallas 30th in the league in red zone efficiency. NFL red zone scoring percentage, touchdown only. Dallas, 30th in the league. 30th. Look, that's not good. Last year, they were in the top 5 there. 71% of the time they scored a touchdown in the red zone. So far this season, just 36.8% red zone efficiency for the Dallas Cowboys. The 49ers, 7th right now. They haven't settled for a lot of field goals. Right now, they're 7th in the league at red zone efficiency. It's Baltimore, Miami, Indianapolis, Green Bay, the Chargers, Buffalo, and San Francisco.
And their defense has scored in every game.
4 touchdowns.
I have them in fantasy.
I do too.
They're excellent.
I have them too.
And they've done a great job. When they get a lead, they suffocate you. They have a team full of defensive linemen and edge rushers who will get after the quarterback. And so, to me, it's imperative that the 49ers get a lead early in this game so that they can stay on schedule. Because if you start to fall behind and you have to throw, not that you can't win, but you are playing into their strength. Because their strength is their 7-8 deep defensive line.
I know last week you were saying, no, I'm eager to see if Purdy plays without Ayuk and Debo. How well will he do? And I'm like, I don't want to see that.
Yeah.
But I will say this, and this sounds crazy. If there is a turnover, because he did throw some no throws in that playoff game last season, the divisional round game against Dallas. Yeah. How will he react to the offense going 3 and out? How will he react to punting a little bit more? It's going to be hard to score 30 against his defense. I'm not going to front. His defense is formidable. They're tough, even without Trayvon Diggs. With Trayvon Diggs, it's another level because when they get their hands on the football, they take advantage and they score. They have playmakers on that end of the football. So how will Brock respond to adversity in this game? This is a young man who hasn't lost a regular season game yet, and we've seen him, bounce back against the Raiders down 10 after throwing
What
a
about
pick.
against the Cardinals last week? So they go 3 and out to start their second half possessions. Arizona comes down and scores. It's 21-16. And then the first play is a bomb to Ayuk.
Yeah.
Did that drive? I mean, I know it's the Cardinals, so people are going to say it doesn't hit like that.
No, but you needed to have urgency.
Yeah.
I never felt like they were going to lose that football game.
Nor did I.
But I love seeing them bounce back. Now it's the Arizona Cardinals. Can you do it against the Dallas Cowboys?
I thought the third down throw in the playoff game against the Cowboys to George Kittle was one of his favorite, best moments of just his career thus far. For me, one of my favorite moments of his when he made that throw. And it was probably a better play by George Kittle, but for him to hit that guy on that read, given it was probably his third or fourth option, I thought that was that's about as high pressure of a throw as you can get.
It also showed that Shanahan trusts this young man out of Iowa State. He trusts him more than he ever trusted Jimmy. He trusts him more so than he ever did Trey Lance. Kyle Shanahan trusts Brock Purdy to have him throw that football like that. And even the 2-minute drill against the Rams right before halftime, no timeouts, the way he called that drive there. Shanahan, his trust level with Brock Purdy is why this offense is opened up. It's why this offense is scoring 30 a game, 30, 30, 30, 35. It's why they're scoring at the opening series here. So I'm eager to see if there is some adversity in this football game. Look, man.
Can I ask you a question?
What?
Okay. We've talked about Parsons and their defense, and we agree it's elite. And if you take Parsons off it, it's not the same, right?
No.
If you take Bosa off the Niners, they're not the same.
No.
Who has more of an impact on their defense?
I think they both do equally.
You think it's equal?
Yeah, I do. I
lean Parsons.
They're both game breakers. You take away Bosa off the Niners defense, they're a middling unit. And I love Fred Warner. I think they'll play well, but we saw what the defense looked like without Nick Bosa in 2020.
It's not the same.
Take it off of take Micah Parsons off of there. What Micah Parsons has done for DeMarcus Lawrence.
That's what I'm saying.
DeMarcus Lawrence was really good, then was fading.
I thought his career was coming to an end.
And Micah Parsons has given him new life because all the attention he attracts. So you flip a coin, Chasky, in one of these situations. They're both impactful. They're both the best at their position. There's a handful of guys, Micah Parsons, TJ Watt, Nick Bosa. I'm not even going to put Joey Bosa there because he can't stay on the football field. Not to disrespect the Bosas, but he can't. They're both game changers. They both change everything for their defenses. So I think it's a little unfair to say, well, if you take this guy off, who's more impactful? They're both impactful, Shasky.
No, they are.
They're both game wreckers.
When I watch him, Parsons in particular, he's a faster, more versatile version of what I thought Sean Merriman would evolve into, even though he only had a couple of good years. Like, he's everything that Sean Merriman was and then some. I don't know what says Lawrence Taylor. Taylor.
You know who I see in Micah Parsons? I see a little Derek Thomas.
That's a good call.
Speed.
That's a good call.
Not the biggest guy in the world, not the strongest guy.
He got long arms.
But he had long arms, and he had
Shasky.
He had speed.
Yeah.
Rest in peace to Derek Thomas. I think people forget when they mention the greatest pass rushers in the history of the league. Derek Thomas is a top 5 pass rusher.
Yeah, he doesn't get the love he should get.
He does not get the love.
That's a good point.
He is. So I see a little Derek Thomas in Micah Parsons. And when it comes to Nick Bosa, he's more Reggie White. A lot more power, right?
Strahan.
And you said Strahan early on.
More Strahan.
More Strahan-ish, more Reggie White-ish.
Different positions.
Different
schemes.
Both impactful. They're both game changers. And they're both special players that we watch on Sunday.
The most frustrating part of the Trey Lance thing is that it's true. We could have had Micah Parsons, And I don't even think he was on my radar. But looking back, like, that was the guy opposite Bosa. I hate to do that. It's just, I
like this one too, Dacre. More Terrell Suggs, like for Micah Parsons. Suggs was a little more physical.
Suggs was more on the line, especially
more
later in his
physical.
career after the Achilles.
They move Parsons all around the place. You got to identify where he's at.
Yeah, he's what Madden would call satellite player.
This is a John Madden game, by the way. Can I play this real quick?
Yes.
I don't want to revisit this, but Jimmy Ward was talking with Richard Sherman. We watched Jimmy Garoppolo walk out on the field. Shasky, what did I say to you when they all walked out together?
Said Jimmy is walking with no limp. Are you sure he couldn't suit up for this game? That was after watching Josh Johnson walk by us.
Yeah.
And you knew he was number 2.
Yeah. We sure Jimmy couldn't suit up? Well, here's Jimmy Ward on Richard Sherman's podcast about that very thing.
And then that's why I said that at the Philadelphia game. And that's probably some of the stuff that went down with Jimmy, too. I don't know, man, because I feel like Jimmy could have dressed out. I feel like Jimmy could have dressed out that last game, but you know how this go. You know how this stuff. I seen your boy shooting a bird when he broke his leg. So I know how it goes. So
now that was the response to Jimmy Ward talking about moving the corner. Him and Shanahan didn't talk much, and he knew he was gone.
And then he referenced Earl Thomas breaking his leg and flipping off Pete Carroll.
Yeah,
huh?
And then he said this.
And then that's why I said that at the Philadelphia game. And that's probably some of the stuff that went down with Jimmy, too. I don't know, man, because I feel like Jimmy could have dressed out. I feel like Jimmy could have dressed out that last game, but you know how this go. You know how this stuff. I seen your boy shooting a bird when he broke his leg. So I know how it goes. So
Martellus Bennett, Julian Edelman, now Jimmy Ward,
and various reports from media people with insights.
Unbelievable.
Does that make you angry?
It's just, it makes me wish that I didn't say all the good things I said about Jimmy Garoppolo. He holds this.
Can I be real? I feel very vindicated as the weeks go on. I do. There was a moment in time where I was like, maybe I'm too harsh on Jimmy.
No.
And now I've come back around to where I originally was. And not that it's about being right or wrong, but it's like when I watched him, I always felt like he made it more difficult than it needed to be.
Well, I thought they just should have moved off him after 2020.
Yeah, we can agree there.
Not
that he wasn't good and he didn't serve a purpose.
Yeah, he was limited. But
that's exactly.
But also, now the fact that you couldn't suit up with your boys for a trip to go to the Super Bowl. And I said that to you. We said that, but people are like, oh, that's not fair, Bonte. Tom Brady plays in that football game.
Well, now that there's a teammate that was in that locker room for that moment, so now it carries more weight for me.
A lot more weight.
A lot more weight.
That's Jimmy Garoppolo. Will he ever leave our life? Will he ever? We snuck that in. Dave Fleming coming up next. We're going to have him on for about 10 minutes in the season with the Giants and talk about Farhan and everything like that. And we're getting right back into Cowboys-Niners. Brad Sham, the voice of the Dallas Cowboys. We'll pick his brain about the rivalry. We'll pick his brain about some of the greatest matchups between the Dallas Cowboys and the 49ers, plus David Lombardi at 9:20. Breaking down the 49ers, who's hurt, who's not. It's all about the Cowboys this week, Niner fans. I want to get to 5-0, don't you? 888-957-9570. Line them up. But first, the injury report.
It's time for the injury report.
It really hurts.
Brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
Double Marge on YouTube. Jimmy G is that lover you can't quit. Rockin' new era. Jimmy on Jimmy crime. Jimmy Ward got no problem talking. He kind of got on my nerves after the Eagles game, too. Sherman, yeah, I'm hugging everybody. It's my last. It's like he made it all about himself. Left a sour taste in my mouth. He did. Anyway, the Niners this week announced that several players are nursing injuries this week. Deebo Samuel's still feeling the effects of a rib and knee injury he sustained against the New York Giants. Elijah Mitchell's dealing with a knee injury that kept him out of Sunday's game against the Arizona Cardinals. And Juwan Jennings has been slowed down by a shin injury. All three listed as day-to-day as of now. Offensive lineman John Feliciano is in a concussion protocol after having to leave Sunday's game early. So we haven't talked enough. Is Deebo healthy? Is Juwan Jennings healthy? You need all hands on deck against the Dallas Cowboys this Sunday at 5:20 p.m. at Levi Stadium. The injury report brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping get your workers get their lives back for over 40 years. Hillary from Boxer & Gerson. She hasn't requested to come on the show recently. I wonder why. This had to do with Jimmy G, the Raiders? Sean in Oakland will get you on the other side. That's what's coming up. Sponsored by Freeball Bake, full service baking, no compromises.
The future of joint pain relief is right here.
happening on a Wednesday morning here on the Roast on 95.7 The Game. Good morning to everybody out there getting off their graveyard shift. You know, the overnight dancers. Good morning to you. Teachers, cops, longshoremen, police officers, highway patrolmen, muni, janitors, garbage men. Dwayne Fontana's out there. I see you. Where's Bay Rob been at? I haven't heard from Bay Rob in a while. I was thinking about him the other day. I heard him on Strandy and Goo a couple weeks ago. I said, man, Bay Rob, where's he been at? Is he doing the Uber Eats? Cell phone going out? Calling us back? Remember those days?
I do.
Yeah, there you go. Shout out to YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Comcast Business Text Line 888-957-9570 is the phone number. Niners and Cowboys. Where's the juices in the world? Where's the Rob and San Bruno's? This is huge here. Let's get to Dave Fleming on the roast. He joins us every single week, and I think this is the last time we're doing it this season. Maybe we'll get some one-offs during the season, but Flem, man, it's been a wild ride this year, 2023. It's good to have you back on. We're going to get to the Giants, but I want to start here with you because you're from the community. You know about this community. You live here in the heart of this city. Niners and Cowboys. What does that mean to you?
Oh, it means a lot to me. I mean, I remember all those battles that those teams had back, when I was first coming to the Bay Area. I mean, I've been here a long time now, and some of the greatest 49ers Cowboys games ever were when I was first here. And, I grew up in Washington, D.C., so my team would battle with the Cowboys, too. The Cowboys are the marquee franchise in the NFL, and this is a big game. I'm excited to watch it, and the Niners are going to beat them because they're better. So
I like that. Dave, yesterday was a tough day for me as a Giants fan. I'm watching the Farhan Zaidi press conference, or I guess scrum. I don't even know what you would describe it because he wasn't sitting at a desk or anything like that. And then the backdrop of baseball in the playoffs being played, and I'm watching just fan bases lose their minds. And I'm thinking about that last Posey home run against the Dodgers, game 1, that Friday night. And I miss playoff baseball so much. And I know this community misses playoff baseball so much. And just yesterday, and this is just my opinion, I have a hard time thinking we're going to get back there with this guy. Why should I believe in the Giants' direction right now? Like, what has you feeling optimistic? I know it feels low right now, and they're going through changes, and they want to make moves, but you are a part of this team. Why do you feel confident they're going to make the right moves here this offseason to get themselves back in position?
Well, I think you should feel confident, first of all. I do, because for everything that went wrong this year, and I mean, not literally every single thing went wrong, but almost. I mean, it felt like that at times, like what the expectation level was. The minor league system was choppy, although it had a good year overall. It still wasn't, it wasn't perfect. Injuries, all that stuff. Through all of it, they still had a chance right down to the end. And I think if you take a good hard look at this roster and how it's built, they are one or two. Now, I'm not saying that you snap your fingers and come up with one of these, but they are one or two impact players away from being a really good team. I mean, I think the only thing that's keeping the Giants from being not just a playoff team, but a real contender is having Wilmer Flores and Mike Yastrzemski and, pick one more, Tyro Estrada, have those be your 4th, 5th, and 6th best players as opposed to your 1st, 2nd, and 3rd. And if you can get a couple of those impact guys, this is a team that has all the depth you need, has the setup to be a winning franchise. And that's a big hurdle. You got to get those guys, but to me, it's pretty simple what needs to happen on this team. And if they can do that, they can get there.
Yeah, they definitely spent the money last year, but a lot of that money they spent didn't pan out for them. Mitch Haniger had a lost year. Michael Conforto got beat up after the second half or after the All-Star break. Minai didn't come on until basically September, and he had a couple moments throughout the season, but overall wasn't good. Ross Stripling as well. So we'll see how they spend that money next season here. But are they just what you said, one or two players away? Are we overrating? I want to go to the pitching because it seems I heard Farhan yesterday, and I was there, and hearing him talk about the starting pitching depth, and I'm not sure if I'm believing in it because that was the talk before the season. And then you end the season with basically 1.5 starting pitchers, if not just one starting pitcher. Are we overrated to starting pitching depth, or are we missing something here on the roast, Fleming?
No, I think that comment has been misinterpreted, because I think what he was saying was we have plenty of sort of back-end starting rotation type pitchers. We have plenty of depth to fill out the rotation, but they're 100% the Giants are going to make a very strong, aggressive bid for this Japanese pitcher, Yamamoto. I mean, there's no doubt about that.
Good.
They're going to go for him hard. And it could be, he had such an amazing year in Japan. He pitched 2 no-hitters. He's going to win their version of the Cy Young Award for the 3rd straight time. He's become one of the best pitchers in the world, and he's only 25. And in a weird way, because the Giants were so ahead of the curve on this guy, I mean, they were in on him 2 years ago. They've been scouting him hard. They've been planning to make a bid for him for a long time. And in a way, they're getting hurt by the fact that he's just exploded, and, there's going to be intense competition for him. That probably if you'd asked me 2 months ago, I would have said the Giants were the favorites to land this guy. And I don't know that anybody knows who the favorites would be now, because I think it could get a little goofy with how much money this guy's going to get paid. Anyway, that's a rambling way of saying the Giants are not eschewing the idea of an impact starter type. I think all they're doing is saying we got plenty of depth pieces. We got plenty of guys in the category of some of those names you rattled off, but even more importantly, Keaton Wynn and Tristan Beck, and this guy Carson Wisenhunt, who they think has a chance to be they have a lot of those kind of guys, and so they can concentrate their high-end efforts on pitching and position players, but they don't need...
Oh, we break it up a little bit. Break it up a little bit, Flem. Let's put you on hold and get you back on here. The Giants, look, they're at the point you could throw all the names out. I think Flem agrees with this in this sense. It's all about that action, boss, as Marshawn Lynch would say. Until we see it, we will not believe it. Go ahead, Flem. We're back on the air. Do you agree with that? Like, if Giants fans, a lot of Giants fans have said, oh, boy, here comes another name. Here comes another name. Could already see the messages or whatnot. At this point, it's about the actions, right?
Well, yeah. I mean, at some point you do have to get the guy you're talking about, and whether that's one specific player or just any impact kind of player, because there's several that the Giants are going to target this offseason and go after hard. But you're right. At some point you do have to close. And I think, one of the interesting things about yesterday was how Farhan talked about the manager being an important part of that, and trying to find the right manager who can be a part of that. And so I think that tells you that they're lining up to try to have a little more success when they take these big swings. I mean, they've tried hard. The stuff they did for Aaron Judge and Carlos Correa was, they pulled out all the stops. They did whatever they could do to get those guys to sign here. So, it's not that they are disingenuous when they say that's their goal, but you're right. At some point you got to say, forget talking about it, show us, do it. And that's fair.
What's your preference for a manager? Are you looking for someone with more experience? Are you looking for someone who's like a bench coach right now? Someone from the organization's past, from outside the organization? Like, I want Will Venable, right? I'd like to see them interview him and get a feel for him. He's a role player for a long, long time. He's got local ties. He's been Bochy's right-hand man. He obviously understands the analytical data stuff. What are you looking for in a manager, Dave?
Well, I don't have an archetype like in mind. I don't have like, oh, it has to be this or it has to be that. I mean, I think some of the names you've heard tossed around there, if some of those, if Bob Melvin or Craig Counsell is available, I think those, it's hard to argue with the track record of those two guys. Like, to me, track record does matter. Managers who've shown that they can do it with different teams and get results, that's a pretty powerful argument to me. So I think if those two guys are available, they would be high on my personal list, just because I think you can't go wrong with a guy can do it. But I think that there is an argument to be made that a younger candidate could also fit well. I think the coaching staff would then have to reflect that. You'd have to, make sure you brought in some experienced coaches if you had a younger, less experienced manager. I'll give you a name. Can I give you a name?
I'd love it.
Here's somebody I hope they call. I hope they call Nick Hundley. You remember Nick?
Oh, yeah. Padre.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I think Nick Hundley is a very good managerial candidate. He spent the last 2 or 3 years. He was in the MLB office for a year and a half or 2 years, and then just this last year joined the Texas Rangers front office. Chris Young brought him in to be a assistant GM. Extremely well-respected player, extraordinarily prepared as a player. Wasn't the most talented player, but had a great career, very well-liked catcher. I think it's not a coincidence that so many great managers are catchers. I think they just have a training as a player that lends itself to being a manager. I think he'd be on my list if I were coming up with a list.
No doubt. Dave Fleming here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 Again, I've got to ask you about this one real quick, and we'll get back to what you just said there, Flem. But what do you say to the people that say it wasn't Capper's fault and that was Farhan's fault with everything that went awry in 2023?
Well, it was also the players' fault too. And I say that, being close with a lot of those players and really enjoying being around this team, the players did not perform, and a lot of players performed way below what you would expect they would. So, if you want to blame front office people or coaches or managers for that, you can. But I would caution against putting too much of the blame away from probably where most of it lies. Like, players did not play well, period. So, was it all one of those guys' fault? It was not. Right. Is Gabe Kapler partially to blame? Yeah, I think he would. I think he would come on your show right now and say yes.
Yep.
I do. I think there's a lot of blame to go around. The most incriminating thing about the whole year was, despite all of the frustrations of the season, and there were a lot of them for everybody, those last 2 weeks, the Giants still were in a position where, after that second to last homestand, they were in a playoff spot, right? They had moved back into that third playoff spot, and they went on that road trip to Colorado and Arizona, and could not have played worse, looked less engaged and motivated to make a playoff push. That was the most damning week of the year. Like, through all of it, they still had a great chance, and that effort was not good enough. So whoever is to blame for that, I would, if I were in charge of this franchise, I would have watched that week of baseball and been very, very unhappy. And I think, as much as anything, that led to the move to make a change, because I don't think that was up to the standard of Giants baseball. The way that team played that week was not good enough. It just wasn't.
When the Niners are struggling, I kind of know the chain of command, right? It's Lynch and Shanahan up to Jed York, right? That's where the buck stops. When the Warriors are struggling, it was Bob Myers. Now it's Dunleavy, and the buck stops at Joe Lacob. I heard Farhan reference the board multiple times yesterday. Who is on this board? Who is he reporting to? Where does the buck stop? I think the ambiguity of ownership right now is tough for fans to understand. So can you give us an idea of who he reports to?
Yeah, it is time. It is a little tough, and it's probably always going to be tough the way the Giants are structured. They're just not this is not a family-owned team. This is a team that's ownership group is massive. And so it does complicate things. So, I don't know the entire board, but I think it's been publicly disclosed. I think the main executive board is Greg Johnson, Rob Dean, and Buster Posey. And, obviously Larry Baer is a big part of this franchise, but I could be wrong. I don't believe he's on the executive board. So I think essentially that's who Farhan reports to. And so I think that's the chain of command, if that's the word you're using. I think it's essentially that those few individuals represent the ownership group and then they, they'll, the way it's always structured is if there's a big decision to be made, the whole ownership group does get looped in at some point. You know, I mean, they have a big call or whatever. That's just the way it's always going to be in this franchise. And that's okay. They've won world championships with that setup. But that's essentially what he's talking about.
Man, I do like the fact that Buster Posey's getting more and more involved in this organization. That makes me feel good. Flem, you made us feel good all season long. You joined us every single week. You had to put up with our gibberish here on the roast, man. We thank you for it as always. What is this, year 2 or year 3 or whatnot? I'm losing count. I'm getting old and old. Where you at this weekend as we finish this up, and hopefully we catch up during the all season with you? Where you at this weekend?
Well, and I appreciate you guys putting up with me and my weird schedule and my bad cell phone connections and my kids getting in and out of the car and yelling at me while we're on the air and all the stuff that you guys have put up with. So I appreciate that. I am going to the Coliseum this weekend. I have Caleb Williams and USC on Saturday night.
Wow.
Doesn't even matter who they play.
Yeah.
It's just Caleb Williams.
Have fun.
Have fun.
He's really, you know, I mean, I've dug in a little bit this week, and Caleb Williams is really special. Like he's gotten better from last year. He's a better player now than he was. Guy's got a chance to be a true, all NFL is so context dependent, but he's got a chance to be an all-time great. We were doing a fun, you can have me on later in the season if you guys are having a quiet day or something. Our crew, we were doing a fun little, it's the last year of the Pac-12. Caleb Williams is a Heisman winner, like the all-time great Pac-12 quarterbacks going back. And we had a spirited little debate about it. It was a fun sports topic.
There's been a lot of great Pac-12 quarterbacks. Jim Plunkett,
It's
going
hard
back
to
to the Stanford days. Yeah, Ryan.
Yeah, the idea was sort of like a Mount Rushmore. It's really hard to get to 4. It's hard. It's hard.
Aaron Rodgers, Carson Palmer.
Yeah, all those
Mark
USC
Sanchez.
guys. No doubt. Andre Ware, I believe. USC back in the... Wow, that's a tough
Andre
one.
Ware. Warren Moon was a...
Warren Moon, Washington.
Yeah, Washington.
Troy Aikman, UCLA.
Marcus Tuiasosopa.
Yeah. Mark
Andrew
Brunell.
Walters.
What about Mark Brunell and Billy Joe Hobart, Washington? All right, we could go on and on and on.
We're dorks.
I want to end on this conversation, Flip. Bring us to whatever.
Longshore.
We want in there. Yeah, Nate Longshore. All right, Flip. Good stuff, man. We'll be listening.
See
We'll
you,
be
buddy.
watching because we love Caleb. So have a good call Saturday night. And thank you for everything.
Have me on anytime, guys. We'll talk some more ball.
Absolutely.
appreciate it,
Dave
buddy.
Fleming here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game, giving his thoughts on what happened with the San Francisco Giants. Let's get right back into Niners because I know the Farhan stuff depressed a lot of people. I walked out of there saying, this guy ain't it. I don't feel inspired by him. I heard your passionate speech at 6:25, Shasky. Go back on the Odyssey app and download it. Shasky was damn near in tears thinking about what Farhan said yesterday. So let's get back into the Niners-Cowboys. It's Niners-Cowboys week. Brad Sham's going to join us in 10 minutes. He's a longtime voice of the Dallas Cowboys. We'll pick his brain on the rivalry. How can Dallas turn the tide against the 49ers after the Niners have ended their season 2 years in a row? That makes me feel good. Sean Oakland, what's happening, man? You're on the roast.
Hey, how you doing, guys?
Good.
Oh, yeah. So, this is bringing back memories back in the day with the whole Troy Aikman and Steve Young days back in the day for the whole 49er Dallas rivalry with when they had to sign Deion Sanders and that whole thing to get over the hump for Dallas. I like this whole game that's coming up. This is the game that I think McKivitz and Brendo and Buford and Banks will have to balls out on this game because you have Parsons and Lawrence and Hankins and Smith coming off in there trying to get Brock. This is the game that they need to be together on this one, or Brock will have a bad day. I don't have no problem with as long as the Niners score first, that's good. But if they don't, and that defense coming after Brock, that's when the test is going to happen. So hopefully they get it together for this game. And Diggs is out too, so that's pretty good. But Gilmore's still out there, so it's going to be a good tug of war game, man. I've been waiting for a game like this for a long time.
Yeah, no doubt. And we're getting it here in week number 5, Sunday Night Football. By the way, Randy Gregory, released by the Denver Broncos linebacker. Remember, he signed a massive deal with them 2 all seasons ago. I'm already seeing some things here. Should the Niners go after Randy Gregory? Well, I don't know how much he has left in the tank. I don't know if you could rely on the guy. I don't know what type of impact he'll have on the team. They do need an opposite edge rusher. I do truly believe that. Opposite edge rusher, corner, but that's something we could get to a little bit later. You brought up Micah Parsons and his defense and the Niners offensive line. I wonder if Dan Quinn, the defensive coordinator of the Dallas Cowboys, how much respect does he have for the 49ers receivers? How much respect does he have for them?
Where are you going at?
Because if he does play a lot of man defense, that means Brock Purdy will see a bevy of blitzes this week, right? And we know how well he did against the blitz against the New York Giants.
Against the blitz, yeah.
Against the blitz, really good. How much will he blitz and how much can McKivitz and Burford or Brindle hold up against that blitz? It's one thing if the New York Giants are blitzing. They have some good personnel on that front seven, but it's not the Cowboys front seven.
No.
Not even close, Shasky. So that's something I'm looking forward to.
Well, everybody's pointing at McKivitz, and that's obviously sticks out to you. Burford, to me, is the important player in this game. Brendel and Burford, I got this feeling that they're going to bring a variety of pressure up the middle and try to get into those passing lanes and clog the short stuff. And so, stuffing those passing lanes with a shorter quarterback in Brock Purdy and forcing him to the outside, because we know that they have speed on the edges. So I believe that they're going to try to go right up the middle. Like, that's what I'm thinking that they're going to try to do, and really suffocate Brock Purdy and force him to throw over some of these bigger defensive linemen and remain in the pocket and try to take away the short stuff.
Yep.
You see this a lot against the 49ers when it's a sophisticated defense, because I think that they believe we can contain the edge. Right? That's what they think.
Yep.
If they go one-on-one on the outside, you got to get a better, less tentative Deebo Samuel. I didn't see the juice from him last week.
Yeah, he looked compromised.
They need him healthy.
Brandon
Ayuk looked awesome. Deebo, he was so instrumental in them beating the Dallas Cowboys in 2021 in the playoffs. They need a better version of Deebo if they want to beat the Cowboys this week. I'm saying a better version of what we saw last week this week.
Well, looking at their safeties, Malik Hooker, J-Ron Curse, they got some good players in the secondary. Now, everybody's been asking the question about George Kittle. Well, 1 catch, 9 yards last week. And if they do play a lot of man defense, maybe this is the week Kittle gets off.
He went off against them in the playoffs last year.
He did.
He was their leading receiver.
Maybe this is the week for George Kittle. All right, we're going to break here coming up. Brad Sham, other side here. Brad Sham, the voice of the Dallas Cowboys. He will join us to break down his rivalry. What's his favorite moments in the rivalry? Longtime Cowboys announcer. We'll get deeper into this rivalry between the Niners and Cowboys all going down on Sunday Night Football. What's your biggest memory of the rivalry, Niner fans? 888-957-9570. What is your biggest memory of this rivalry between the Niners and Cowboys? I want to hear from the old school Niner fans, the new school Niner fans. Also, what's the key to victory on Sunday? We'll get into that, of course, today and all throughout the week. That's all coming up. Sponsored by Local Arena Tickets.
Attention Bay Area sports fans. Get ready for a game-changing experience with Local Arena Tickets.
plus 4 pennies.
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
All right, Brad Sham will join us in moments here. 888-957-9570. I see the lines lit up here. Favorite memory, Niners-Cowboys. And a thought on the game before we get to Brad Sham. I'm going to go to Jack in Pittsfield, Massachusetts. Jack, watching us on YouTube. Good morning, Jack. Appreciate you out there on the East Coast. What's your favorite memory when it comes to the Cowboys and Niners and your thought on the game?
First game I ever watched, 6 years old, 49ers, Cowboys, NFC Championship game. It's been 49ers, 49ers, 49ers ever since then. My dad grew up out there. I obviously grew up out here in Tom Brady land. He couldn't tell you a darn thing about football. He could tell you a lot about jazz music, but he always said, if you're going to like sports, you got to root for the 49ers. My thought on the game, I'd like to see an emphasis on the correct rotation of running backs when working out of the shotgun. Because, yes, the team did a great job picking up blitz after blitz after blitz when the Giants threw everything they had at them. Cowboys are a different animal, and Christian McCaffrey can't be out there just taking hit after hit in blocking if we got to keep him fresh, because God knows we need him for everything. And I'd also like to see Kyle Shanahan dial up a flea flicker, because I don't think I've seen that ever before from Kyle Shanahan. Correct me if I'm wrong, gentlemen.
I don't think
love the show.
Yeah, I don't.
Thank you, Jack.
Brian
Appreciate you.
Hoyer on that Thursday night game, I believe, threw a flea flicker.
Yeah, we haven't
you know
seen
which
a lot.
game I'm talking about.
Yeah. The Rams game.
I believe in the first quarter when they were wearing the black jerseys against the all yellow.
Who's the guy who threw it down the field? Emmanuel Sanders. Was it Juszczyk? They had some trickery in the Superdome in 2019.
And Debo had a throw.
Debo had to throw against the Rams.
CMC had a throw.
Yeah.
But I believe, I could be wrong. I believe the 2017 Thursday night game, Rams-Niners.
41-39.
I believe there was a flea flicker in the first quarter.
Let's talk to the voice of the
I have
Dallas
a sickness.
Cowboys. The voice of the Dallas Cowboys. He's been with the Cowboys since 1976. I always love to get him on, too, and I love that the fact that the Niners and Cowboys are starting to play every single year again like it is the 90s again. Brad Sham, welcome back to the Morning Roast here on 95.7 The Game. Bonte Hill, Joe Shasky, the Butcher, and right away here, we'll get into the game. We'll break it down. Micah Parsons, Bosa, Purdy, Dak, all that good stuff here. And we'll talk about the last two playoff games. But when I say Niners and Cowboys, what's your favorite part of this rivalry? What's your biggest memory of the rivalry, Brad? You've been around it for a long time.
Yeah, my first taste of it was actually in the 70s, because I did the catch game with Vern Lundquist. He was play-by-play announcer at the time. And being around that makes you go back and look at some of the great games. They had a couple of great games. Our Stadium, they had one great playoff game. And we're talking about ancient history to most of the people listening now. But that's how rich the rivalry is. So, it ebbs and flows. I mean, right now, the 49ers clearly have the edge. And then there was a time in the 90s when maybe Dallas had the edge in spite of how great the 49ers were, and they truly were. All-stars and Hall of Famers, and it's just part of the fabric of the sport to me. That's what I think of.
Yeah, I do too. I mean, it's incredible. And there's so many similarities. Jerry Jones, we've got the York family here, Dak Prescott being a late round guy coming on and replacing somebody making a lot of money. Same thing with Brock Purdy, Micah versus Bosa, Ayuk and CeeDee Lamb coming from the same draft. McCarthy was an OC for the Niners. What's your favorite storyline heading into this game?
Boy, that's such a good question. My favorite storyline, I think, my personal favorite storyline is how much is too much to put on a game in Week 5. I know that the Niners are, and I say I know because I'm reading and I'm listening, and they are carrying a grudge against the world from not having won the Super Bowl the last couple of years.
Yeah.
Because they believe they were good enough to have done it. And they believe they are on a mission, And, Dallas is a noisy nuisance to them, I think. Everybody talks about Dallas, blah, blah, blah. And people all over the country, players, fans, media, get sick of Dallas. There's nobody. I don't know if there's a team in any sport hated as much as this team. And that's part of their history, too. They've kind of fueled themselves on that. So the Niners, they are on a mission, and this is just a step on the way to their mission. And I don't know what losing the game would do to them psychologically. I'm not sure it would matter much. They're going to have to play the Eagles later on, and how many world cataclysmic events can you have in one?
Right.
So for the Cowboys, though, I'm a little intrigued. They are not shying away from saying it's not just a regular season game.
Right.
And, of course, it's not just a regular season game. But when they were – those teams in the 90s, if they played each other in the regular season, this wasn't about anything other than home field advantage in the playoffs.
Right.
That's what it was about.
Mm-hmm.
Whoever wins this game, and maybe there was a third team like the Eagles are right now, but basically what it was about was whoever wins this game is probably going to host the NFC Championship. That's what it means. And I'm not sure that that's how the Cowboys are looking at it. We'll see. I'm not in their meetings, I'm not in their huddles, but I do talk to players and we listen to the coaches, and I think that they are carrying a little something from the last two playoff games, which is great. It would be an important thing for them to win the game, but it's week 5. You're not going to win or lose the Super Bowl, either one, in this game. And so my favorite storyline, I think, is which team is putting more eggs in its psychological basket, and which one would have a bigger hill to climb when they lose, because one of them is going to lose unless there's a tie. Okay. And so that which team is more equipped to put that in perspective. And I think that, to me, is my favorite storyline.
There it is. Brad Sham, the voice of the Dallas Cowboys here in the Morning Rush on 95.7 The Game. Look, we could get into Dak in a second here. But Jerry Jones, as you mentioned, he said this week the Niners are the team to beat. The players and coaches probably feel like that, but I wonder if they feel the physicality of the 49ers from the last 2 seasons. There's been a lot of talk about that. Micah Parsons on record saying, it took me about 2 weeks to recover from the Niners and their blocking schemes or whatnot. It's interesting that it's bothering the Dallas Cowboys when Philadelphia is in that same division and they're a physical football team. Why does the Niners' physicality bother the Cowboys so much?
Because they're playing them next, and they're the team that beat them. Play the Eagles twice a year. There, I saw Ross Tucker, who I knew when he played, and who I respect his work, and he's coming at it mostly from a Philly perspective. And I saw him online today talking about why would Jerry Jones give the Eagles bulletin board material by saying the 49ers are the team to beat. And the answer is, Ross, you big dummy, that's who they're playing next. And in a month when they play the Eagles, then he'll say it about the Eagles.
So it's all lip service.
Yeah, I mean, it's part of the game. And I think your point about the physicality is a well-taken one, but it's not that the Cowboys don't respect the Eagles' physicality, and it's not that the Cowboys aren't pretty physical themselves.
Right.
But the 49ers are the team that's beaten them twice, and they're the team they're playing next, and so that's why it's top of mind.
Is the Cowboy team closer to the one that we saw crush the Pats, or closer to the one that lost to the Cardinals?
Oh, no. Well, based on what we've seen, the only prism through which I can answer the question is the 4 games we've seen. And the Cardinal game was a complete outlier. I will tell you, although it had nothing to do with the game, but I started my broadcast by saying, "Welcome to State Farm Stadium," or as it's known to the Cowboys, their personal hell house. They can't win there. They've lost 6 out of their last 7. Doesn't matter who's
really.
Yeah, in the desert, man.
Wow,
it's terrible. I mean,
it's a home game for you guys, Brad. It's a home game for you guys, which is crazy because a lot of Cowboy fans go out there to Glendale, Arizona.
Yeah, I know, but that's true in a number of places. But there were a lot of Cardinal fans now. They were ready to see their team win. And it's great. It's just a voodoo palace. That didn't have anything to do with the game. They just played like crap.
Gotcha.
But so based on what I've seen, I have to say that the team that they have been in the other 3 games, not just last Sunday, is closer to who they are than the Arizona game. I have a personal theory that you can tell if a team is good by whether it suffers some ridiculous blowout. Because if Dallas had, I don't know, it was 3 or 4 years before the pandemic, and they were thinking they were trying to be good, and they went to Denver in week maybe 2 or 3, and they just got skunked. Denver was average. I mean, they got turned inside out and upside down, and I said to myself then, okay, well, this team's not a good team. Because you don't have a game like that. You lose a game, you're going to lose games. But you don't have a game like that and say, yeah, we're a good team. So this was not that. This was, I mean, they could have done some things to even win the game into the fourth quarter. They'd fought their way back, made it a one-score game, then they had a mental bust in the secondary and gave up a big play, and then that kind of broke their spirit. So, I mean, to me, that game was an outlier, and I think that I think they're good. I think they're good. The 49ers might be great, but I think Dallas is good.
Brad Sham here on the Morning Russell, voice of the Dallas Cowboys. What's the perception of Brock Purdy from the Dallas side of things, Brad?
We don't know players, coaches, fans, media.
You.
Yeah, everybody. You. Yeah, you can start with you. You can talk for the players if you want to, but you.
He's a great story. He's a great story. I mean, I live in Big 12 country. So, I had maybe an opportunity to see him a little bit at Iowa State, but I don't know if anybody would have predicted this kind of success, and unfairly to him, that's the reason that he is occasionally described as a system quarterback, because he's playing for a proven great coach who knows how to conduct the offense, and he's surrounded by all these great players, and I think that does him a tremendous disservice. You ever hear Tom Brady? Sometimes people miss. And sometimes every team in the league misses. Johnny Unitas. So I'm not saying Brock Purdy is either one of those guys, but I'm saying I think he's demonstrated that he's not a fluke, and he's a really good player, and he is surrounded by some great players, and that makes him dangerous.
What's going on with Dak right now? Because in both games in the playoffs, Dak came up short. Now, he's not the only reason why the Cowboys lost those games. I think he's a good player. I don't know. We could argue about how good or how great or, if he's great at all, or if he's overpaid, underpaid. I think he's a very good player, and he's under a lot of scrutiny a lot of times. Where's he at with the fans right now? Because, boy, it just feels like he's under fire every week.
This is a ridiculous fan base. I've sat in that stadium now and heard them boo Staubach and Aikman. Now, that was at the end of their careers, so these people turned on Romo, and fair enough, Romo didn't win anything, but Romo was pretty good. He was exciting. He made you competitive, and this guy, to me, is one of the greatest leaders they've ever had. I've said this 100 times. How good a quarterback he is will be proven by his career. That will tell us. But from a standpoint of character and leadership and respect among his peers, he is the equal of Staubach and Aikman. Now, that's a lot to say, but I really believe it. Now, he, fortunately for him, has developed a thick skin. He's had a lot of adversity in his life. It's well documented. Mm-hmm. And I think that mostly he's able to tune fans out. I do think that they're all human, and after a while, you may not ever look at at anything online, but you got people who look, and they're going to come tell you. And so after a while, it might get under your skin. He's a super competitive guy. He's a great leader. He is in a recalibrated offense that they really haven't opened up yet. I mean, I don't think any of us knows what the offense is, but is he the best quarterback in the league? I don't think you could safely say that. But if it was my money, I'd be happy to pay him and go take a chance to win with him.
There it is. Brad Sham, before we get you out of here, because we're up against it, now we asked about some storylines here, but we have the pleasure of watching Nick Bosa every single week, and Nick Bosa is a menace. He pushes that pocket, and I know the sack numbers aren't there, but he is getting to the quarterback with pressures. You guys get to watch Micah Parsons every single week. I think it reminds me a little bit of Derek Thomas, maybe some LT. Who does Micah Parsons remind you of? Because he's a menace as well, and he's a guy that we're all circling saying, where's number 11 going to line up? On the edge, in the middle? What's up with Micah Parsons? Who do you remind you of, man? Because he's a special one.
Yeah, I don't know if Derek Thomas, that's an interesting comparison. He was a really unusual athlete whose career ended a little too soon. LT might be the best defensive player in the history of the game. And I've heard the point made by coaches, and there's some validity to it, I think. You always knew where he was. He was the right outside linebacker in a 3-4. And that's not what football is today. But one thing that they've done successfully with him is move him around. So what you just said is exactly what offenses have to do. They have to come to the line of scrimmage and say, where is he? Because you'll have to adjust your blocking scheme for him. He's an unusual athlete. I don't know if he's an accidental pass rushing king. They drafted him as an off-the-ball linebacker. I saw him in college, and he covered ground like very few people I'd ever seen. And in the Wednesday practice of week 2, last year? I guess it was last year. They run together. Or the year before, whatever it was, DeMarcus Lawrence broke his foot. And they needed a pass rusher. And Dan Quinn went to him after practice on a Wednesday and said, look, what do you think if we kind of change the way we're using you a little bit? We're going to need to pressure the passer some more. Wednesday of practice. And that's when he became this pass rusher. And he still, though, will drop into coverage sometimes, but he's more than a pass rusher. He's got an unusual football IQ, and he literally is all over the field. And what you just said about Bosa, I think, is really important, because I think it's true of Parsons, too. When a guy's that great, they're going to put 2 and 3 guys on him. Mm-hmm. So the question is then, what can you do, player, to find other ways to influence the game? That's one way. Draw 3 guys, your teammate gets a sack. Sometimes it's how close you get. I know it's true of both Bosa and Parsons. You may not lay a glove on the guy, but you're in the neighborhood and you have got the tackle or the guard back in his lap, and so the ball comes out a little differently. And all those are statistic-less, but very important parts of the contribution these guys make. And I'm not sure there is an apt comparison for him. I'd like his career play out a little more.
No doubt. That's well said, Brad. We respect you from afar. We can't stand the Cowboys, but we do respect your voice and what you've done for the Dallas Cowboys. I know you are. We'll see you Sunday at Levi's Stadium. Right. It's good to have the Niners and Cowboys relevant again. This rivalry is back, Brad. Thanks for the time.
Thanks, fellas.
Anytime. Play-by-play voice for the Dallas Cowboys, Brad Sham. Been with them since 1976.
So it's interesting that he brings up the Micah Parsons at the end. We've heard a lot of Niner fans. They could have, should have had Parsons, which is a fair point.
Right.
But they drafted him to be a middle linebacker.
Right.
And kind of lucked into him being an edge rusher.
Well, you said on the line of scrimmage, off ball sometimes, but just, hey, play your spot. How about that? Week 2A, we need you to go rush the passer. It's probably his best skill set.
But you don't hear anyone add that nuance when we talk about, like, the Niners weren't drafting a linebacker, a middle linebacker.
They had Warner and Greenlaw
at that spot right then and there.
No, they had Warner and Greenlaw.
And I remember the going back and looking at the draft stuff regarding Micah Parsons. Elite edge rusher was not under the description. It was kind of like Swiss Army knife do-all linebacker.
But I also didn't hear anybody in 49er land say, hey, we need another pass rusher.
No, it was Kyle Pitts.
Looking back in hindsight, like, oh, could we get Kyle Pitts? Oh, what about Zach Wilson?
Yes.
What about Trey Lance? What about Justin Fields?
Yes.
What about Mac Jones? Nobody was thinking about Michael Parsons. So when people say, oh, man, we could have had Michael Parsons, you could look back in every single draft and say, oh, we could have had that player. Oh, we could have had this player. We do that every single year.
But isn't that interesting how injury kind of changed the trajectory of his career?
Yeah, DeMarcus Lawrence.
I mean, sports is so weird. Like, we talk a lot about Brock Purdy, the opportunity that he's gotten. This is a first-round pick whose entire trajectory, I mean, would they have found him? Maybe. Maybe they just find their way to the defensive line, and he becomes that edge rusher like the way he is now. Maybe. I don't know. But an injury changes how you're using him, and all of a sudden, oh, my God, look what we've got.
Right. Yeah.
It is kind of crazy.
I don't like doing that, though, saying, oh, we could have had this guy. Oh, we could have had that guy. It's just, we do that in sports, and it's just like.
Well, I'm watching Corbin Carroll last night, and I'm saying,
But nobody's talking. I remember when Hunter Bishop was drafted. Everybody was going crazy over Hunter Bishop. Everybody. And I'm thinking, okay, I want to see it. And we still haven't seen it yet. So that's, in hindsight's 2020, right? I mean.
But it is interesting. Like, these injuries, things happen, and guys get opportunities. And like Cody Ross, we were talking about the playoffs right now. Right. Cody Ross gets no opportunity if Jose Guillen doesn't get popped for steroids. Right? Brock Purdy maybe never gets an opportunity if Trey doesn't get hurt.
No doubt.
If Jimmy doesn't get hurt. If things don't happen. Like, it is wild. I don't know. It's crazy. And it looks like now, in hindsight, of course Micah Parsons is awesome. Right?
Well, also, I look at it from the other way, too.
What's that?
It's helped out DeMarcus Lawrence in his career.
Oh, no doubt.
So all of a sudden, DeMarcus Lawrence doesn't have to shoulder the load of being the elite pass rusher.
No doubt.
I was like, Micah Parsons taking two guys. I get to go one-on-one again, which is what got him paid in the first place, because nobody really knew about DeMarcus Lawrence until he came on the scene and got all those sacks and got paid.
When did we start talking about Dak the way that we do now? Was it when he got paid? Is it because he's a Cowboy quarterback?
It's because he's a Cowboy quarterback. We started talking about Dak his first year. His first year when he advanced to the playoffs. And they got smoked, I think, in a while. Did they lose a wild card game?
They went 13-3.
They went I think they lost to the Rams that year in the semifinals. I could be wrong. But
it was a great story.
As soon as we started talking about him because Romo came back later in the year.
Yeah, that's true.
And everybody said, well, you sure you don't want to go back to Tony Romo? You sure you don't want to go back to Romo? And once you wear that star in the helmet, and you take the job of Tony Romo, who was beloved at some point with Dallas Cowboy fans, and now revisit his history. They said, oh, bro, Tony Romo's so much better than Dak. He got heat right away.
More than Brock ever has? Because of the failure in the playoffs?
Brock hasn't lost yet.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. I feel like we're criticizing incompletions for crying out loud with Brock.
So he hasn't had the heat. Dak's on every national show getting cooked.
Chunky soup commercials.
I mean, but he's getting cooked. The Cowboys are the most critiqued outside of the Lakers.
Yes.
They're the most critiqued team in North America.
You don't think it got cranked up even higher, though, when he got $40 million?
Oh, I mean, $40 million comes up, and sure, they made a commitment to him. And remember, they didn't want to pay him a long-term contract. They waited for a while.
Yeah.
They waited.
Probably good business, actually.
But he got heat as soon as he took snaps for the Dallas Cowboys. He took heat. Now, you want to talk about something, patting myself on the back here.
What's that?
I had a tweet.
Uh-huh.
I may have been high, drunk, I don't know. But I was watching college football.
Why did you have to be inebriated?
Because I fire off a lot of good tweets when I'm abbreviated. I said, it was the Jameis and Mariota draft. Okay. It was during that season. I said, Dak Prescott's going to be better than both of those guys in the NFL.
Let me think, because Bonte Hill watched the Egg Bowl closely and bet on the game.
Well, Mississippi State is SEC. And they were on CBS a couple times. So I watch college football, man. I know it's not commonplace for a lot of people around here, but I was just like, man, Dak's got it. He had something about him. It's like, and Brad Shep brought up his leadership.
He is.
I think that does get overlooked.
He is a great leader.
That gets overlooked.
I agree with that.
Let's get to the lines.
But his playoff shortcomings feels like it's similar to how Chris Paul is viewed. Every year that they go on and they don't advance, it feels like the weight on his shoulder gets bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. What's his playoff moment?
Yeah, he hasn't had one yet.
Throwing picks?
He hasn't had one yet. It's unfortunate. He hasn't had one yet. We're just going to get to Dana Benicia. Just dropped off. Bally and Hercules. Bally, what's your favorite part of the rivalry? And what are you looking forward to on Sunday? What has to happen for the Niners to win?
Well, let's start with the favorite part of the rivalry for sure. As a kid, like many people my age, definitely the Cats. It's what put us on the map. It started our dynasty back then, and so definitely the Cats was one of those things as a youngster that I'll never forget. It felt superhuman to me at the time. No doubt the Eric Davis pick six on what's his name? Aikman, thank you. That was a great one, and just the look on Aikman's face when he got up off the ground, that was a classic. What I'm looking forward to Sunday is a battle. I mean, it's going to be a tough game, and we got to play true Niners football. What I'd like to see us improve on to have a chance at this game is going to be our DBs. They're really going to have to play a little bit more press coverage because these receivers, once they break loose or if you give them too much room, they're going to tear us apart. So I think our DBs are going to have to come up a little bit, and that'll force them to force Dak to hold on to the ball with his funky little hip thrust, and that should be able to give Bosa and team a chance to get to him.
Well, that's interesting because Baldy, thanks for the call, Bally. Baldy did mention the dead zone with them, and they're right now 30th in the league when it comes to red zone efficiency when it scores touchdowns. But also Dallas, and Nick Wagner kind of pointed to me when I was watching the game and I'm looking at Twitter, and Nick Wagner's tweeting about percentages. So I was, okay, let me see what Nick Wagner's talking about. Nick Wagner, of course, ESPN. And Dak is getting the ball out quick, and he's throwing it short. And Baldy mentioned how CeeDee Lamb doesn't have the chunk plays that Brandon Ayuk has right now. And that's the difference between these two guys. And I can't believe it's close now with CeeDee Lamb and Brandon Ayuk. That's another conversation for another day. We could get that tomorrow.
Where Bonte was right.
No. I don't like doing that because I'm wrong a lot. Just like, Brock Purdy. Brock Purdy plays were done.
Where Bonte was wrong.
Yeah, I'm wrong all the time. But he is getting the ball out fast. Very fast, quickly. And you know what? The Niners have linebackers here, Drake Greenlaw, Fred Warner. You want to throw the short stuff? They adjust and they pop you in the mouth. And do you really want to catch that pass over the middle, 2 yards away from the line of scrimmage? So can you hold? I think it's an advantage for the 49ers, and it sounds crazy because of the way the secondary is playing. But if you make Dak hold on to the ball, kind of like Jimmy Garoppolo, he's going to make a mistake the deeper you get into the play.
Why do you think that they have struggled in the red zone? Because I have two reasons why.
I don't think they have enough playmakers on offense.
You see a lot of fades with CeeDee Lamb because he's a smaller guy.
I don't like that fade route.
No, it's a very low percentage play. They don't have a big go up and get it guy. When they had Dez Bryant, Dez is going to try to box you out and come down with it, right? That was an element of his game. They lost Galladay. They lost some guys that make plays in the passing game, like up in the air, apexing balls. They don't really have that guy. They don't have that true traditional tight end that you could split out and kind of carve up one-on-one. And they don't have the beast mode back.
No, they don't.
And then I look at McCarthy, and this is the bigger element. He's just not creative.
No, he's not. I think, again, when Jerry Jones made the hire, that to me limited the Dallas Cowboys and their potential success as an organization. Mike McCarthy's a solid coach. You have to give him credit for winning the Super Bowl with Aaron Rodgers and the Green Bay Packers. But I don't think he's an elite play caller. He hasn't evolved enough to me in today's game. His playbook looked like something from 2009,
I agree.
2010. Doesn't look like it adapts to today's game. We're looking at Lincoln Riley in college, and you're looking at Shanahan and Mike McDaniel, and even Ken Dorsey up in Buffalo. Nobody's talking about him anymore. No. And Buffalo's lighting it up right now. Mike McCarthy's just a step behind, it feels like. Even though they're scoring a lot, partly due to the defense scoring 4 touchdowns, their offense does feel like it's about 10 years old.
Well, and this is where I get frustrated as, I don't know, people call me a Shanahan apologist, whatever. But it's like, well, he's no good because he can't win the Super Bowl. Well, does the other side of the coin mean that Mike McCarthy's good because he did win one 15 years ago?
He's good.
Sean Payton is good because he won one 15 years ago? No, but you get where I'm going with this? Like, if we're only going to measure people on did you win the Super Bowl or not, to me, that's kind of unreasonable. Like, there's more to it. Yes, you got to win a big one to be considered a great coach, right? We all would agree there. But when you're knocking on the door year after year after year, to say you're an utter failure and go screaming in the opposite direction, that's where I'm like, come on, man, pump the brakes. Like, come on. No one in the NFL, no one in the NFL is taking Mike McCarthy over Kyle Shanahan.
No doubt. By the way, October 4th, 2014.
October 4th, 2014.
What were you doing in 2014?
Were the Giants in a wild card game against the Pittsburgh Pirates?
Well, it was October 4th, 2014. I don't know the exact, whether it was Tuesday, Wednesday, Saturday, Monday.
Well, was it a wild card game where Brandon Crawford hit a home run with his sister in the stands and Garrett Cole in a Pirate uniform?
No. It was me tweeting that I'll take Dak Prescott over Marcus Mariota and Jameis Winston. Alex Simon, who recently just got a job with the San Francisco Chronicle. What's up, Alex? Tweeted at me, saw Winston in person last week. Dude's unreal, but he's in need of a decent O-line, which FFG doesn't really have. I said, I like Jameis a lot, but this Dak kid is Cam Newton 2.0.
Do you know what happened on October 4th in 2014?
What happened?
I'm looking at it right now. Game 2 division series, Nats-Giants.
Oh, that's a Saturday.
18-inning game. Giants win 2-1.
Saturday.
Longest postseason game in Major League Baseball history.
That was a Saturday then. So definitely I was watching college football saying, yeah, I'll take Dak. I was actually recording a podcast with my guy, Ed the Sports Fan. Shout out to Ed the Sports Fan. Heard from him yesterday.
The one and only playoff no, I'm just teasing. For Brandon Belt. Also one of the greatest take the ball out of the pitcher's hand moments in
Jordan
baseball
Zimmerman.
history.
That's why Matt Williams hasn't gotten the Giants job. Comcast visits sex line
Posey.
407. I want to put this to bed right now.
Give it to me.
Monte Shasky don't want to get cooked by those Dallas guys. Well, we offered to crossover with the Dallas guys.
Well, okay.
They
Explain
declined.
to people who maybe have no idea who the Dallas guys are.
Well, the Dallas guys are Bobby Boucher, RJ, and Sean on 105.3 The Fan, their morning show.
Okay, it's a radio station.
And we've done no, it's not a radio station. 105.3.
Well, I'm just clarifying for the uninitiated.
No, people know that. They're listening to radio. 105.3 call letters. People aren't dummies. So it's Shan. Well, he says his name is Sean, but it's spelled Shan or whatever the hell it is. But we've done these crossovers with them, a little back and forth between Dallas and San Francisco, and they've got TKO twice. And I think the last time they just got bodied before we even started because of the intro we played. So we asked, hey, man, what's up with the crossover? Let's do it. Dallas and the Niners. And we got the word from the boss man, Matt Nahigan, our program director. Yeah, they're out on it this year. So there would be no crossover. So don't blame us. Don't blame us. I know you guys like to do that. Blame them. They didn't want to do it. Maybe they don't have enough money for Zoom. I mean, Zoom's expensive. Fire up a meeting.
I canceled my Zoom subscription. I was getting
you had
charged.
a subscription for Zoom?
It was like $16 a month.
Oh, my gosh.
I was
What
thinking
are you
we might
doing?
need it for the podcast and everything. And
I've never paid a cent for Zoom. Are you kidding me? You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HG1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app and favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. Do not forget, you can also watch us every single day on YouTube and Twitch. Sponsored by our very good friends at First NorCal Credit Union. Just log out and search 95.7 The Game. Be sure to like and subscribe to the channel while you are there. 888-957-9570. It's simple, folks. It's Cowboys weeks. Niner-Cowboys Sunday. What's your favorite memory between these two teams, and what is the key to the game on Sunday? What are you looking forward to?
Bonte, I'm looking at a standalone matchup. There's only so many of them that you get as a team, even if you're a great team. And to me, they carry more weight when we talk about the MVP, when we talk about Coach of the Year, when we talk about Defensive Player of the Year. I really do think that they have a lot of it sets an impression in voters' heads because it's standalone. This one, Sunday Night Football, I think is huge perception-wise, not internally for the team, for CMC and that MVP campaign, Kyle Shanahan,
hold on.
Coach of the Year campaign.
You know, I'm not going to lie. I'm getting a little uncomfortable talking about an MVP through the first 4 weeks of the
But don't you have to establish yourself early on?
You do.
Like, these moments matter.
But it's like talking about the Super Bowl in October. We know the goal is a Super Bowl, but do we talk about it every single week? Hey, we're going to the Super Bowl. Dude, we played 4 games. We've got 13 games left in the regular season left. Anything could happen. So we're talking about MVPs and Coach of the Years, and we're talking Ring of Honors. Don't you feel it's a bit premature? Just a little bit. Sure, you got to ball out on these games to have some sticky points here. But the MVP is going to be won when the Niners play Seattle, then Philly, and then Seattle again. That's when you really put the stamp of approval on everything, right?
Yeah, but if you come out in a standalone game early in the season, I feel like those things get over-amplified and they linger in voters' heads nationally because they're not watching the Sunday 1 p.m. start, right? Like, it's just, it is. It's true.
No, see, I'm going to push back on that. I'm really going to push back on that. The NFL is different. The way the fan consumes the NFL with Red Zone, everybody's watching everything.
But if you're a non-quarterback, I think the only way that you can really, like I'm talking about for CMC, the only way for you to really catapult yourself into the realistic conversation is to have monster games on the primetime times.
I mean, yes, you have to have a monster game. But he also just won NFC Offensive Player of the Month.
Yeah.
So people, whether you're playing the Cardinals, think about it, the Cardinals, the Rams, the New York Giants on Thursday Night Football. I mean, he balled out, no doubt. Everybody's watching. The Niners,
I think
everybody's watching the Niners.
I think they carry a lot of weight.
These games they carry some weight.
I think they carry a lot of weight.
But it's also like
everybody's done with the New York Giants because they've been on primetime multiple times and look pathetic.
But it's also
and the country's done with them.
But it's also like we're talking MVP in Week 5.
No, it's not talking MVP. It's putting yourself in the conversation.
I hear you.
We're already into the second quadrant.
Right. Well, the conversation's going to change. Patrick Mahomes right now is not in the conversation. By the end of the season, he'll be in the conversation.
Monte, it's autumn.
You're right. Jalen Hurts
are changing.
Jalen Hurts is not in the conversation right now. By the end of the year, I believe he'll be in the conversation. Well, Josh Allen, nobody was talking about him. Everybody thought Buffalo was going to drop off
after 1 week.
You know, and it's just like, hold on. What if he basically had an elbow injury last year, and it changed your season. Right now, Josh Allen looks like one of the best players in the league. The way he's slinging that pill around. Yeah, he is balling right now.
And all of his primetime games are going to be scrutinized.
Well, last week was a 10 o'clock game.
Oh, and he balled out.
Yeah.
He was amazing.
I mean,
But it was also against one of the best teams in the league who was undefeated in the Miami Dolphins.
Right.
And so it felt bigger, right?
It's a 10 o'clock game. All these games are big.
I don't know.
I
think the nation is sitting there watching Brock Purdy. They're going to make a lot of sweeping indictments, fair or not, on Brock Purdy, on the 49ers, on CMC. And I do think all of these little moments do matter.
They do matter. I'm not going to dismiss that. But they're not going to be the end all be all.
No.
Like if we go to Philadelphia, by the time they get to Philadelphia, and McCaffrey's in the conversation, and Philadelphia shuts him down, people want to look and be like, oh, okay, all right. Philadelphia shut him down. Now, it won't. Bosa has some quiet games down the stretch.
He also had some
monster games.
Monster fourth quarters.
And how did he win DPOY? Because of the last 2 months of the season,
Absolutely,
right?
but
So the first 2 months, you can set yourself up, but the last 2 months means everything.
Well, I mean, that's obvious, but he set himself up because he had like 13 sacks heading into, or whatever it was, 12 sacks heading into the last month, right? And so all those games leading up to it, I just think these standalone games mean a lot in terms of national talking narratives. Not locally. I'm talking about nationally. We're talking about Skip and Shannon and all those conversations.
But you know what?
I know you don't care, but I
don't care about Skip and
wanna
Shannon
see CMC
and Stephen
winning.
A. I don't even watch those shows. I don't care about them. I care about wins. The Niners winning. What the hell with Skip Bayless? Skip Bayless don't know what the hell he's talking about. The guy is senile at this point. Stealing checks from Fox Sports.
Well, I would like us to win so that I don't get an arrogant Skip Bayless.
He's
pretending to
arrogant
be a Cowboy
regardless. He's arrogant regardless. Who cares? If that's what we're doing, forget them. Just win the game. All right, your phone call's coming up. Line them up. 888-957-9570. Favorite memories in this rivalry. Favorite memories. We got David Lombardi coming up at 9:20 to break down some of the injuries, how compromised Deebo Samuel is. I know he wrote a great story in The Athletic a couple years ago about the Niners-Cowboys rivalry and the specific game. We'll get into that. That's all coming up. Brought to you by Bay Area Fast Track. Overdue tolls. Vehicles with overdue unpaid tolls may not be able to renew their DMV registration until outstanding balances are paid. Payment assistance is available. Visit BayAreaFastTrack.org/assistance today.
Hi, welcome to the IKEA storage event.
Hi, thanks.
Whether you're looking to get...
Bellman, I think, was how they got their run defense back on track last week.
Garcia to Owens, touchdown. Owens again heading for midfield. There he goes.
There's going to be a penalty on George Teague because he's going to clock him. Now Teague's going to be kicked out of the game. You know, I got to tell you, I don't blame Teague for doing that. I really don't. You know, Owens started that back early in the game when he scored his first touchdown. He went to the center. And then when Emmitt Smith scored a touchdown, ran it in, he ran to the center. And so Owens was going to show him up again. And Teague just said, the heck with it. This game's over anyway. I'm just going to take a cheap shot at him.
Bonte and Shasky.
Some of the great moments between the Niners and Cowboys. T.O. running on a star. You had to catch with Dwight Clark. The great players. The great history. The great coaches. The ownership. The fan bases. The two timelines. Niners, Cowboys. What does that mean to you, 49er fans? We can talk about the Seahawks or the Seagulls, whatever you call them. We talk about the Rams. We talk about the Green Bay Packers and what's going on with Philadelphia. But to me, numero uno, when it's the Niners and Cowboys, it's just different. It's just different. It'd be like, I guess, Miami, Nebraska, maybe in a Miami, Oklahoma meeting in the Orange Bowl back in the day, where you just knew, okay, the national championship game is coming down to those two teams in the 70s and 80s and maybe early 90s. I don't know. It's just different because you're not in the same division. You are in the same conference. And to get to where you need to get to, you got to go through each other. And the Cowboys, unfortunately, they failed 2 years in a row to get through the 49ers. One on their turf, one at Levi Stadium. So what does it mean to you, Niner fans, when I say Cowboys? The Dallas Cowboys. Let's talk to David Lombardi in a second. Or actually, he's on the line right now. David Lombardi from The Athletic, of course, does a great job covering the 49ers. And David, good morning to you, man. Niners are 4-0. Cowboys are 3-1. Trying to recall, when you wrote that great piece on the Niners or Cowboys for The Athletic, was that a couple years ago? Was it the game where they basically told Eddie D not to go to it, and the Niners shocked the world with Elvis Gurr back and beat the Cowboys up?
Well, I wrote that, I think, in 2020 or 2021. It was before they met again in the playoffs. And basically one of the last lines of the piece, and this is the longest thing I've ever written, it was 6,000 words.
I remember, it took me 3 days to read it.
Yeah. Well, it took me a lot longer than 3 days to write it. So it was crazy. But at the end, I said, there's all this epic history in the 70s, 80s, and I focused on the 90s in that piece. And I said, the crazy thing is that neither the 49ers and the Cowboys have not simultaneously been in the playoffs since like 1996 or something like that, or 97, like late in the 90s. So it had been like over 20 years since both teams were simultaneously in the playoffs. And obviously the most recent time they had met was that epic game, which is the most star-studded game in NFL history, January 1995 NFC Championship. So I wrote that, and I said maybe, just maybe, in the next couple seasons, they will intersect in the playoffs again. And that happened, right? 2021, 2022, we've seen two great games as the 49ers and the Cowboys have renewed their rivalry, and the 49ers have had the upper hand.
There's just so much connective tissue between these current organizations and the history of the game. Like when Jerry came in, he was the hotshot young owner, and he was, looking up to someone like Eddie DeBartolo. Now, Jed's been in power for a minute, but he still looks up to someone who's now the seasoned guy, the old guy in the room, and Jerry Jones. McCarthy was an OC. Kyle Shanahan's the hotshot, offensive guru of the game. And Nick Bosa, Parsons, Brock Purdy, a late-round pick. So's Dak Prescott, the Ayuk CeeDee Lamb thing. I mean, we can go on and on and on and on. What's your favorite storyline heading into this game?
Well, I think that Dallas is now trying to get over the San Francisco hump, right? That to me is the most compelling storyline here. You have Dallas talking a lot of trash back in 2021, saying the 49ers were the team that they wanted to play. I think Michael Parsons was saying that where he's from in Pennsylvania, the bullies get bullied, and then the 49ers turned around and bullied the Cowboys. And you have that stylistic difference still between the two teams, right? Jerry Jones is about the glitz and the glamour and the flash. I thought that the trade for Trey Lance, when he offered a 4th-round pick and nobody else was willing to offer more than a 6 or a 7, that was kind of a typical Jerry Jones move, right? I mean, I don't say this in a pejorative way. The reason he's built the Cowboys into the biggest, most valuable franchise in American sports is because he has taken huge swings over the years. But that's just the Cowboys' MO. They will overpay. They will go out and they'll do these bombastic things. Whereas the 49ers have really tried to build this workman-like vibe, right? They love to pound the football, run the football, win in the trenches. Their head coach, Kyle Shanahan, even though he's one of these offensive wonder kids, his main focus has been on the defensive line. And I think that's what makes the 49ers such a balanced team. So it's a bit of a contrast of styles in that Dallas, I said they're kind of a front-running defense. If they're ahead, they're going to absolutely crush you because they could pin their ears back and they can go after you and they could prey on interceptions. We've seen that from Dallas already this season in 3 out of 4 games. But if you punch them in the mouth, if you're able to get that lead early against Dallas, all of a sudden they look like a whole different team. So to me, the most compelling storyline is, can Dallas dispel what I think is a very fair notion about them being a good, talented team, but a front-running team? Can they hang in there against an actual bully? Because they haven't the last couple times they played the 49ers in 2021 and 2022. So that's the big question, and that, to me, is the biggest storyline.
David Lombardi here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game does a great job covering the 49ers, a 49ers insider for The Athletic. What is it about this Dallas offense that should concern us against this 49ers defense? Of course, they gave up the 99-yard drive last week, the fake punt. But I thought overall the defense was solid. But there were some warning signs when Ambry Thomas in the secondary here. What challenges does this Dallas defense present to this Niners defense? Or Dallas offense, present to the Niners defense?
Well, funny enough, it might not be crazy to say, and people are going to think this is crazy, but I think in a few weeks, a lot of people might be coming around to this. Arizona's offense might be better than Dallas's offense. Whoa. So far, it has been. Dallas has been a middle-of-the-pack offense so far this year. Dak Prescott has completely changed the way that he plays. Mike McCarthy has changed the offense. They're running what they call the Texas Coast offense. They're trying to Dak threw way too many interceptions last year. Let's put it that way. He led the league at 15 picks. It was 2 picks against the 49ers. They weren't really efficient last year. So they're throwing a lot shorter, and they're playing a lot of ball control this year. And I think that does other teams a favor because somebody like CeeDee Lamb can beat you downfield. But Dallas isn't playing that way anymore. Dak is throwing, I think it's like 5.5 air yards an attempt is the average. So it's been a middle-of-the-pack offense. I think the efficiency numbers have them exactly at 16. Tony Pollard's not Christian McCaffrey, right? He's not somebody that's going to completely blow the tops off of an opposing defense, especially a good opposing defense in an unstoppable way. If you can take care of CeeDee Lamb, then on the coverage end, then I think you can really buy your rush some time to get after Dak Prescott, and it's not the Great Wall of Dallas anymore. Tyron Smith may not even play in this game at left tackle. Ooh. The offensive line has taken steps back over the years. Dallas is a very defense-driven team. This defense, right now, they're top number 1 in the league. But the offense is behind where the defense is at right now, and I think the 49ers have a definite advantage on paper.
You know, that 2021 season matchup in the playoffs, Deebo Samuel was the star of that game, telling Kyle Shanahan, give me the ball, I'm going to score here. And then he goes out and absolutely does it. He looked a little tentative last week. I'm not here to say that he was injured or, second-guessing himself or any of those things. He just, to me, didn't look like he had the same explosion. What have you been noticing from him in practice the last, 10 to 15 days?
Did you ask about Deebo?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, Deebo's obviously been dealing with some of the injuries. He hurt his ribs, and there was a little bit of a knee issue coming out of that game against the New York Giants. So the thing is, he didn't really practice last week. He got in there for the kind of the walkthrough speed practice on Friday, and that was enough for the 49ers to give him a couple plays. But I think that we all saw that he was more of just a decoy against the Arizona Cardinals. I do think that he's going to be a bigger part of this game plan because you might have a freshness aspect coming into the Dallas game since he didn't have a very heavy workload this past week. But, with Deebo, the way that he plays, it's so physical. You can't tell him to play any other way because that's what makes him Deebo Samuel, right? He's just a punisher out in the open field. I mean, somebody asked me who's better, Brandon Ayuk or Deebo Samuel the other day, and I said that's a completely unnecessary and unanswerable question. One of these guys is a sports car, and one of these guys is a diesel truck. and you're happy to have both of them in your garage, right? You're going to use each car for a different purpose, and that's what makes this 49ers offense so dangerous. Is that you have different weapons that can do different things, and then you have Christian McCaffrey who can do everything.
Well, that's funny because I was just about to ask you, David, and we're talking to David Lombardi here, a 49ers insider from The Athletic. If I took Christian McCaffrey away from this offense, what would it look like? Obviously, it wouldn't look like what it's done the first 4 weeks of the season, but we've been discussing earlier in the week who's a more important player offensively, Christian McCaffrey or Brock Purdy. Now, a lot of people are going to say the quarterback's more important, but I believe they can win a couple games with Sam Darnold if McCaffrey's in the lineup. That running game looks a lot different if Christian McCaffrey's not in the lineup, David.
I think it's a question that's as old as time. People who talk about the Montana Walsh years say that there were those debates back then too. Who's more important, the quarterback or the play caller? Now you throw Christian McCaffrey into the mix. It's a three-way argument now, right?
Right.
Some people are saying, well, it's Kyle Shanahan's doing everything, and then some people are saying McCaffrey's doing everything. And then you got the Brock Purdy people. I've always been this is a team sport kind of guy. Every single component is so important. You can't discount that component. And as far as McCaffrey goes, I don't think I've seen him on his back once this season. I mean, even when he's tackled, he's the one that he tackles the tackler. Going back to Kello Witherspoon against the Rams, but every single run is finishing with this like Walter Payton type of physicality. And I mean, it's really something. And it's historic so far, right? Some of the numbers that we're seeing from Christian McCaffrey. So I asked Kyle Shanahan about it the other day because to me it seems that he's seeing the field better than last year. He's feeling the holes better. He's picking up those creases the way that he didn't when he probably didn't know the playbook as well last season. And Kyle agreed with me. He said that it was hard for him to imagine Christian McCaffrey being better than last year because he was already so good, but he is indeed better this year. And the best way I can describe it is I covered him at Stanford in 2015 when he had that insane season with 3,800 all-purpose yards. It looked like a video game on easy for him. For some reason, it looks really similar to that right now, and he's not playing Pac-12 defenders anymore. He's playing NFL defenders, which to me is just jaw-dropping. So, yeah, I mean, the guy's one of the best players in football. But Brock Purdy, as of right now, is playing as one of the best quarterbacks in football, and Kyle Shanahan's calling plays is one of the best play callers in football. Yeah. So if you can have all three of those, why not? And when you do have all three of those, then your offense could be doing historic things. And right now, some of their advanced metrics are beating what the 2007 Patriots were doing. So it's wild what we're watching from the 49ers.
Yeah, I know you're talking about CMC finishing runs, and everyone's worried about usage rate and stuff, which is a fair concern. I'm worried about him getting face masked because it's the only way people can try to drag him to the ground, and he's going to get hurt because somebody's ripping on that face mask. But neither here nor there. Let's go to the defense. Bosa doesn't have the amount of sack numbers for a lot of people, but like in the offseason, hey, Javon Hargraves, you can't double everyone. One of them's got to eat. Hargrave's been way better than I anticipated, and I feel like him and Bosa, Armstead as well, like all these guys are benefiting from each other on that line. But Hargrave has been everything that they've wanted and then some. I'm so impressed with him. Are you as impressed as I am?
Well, he has as many sacks already, and we're not even a quarter away through the season, as all of the 49ers defensive tackles had combined all of last season. So, yeah. Wow. And consistency is what's really cool. You look at pass rush win rate for defensive tackles. He was number 2 in the league last year. He's number 2 in the league this year with exactly the same win rate. So the 49ers paid a premium because they were confident they were going to get that Philadelphia production, and they're getting exactly what Javon Hargrave was last year, which I think is really cool. That shows that they did their homework correctly. We've seen free agent signings not pan out with their new team, but this is definitely panning out for the 49ers. And, with this defensive line, you just have to look to see how drastically opposing offenses are changing the way they play. Anytime they play the 49ers, they're always going to an extremely quick release, assuming they can't run. Last week, there was a little bit of rushing success from the Cardinals, but again, the Cardinals still had way less rushing success against the 49ers than they did against the Cowboys. That was 105 yards versus 222 against Dallas. So the 49ers still, as Bonte said earlier, looked solid. It wasn't perfect, but I'll tell you what, they've got a really strong foundation to continue rounding this defense into form with that defensive line because they're scaring opposing offenses out of their normal game plan. They're dissuading them from holding onto the football. They're forcing everybody into quick release. And if you release quickly, you better get yards after the catch, right? Because otherwise you are cutting yourself off of any explosiveness. And the 49ers have given up the least yards after the catch per reception out of any team in football. So, a lot of people just look at the box score and say, hey, where are the sacks outside of Hargrave? The sacks outside of Hargrave aren't coming because pressures that are forcing quicker releases, and then the linebackers are cleaning up on the back end. Warner, Greenlaw, 20 tackles total last game, and this 49ers defense is just fine right now. I do think, and I think I talked about this with you guys before the season, I don't think this defense is going to be its final product until December or January. And I think that's by design, and I think that's just the natural flow of things whenever a new defensive coordinator comes in and it tries to put his own fingerprints on the coverages on the back end. Steve Wilkes is not playing this to make adjustments that impress people on Twitter in the first quarter of the Rams game, right? He's playing this so the 49ers are the number one defense in December and in January. So that's the way I'm looking at this defense, and you can do that if you have the foundation that Javon Hargrave and Nick Bosa bring up front.
Without explaining, David, we'll get you out of here with this one. If the Niners do have to make a trade and they have to shore up something, what are you trading for? You're John Lynch, David. Is it right tackle? Is it another corner? Or is it an opposite edge rusher of Nick Bosa?
Well, let me get back to you after this week because this is the toughest test defensively the 49ers are playing so far. Arizona didn't have a great defense.
Right.
Dallas definitely does. Colton McKivitz, I think, has played two straight good games. He didn't give up the sack last week to Dennis Gardeck, but he had a clean sheet the week before. Let's see how he does when Micah Parsons is going to try to victimize him, because last year Dallas was just going heavy against the right side of the 49ers line. It was a problem against Mike McGlinchey. So this is going to be a great, great measuring stick for Colton McKivitz. And if he passes it, then I'll be feeling good about the 49ers offensive line. I would say if this team is precariously thin anywhere outside of that, I think it's that cornerback spot. I mean, what we saw last week, and other teams are going to do this. Well, Dallas is going to put CeeDee Lamb in the slot. Last week they put Hollywood Brown in the slot because what that does is it forces Deommodore Lenoir to follow him into the slot, yanks Isaiah Oliver out of the game, and it forces Ambry Thomas into Lenoir's old outside corner spot, and then they pick on Ambry Thomas. So that to me still is a weakness at cornerback. So, if a trade would be possible or if a free agent signing would be possible, I think the 49ers are going to hammer that.
All right, David. Very good insight there. We'll be reading your work. We'll look for the injury report Wednesday or later on today when the Niners hit the practice field, getting ready for the Dallas Cowboys Sunday at Levi Stadium. David, keep up the great work, man. Thanks for always joining us.
Yeah, thank you.
Anytime. David Lombardi from The Athletic here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game, 888-957-9570. Your favorite memories between the Cowboys and the Niners and your thoughts about the game on Sunday. Don't forget, I haven't even mentioned this yet. This game is so big. Jerry Rice said, you know what? I got to join the boys on the roast.
What?
Jerry Rice got to join the boys on the roast tomorrow at 8 a.m. The GOAT. He's joining us at 8 a.m. He'll have the GOAT fuel. He'll have his hat on. He'll be talking about USC and his son balling at USC. But you know, Cowboys, Niners, and you know Jerry has a lot of disgust for the Dallas Cowboys, even though in that draft, he was drafted in 16th overall. He thought he was going to be a Dallas Cowboy before Bill Walsh said, let me call the Patriots real quick and jump up to 16 and draft what would be the greatest wide receiver of all time and possibly the greatest football player of all time. He's on that short list with a few others here. So Jerry Rice tomorrow at 8 o'clock. And then he's going to look at me and he's going to be like, damn, Bonte, did you lose weight? And I'm going to tell Jerry, you know what? I have. And it's because of soda. That's right, the soda nationwide weight loss program that is 100% over the phone and from the comfort and convenience of your own home or workplace anywhere throughout the country with weekly weigh-ins. You can get your updated soda weight loss results all the time. I got mine coming up on Friday at noon. Can't wait to talk to Lauren this Friday at noon. I talked to her from the golf course last week. It's not a workout program, no counting calories, no pills, appetite suppressants. It's all about learning how to be healthy, sustainable nutrition, eliminating junk food, beverages, and bad eating habits while creating good habits via a personalized eating plan, accountability, simple to follow, and big results will come. Visit SOTAweightloss.com at SodaWeightloss.com and say it with me now. Soda is state of the art. Can't wait to have my protein shake a little bit later after our show meeting today. It is a big show meeting day. Matt and Higgins ready to roll. He's got some things for us. He's going to chew us out.
Cool. That sounds like an awesome Awesome time. I'm
Sound
really looking
excited
forward
about
to
that.
it.
Yeah, you sound really excited about that.
Yeah, love
man.
show meetings.
You don't? You
they're
always talk.
amazing.
You're the one who always talks. We can't get out of there on time because you be jaw jacking in those show meetings.
All right.
I'm like, Shasky, just keep it to the two. Just get out of here.
You know what?
You
know what those show meetings typically are?
What?
Overreaction days.
Oh, don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. That's a hell of a segue, though. Week 4 overreactions, baby. I like it.
Come on,
I
you
like
like that.
I did
You
like
like that, huh?
I did like that. Who's your player of the week for week 4 in the NFL?
Look, I don't think anyone's going to take this guy because they didn't win the game. And I'm going to take him. And I said to you last week, America's just being way too hard on this guy. Like, I get it. He's not very good. Player of the week for me is Zach Wilson. 28 of 39, 245 yards, 2 touchdowns, doing it on national television, outplaying Patrick Mahomes. Now, Mahomes ended up winning the game and made enough plays to win the game because he's an all-time great, and even when he has his D game, he can be better than most people playing their A game. But I thought it was a huge performance for Zach Wilson, and no one's going to take him, and that's why I'm taking him off the board.
Yeah, I wouldn't touch him because I'm taking Josh Allen, baby. Everybody talked about Miami Dolphins scoring 70 and Tua Tagovailoa. Oh, my gosh. AFC Offensive Player of the Year. Oh, my gosh. Tyreek Hill this, Tyreek Hill that. Oh, the Dolphins are coming. Oh, they're about to turn the tide. All Josh Allen did was help the Buffalo Bills drop 48 points on the Miami Dolphins. And what did Josh Allen do? Well, you hit a couple props for your boy. I'm not going to lie about that, so I felt really good about that. 48-20. Josh Allen, 320 passing yards, 4 touchdown passes. And you know what? Stephon Diggs is happy. Stephon Diggs with 6 catches, 120 yards, and 3 touchdowns. Josh Allen is balling right now. Didn't even run the ball really against Miami. That is my player of the week. Lutman, you're looking at me. Do you want to get in on this?
I do want to get in on this.
Oh.
Yeah, no, my player of the week, I'm a little selfish here. So my player of the week is, I'm going to shout out a guy who really helped me get a clutch fantasy win on Sunday. So Sunday morning, got a notification, Deshaun Watson, he's out. I need to get a quarterback last second. What do? Sitting right there on the waiver wire, CJ Stroud. All right, CJ, you're the next man up. I need you to lead me to a victory. This dude led me and the Texans to a fantasy victory. CJ Stroud, you're my player of the week.
Oh, that's interesting.
That is
because I've got them a little later on in my script.
So the coach of the week. Who's your coach of the week?
Well, I'm going to go the guy that I believe to be the next great general. The way we look at Mike Tomlin, I think we're going to look at this guy 5 years from now, and that's Mike Vrabel. Mike Vrabel, all he does is win. Like, no glitz, no glamour. He's got Ryan Tannehill. Nobody wants Ryan Tannehill as their quarterback making what he's making. Derrick Henry, another 122-yard performance with a touchdown. It's not pretty. It's not, sexy. Vrabel knows his team can win. They're 2-2. We don't think of them as a contender, yet every year in a stacked AFC, there they are at the end with a winning record. Whoa. Mike Vrabel is my coach of the week, beating the Bengals 27-3.
I do like D'Amico Ryans this week, but I'm going to save him because I think he has a couple more big wins in him. D'Amico's doing a hell of a job in Houston, but I have to go up to the Midwest. I have to go up to Motown, and the Detroit Lions are coming, folks. Dan Campbell and the Lions. That was a button-up performance against the Green Bay Packers. Jared Goff throws a pick on first possession. They give up the 3, and they dominate from then on. That is a physical, fast, and hungry football team, all because of Dan Campbell. He has built one hell of a roster alongside Brad Holmes, the GM of the Detroit Lions. Dan Campbell, my coach of the week. He's doing a heck of a job with Detroit. And they got a home game against Carolina this week. They could be 4-0. By Monday morning. What's up, Lubman? Who's your coach of the week?
I think I'm going to kind of have to swoop you on the coach of the week thing here. I'm going to give it to D'Amico Ryans. Right. Congratulations, coach. You got yourself a winning streak. I like what you're doing there. Keep it up and keep CJ Stroud cranking out those fantasy points, too.
I'm glad you said that because we're going to go straight to team of the week.
Team of the week.
And that's who I'm taking is the Houston Texans. Since winning the division in 2019, they've gone 4-12, 4-13, and 3-13. This team was hopeless. They're basically hopeless. And then they go and get D'Amico Ryans, and he's changed the culture. Yeah. They're 2-2. I don't know how many people thought C.J. Stroud would step into this situation and look as good as he's looked. I don't know what he'll develop into. That right now feels like a team with hope. I never, ever had an ounce of care about the Houston Texans, but I'm pulling for D'Amico and CJ Stroud.
Yeah, they got a big game in Atlanta this week. Big game in Atlanta. The Texans can go 3-2 because CJ Stroud has everybody believing alongside D'Amico Ryans. That is good. My team of the week's the Buffalo Bills. I'm going to stick with Buffalo.
Okay.
A lot of people wrote them off before the season. I'm thinking to myself, everybody's talking about Cincinnati.
I did.
Everybody's talking about Kansas City. Everybody's talking about Jacksonville. Everybody's talking about Miami. All the Bills have done the last 3 games is drop 38 on the Raiders, 37 on the Commanders, and 48 on the Miami Dolphins. And now they go across the pond to play the Jaguars in London at 6:30 a.m. We'll all be up for that game to watch Josh Allen against Trevor Lawrence. The Buffalo Bills, my team of the week, they are coming. They are still a factor in the AFC. And they look like, similar to the 49ers, that the only goal, the only thing that matters to them is getting to Las Vegas and winning the Super Bowl. They have that type of hunger up there in, what is it, Eastern New York? Western New York? Western
Orchard
New York.
Park.
It's close in Orchard Park, New York, but it's Western New York, I believe, right there by Toronto. So my team of the week, Buffalo. What you got, Lubman?
I was going to take Buffalo, but you know what? Because I don't like to double up, I'm going to give Team of the Week honors to the Denver Broncos. Congratulations. You got your win for the year. Very proud of you guys, and we'll wait till next year for when you get your next one.
Hey, they did come back from a 28-7 deficit. They could have quit on Sean Payton. They get credit for that, Shasky.
The win that turns it all around.
Hey, and they're wearing some white snowcap helmets this week, and they host the New York Jets. We know there's a lot of talking going on in that game. Laughing stock of the week, Shasky. Who's your laughing stock of the week?
It's pretty simple. It's Mac Jones. Look, we could have been wrong.
Oh, the
dead
Patriots.
wrong. We could have been dead wrong. No, it's just Mac Jones.
Oh, you're not even going.
It's just Mac Jones.
It's just Mac Jones.
Okay,
All right.
we could have been dead wrong, and we are dead wrong about Trey Lance. But one thing I was 100% right about is there's no way in hell you're trading 3 picks for Mac Jones. Mac Jones, a losing record right now in the NFL, 17-18, more turnovers than touchdowns, and was benched for Zappy Bailey or whatever the hell his name is. All right, he's gonna get the greatest coach of all time fired.
Wow.
Mac Jones.
Mac Jones. Mac Jones. Laughing stock of the week. My laughing stock of the week is the New York Giants offensive line on Monday Night Football. We were subjected to that mess. They gave up 10 sacks to the Seattle Seahawks. 10 sacks. I think Seattle was 21st in sacks going into that game. They catapulted up to 5th, or they're 5th in the league now in sacks, I believe. 10 sacks? The offensive line of the New York Giants, you're a joke right now. You're going to get your franchise quarterback killed. Lubman, go ahead, finish it up. Laughing stock of the week, and then quickly, game of the week and overreaction.
Yeah, so my laughing stock of the week, I'm gonna make this one in honor of our board op, Joe Spadoni. It's Josh McDaniels and the Las Vegas Raiders. Everyone's piling on him, and he just, like Spadoni, he is so up to beyond here with Josh McDaniels. And just in classic Raiders fashion, a new coach, no direction, new city, same old Raiders.
Game of the week. Game of the week.
Nobody's going to take this one, but I'm going to take it because I watched the entirety of it for fantasy implications. Rams Colts overtime thriller?
Good. That was a good game.
First off, I like Anthony Richardson.
Yeah.
I just, hearing everything about him, his backstory, how much he cares. The guy's damn near sleeping at the facility. Obviously, he's gotten hurt in a couple of these games early on. I think there's a player in there. They're doing this without Jonathan Taylor. I'm really loving what Shane Steichen has done, not only with Jalen Hurts, but now what he's doing with a young Anthony Richardson. And I'm telling you, this Nakua is an absolute baller. I don't like the Rams. I don't like McVay, but I enjoy the hell out of watching Nakua. And that, to me, 29-23, that overtime thriller was the game of the week for me.
Jonathan Vilma was on the call for that one. Kenny Albert. My game of the week is Philadelphia. Philadelphia and the Commanders. Commanders came out and hit them in the mouth. Up 17-7, up 17-10 at the half. They score in the last play of regulation. Terry McLaurin, 8 catches, 86 yards. But at overtime, Philadelphia is showing that grit. Their team is really good. Their fans are not. But their team, Jalen Hurts, 319 yards, 2 touchdowns. A.J. Brown, 9 catches, 175, including the 59-yarder. That was the game of the week. A nice NFC East battle between the Commanders and the Eagles survived to improve to 4-0. That is my game of the week. Lubman, what you got?
I'm going to give my game of the week honors to Chiefs-Jets, only because I thought some interesting storylines could be developing there. Patrick Mahomes, clearly without all of his receivers, could be an interesting year for the Chiefs. And also the Jets, they showed a lot of fight there in a season that got off to a very bad start. I want to see if the Jets can maybe build on that. No moral victories in the NFL. But Jets, they got as close to one as you could maybe allowably get.
All right, there it is. Game, your overreaction of the week as we wrap this up.
My overreaction of the week is I count 6 coaches that are already done. 6. This is overreaction, all right?
I know.
Let me start. Josh McDaniels, done. Bill Belichick, done. Mike Tomlin, done. Dare I say Dennis Allen and Eberflus, done. And Sean Payton, although he's on the hook for millions and millions and millions of dollars, I mean, he's done too.
Wow. Done. My overreaction.
Honestly, though, 5 of those guys will get fired.
My overreaction of the week. DeMeco Ryans will lead the Houston Texans to the AFC South crown. That's my overreaction. Don't know. Something's up with Jacksonville. They've got 2 straight London games. My
did we crown them
overreaction.
too early?
Maybe. My overreaction. The Houston Texans will be the AFC South divisional champions.
I forgot to add Brandon Staley. He's also done.
Yeah, he is done.
So 6-7 teams done. Done.
Brandon Staley's
Like their coach is gone.
Brandon Staley's
gone.
It's laughable. Love it. What's your overreaction of the week as we wrap this up?
I'm going to stay in New York, guys. I believe that Zach Wilson, he is not a lost cause. If the O-line could just give him a little bit of time, a little bit of protection, I want to see this kid bounce back and lead the Jets to a respectable season. They're 1-3, so playoffs might be a little bit difficult for them to get to. But Zach, I want to see him lead the Jets team to a respectable season. Put a little bit more, a little credibility on his name.
I like this beat on prime time as we wrap up our overreactions of the week.
I don't think Zach Wilson's done. Like, I know everyone thinks he's done, and honestly, if he wins 7 or 8 games, of course they're going to let obviously Aaron Rodgers come back. But like, we act like his career is over. I thought Baker Mayfield's career was over multiple times. Now Baker's highs have been much higher than anything Zach Wilson's done. But you could see like the guy can make some plays out there.
The Jets going to go into Denver and win that game?
Did you watch that Bears-Denver game? Even portions of it?
I did watch.
You win. No. You win.
No, Matt Eberflus is
you
done.
Choke it away. No. You choke it away.
Matt Eberflus is done.
Matt Eberflus. See ya, bud.
Done. Let's go to TC up in Sac. TC, my man, what's happening?
Bonte, Joe, what's up, bros?
What's up, baby? Well, top of the morning.
Just, top of the morning, just keep it at 100, man, and feeling good. First and foremost, let's get to the bread and meat, bro. Let's keep it simple. Check it out. The Niners they're doing good, bro, but they've been doing this for the last few seasons. I'm not about doom and gloom, but I'm about just spitting the real. Let's get past the fairy tale BS, bro. Like, they have to win a Super Bowl. Brock's doing good. Kyle's staying out of his way, calling plays. CMC's looking good. Bosa needs to get sacked. Just on a serious note, the Niners have to win it all, bro, to be judged. They're not going to be judged by a fairy tale. Brock Purdy did good this season. NFC Championship knocked out. None of that, bro. They have to win a Super Bowl to be judged. Other than that, bro, it's going to be a failure. This whole fairy tale about the season is good. I'm with all that. They're doing good. I'm with it. Diehard Niner fan, they're doing good, bro. But they need to be judged by winning it all. Not going to the NFC or Brock's falling.
I love you, TC.
You need to hit some THC.
No.
And you need to relax.
You know what, though?
They're 4-0.
Go ahead, TC.
No, listen, Joe. No, I don't, Joe. I'm fine. I'm sober. I'm at work. I'm doing good, bro. That's on another note. I'm just being honest. You know what I'm saying? The fairy tale BS has to be out the water. They're having a good season. I'm not taking anything about that, bro. But at the end of the day, they need to win a Super Bowl, bro. If they get knocked out in the playoffs, it's for nothing. I'm just keeping it simple. That's all.
You know what? If they do get knocked out before the Super Bowl, that would be a massive disappointment. That's why it is Super Bowl or bust. There's no doubt.
Okay.
It's not, and that's not even being negative.
Can we wait till they lose a game?
Yeah, but that's not even being negative.
Come down the road with that.
That's not even being negative, though.
Right.
The end goal here, we're going to enjoy every single week. We're going to enjoy McCaffrey winning Offensive Player of the Week, Offensive Player of the Month. We're going to enjoy Brock Purdy going 20-21 for 283.
Yeah.
But down the line in January,
all right. It's October.
It is October.
Okay. You just
down the line in
screamed
January.
at me about CMC
No.
MVP
talk.
talk.
I'm just because that's ridiculous. And TC, that is ridiculous. We're talking about MVPs in October.
No, I'm saying you can set yourself
Let's
up.
get out of September. But to TC's point, he's taking a long view.
Have you ever cooked anything? You got to prep the meal before you go to actually cook.
I agree.
That's what I'm doing
How's
right
that meal
now.
going to be cooked in January?
Before I pull the turkey out of the oven, you got to baste it a little. And I'm trying to baste my man CMC.
If CMC wins the MVP, you're going to run around with the victory lap?
Well, I mean, we may repost some of our, we should trade for CMC stuff. But I wanted to ask you one thing before we get out of here. Just a brief aside.
I don't know what was funny.
Home field advantage feels like it's not that it's gone away, but I'm going into an environment that is rabid and unbelievable, and I'm an opposing team and opposing fan. It seems to be dwindling in the modern era of new NFL, NBA, and Major League Baseball venues. It doesn't feel like home field advantage and a craziness, an edge. I'm talking about an edge. It feels like it's slowly dying. Not that it doesn't exist. When I watch Citizens Bank Park, and I know we don't like Philadelphia, I get it. But there's one thing I envy about them. That baseball stadium, when I watch it on television, I'm jealous. Because when I see it, it goes off. And I wanted to get Matt Hegan in here because I've never been to a game at Citizens Bank.
I've been there. You know what? No.
It's one of the last true home field advantages.
In the playoffs, Oracle Park is a vibe.
What?
Oracle Park is a vibe.
I'm not saying it isn't. I'm just saying right now, when you see the Rays have 19,000 at their stadium, okay, and I look around and Dodger Stadium's always a late arriving crowd. I'm just saying, I respect what I see at Citizens Bank. I'm just keeping it real. And as a baseball lifer and as a lover of the game, I'm jealous of the atmosphere I see. That's all.
Ain't nothing in Philadelphia.
And I agree. Look,
nothing in Philadelphia is going to make me jealous. We live in San Francisco.
Matt, get in there.
Even people in Philadelphia have moved out of Philadelphia.
I think I agree we need to get to Fast Five.
Dude, it's a cool environment.
It's funny. TC's going off. TC's going off about the call. And I see it coming on YouTube, even though I haven't even paid attention. And Ahmad Z, who's always got some shade, goes out of nowhere. Bonte is fat. My final thought is, how do you guys come up with some of these random comments on YouTube?
So mean.
Man. Oh, my God.
So mean.
Oh, man. 6 souls may break my bones, but words would never help. Hurt, I should say. So my final thought for a while.
I'm jealous of Citizens Bank Park. Matt, get in here and defend this, because you agree with me. When I watch it on television, I'm like, dude, that's really cool. I miss that kind of environment. I wish there were more stadiums like that. Oh, they got to pot them up. Start again.
It kills me to say, but they disrupt the game.
Absolutely. It's amazing.
I've seen it with CC Sabathia walking somebody and Brett Myers up to bat, fouling off 15 different pitches, and they went ballistic. He walked Brett Myers, the pitcher, and that ruined his entire game, and they beat the Brewers and went on to go to the World Series.
They catcalled Tim Lincecum when he had the long hair. They kept doing a woo, woo. Remember that? Over and over. And I got it. It's creative.
See, they don't get credit because they don't even go to the games until October. They don't care about the Phillies in Philadelphia. They care about the Eagles and the Sixers and the Flyers.
From afar.
I don't respect anything in Philadelphia. I respect their teams. I don't respect anything with that fan base. Screw the 215 and screw Philadelphia. Yeah, I said it, Matt Steinmetz. I'll never show love to that city ever again. Better hope I never go back there. Screw Philadelphia. The only thing that's good about Philadelphia is Reading Terminal and Mitchell and Nestor. That's it.
Reading Terminal's pretty sweet. Oh, there's
I'm
more
not giving them credit for anything.
The Liberty Bell. It's where our country was founded.
They don't get any credit for me ever again.
Come on.
Go ahead, Lubman.
My final thought is just been thinking a lot about that presser yesterday, and I don't understand the logic of giving Farhan one more year to make a bunch of moves that we know aren't going to come through, and then whoever comes in next is going to have to clean up his mess, and it sets up a very bad situation where the next few years of Giants baseball are going to be a lot like these last 2 years, and I'm not about that.
Like Kevin Durant saying to his mother, "You the real MVP." Bonte, Sam Lubman, Mark Willard, y'all the real MVP from yesterday's presser.
We just asked questions. He answered them, and he answered them in a way that left me uninspired about the Giants moving into the future. But I do feel good about Niners and Cowboys. We'll continue to roll Jerry Rice tomorrow at 8 a.m. The GOAT, Jerry Rice, 8 a.m., plus many, many more as we get ramped up for Niners and Cowboys. That's coming up tomorrow. But in the meantime, that was Fast Five, brought to you by Xfinity, the next generation 10G network only from Xfinity. The future starts now with Steiny and Guru.
This is Matt Coker from West Coast Men's Health.
brings the passion.
For what? I want to know now. I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have a great point. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is wow. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job. And together, they're Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
All righty, Mets, Mets. Daryl the Guru Johnson. Wednesday
back.
in the Bay.
You good?
I'm good. Flu-like symptoms.
Theraflu? Did you take Theraflu?
I just got a lot of sleep.
Boy.
Got a lot of sleep.
Well, good to have you back.
Cowboys, Niners.
Yeah.
Is there anything more that needs to be said? Sunday, 5:20, Levi Stadium. Should be a great game, and I'm looking forward to it. The whole league, it's this game. This is one of those games that the whole league will be watching.
No doubt about it.
Every player on every team will probably be watching this game to see how for real these teams are.
And you always fight me about the slots, the time slots, and the prestige that goes with Sunday night, Monday, Thursday. Steiny, I'm sorry. Monday Night Football has not been the same since turn off the lights, the party's over. So Sunday Night Football is the spot with Collinsworth and our guy Pigpen. So
I don't know who that is.
Tarico, but he shaved his
Why do you call him Pigpen?
Because he used to hang on to the hair, but he went bald now, but I used to call him Pigpen. But this is Sunday night, Steiny. Let's go. And the Niners are in a mental place to where you're going to get mad. I feel like they're playing with house money. They've ended the Cowboy season 2 years in a row. They're Billy Badass right now. Let's just say they slipped up. Nobody's going to come in here Monday and be like, oh, God, it's over. What are we going to do? So, to me, they got that Dallas doesn't have. And we'll play some sound from Jerry Jones saying, Steiny, Steiny, the Super Bowl's going through the 49ers. He said that.
Would you want to hear the real Jerry Jones?
Yes.
How about we hear the real Jerry?
They are right now probably the most likely team to go in the Super Bowl.
Wow.
And but in order for them to get there, they've got to go by us, hopefully 2 times, if that's the way it falls in the playoffs. And we're in the playoffs, of course. But the bottom line is that you're playing the best. This is certainly you don't need the game to tell you that you're playing the best, but you need the game to show you how you stack up against the best.
Jerry Jones, owner of the San Francisco 49ers, courtesy of 105 The Fan.
What a compliment. I don't think that's reverse devil tongue. People have identified right now that this Niner team going along with last year, Steiny, they are for real.
I think that here's what this game means to me. If the Niners win the game, which I figure, and this is one of those where I'll say it before, if they win by 1 point, if they win by 20, to me, they're still going to be at the top 1 or 2 teams,
right?
Because the Cowboys are good. So I know
nobody's not saying they are.
I'm just saying that I know a lot of people want perfection and 30-7. Look, if the Niners get out of Sunday night with a win, that's all that matters. And if they win against the Dallas Cowboys, I think we can all say they're one of the top 2 or 3 teams in the NFL. And they probably are if they lose. But if they do get beat by the Cowboys, I mean, we will have seen something that we haven't really seen, and that would be Brock Purdy starting at quarterback and losing a game that he played in essentially the whole game. So the one thing I've been wondering, and this is where you're right, Goo, about last year in the Eagles NFC championship game. I need to see, because you're right, Purdy goes out, the game's over. I mean, I need somebody to show me.
Talk to me.
They need to show me that they can play with the 49ers.
That's wow.
Like it's to the point now where I got to see somebody who can compete with him, because it doesn't feel right now like there are many teams in their league.
Are we dismissing the Rams a few weeks ago, which kind of all shocked a lot of people? Like, I put respect on the Rams' names, Steiny. That was a close game. And I guess I got to be careful, and you're not doing it, pointing out that how badass the Niners are, but the questions now is time goes by and I just focus about this team, the Niners, this season, Dallas, this Niner defense. That 99-yard drive by the Arizona Cardinals, Steiny, would be Exhibit A on loop if I were an opposing offensive coordinator on how to attack this Niner team, how to keep this, this juggernaut of an offense on the sideline. Like, that's what I'm watching. But to that point, and here I go, Evan, I hate to do this to everybody. I didn't wake up with this thought, and the boss is going to be like, it's Cowboys week. It is. But if the Niners kick Dallas's ass, which I think is on the table, I don't know if they're going to lose a game. I'm going to go LeVar Ball. If we come in here Monday and they just trounce Dallas, Steiny, it's Philly or bust in regard to, I don't know if we're going to see a team beat them in the regular season. That's where I'm at, because I'm watching
Miami
all the
Dolphins?
football. Okay.
21-0.
What about the Eagles?
49ers going to go 17. They have the bye. 20-0.
I'm just saying that's where I'm at with this team. But defensively, can Dallas, they got the offensive line. They run the ball. They got, Steiny, they need this game for their psyche, man.
Oh, they are, and they've had this game circled.
I hate this.
Oh, they've had it circled, Goo.
Well,
they're going to get the Cowboys'
because they lost
best
to
effort.
them 2 times
That's
in a row
right.
in the playoffs.
That's right.
Circle all you want. Tic-tac-toe.
Because they know that they gotta figure out a way to beat the Niners if they're going to go to the Super Bowl. There's no doubt about it. Okay, so I have a question for 49er. I've been thinking about this for a while. I have a question for 49er fans. And I was thinking, I knew the way I was going to ask the question. And I thought to myself, some people think you're negative. And I realized that the mere question I'm going to ask
where are you going?
Is probably, it will sound negative. But it's not. I'm simply throwing this out there as a topic of conversation and see what y'all think about it. So, we always talk about the weaponry of the San Francisco 49ers.
Before McCaffrey.
And I mess around with you a little bit and say this and that. But let's give it to the Niners right now. They've got the most diverse weaponry in the league.
Go ahead.
All right, they got the best total package of weapons. And if they don't, it's top couple, right? We got McCaffrey, we got Kittle, we got Ayuk, we got Debo. Those are incredible weapons. And Kyle Shanahan, would like to utilize them all.
All right.
So explain to me this, 49er fans, 888-957-9570. If the 49ers have more weapons than any other team on offense, or as many weapons as any other team on offense, why is Christian McCaffrey the most used running back in the NFL? Christian McCaffrey is responsible for 48% of the 49ers' touches this year. In other words, when you spread out all the touches among all the weapons, McCaffrey has been involved in 48% of those plays. That's a lot.
No, but he's a badass.
I know. But
before he got here and when he got here.
Okay, so
what's your big I'm just asking because
my thing is
I go Steph Curry.
Things.
I go Marshall Faulk in the Rams offense where they had Torrey Holt and Isaac Bruce. Steiny, you start with your guy. He's the Steph Curry of the offense since he's been here.
He's on pace to touch the ball more than he ever has in any year in his career. Other than, or even surpassing 4 years ago when he was 23.
All right.
He had, he's on pace for 420 touches this year.
God, he's a bad dude.
He is. But why wouldn't you spread it out more if the goal is to win a Super Bowl, be healthy when that game counts. Listen to some of these. Just tell me what you think of it. These are guys. Derrick Henry
finally had one good game.
46%. He touches the ball 46% of the time. That's not even as much as McCaffrey.
Okay.
DeAndre Swift, the Eagles running back, 30%. Your guy Darryl Pollard, 37%.
Tony, yeah.
So I got
an answer.
What?
They're scoring 30 when they get out of bed because of his impact. So why would you go away?
Because he can't hold up.
Okay, well,
he might not be able to hold up 25. He is touching the ball. He will get more usage this year than at any other year in his career. That's the pace he's on now.
Okay, but what if I told you, Steiny, we're both parents, you can't condemn your kid for not getting in the trouble that you think if they're showing a pattern that they're gonna get in. You can't come down the road until it happens. So right now, I'm with you, but you can't predict the future unless something happened yesterday while you were off. Steiny, it's a match made in heaven. It's unstoppable. He right now in this offense is unstoppable. So to me, why would you do anything different if he's got high usage. I get your proceed with caution. Why would you go away from that?
Almost 50% of the time. 50% of the time, McCaffrey is touching the ball on offense.
They have no answer for him, Steiny.
Not yet. Not yet, defenses.
So does that give you the 50%? Like,
no.
Some might be
too much. It's too much. Again, there's an incongruity here that I'd like explained to me. How can you have the most diverse set of weapons, but you're using one guy more than any other guy in the league? Christian McCaffrey on a team that has a great tight end, a great receiver, a great all-purpose guy in Deebo Samuel. You got a quarterback who hasn't lost a game yet. I'm just curious, as that would be something. If I'm Kyle Shanahan, I'm sorry, I'm thinking about the long game. And maybe this isn't the plan to have him carry it and touch it this much over the course of the season. Maybe they're setting him up maybe they're giving him the ball to set up other players down the line. But I think among 49er fans, that's probably the biggest worry. More than Brock Purdy now. I think Christian McCaffrey's workload, to me, would be the biggest issue.
Now,
more than Brock Purdy.
This is a 180 from you because you were mocking me, saying, "Goo, it's football. You know, they're football players. They play." And now you're here.
This is different. We were talking about if a guy's hurt, should he play or not? No. Or you're up 4 touchdowns in the fourth quarter. Why is a guy in the game? This is more your basic offense.
Overusage is what you're.
That's what I'm. Yeah, that's what I'd be worried about. A little bit of overusage from McCaffrey. That's all. I mean, Evan and I were just going over some numbers.
He's a bad dude, man.
Do
you think other Niner offensive players are thinking that way? Do you think behind closed doors, Brandon Ayuk is like, damn, coach, Deebo Samuel, George Kittle, who we all give credit to for being team players, especially Kittle. But, he was the flavor of the month last year when Purdy kind of took over, 6 or 7 touchdowns, I believe, if not more. But he's been quiet. I know it's 4 games. You got me thinking now, not negative, not them being negative, but is Ayuk like, damn, coach?
I don't think so.
4 touchdowns last week. Like, are we over? I'm just wondering because now you got me open. You got me thinking like that.
And in fairness to Shanahan and the 49ers, they were like, it seemed apparent Deebo wasn't 100%.
Oh, he
last night or last game, so they didn't play him a lot. And Ayuk missed the game, so maybe those, that's why he's gotten a few. More touches those last 2 games. It's nothing I'm criticizing.
You're getting a lot
Kyle
of support
Shanahan
on the Comcast Business text line.
It's just
Kyle runs guys into the ground.
Who said that?
415.
The funny thing is if there's anybody who can handle it, it'd be McCaffrey.
Until he gets hurt, you're going to be one of the. But Steiny, I'm turning into the black Steiny. You always So it's football. Guys are going to get hurt if their usage rate was 12%. But are you going to be one of them? I told you so.
Yeah.
If McCaffrey, because it could be fluke.
Yes.
But then if it's Ayuk, it ain't going to be, it'll be, we could say, oh, it was fluke then because he ain't being overused.
I don't care if it's a fluke or not. The bottom line is the more you touch the football in football, the more likely you are to get hurt.
I wonder how he would answer that.
Who?
Kyle.
Well, you know what? I think the 408 on the Comcast Business text line, I think this is a little bit truthful, or there's some merit to this. 408 says, I think Kyle's riding the hot hand right now. I do. I think, and that's, I think you can have a strategy over the course of a season. You establish McCaffrey the first 4 games. Then what are defenses going to try to do? They're going to try to stop McCaffrey.
That's what Dallas is going to do.
And that's when you'll open it up to the other guys. And maybe that's what's going to happen. Maybe McCaffrey doesn't have a great game, but other guys have a great game because they took McCaffrey away. But taking McCaffrey away it's not it's easier said than done.
Yeah, Dallas is the only, Philly, but Dallas is the only other team to do it in that playoff game, Stoney. It was the last time they were held under 30. It was 19-12.
Yep.
It was a great defensive battle, and we'll see. But they are going to be without Trayvon Diggs. But get this. I was listening to Bonta and Shasky this morning. Debo still ginger, Stoney. Those ribs and knee, Ayuk so health as well. So I cannot wait for this game Sunday. I sent, I know you probably didn't read it, the old picture of Tom Landry before a game. I think it was the 81 NFC Championship game.
Okay.
Him and the great Bill Walsh talking, like those are goats, talking before the game. And, just all that nostalgia with these matchups, the uniforms, like I'm all in. And I do got some trivia for you.
Oh.
I got trivia for you and Evan.
Well, we'll
not now.
10:30.
Okay, and then I got one specifically just for you.
Oh.
That I think you won't get because Evan already knows the answer because it's called, you didn't listen to the show yesterday, Well, you were asleep.
No.
You telling the truth? Because if you guess it, then I'm going to be like you were listening.
No, I was not listening yesterday.
We'll do it 10:30.
Sorry about that. Matt's in San Rafael. What's up, Matt? How you doing?
I'm doing well. So I need to preface this by saying that I lean a little bit the way Steiny is, in that I'm a little leery of using McCaffrey as much as they are. That said, I don't think it's fair to compare running back usage to wide receiver usage. If a wide receiver gets 10 targets in a game, it is a huge game. If a back gets 10 carries, it's a moderate to low production game. And you got to add the fact that McCaffrey is basically another wide receiver. So you have a 3-down back that, in effect, plays 2 roles. He's going to get a lot of touches.
Right.
That said, I want them to, I think Mitchell being hurt played a role last week. I don't think they trust Mason the way they do Mitchell. But
Debo was hurt.
The thing is, Kyle does, he breaks his toys.
Wow, that's a walk-off.
Let's cut that, please.
Trey Lance on line 1.
That's
wow.
interesting.
We talk about all the running backs that get hurt that have gotten hurt. Mostert, Breida.
The other thing is
Mitchell.
Elijah Mitchell's still not healthy.
I just don't understand a guy that ain't getting the rock much. But what did you say? 2-7. Those were the amount of touches in totality just last week. Like if Dallas. A more vicious defense than Arizona, Steiny, maybe that is over. I don't know. I just hate that you got me thinking about that. But it is football, and I just hate, Steiny, you're not going to take a victory lap because you don't want to be right, see anybody get hurt. But I just hate the fact that some people may say, oh, I told you so, he got hurt. He's their best player. That's why he's getting the ball.
Yeah.
And they're not 27 handoffs. You know what I'm saying? He's catching it out the flat.
Yeah. I mean, all I'm saying is I'm not saying that I'm being critical of Kyle Shanahan. They're 4-0. McCaffrey's probably the MVP right now, if anybody cares about that kind of thing. And I just started thinking about how big McCaffrey is to this team, and yet we've touted their variety of weapons time and time and time again.
No doubt about it.
So no team, this is the only thing. No team has the weapons of the San Francisco 49ers. No team's got the array of weapons that San Francisco 49ers have. If you believe that, then my only question is, then why would you have McCaffrey carrying all this load when you kind of pride yourself on spreading the ball around and letting everybody kind of touch it? And that way everybody gets involved, and then maybe McCaffrey just a little less wear and tear. Hey, look, the 49ers are 4-0. All right? I'm not saying this is a huge issue, but I do think, I was just thinking about the Niners and thinking, well, what's your biggest concern right now with the 49ers? And obviously what always comes up is injury.
For every team,
but I'm not going to go to injury. Okay, that's the point. If injury is your biggest worry, why would you have Christian McCaffrey having the ball this much? That's all I'm asking. 888-957-9570 is the number. Steiny, they do really have an array. They're making it look easy to be undefeated because nobody can McCaffrey. Okay. No, I listen. He's absolutely, positively, probably the best back in football right now.
No doubt.
Or at least having more production than anybody else. Just thinking down the road. It's a long season. That's all.
I'll tell you what. He's on his way. To me, it's early, but it's late early. He is on his way to be the first non-quarterback MVP in the NFL since 2012. Can you name that player?
Tomlinson.
Huh?
Tomlinson?
That's a hell of a guess. No, it's Adrian Peterson. That's a hell of a guess by you, Adrian Peterson, all day.
I mean, he's probably retired by then.
But still, that was a hell of a guess.
You know what?
He had LT on the mind.
I get those two mixed up.
So you meant to say Adrian?
No,
oh, okay.
No, I meant to say who I said.
Hey, so real quick, it's Dallas week. Tell me if I'm being wrong, because you know I'm a nerd.
Okay.
These are two of my top 5 most storied franchises in the NFL. There's no argument about it. Tell me, I got Dallas. Here I go. Dallas. The Niners.
Number 2.
Green Bay.
Number 3.
Pittsburgh.
Number 4.
And at number 5.
Number 5.
I get so proud of myself in time for coming up with the Raiders. Those are the 5 top.
Capitulated to everybody.
Who's laughing?
I am.
But who? The Raiders, Steelers, Packers, Niners, and Dallas. Who would you take out? What am I missing?
And the Lions are a storied franchise. What about the Bears? The Chicago Bears. This is what I mean.
New England.
This is when we are we're so egocentric
on line 1.
We're so egocentric. What about the Washington football team? Like, they have a history. The Dolphins. The Miami Dolphins
that's my top
are a
5.
legacy
Give me your
type
top
team.
5.
I can't, because I don't. What's a more storied franchise, the 49ers or the Bears? Flip a coin. Come on.
Well, now you get me mad.
What's
your list? This is my list.
I'll try to do a list during the break. 888-957-9570 is the number. Steiny and Guru with you. And we're talking about the San Francisco 49ers and the Dallas Cowboys Sunday night, 5:20. 5:20.
Okay, wait.
National TV. Boy, you're going to be just a lump on Sunday.
No, I've been through this roller coaster ride 2 years. We had Michael Irvin on the Friday when we were doing Pandemic Radio, and the boss surprised me and we had him on. I know what's going to happen Sunday. I know what's going to happen.
I said you're going to be a lump on Sunday, meaning like a lump on a couch.
No, I'm going to the game. Oh, yeah.
Oh, you are?
Yeah, I told you I've treated myself.
Nice. Yeah. That's right. I forgot. Okay, so you're not going to be watching 3 or 4 games at your house.
No.
All right, you're going to be up and at 'em. All right, good for you, Goo.
I won't be out there yet. Medicine.
888-957-9574. If you're worried about Brock Purdy and you need something to worry about, has Christian McCaffrey's workload now gone to number 1 on the worry list? 888-957-9570. And also, I heard the morning show talking about just the Cowboys and their aura. You know, it's funny. Here's where, growing up in outside Philadelphia, look, let's have common ground here, Niner fans. We all hate the Cowboys. All right, that segment was brought to you by Flag and Anthem.
Brought to you by Flag and Anthem. Premium clothes without the premium price tag.
It's officially fall here in the bag. And what better way to welcome the change of seasons from Flag and Anthem? They make the best flannels. Plus, they work with our boy.
by First NorCal Credit Union, the smart choice for low auto loan rates and super simple online application process.
I'm turning into the Black Steiny.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Steiny Guru with you on 95.7 The Game. Cowboys.
Yeah.
Cowboys, Niners. All right, so let me just, not that I need to do this, but I will.
Oh,
just because this week,
it's a big week.
Yeah, this week we galvanize all fans.
Okay.
When was the catch? 1981, right?
Yes, sir. I'll never forget it.
Must have been January, probably.
Yeah.
Okay.
At the stick.
So I'm a junior in high school. I know I've dated myself, but everybody knows I just had a birthday. They know I'm a fossil.
Dude, you look great.
1981. How about this? I'm outside Philadelphia. I'm an Eagles fan growing up.
Cut that.
I was at dinner with my mom and dad. Just the three of us. My sister wasn't there because she was in college. My brother, he was never around. And he wouldn't have come to the dinner if my parents invited him anyway. Now, that's another story entirely. So there I was at a restaurant, a place called the YR in West Reading, Pennsylvania. And I'm eating dinner with my parents, and there was a TV above the bar, and it had the San Francisco 49ers Cowboys game.
Come on, man.
And I didn't know anything very little about the 49ers at that point, just that they were in this game with the Cowboys. And I just remember, I know exactly where I was when Dwight Clark caught Joe Montana's pass. I was in West Reading at the YR Club. It was in 11th grade. I was getting ready to blossom.
So you were
as a
rooting
person
for the
and
Niners.
as a player.
Yeah.
Oh my God, I was
you
rooting
were
for the
Eagles.
Niners.
You hated Dallas.
I hated Roger Staubach.
How?
It's
Mr.
easy.
Navy?
The only thing I liked about Staubach was he went to the Naval Academy.
All right.
And I've always had a soft spot for the Naval Academy because I know some people that went there. Where were you? 888-957-9570. Anybody else remember where they were for the catch? You got to.
No, there's no doubt.
You got to.
Evan wasn't even here on Earth.
No.
I hate him.
And 49er fans, you got to be impressed that I do remember that.
All right, let me give you mine.
And here's what I also remember. Right. Dallas driving at the end of the game.
People don't talk about it. Pearson's.
Oh, it's 82. It was the 82 year, the 81 season.
Yeah, it's 1981.
You know what? I'm sorry.
You were a senior?
I was a senior. I'd already come into my own.
Oh,
God,
boy.
Come to think of it, I was just finishing up a hell of a senior season at Holy Name High School.
Look at you.
D3.
You forgot you made me forget.
Well, you got trivia.
Oh, yeah, here we go. No, I was going to tell you where I was at.
Oh, go ahead.
All right, so at this juncture, I was a spoiled Cowboy fan because they had gone to the Super Bowl against the Steelers. We expected in the Johnson household, and it started from Norm. I followed him. So Dallas was up in the game, and Daisy said, "Son, what do you want?" Like it was early we jinxed it, celebrate. I go, lasagna. So in the oven in Union City, lasagna is baking, and we just assume this cute little story, the Niners, it ain't going to pop off. And Steiny, I cried myself to sleep after the game when the catch. But then Drew Pearson, people forget.
You were old enough to remember,
he almost scored after that. Danny White hit him on a post route. He almost took it to the house, and he got caught. But that was the birth of a dynasty. It was the birth of the Niners dynasty.
Yep.
And Bill Walsh and this West Coast offense. And I don't know if you know this now. People won't care. Mike McCarthy's running the Texas Coast offense.
Oh.
It's the West Coast offense, but they call it Texas Coast. He ain't no Bill Walsh or Kyle Shanahan.
415 saying January 10th, 1982.
Wow.
Yeah. That puts me 2 weeks away from my biggest high school basketball game in my life. It's early February.
You got me thinking about the prom. Did you go to your prom?
Prom was like May.
Yeah, did you go?
Of course. Yeah, Nori Frank.
What'd you guys do after?
Still keep in touch with her. There were after parties and stuff. Nothing, Dude, I was an L7. An L7, bro.
Hey, so you drove your parents' car? How'd you got?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure.
I crashed on the Bay Bridge.
No, you didn't.
Yeah,
Your prom night?
March 7. Yep. Nice white one. Dude, I've had some bad luck on big nights.
Well, you didn't have as bad a game or bad luck as I did when I went 2 for 11 against Reading High in the county championship.
That's why you hate choke, the word.
I didn't choke. They just...
You were 2 of 11.
That's right.
Steiny Starks.
Shut me down.
But 2 of 11 is your off.
I was terrible.
Get some of your teammates.
I was
we'll
terrible.
Talk to them. They'll be like,
I couldn't do anything.
Choke.
I couldn't get anything going.
Against the brothers?
Of course.
They locked you up, huh?
They did that game. I had 29 against them the game before, so they were coming.
Then you really choked. If you gave them
any of it,
if you gave them the business.
We played them 3 times. First game I had 29, we lost.
Okay. Who cares?
Second game I had 16, we won. And then we played them for all the marbles, and I was 2 for 11. We lost 55-40.
Man.
But I don't remember much about it. Only that Alan Tyson hit me in the stomach on my first shot of the game.
Wow. And you get mad at Clay. Yeah.
Anyway.
Kobe.
Trivia?
Oh, here we go. Yeah. This is for you and Evan with his little smart ass. I'm going to get you guys. I got it. I think you, hold on. You know, I need my, let me get it.
I know why.
I'm bringing it. Okay. This is the current season right now. You don't know what it is. All right. Here we go, Evan. Give me a second, baby. I know the boss is like, So these teams right here, the top 5 teams.
Storied franchises?
That have scored the most, over 50% in the red zone this season. I want to see if you and Evan can guess it. Okay? Hold on.
Are the 49ers one of them?
Well, I'm going to give you your crack at it, Evan, but don't ruin the bit. Hold on. All right, here we go. All right, I got it. Okay.
Niners.
Come on.
Well, that's the easiest guess. They're 4-0.
All right.
And you know who my next guess is going to be?
Philly.
No, the Miami Dolphins.
Evan got one right.
Okay, what about the Dolphins?
You're right.
All right.
Well, this is not as difficult as I thought it was going to be.
Now, I'd say the Cowboys.
And but you got it right.
What?
Over 50% of their times in the red zone. So a field goal counts, not a touchdown.
That's got to be more than 5 teams in.
No, I'm giving you the top 5.
How come you come in here all year?
Oh, the top 5. I got you.
How come you've come in here all year long saying the Cowboys have a red zone problem?
Well, Steiny, when you only get 3, that's a problem.
Still.
But for this activity, the 3 counts. Zone? Oh, 52%.
No, but what rank?
Oh, just said top 5. They're 3rd.
Wow.
Is Kellen Moore on the list?
And there you go. He got
Chargers.
it because he knew Chargers.
Chargers?
Yep.
There you go.
Did you guys got to give me more time to get ready?
What do you mean?
Because I had the percentages, the numbers. 54, 53, 52.
You teased it, though.
Yeah, I know. I wouldn't.
By the way, everybody talking about McCaffrey, I'm vindicated. Drew Down, my biggest critic on.
No, it's never go full Jeff as your biggest critic.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, but go ahead.
But Drew Down's up there on the YouTube chat. He said McCaffrey's workload is absolutely a topic. Thank you, Drew Down.
Not during Cowboy week when you're undefeated. Like, we got to talk about what this means. I don't think there's any. The Niners, to me, are in such a good space, partner. Yeah, you want to win the game. But I think everybody is on notice of how good this Niner team is. Now, are they going to win every game? The question to me is, when is Brock Purdy going to lose a regular season game? And that's why, Evan, I'm telling you guys, man, if we come in here Monday and they dismantle Dallas Sunday night, I just don't think it's far-fetched, and you don't want to get fat-headed for Niner fans to be like, when is somebody going to hang an L on us? I mean, that's where this thing is going. Okay, you got Philly, you got Baltimore, but Steiny, you got to be buttoned up to beat this Niner team. And you can't take – Dallas is at the bottom third of red zone conversions. So I don't know if that's button up. You got – I'm talking about touchdowns in the red zone, not field goals. So you got to come in here button up. But the one worry for me, and I keep telling you guys, and JD and I touched on it, Steiny, is that Niner defense. It is apparent. It's clear that it is not rolling like the offense is for the Niners.
Nope.
Who can exploit that?
But they're not as good offensively as the Niners, right? I mean, the Niners are one of the best offensive teams in football. Top 3 to 5, right?
But can we be honest?
Are the Cowboys? I just think the Niners, come on, the Niners offense is better than the Cowboys offense.
Oh, yeah, I thought you were saying the Niners offense compared to the Niners defense.
Oh, no.
But remember, it was equal, or the defense was greater, especially 2019. But now here comes McCaffrey.
The Cowboys, I do not think, can win a shootout.
Well,
do you?
They got CeeDee Lamb. They got Cooks. He ain't done nothing.
What would be, well, first of all, 888-957-9570. Yeah, I don't.
Dallas would have to win this 21-17.
Cowboys, exactly.
Yeah.
The Cowboys do not want to get into a shootout with the 49ers.
Right, no doubt about it. And that game last year in the divisional round, Dallas kept them to 19 points and had the ball in the red zone, and Dak went whack. 2 critical, crippling interceptions. So I'm going to call this the not Hargrave game. I'm being real, guys. Bosa can remind everybody, not that people have forgotten, but I sent out a tweet last night, and it had like 9 guys, top 10 guys in the league right now, Steiny, in sacks.
Okay.
Bosa's not on there.
No,
now, people are going to say, oh, there's a bunch of pressures. I get it, and they're doing that with Micah, but he was on that list. If Bosa were to use this game and this stage to maybe get 2 or 3 sacks, that would go a long way for him to get back into the Defensive Player of the Year conversation. Well, he's defending champ.
I don't like to talk about individual awards when we're talking about a team sport.
But you focused on McCaffrey's percentage and his usage rate.
That's right.
But they're unstoppable, so why would you go away from that? Because it's football, Steiny. You could get hurt.
Okay. Hey, listen, I'm not I just asked the question. I don't have a strong opinion.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, okay, then keep
you.
Keep doing it like you're doing it. That's all. You obviously, if he's going to have to withstand a long season anyway. But the point is, Christian McCaffrey's on a pace to touch the ball more this year than in any other year in his career. And is that an issue for you or not?
Well,
or do football players just play football? This isn't about load management, or this isn't about giving guys rest. I just feel like it's fair to ask if this is what you want. Do you want Christian McCaffrey? Christian McCaffrey is, here's the thing. Christian McCaffrey is a bigger part of the 49ers offense than any other player is in the league.
Oh, boy.
Period.
You got it.
That's just, those are facts.
Yeah, no doubt about it.
So
you're just like, give him a breather? You're playing with fire down the road. Because now I'm watching the games. Like, did he get up? Are they overworking him?
No, not negativity, 415. This is not at all. I'm asking you. There's no negativity, 415. Is this the way? Do you think it'll be this way the whole year? That McCaffrey will be this, he's
Steph Curry, the gravity.
Guys, he's involved in half the plays, essentially.
Okay.
He touches the ball on half the plays. Is that a recipe for going to the Super Bowl? It sure has been for 4 games. I'm not saying it hasn't. But is this the way it's gonna look?
Let's put a rat on the table.
This much of a factor. 888-957-9570.
Brought to you by Echo Pest Control. We'll get the pest of the month for September here. Shortly,
October?
September. We're in October. Just started.
Right. So what's the pest of the month in October?
I'm going to give you September's pest. We don't know yet. October just started.
Well, you got to pick a. Let me talk to Billy.
We got a meeting today, and they're going to give us the pest of the month for September.
But no, for October. It was like wasps last month, I think. Now, this is a problem.
Possums.
Do you know the date it's October 3rd, 4th, 5th?
Right. So
there's no pest of the month. It would be for last month.
Who cares what the pest of the month was in September? They're gone. They've been eradicated.
But how do you find out 5 days into the new month who
because on October 1st?
No, you take the data of a full month, 94 weeks.
But there's no data. You project
from September. You understand how that works. It's just like your paycheck, bud. You get paid for the previous.
This is the pest of the month. It just involves a guy saying, let's make it Bumblebee. On October 1st, what do you want the pest of the month to be in October? How about a Bumblebee?
No, see, now
let's do it.
They do that from the calls they get.
They may even know what the pest of the month is in December right now, in November. They probably are like, okay, you know what? Let's just get all these out of the way. How about November? We'll make it mole month. How about December? We'll make it fire ants.
I think you understand what I'm saying.
I actually don't. How can you have the pest of the month is, who's the pest of the month this month? Not last month.
But it's from last month's data.
What data?
From the calls that they went out to go to.
No chance. They're just making it up.
Oh, boy, you are just. Yeah, you tried to get me. I ain't gonna.
No, seriously. Yeah. Hold on. If we're going pet of the month on the data, pest of the month on the data.
These are from September house calls.
There's no chance rats aren't the pest of the month every single month.
Well, hey, we'll find out today on our call. Oh, boy.
Oh, gosh, that's funny. Well, what is it? Who are we on? As George Bush Jr. would say, who are we honoring today?
We got a call today.
Okay, so we're gonna
so tomorrow.
What was the August one?
I want to, and I think you got it. Wasp, I believe. Okay. Yeah, it was a combo. It was wasp and something else. Yeah, wasn't rats.
Oh God, I like this one though. 408. I like this one. October pest of the month, the Cowboys.
That's a 4.
That is a good one. Yeah. Oh boy, let's go to Doug. Doug's in Berkeley.
B-Town.
What's up, Doug? How you doing?
Hey guys, good morning. Good morning.
Hey.
I have something to say, but before I say it, that little piece you just did, Steiny, you were being pest of the month.
Oh wow, that's a 4.
Yeah. Yep. But that's not why I thought. That's not why I thought. I have a different angle on the McCaffrey thing.
Okay.
And it's this: you are seeing why ownership does not want to pay running backs a lot of money on long-term contracts. If you look at McCaffrey, there's no way he could keep up this pace for, I don't think for the whole season even, but certainly not for several years. It's a self-fulfilling prophecy what they're doing by using him. He's going to be the poster boy for why you don't give great running backs long-term contracts. And I say self-fulfilling because they're doing it. They're doing it. What do you think about that angle?
Well, yeah, no. And you know what? You know what's funny?
I disagree. I think he's making running backs money.
Well, I don't know. But
what do you mean?
Evan brought up something. And I think we can all acknowledge McCaffrey's injury history has been a little overblown a couple seasons.
Because he damn sure ain't been hurt here.
But the season after he had all those touches, what was the number, Evan?
When he was 23 years old in 2019, he touched the ball 402 times for the Panthers.
402 times for the Panthers. And I think this is what the caller's talking about. He was hurt the next 2 years.
Yeah, he played 9 games in the next 2 seasons.
After his monster touch year for the Panthers, he got hurt the next 2 years. I'm not saying there's any correlation at all, but can you say there isn't?
Well, Kyle's operating through 4 games, Donnie. Mm-hmm. Like that's just the least of his worries. How about that? And to the caller's point, if he was going here, you and Evan know how I feel about how running backs just. I thought it was football slavery. I'm gonna say it. I know they were making wages. I still don't like it, but I love the fact that McCaffrey was in on those conference calls and he was riding for his position. But how can anybody from afar? And I know every running back is not as talented as McCaffrey, but how can you not say the running back position matters when you have of this version of Marshall Faulk or whatever, dual Danian Tomlinson, as you mentioned. I mean, this dude is telling you the football we grew up on, that the running back position is no less valuable than it's ever been.
No, it is. It's less valuable than it's ever been.
Well, it's getting paid.
The San Francisco 49ers may have, I don't care about the pay. The 49ers are the exception when it comes to the running back because they have a great one. But how many great ones are there right now?
Well,
Henry.
Okay, but hold on. Tony Pollard's good.
Okay,
he's not great.
Okay.
But they're running him in the ground like less than McCaffrey, but they're running it through him.
Okay. No, I get it. But he's not as good as McCaffrey.
Who else am I thinking? What about Connor with Arizona? He kind of was, getting busy Sunday against the Niners. He damn sure carved up Dallas. My thing is, Steiny, they're not extinct.
No, but they are many. How about this? Many of the running backs in the NFL are interchangeable with others. You know, you can't find another McCaffrey. I don't think you can find another Derrick Henry. But as you've always said, especially under Kyle Shanahan, before McCaffrey got here, they had 5 different leading rushers in 5 different years. Like, that's what Kyle Shanahan would say.
And it worked.
That's why you don't pay the... Now, they had an opportunity to get a guy who's elevated, and they went and did that. Let's go to Word.
Leonis.
You know what, Word? Word, let me hold you through the break, because I want to give you enough time here, because I asked the question, all right? Yeah, Word wants to tell us about the catch.
Okay.
I was asking our listeners...
Where were they at?
Where were you at if you were live for the catch? And I get it. A lot of you are saying you were 4 months from being a sparkle in your dad's eye or whatever they used to say. Chubb. Yes, Chubb's one.
All right.
I would think.
Yeah. But injuries happen.
I know they do.
Did you hear Steve Kerr announce Chris Paul starting Saturday? I just found that fascinating that they
of course he is.
But why would you?
Because Draymond's not playing.
Yeah, but
what?
The announcement, it was like it was, not a reward, but
look,
like we're all good over here now.
I got
Chris
news
Paul
for you.
Started.
This is Chris Paul's franchise.
It's a preseason game.
This is Chris Paul's franchise. Curry, Clay, they're just living in his world. Chris Paul might not be as good as Steph Curry, but he holds the key to the season on his fingertips. He could mess it all up. Or he could take this team to the next level. By the way, we have your guy on today. Jesse Holley.
Oh, yeah.
Host of Believe in Cowboys on the Believe Network podcast, former wide receiver.
Dude, do you remember the game at Candlestick? Romo was playing with a punctured lung and a broken rib. It went overtime, and he hit Holley on a deep route to win the game. And Holley's the guy. He went lucky break. He won a competition to be a receiver in the NFL. Parlayed that into a Cowboy job.
Wow.
Yeah.
By the way,
fun fact
just
from
be
the
just be a little more careful. When you were describing Holley, you got really excited about that Cowboys win.
I'm going to wear my stuff tomorrow. Yeah,
I just want to make sure. That, we'll get into some Warriors in a little later. But no, we have Jesse Holley. He's going to be on at noon today. He knows all about the Cowboys. We got to ask him about that team. And I'll let Guru handle that.
You'll talk to him too.
Yeah, but you'll steal the show because you can go back in history. You're going to ask, hey.
No, I'm going to talk about.
Jesse, take me through that great play step by step.
I'm not even going to go there. I'm going to bring up Whack Dak. He's a Dak. He goes in.
Oh, really?
Oh, he's out on the floor. Yeah.
All right. 888-957-9570 is the number. We got a couple things going today. The catch. Do you remember where you were? If you're old enough, I'll bet you do. I mean, I even remember the catch, and I was 3,000 miles away. And also, the Cowboys. Are you worried about McCaffrey's workload? Or is this just the way they're going to have to go to be as dominant as they are? All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. We'll talk about it on the other side on 95.7 The Game.
I love the young people.
My little brother's friends have been camped out at our place.
app, Twitch, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
I couldn't get anything going.
Against the brothers?
Of course.
They locked you up,
They did that game.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
I was perusing my email during the break.
Because you never look at your work one.
And it says, this San Jose BART extension. You know, BART's going to go to San Jose?
Oh, I didn't know.
Yeah, it looks like now it'll be completed in 2036. 2036.
Wow. Hey,
what happened to the? Can
They
we
even
get
gonna
the
have a
guys?
train around then?
I was going to say, can we get the guys who built the pyramids? I mean, they got to work.
Yeah.
They knew how to get
I'm
it.
saying, well, Bart's in trouble.
And what about that bullet train that's supposed to go to L.A. in like an hour? Remember from here? Remember that? Hey, the great Dan Dibley. I got two texts to read. He texted me, said, because this is where we're the same.
You and him or you and me?
Him and I.
Oh, okay.
When it comes to you. Who's the NFL player of the month for October?
McCaffrey.
October? Games have...
Oh, I don't know. Well,
That's my point about the pest of the month. It's for September, bud.
Okay, and if we're going on data, a rat is going to be the pest of the month every single
that's
every
different.
single month.
But that was different from your genesis of you saying September is the answer for October.
Nobody calls Atco, even as great as they are, to come knock down a Hornets.
Our boss used them. Atco. Yeah.
You
It's
know
the
what?
thing,
I got to tell you.
Call me Rat Man.
You know what he called them for? This is weird. I'd never heard this. Spiders?
You better be careful.
Spiders?
I didn't want to say how big were the mice.
Spiders.
You get the spray, boss, and spray them. Dude, that had to cost a couple hundo. Boss got it.
Let's go to Words at Oakland. Talking about the catch back in 1982. What's up,
baby?
Word? How you doing?
I'm good. The catch, I was actually 7. That's actually the first game I remember watching start to finish with actual interest.
Wow.
You know, you did see a Steeler game every once in a while, a Cowboy game on TV, but I actually, what it was my mom was dating this dude who lived in Stockton, but he would come out to the city. He had a place in the city. I grew older and I realized, he was running game. So he had a place in the city. And so he'd come by on Sunday, hang out with me for a few minutes, get me set up at the game, and then go kick it with Mom.
Right.
But the catch game, we watched that whole game start to finish. Actually got my mom interested in watching the game, which was hilarious because she didn't really care nothing about football. So the game's over, Niners won. When me and my friends went outside and started imitating the catch in our yard, throwing diving catches in the grass. And shout out to that boyfriend of hers. He actually ended up being my brother's father a couple of years later. He's
nice.
Together, but
Wow.
he's still in the part of the family. So shout out to Ricky for putting me up on the Niner game, had me watching the catch being the first game I actually have a vivid memory of watching start to finish. So.
Word is he still running game, Ricky?
Like I said, they're not together. He's a grandfather. Okay. He lives in Stockton. Got his own thing. I'm not sure if he's with anybody now, but he's Grandpa Ricky to
cool.
to everybody.
So it's all good.
A good dude. My brother's dad. Man, I don't see him a lot. I miss him a lot. He was a really good dude to me when I was a kid. He's like I said, he used to put me up on. He introduced me to watching football. Introduced me to watching commentary, paying attention to Madden. Which, like I said, he was running a diversion. Got me all paying attention to commentary while he in the room with my mama.
Oh,
it's all good, man. He's a good dude. I love Rick.
Hey, Word, thank you for the call, man. Appreciate that story.
Wow, man.
Tell you what, Word is to my way of thinking, one of the best Niner fans. Passionate and yet logical and reasonable.
What about Ricky? I just pictured him. He had game, 2 spots. His time he Stockton and the city.
What about this from the YouTube chat? Goo, this pest of the month thing is starting to bother me.
I responded to
because
that,
if anything, you should be giving the pest of the month, or you should be giving a heads up on what pest to look out for in the current month. What's out there right now?
I told you the call is today for September, and when I get in here tomorrow, I'll have that information, Jeff, and everybody else, and you.
But
and it'll be from September results.
I know, but we want to know what's upcoming. What should we worry about? You know what I mean? What I want to know, what are we going to worry about in October? That, like,
you're telling
this is
me
after the fact.
I'm not mad.
You can't
You're
help
asking me who won the Oscars at 9 a.m. when the thing is tonight at 5. I'll get that information tonight, and I'll come in here tomorrow and reveal it.
All right.
So everything you guys want, you'll have tomorrow. What's the rush?
I don't think you understand what our gripe is.
I'm dumbfounded that you guys are being dumb.
Okay.
I'm going to get that information you want.
I know.
I'll get it tonight.
I know.
I'll provide it to you tomorrow.
No, I know.
So can you wait?
I'm going to have to wait, Goo. I'm going to have to.
But you'll get it.
But the pest that you cite tomorrow.
Oh, my God.
Whatever pest you cite.
You know I have no control over.
Will be already done.
In what regard?
Because aren't you taking the data from September?
Gotcha.
Okay, so it's it's a
mosquito.
Skunk.
All right, okay. There you go. Pepe Le Pew.
Okay. Well, here comes October.
Okay.
Can somebody give me a heads up on what to look for?
Well, that's like telling, hey, police, can you tell me where the crime's going to happen so I can avoid it? It don't happen like
not
that.
The trends.
You stick and move.
No, they're trends.
Well,
they're trends you can cite.
Well, now you want them to be at ATCO mind readers. They're not that. They can't predict the future.
Well, how about what was the pest of the month last October? Maybe it's something that's seasonal.
Okay. I'll get that for you.
These guys come out in, these rodents and stuff come out in October.
But the boss called for spiders.
I
They got
know.
that little spray. I got some at the house. Big spider, Steiny.
Mike's in Santa Rosa, my old stomping grounds. Mm-hmm.
Hey, guys, how you doing?
Hey,
Doing
Mike.
well, thank you.
Hey, man. All right. So I go way back. I go to the 70s, those two games they lost against Dallas. Had to sit and listen to them on the radio because neither one of those stadiums could sell out. And I was within the 100-mile blockout area. So come 81, I had a healthy hate for them Cowboys. I'm sitting on the chair with my dad watching the whole game, living and dying with all those turnovers. And when he scored that touchdown, I jumped out of the chair so high my head hit the ceiling.
Oh.
We had that crappy spray-on ceiling stuff, and it was in my hair.
Krylon?
But I was so stoked. And I grew up in Fresno, and Fresno's Niner country. So always been a Niner fan. God bless my dad. He brought me up as a Niner fan. And, always will be. And, with you guys picking on Farhan, too, in San Francisco, I love San Francisco. I'm not from there, but it's my favorite big city.
Mine, too.
I've been there a lot. And I love that town. I love the people there. And for Farhan to diss on it like that, it's horrible.
Give us a score this
man,
Sunday.
love you guys.
Give us a
You're
score
the
this
best.
Sunday.
Oh, shit. It's going to be...
We'll have to wait till tomorrow for that.
Snotty, 510, this has to be the dumbest conversation you two have ever had.
It's because we're having a disconnect. And you notice I said disconnect?
No, one of us is
That
being a
means both
baby
of us.
and impatient. I'm going to get the numbers, and I'll reveal them tomorrow for everybody in the back. So let's move forward, okay?
4-1, yeah. Let me just get the last word in. From the
Shout out
4-1,
Leona.
actually, it's a text line, last word, Comcast Business text line. Steiny just wants to know what to prepare for, not what happened last month. You know what I mean?
I don't think they give you that information. Well, anybody that has a brain would say, okay, if the pest of the month is September, maybe they're in the lead for October. I don't know, but I'll ask that.
All right. No, now, let me tell you something else. Am I interested in what the data shows from
I think you
September?
are.
I am. No,
Yeah.
you're right. If that information's available, I will absolutely take it. Mm-hmm. Robin in the city.
Our girl.
I bet you she remembers.
Hey, you guys, how you doing?
Although Robin, you were probably like, what, 4? When the catch?
Sweetheart, I was your wife. I graduated from high school in '79.
Okay.
So I was in my early 20s, and so I'm old enough to speak in this conversation. It reminds me of my mama when she would fuss at us. She'd say, "I'm the oldest thing in this damn house." But we were all in the house around my daddy's, at that time, floor models, that twist around were the big deals. And so we had one of those floor models. We were all sitting there. Daddy's sitting there in his underwear as usual with 8 girls. And we all hung around the TV, and we all jumped up when he caught that ball. And then I don't think I'll get cut off for this like the last guy because he didn't mean it. But the only black person I saw in there was the black dude that they had put up on the camera with his fedora gangster hat on, and he was pointed to the ceiling, pointed to the right where the ball was caught, and his picture was plastered over the Chronicle the next day, and my father had jumped up and said, "I'll be damned, there's a brother in the stand."
Wow.
That's my story, and I'll go stick to it because I remember it as clear as day. Go 49ers. Hey, Steiner.
Yep.
Hey. Today, this game here, signing, is going to be the test in the trenches. Tell me if I'm lying. Peace out.
I don't think you are.
Robin.
I don't think you're lying, Robin.
And we'll see if McKivitz can hold up because this will be what we think the best defense that they've faced thus far, Steiny. So it's been quiet on the set for McKivitz. We have not said there's a problem like I was kind of alluding to in Pittsburgh, but also how this Niner D-line is going to get after Dak and this Cowboy O-line. And what's crazy is last January, this is just medicine. Pollard broke his leg in that game, and he's coming back. Here we are, October,
right? And
he's available.
Was it supposed to be longer?
No, it's just like you would, back in the day, a broken leg is kind of like 10 months he's right back.
Yep.
It's crazy to me.
It's crazy. Unusual. That's fine.
Danker said he didn't need the visual from Robin. And
my guy,
I love it.
Chris M saying Steiny's got to pull the file from last October. We've been pulling a lot of files here lately.
Hey, Evan's got some sound I want to. He's going to play for me after I set this up.
Oh, but you're setting up sound now.
Yeah, Jimmy,
I get out of here I leave for one day, and now you're setting up the sound. I see.
Okay, I don't like pillow talking.
Okay,
I understand it.
Sure,
but I hate it when a relationship's over and then the party goes and tells somebody else something that they didn't tell the person. So we know how the game played out. The NFC Championship game played out. In Philly, right, Steiny?
Yep.
And a lot of people saw Trey Lance. I'm throwing him in there because I saw it on my TV. And Jimmy Garoppolo smiling at different junctures when the game was, in hand, and Philly was going to win.
Right.
So I told you I thought the heart and soul of this Niner secondary has been Jimmy Ward. We know he likes to talk and what he thinks of Grant Cohn. He's no longer here, right? So he sat down and had a conversation, chopped it up with Richard Sherman. And I want to hear Evan's going to play this sound. Let me know when you have it, Evan. He's going to play this sound, and this is random, Steiny, but I do not like any part of this, what he's insinuating.
All right.
Here we go. Evan's going to play Richard Sherman, Jimmy on Richard's podcast, I believe. Okay.
And then that's why I said that at the Philadelphia game. And that's probably some of the stuff that went down with Jimmy, too. I don't know, man, because I feel like Jimmy could have dressed out. I feel like Jimmy could have dressed out that last game, but you know how this go. You know how this stuff. I seen your boy shooting a bird when he broke his leg. So I know how it goes. So
okay, that's Jimmy Ward. What?
And he was talking about Adams on Seattle when he broke his leg and flipped off Carroll when he kind of like played his contract.
Oh, got you.
So he believes, and I don't like this. How can you say Jimmy could have dressed out, Ward?
Because he believes it. He thinks he could have.
So you think Jimmy could have won in that game and had a point or something to prove to where he would let his team down and not dress? And so that's why he was laughing when they were losing, Steiny?
He was laughing because
I heard Vontae talk about it this morning. Didn't go all full throttle, but our 40 – I know this is Dallas week, but – right. That's a hell of an insinuation to say your boy could have dressed and left y'all for dead.
Let me ask you a question.
I didn't like it, Jimmy.
Let me ask you a question. So let's say you work here. And you worked here for a while. But you have been...
What's going on?
But you have been absolutely, positively...
I can't turn it off.
Who is it?
Sorry, one sec.
Hey, welcome to live radio. I lost my... Jimmy Garoppolo.
Okay.
Let's say you were working here at 95.7 The Game, but you knew the boss hated you. You knew it. It's obvious. Wow. He doesn't like you, he doesn't trust you, and he hasn't done right by you. Now you get sick. Now you're sick. Okay. Hey, boss, I'm sick. Okay. And you're sick for a couple days, all right? And then you're starting to feel better. But you're not all the way better. You're mostly better, but not all the way better. But you hate your boss. And at that point, you say, you know what? I'm going to make sure that I'm better.
Wow.
I'm going to take another day or two off. Yeah.
So he was trying to stick it to Kyle.
I think so. Well, let me put it this way. I would believe it.
Wow.
I would believe it.
Man.
650 Shanahan probably asked Jimmy if he could suit up, and Jimmy said, nah, trying to stay healthy for free agency.
Wow, man.
Interesting. Let's go to, please, I hope this is Sug and not Shug. What's going on, San Jose?
Yeah. Good morning, guys. Yeah, you had it right the second time. Should.
All right.
It's all good.
Okay.
No, I want to talk about my memory of the catch.
Sure.
I was born 8 years later, so 1990. But here I have a little twist to it. I was working at Michael Mina's Bourbon Steak and Pub, 2014. Dwight Clark walks in, and they have this little wall in the back. The Michael Mina's Bourbon Steak is not around anymore, but there's this little wall in the back that the players would go in and sign, after the game. Dwight Clark rolls in, and he starts drawing the exact play. The X's and O's on this wall.
Right.
It was awesome. Like, hearing him talk about it, describing it, his memory, play-by-play, every single second. It was just so cool to meet him and see him, reenact it and tell it, and it was so awesome. But, that was my memory of it.
That's
cool, man.
That's pretty cool, actually.
Got to see Dwight, man.
Like, if he did it on a wall with a Sharpie, it might still be there.
Well, we need
Or
to know
did
if
he
the
do
place is still there.
That's true. That is true.
Andis Brown on First NorCal Credit Union says that alert was ATCO letting us know they're listed as a 4.
Yes, it is. Let's go out to Carl. Carl, let's talk about the catch. I was in 11th grade.
I was there.
12th. Oh,
He
you
was
were
there.
Come on. I need a stub. I need a ticket stub.
My house burned down in Oakland, so I don't have a stub.
Oh, God.
Oh, man.
All right. So that's foot in my mouth.
I'm sorry to hear that, man. Yeah. You okay?
But it was a great day. Yeah, I'm still okay. I got a new house. Everything's fine.
All right,
Okay,
good.
cool.
But at the game was very exciting. We had seats on the 10th row, right behind the 49er bench. So we were only about helmet high for everybody. So we saw Montana move to the right, and all of a sudden this pair of arms stuck above all the heads, and in it went the ball. And the place went nuts.
Incredible play. So he was running towards you when he was rolling right.
No, he was running away.
Oh, he's running away from you.
Wow.
Gotcha. Good stuff, Carl.
Well, man.
Appreciate it.
I was going to ask him if he was a brother. That could have been the guy that Rob and them saw. Did you have a hat on?
That's
a fedora. Wow, man.
Hey, I'm glad he's okay.
No doubt. You imagine losing your house to a fire?
No, I can't actually, and I've thought about it.
Many times I've left my apartment with the iron on. I know it's different than the house.
What's an iron on?
With the iron.
Oh, the iron.
Yeah.
I mean, as long as it's upright, you should be okay.
Yeah, but somehow if it fell over and. But my point is, I drove back. I was headed somewhere, and I was like, "Oh, I got to take. I think I left it on, or the stove."
And did you?
Yeah.
A lot of times when you think you did, you go back and you did the right thing.
Yeah, it was probably. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
I had another story. Yeah.
Why?
I was living at Norm's house, and it was time to get out. I'd come home from drinking, clubbing.
Oh boy.
Yeah, had a few. Put some hot water on the stove. Make some top ramen. fell asleep on the couch, and Norm and Daisy are running, the fire alarm going off.
Oh, no.
Smoke everywhere, but no flames, but it was bad. You got to get your life together. You almost killed us. I was like, I'll go apartment searching soon.
You know what?
Dude, I felt so bad. You're like,
nothing feels worse than those. You got to get a grip on yourself.
Right, dude.
Like, how about this? I
can picture it now.
Yeah, it's one of those things where I could say somebody stole it, but they didn't. Lost my work bag for a little while.
Oh.
And I was like, I couldn't remember where I put it. And I was like, when are you going to grow up? Like, when are you going to grow up?
Alcohol wasn't involved or drugs, so you're good.
Who said they were?
Right, but yeah.
Anyway.
Oh, boy.
I got her, but I felt like a loser more often than
the
not.
Worst feeling in the world.
Jeffson Marin. He says he was there. He's the 300,000th person that was in the stadium. I'm messing, Jeff. What's up, buddy?
How you doing, guys? Thanks for taking my call. Yeah, so I was in my last year of law school. A friend of mine's dad was an old-time season ticket holder. He had 4 seats on the 50, about row 26, and he used to sell off 2 seats. Well, I couldn't afford both, but I could afford one. And when all these other friends of mine in school saying, hey, you want to do this, all these guys, no, the Niners stink. I finally got a friend who said, yeah, what the heck? So my buddy and I had those seats from preseason all the way through the catch. I've been going to the Niner games since Keysar days. It was just the best sports moment of my life. It was the second time we beat Dallas, and I hate Dallas. I still hate Dallas. And it was just, a couple other things.
Sure.
One was the place went absolutely ballistic when the game was over, but what a lot of people may forget is that, Dallas started coming back.
I know.
Like a post pattern to Drew Bierson.
Oh, man.
And Eric Wright made a shirt-tail tackle that saved the game.
People don't talk about that part of the catch, man. Like, it could have ended a whole different way, but you're right. Wow.
Appreciate you sharing that, Jeff. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Greatest play in Bay Area history?
I believe so.
The catch?
Because it signaled
Greatest
the
moment?
dynasty. Do you got to I don't have enough. Bonds breaking the record and couple home runs doing 10, 12 foot. No, that was it. You were beating the storied Dallas Cowboys. You were the underdog. Bill who? And then you went on to become what they were become and are now. Steiny, I think that's the leader in the clubhouse.
I think you're probably right. I think we might be
A's
forgetting
had a three-peat, right? But I'm talking about moment. That was a seed to a dynasty.
How about this? Let's say, was that the biggest win by a Bay Area team in history?
I gotta believe yes.
I think you're right. 888-957-9570. We can do 2 things at once.
Don't forget our Ray Rattle was at the game. The iconic picture of him behind the end zone.
See Bonds' home run.
Yeah.
What about the Giants? They've got 3 World Series.
I mean, no, but
I'll tell you what, if the catch is won, Giants have 3 or 4 in the top 10, right?
Well, I don't know if there's a moment, I'm being honest here, where the last out of 10, 12, and 14, was that more historic than Barry breaking the home run record? I'm just asking.
Yeah.
Or hitting 73?
Here's one. Now, I said pro teams, but this one.
I know where you're going.
Go ahead. I'll let
Berkeley, California.
Yep. The play.
They ran over the band members.
The play.
That's incredible.
You know what's funny is for a national audience, they would absolutely remember the play more than the Dwight Clark catch.
Now I'm
if you're just a random dude, we can talk about it on the other side.
I'm gonna ask Willard and Gibbs that one.
Well, they're not.
No, but I think they're our brothers.
888-957-9570. You hear what we're talking about. Jump into the conversation if you want. And coming up in a half hour, we've got Jesse Holley. He's a former Cowboys wide receiver, and apparently he knows a lot about Dak Prescott and what he likes to do and doesn't like to do. 95.7 The Game.
Is joint pain, soreness, and achiness getting in the way of your best life? Football legend Emmitt Smith refuses to back down to pain. That's why he's a huge advocate for QC Kinetics and their natural approach to getting you relief.
Look, we get one trip around, so I wouldn't ever let pain stop me from hanging out with my race team, traveling with my family, or golfing with my friends.
Guru, man. Love them waves, man. Good night.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
My man said good night.
Yeah, you're living off that one.
Hey, no, the best one.
I guess it's what is it, cell phones?
Now, that wasn't funny. Amber Alert. I don't know what's going on, but I turned it off.
Yeah, we're having some fun here today. Obviously, Cowboys week and Cowboys 49ers rivalry used to be a great one and starting to come back.
Well, again, it's got so much nostalgia and history, but again, Steiny, for it to be a real rivalry, both teams have to kind of win. So if the Niners handle Dallas again, JD coined it, the Niners have been Dallas's daddy, and that's why, in Texas right now, we'll talk to Jesse Holley about it coming up, just about how much they need this game. But you got me fascinated, and I think we got our answer. Steiny, I believe the catch was the biggest play. Like Cal they won the game. After that, they were just Cal. You know what I mean? This led to the birth of to Joe. You know what I mean? My boy Tone texted in Ricky Henderson breaking the stolen base record.
Well, then you got to put. Well, he wasn't Bay Area, but I'll tell you what was one of the greatest moments I've seen recently is Acuna when he got his.
Oh boy, you run a bit serious. Yeah, it was an F.
Yeah, so we're just throwing around greatest plays in Bay Area history, greatest games in Bay Area history. Here was my only point with the play. I just think if you're just Joe Schmo and you live in Nebraska,
okay,
I think you're more likely to have heard of the play than the catch.
I don't think so, Stein.
Dude, the reason, that was so unusual. That was so unusual.
That thing would be reviewed 100 times today. Probably wouldn't even held up.
Exactly.
Both pre-internet.
Yeah. Dave, San Mateo was at the catch. What's up, Dave?
Hello.
Hey, how you doing, man?
Dave.
Hey, pretty good, man. Hey, I was at the game, believe it or not. I got my stub, and check this out. The game was a hot ticket back then, and so I asked my aunt if she could get me a couple tickets. She gets back to me and says, well, I got some tickets, but they're in the end zone.
Right.
I say, well, okay, we'll take them,
Sure.
So me and my wingman head out to the game, park in one of the muddy parking lots out there, get our buzz on, go into the game. And it's not looking good, man. You know how Dallas is, right? So anyway, I got a couple tequila sunrises in my hands. And everybody else has drinks around us. And here comes the catch, right? He catches the ball, and all the drinks go up in the air. Man, it was raining sticky crap, Wow. And it was just absolutely nuts. And then I do remember, right after the catch, everybody was saying, "Oh shit, we scored." Sorry.
Yeah, that's gonna cost you.
The word of the day. Yeah,
stop,
man. But they're not doing it. They're excited.
Somebody's saying the Sharks coming back from against the Las Vegas Knights.
What year?
Game 7, they were down 3 goals.
What year?
About 3 years ago. Maybe more than that.
Gar.
2019, Percy and Lupin.
Yep.
Big Sharks
Big
guys.
Sam.
Madison Bumgarner coming in to close Game 7.
That was big.
That was pretty big.
Against the Royals.
Somebody says KD Game 3 in Cleveland.
But
I know.
had it.
It's Kevin Durant, and he's not here anymore.
No,
he doesn't exist.
No, they're going to give him
count.
a big thing come opening night. I can't wait.
What are they going to give him?
A tribute.
You know what's funny? That's fake.
I hope you don't, quick.
A tribute is a 60-second video montage. It's not a tribute. It's just a montage.
No, it's what Dallas did to Zeke. And they didn't win nothing. When he came back with New England,
What'd they do?
They gave him a video thing and he cried before the game. I'm not saying Durant's going to cry.
Some 2-bit intern.
You don't think
to patch
Curry
together some
KD
Durant
are going to hug before the game? No, not when they're
not
at
a tribute.
Not at the circle for the tip. I'm talking about before.
That has nothing to do with a tribute.
This dude got you 2 chips. I didn't like.
Hey,
you know I've done a 180.
Stop it.
Yeah.
This dude got you 2 chips.
Yeah.
They didn't need that dude to get him 2 other chips. Mm-hmm.
It kind of sucks, but I feel like the 2 most iconic Warriors moments are
Kyrie
and LeBron.
Dude, Evan.
The block.
But He's not wrong, but these are positive. We're trying to be happy.
Okay, let's.
Right,
Okay,
but he's
Guru.
right. I wanted to say Kyrie.
Guru, the greatest games or plays in Bay Area history. For me, the biggest losses, the most devastating losses.
Then it's Kyrie shot
Tell me
over
tell me how you suffered it.
Man.
Kyrie, that was a herder.
Like Curry over Dellavedova? Are we going to remember that?
No. Stop. Stop.
Earthquakes versus Galaxy.
All right.
4-3 comeback.
All right.
At Stanford.
I remember that game. Lou in San Lorenzo. Hey, Lou.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Doing well.
Hello.
What's up, baby?
Hello.
Hey.
Hey. How you doing, guys?
Dynamite.
Good. I was thinking Dallas Braden's perfect game on Mother's Day.
With her in the house.
That was a beautiful moment.
Yep.
His grandma.
And
grandma.
It's not really a
that's
play,
right. I'm sorry. Yeah.
but it's a moment.
Yeah.
The 89 World Series with the Giants and the A's.
Oh, the earthquake.
Yeah, not really a play, but it's a moment in Bay Area history for
That's
sure.
a great call, Lou. Appreciate it. Yeah,
I was watching
a big
it,
one.
And Al Michaels faded out.
I remember that.
Well, yeah. But also, what about Kirk Gibson against the A's? Limping up there and hitting that home run.
Yep.
The catch, too?
That was a great catch.
I wanted him to break his leg.
It was Owens.
He took my girl. That was the year he took my girl.
He not only took
I wanted him. Oh, my God. I used to root for it. I was start crying.
The catch he made.
I wanted him to drop it. Oh.
It was the Packers, right?
Yes.
That catch was an unbelievable catch.
And he cried.
And he should have. He got his bell rung.
Twice.
Oh, my God.
He
That
took
was
my
one of the.
chick,
that
man.
was a great catch.
Dude. And I was watching with her. See, there was a party, dude. My life, man.
Oh, man.
Nobody knew. I was like, drop it. And he held on to it.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's
it's true story.
Dude. It's quite a story. Quite a story.
Yeah, but the catch is nothing had the birth of a dynasty didn't happen. Everybody that called, they're correct because it's their memory and it's their list, Pastani. The birth of a dynasty didn't happen after. Like the play was a play.
Okay.
Cal goes back and they play Washington State and whoever. Right. This was the birth.
Okay,
they
let's
took
go.
something from the vaunted Cowboys and Tom Landry in that top hat.
Okay.
Bill Walsh was born.
Right. But that's fine. That's fine. A dynasty was started there. So my question is, well, we've had two more dynasties since then. The Warriors and the Giants. Was there any signature moment of those two teams where you're like, we got a dynasty here? Because you said that birthed the dynasty. So
what about the 73 for the Warriors?
See, I was going to say that's the 24-0 start.
That was, oh my God, man.
But if we're going moments, it's probably not going to be anything like the catch. I mean, I can't even remember how the Warriors clinched their first title.
What about Panda's 3 home runs against Detroit? 2 off Verlander.
Great moments.
That place used to be packed in. Third and King.
Steve's in Pleasanton. Got an interesting one here. What's up, Steve? This might have been the birth of the dynasty.
How about when the Warriors got rid of Ellis for Curry, and it turns out to be the greatest move in Bay Area sports?
You know what?
The day Joe Lacob was born.
Steve?
Wow.
That's not a bad one. The day the Warriors traded Monte Ellis for Andrew Bogut was the start of the dynasty. We didn't know it at the time.
Or what about him getting booed at Chris Mullin's Jersey night?
Yeah, but
he took that.
That would take second place to Chris Cohan getting booed at the All-Star game.
Why don't I remember that?
He had his kid with him.
What do you think he told them? They're saying Lou.
I don't know.
Dude, why don't I remember that?
That was awful.
Wow,
I remember that. That wasn't.
I wonder what Lacob was doing then in 2000.
He was probably trying to
investor or
yeah. Why would you ask me that? I have no idea.
Well, you act like you know everything.
They can make something up.
Well, that's what we do.
That's when he went to Steiner Klingman. What was it? Kleiner Perkins. I think that was. I can't get them all straight. I can't. By the way, Eagles of Minnesota this weekend.
Oh, the Vikings are done.
You really don't know, don't you?
When are you going to let go?
I'm not.
But your boy is quarterbacking number-wise. Kirk Cousins, you can't come down his road, Steiny. His number, go ahead, Evan. His numbers are incredible.
I was just curious who Steiny's rooting for in that game.
Vikings.
Conflict of interest.
No, it isn't. Vikings.
Some people say you don't know who you're really rooting for.
Here we go,
You got
buddy.
some green in you.
Oh, man, where is
He's rooting
it?
for the Eagles, but also Kirk Cousins.
There you go.
John, our guy John sent me a stat.
Where is
that the Vikings, the only reason they're 1-3 is because they fumbled 4 times down at the 2-yard line, apparently.
Well, it's like telling your boss, only reason I didn't get the job done. Come on.
He must have sent that to both of us. Did you delete that because it was a positive Minnesota Vikings tweet?
But if I deleted it on my end, it wouldn't affect you still having it.
Evan, Chassis.
We're old man radio right now.
We are old man radio.
I'm still
speak
hooping.
for yourself.
I'm still hooping. I did something today.
Okay.
You see the shirt I got?
No.
It's not flattering on YouTube. It's a large. I need to get an extra large. I got too big headed.
You hate to see it.
I see the flub.
Oh, here we go.
Found it.
And he did send it to you.
I turned my phone off, bud, with all that noise.
Here we go. 2022 NFL leaders, 2023 NFL leaders in net yards per play. Net yards per play. You ready? Dolphins, plus 2.3. Niners, plus 1.8. Ravens, 1.5. And the Vikings, 1.2. The Vikings have turned the ball over 4 times on the opponent's goal line this season. It's the only thing separating them from 4-0. Hey, yeah, Evan.
No, maybe it's just their comeuppance for going 11-0 last year in games decided by one score.
Fair.
Boy.
Fair.
Chickens coming home to roost.
No, that's not. They're not chickens coming home to roost. It's just the law of averages. Regression to the mean.
Please.
That's all it is. Don't call it something like that.
Which is why they're done.
Dude, Uncle Looney had the best nickname for Cousins. Sir Empty Calories. He does it when they're down.
Sir Empty Calories?
I put on the sir.
There's no cleverness about that. I don't know. Kirk, he plays like a second cousin. I don't know, something like that. Yeah, that's right, because you got to think about it. You got to come up with something.
I never liked the number next to cousins. If you're family, you're family. I don't like the first, second, I don't like the step. Oh, he's my step brother or stepson. You don't got to tell me. Just it's your son. It's your daughter. Why do we got to put? Oh, it's my first cousin. Okay, it's your second. You're still family, dude. I'm gonna write a book, man. That's if you're family, you're family. I don't need to know the origin. It's my first cousin. Oh, it's your second cousin. What's that? What are you guys doing that? Why do we label everything?
Just a fact.
Did you see? Keep going, Goo. My book. Oh boy.
Did I mess something up?
How would you label Kirk Cousins' pick 6 last week against Carolina?
Oh, and it
funny.
was nasty.
Hey,
He's been in the league. He asking you. Go ahead.
Let me tell you something. Phillies, I'm an idiot. Eagles play the Rams.
Oh, boy.
Yeah. There goes that.
At least you admitted it. Who told you? When did you know you got it wrong?
Thank you, 707.
And Evan and I are just trusting you.
Who the hell are playing the Vikings?
Oh, boy.
The Chiefs.
Oh, boy.
It's a loss.
Where's the game?
Doesn't matter.
You don't want the Vikings in the dome.
Saskatchewan.
I got a question for Evan.
Huh?
That's in Minnesota.
This will be my first game this year for the Niners. Evan, you were at the game last week. I believe you were there prior. But how many Purdy jerseys are you seeing in the stadium?
Oh, I feel like that's the majority at this point. There was actually one guy who had a poster of Purdy, and he had photoshopped him on top of the 13. It was pretty cool. Everyone's embraced the young prince, Brock Purdy.
The young prince. He's undefeated, Snotty, in games that he's finished.
The throne.
Yeah. Hey, by the way, coming up in 10 minutes, Jesse Holley. He's the host of Believe in Cowboys on the Believe Network. He also is a former Cowboys wide receiver, Jesse Holley. And you like him. You know who this guy is.
Yeah, no doubt.
Big time.
I've been listening to him for years.
All right. And you say he's not a big Dak fan.
There are not many lately, Stoney. I'm telling you, it's running out, man.
Let's go to Verducci is in the house.
Our guy, Verducci.
From El Dorado Hills now. What's up, Verducci?
Hey, what's going on, fellas? I wanted to share a cool memory of the catch. My grandfather started Ceremony Ford out there in Daly City, and he used to work with the 49ers, selling them cars that they would use for various services for the Niners. And actually, as they panned around the crowd before that last play with the catch, you actually get to see my grandfather in the crowd, which was a really special moment. And then, 7 years later, my dad takes me to the 94 game. I remember that being kind of a muggy day, but I remember Eric Davis taking it for the pick six, and we were on the side of the Niners, so that was the side that Steve Young kind of raised the ball to the crowd and just letting them know that we finally got over the hump. So I'm excited. I hate the Cowboys with a passion. I actually think the 49ers are going to blow them out. I think it's going to be a 35-20 game. I really think that the Niners are going to show Jerry Jones and the Cowboys that they're just cowgirls, and you don't mess with Niner Nation. So, fellas, I love you guys. Great show today.
Thank you, Verducci.
Yeah, Stoney, you're going to be shocked.
About what?
I'm
very seldom shocked.
No,
I've seen it all in my
the last two games against the Cowboys, and I'm telling you, Dallas, that last playoff game, the defense, I'm not going to say shut down the Niners, but I brought up the box score with JD. I'm going to give you some numbers too. It was incredible what they did in the game. They had it. And then the year before, the Jimmy Garoppolo single-handedly brought Dallas back with his bonehead decisions. But Steiny, I do think we are headed for a 35-17 type of score. And all that I believe, the only team that's going to be in the Niners' way is your team, Philly.
Yeah,
I really, truly
I'm
believe
smelling
that,
ulterior motive here, but that's all right.
Nah, man, that don't get you nowhere. I'm just telling you the truth.
And here's a truth. Here's a truth.
Oh,
that the Cowboys have been the most dominant team in football this year. They have a point differential of 83. 83. And I know we've been saying the Niners are the best team.
But you're being a football simpleton. Not you, anybody, if you go off of that.
Well, hold on.
They just got their drawers beat off of them in Arizona. So you're automatically excluded from that award.
How? They have the best point differential in the NFL.
Okay, you beat New York 40-0, so you got to take that with a grain of salt.
Why? It's 40-0. Like, why do you have to take that with a grain of salt?
Because when you win 40-0, I don't expect you to go on a road to a lesser Arizona team and come up short like that the way that they did. That's what I'm saying.
But
so a lot
that's
of
why
that
you can't take the 40 on a 40-0
Well, I'm not saying
game
it taken
off
away, but is that indicative of who they really are?
All I know is, how do you have one loss and your point differential is 83, and the Niners are undefeated, and they don't even have an 83-point differential? All I'm saying is they have a net point differential of 67. Yes, Evan.
You could also account for the fact, like, Dallas has scored 4 defensive touchdowns this season, so their offense is actually plus 55.
If you take out the defensive scores.
And I don't think the Niners have gotten a defensive touchdown this year.
That.
No, I hear you. I'll give you that.
Because their defense is what makes the Cowboys.
Yeah.
But
if you live off of turnovers like they do, Steiny, what if you don't get them? And last time they played this Niner team in the playoffs, the Niners did not turn the ball over. Could have, but they didn't. So I look at, what if the Niners don't get any turnovers? They're still got that offense. Dallas has red zone issues.
What if the 49ers turn it over? What if the Cowboys? Both these teams have not. The Cowboys have 1 turnover this year, and the 49ers have 1 turnover this year. That's why these teams are good. And you know what? If there's a turnover Sunday, I guarantee the team that has the most turnovers loses.
What if they're even? What if both sides turn the ball over once?
Well, then it's 49ers by 4. That's what Vegas says.
Yeah. Guru says by 11.
I know what you say.
I got double digit. I don't think this is going to be close.
Does the Purdy for 30 streak continue?
That's what I'm fascinated with, because the last time it stopped, the team with I can't bypass Philly, right? They didn't.
Hey, bypass everybody. We're in San Francisco, and we're talking about the Niners. Nobody can touch them. Let's just be honest. Eagles got nothing.
Well, we'll find
Cowboys, Cowboys, I think they might be the worst 3-1 team that's ever started 3-1 in the history of the NFL. Well, according to you, they stink. Come on.
No, I'm not
They
saying
don't
that.
stink.
I'm looking at them through a championship lens, and I'm looking at an era come to an end of a quarterback that's been there and has not delivered and has played and come up small in the most biggest of times. And last year here was right there, and this dude just went whack.
I guess.
Talk to me.
Yeah. This is,
because this is
like,
years of us.
Listen,
I've been out on this
I'm
dude.
sick of this
I've been out on this dude for years.
That's great. Like,
and I don't want to take a victory
Dak
lap.
Prescott is not whack. He just isn't as good as you want him to be. Like,
he's the black Kirk Cousins. I feel like
to
he
hear
felt
you say
that.
it, to hear you say it, it's like everybody stinks.
He's going to break your heart.
Everybody stinks except if you have a ring on your finger.
Oh, and I don't
but
think
seriously,
that way,
like Dak is
man.
not whack. The Cowboys have had some success.
He's not lived up to his contract, Steiny.
Well, contract's not now.
He replaced a legend, a guy that Romo, and they bet that this guy was going to get better.
Well, that's a joke. How can you be a legend when you've never even been a Super Bowl quarterback?
I'll give you that.
I'm just saying.
But he knew his job and knew how to read defenses at the line, like Brock Purdy does. That's what's fascinating.
I'm just worried that I can't. I guess this is what I'd say. You know, people think I like the Eagles. They're fine, whatever.
But they're good.
They're good. Of course, they're good. And I kind of like them. So it's like, yeah, hey, I would say something like, my Eagles are good. Why can't you just say my Cowboys are good? Why not? Why do you have to say we got red zone problems? Dak stinks.
Because it's been 30 years since they've been to an NFC championship game. And anything about Jalen Hurts that I said negatively, he's already surpassed Dak in 7 years. He took his team to the Super Bowl. Just getting there would be my Super Bowl. Just getting to an NFC championship game. And the Dallas Cowboys have had the promise and the talent.
It's a new year.
And he comes up Pee Wee Herman.
It's a new year. It's a new year. And the year before John Elway didn't win a title, he never won a title.
I'll tell you what. Yeah, I got you. Steiny, I'm smiling.
Talk to me,
I just
buddy.
talked about it. Your boy in red. You know what? I'm down 24 pounds right now, and I got to thank SotaWeightLoss.com. SOTA weightloss.com. Let me tell you guys why. What they provided me with, I keep telling you, is my own nutritionist. It starts with her, Rebecca. And what Rebecca has done and symbolized for me is, Guru, you got to do your part. And what I've done is my weekly weigh-ins. I've cut out all the late night snacking, all the junk food and carbs. So right now, I'm dialed in, and the beautiful part of this, I'm doing it with my family from the convenience of my own home. No appetite suppressants, no extreme workouts. All I'm doing is following the plan that SOTA, S-O-T-A, has provided me, and right now it's going great, and I'm trying to lose more. I want you to be a part of it, and this is how you do it. Go to SotaWeightLoss.com, S-O-T-A, right now. Find the program that best fits you, and you can start watching the fat fall off. SotaWeightLoss.com, state-of-the-art weight loss, Donnie.
All right, coming up right after the break, Jesse Holley, former Cowboys wide receiver, knows all about Dak and the Cowboys on the other side.
Time's running out. Don't miss your chance to play in the prize-packed Monopoly Kickoff the Savings Game at Lucky. Sargento shredded or sliced cheese select varieties are $2.99. No purchase necessary. See store for official rules. Monopoly is a trademark of Hasbro and is used with permission.
BMO has officially arrived. Our correspondent is on the scene.
Thanks, Tom. I'm live at BMO, where everyone is buzzing about their highly rated mobile banking.
Can't put a price on convenience, Janet, but do we really need another big bank?
BMO helps people make the most of their money, Tom. How many banks do you know where you can earn a cash reward for saving every month?
I don't recall agreeing to this interview, Janet, but you make a good point. For more on this developing story, visit BMO.com.
Conditions apply. Accounts are subject to approval and are provided in the United States by BMO Bank N.A. Member FDIC.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same, but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online? Go to hims.com/joy. Through HIMS, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, and the process is 100% online. To start your free online visit, go to hims.com/joy. That's HIMS.com/JOY.
This is an important notice to all U.S. taxpayers. The IRS is giving away billions of dollars in tax savings through a federal program called the Fresh Start Initiative to aid delinquent taxpayers. This initiative was established for anyone facing financial...
on 95.7 The Game.
Matt Steinmetz and Darryl the Guru Johnson with you.
Yes, yeah.
And let's get right to it. Jesse Holley, he's the host of Believe in Cowboys on the Believe Network. He's a former Cowboy wide receiver. You want to follow him on social media, you can do so at Mr. Fourth and Long. Jesse, thank you so much for joining us, man. Appreciate it.
Yeah, no doubt, fellas. How you guys doing today?
We're doing well. I mean, we're getting excited. We try to not get too high or too low here, but it's tough. It's tough with this game. I mean, it's going to be a big game. I think it's a game of the year in the NFL so far this year. What are your thoughts going into Sunday night's game?
Get excited, man.
Okay.
Football we're about to witness on Sunday night. Get excited about your team. Get excited about the matchup. Get excited about this long, historic rivalry between the Niners and the Cowboys. Get excited about it all. We watched enough dud football games throughout the year that when we have one that actually matters, that has some juice behind it, absolutely get excited about it, man. Shoot, we don't know what tomorrow brings. Let's get excited about these football games.
Damn, I think you're right. You're right.
Sally's Donnie.
Let's go.
Jesse, I got a secret, man. Born and raised in the Bay, father from Bullard, Texas. I'm on this Niner station, and I root for Dallas, but I'm telling my partner, not just the masterpiece that Dan Quinn put on the field with that defense last year in the playoffs. I am out on Dak, Jesse. He don't read it. He don't see it. And when I look at this young Brock Purdy, I'm already giving him the stamp of, I don't know where it's going, but he's got those mechanisms I just don't believe Dak has. Tell me what you think of Dak and he can get it done. And what would another loss do to Dak and the confidence that Cowboy fans would have for him in Dallas?
Well, let me start with this. Wow, you're out on Dak. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. That's okay. I'll say this. I say that Brock Purdy, while he's had a great start to his career, if he could get anywhere near where Dak has gotten his career as far as success and winning games, then you got something. So let's take a small sample size of Brock Purdy, which he's done fantastically well. But you have to be able to sustain that over a long period of time, playoffs included. For Dak, and I was just about to do this before you guys called, the one thing that I think makes the difference in this game than the prior two games against the Niners is the offensive coordinator. I, for one, was not a fan of Kellen Moore being the offensive coordinator. And the reason being, I thought Kellen Moore was an offensive coordinator who was one who had a collection of plays but didn't know how to strategically use them. And he ran a lot of man type of routes in zone coverage. One of the good things about this Niners defense, I call it a percentage defense. Not fancy 4-3. They're not bringing a lot of blitzes. They're going to run cover 2. They're going to cover 3. They're going to run man-to-man. This Niners defense, they're going to play the percentages. They're going to say, we're betting on our guys winning more than your guys winning. So you may hit us for a deep pass right here. You may even break for a run here and there. But we're going to do enough discipline, assignment sound level of football with the athletes and dogs we have, because they do have them, that we're going to win the long run. Prior to getting Mike McCarthy to take over the play calling with the partnership of Brian Schottenheimer, Dak didn't have the answers to the test under Kellen Moore. So you're running a lot of these man routes into a zone defense, and the Niners just said, cool. Greenlaw and Fred Warner and company said, we're going to just play the percentage, and eventually we'll get a tip pass. Our front four, Nick Bosa, will get pressure, hurry you up. Things will be off, and we'll get interceptions. We'll get turnovers. And they got 2 interceptions a year ago. I think under this new offense with Mike McCarthy calling the plays, Dak is much more in control, and the efficiency is there. It's take profit. It's take the first open guy, methodically move the ball down the field. Now, we have to get better in the red zone. That's no secret. But the Cowboys haven't had a problem moving the ball down the field. And I like Dak under this new mechanism, the way that he's distributing the football to all receivers and not trying to force it into guys. So it's going to be a battle. It's going to be a chess match between Steve Wilkes and Mike McCarthy and Dan Quinn and Kyle Shanahan. And the team who gives up the most turnovers in this game are probably going to be the one who loses it.
Yeah, we're talking to Jesse Holley, former Cowboys wide receiver. Both these teams have just committed 1 turnover each in 4 games. That's certainly been a big part of each team's success. What do you think of Brock Purdy after seeing him? He's played 10 games essentially, Jesse, but he's been real good in those 10 games. What do you see there?
You know, when sometimes you get into a relationship with a woman or whatever, however you choose, I know, whatever, I'm not, I'm man and woman type relationships. But you get into a relationship where it fits. It's perfect. You finish her sentences. She finishes your sentences. She gets your humor. You get her humor. You like some of the same things. And it just works. I think that's what Shanahan has found in Brock Purdy. The relationship just works. He's not looking for a guy to be Patrick Mahomes. His offense doesn't call for that. His style doesn't call for that. His offense and his style calls for a guy, be right, be on time, be accurate, and do what I ask you to do. And Brock Purdy is perfect for that. He's smart. He's intelligent. He's
anticipatory.
Very well. There we go. Anticipatory very well. So I think he is perfect for that offense. He is perfect for Kyle Shanahan. That marriage works. Hence why you see Jimmy Garoppolo gone, why you see Trey Lance on our football team now, because they found a marriage that works for one another, and he does exactly what Kyle Shanahan needs and asks him to do. No ifs, ands, or buts about it.
Hey, Jesse, I was going to follow up with Trey Lance. You know, I rooted for the kid and his opportunity out here, but I felt like, you know what, I did it so much. I felt like he didn't do his part, and I'll just leave that there. But when you heard the news that he was coming, or Dallas and Jerry didn't ask anybody, was going to get another quarterback, what message did you get from that, and what do you think about Trey Lance on the Cowboys?
At first, I didn't understand it. I was confused as everyone else was at the time, and I get it. Like, when you look at it, hindsight's 2020, you see a guy who you guys gave up a ton to get. You think, low risk, high reward. Maybe in the future this kid can turn out to be something and down the line. And when Dak Prescott gets to a point in time where his talent is no longer welcome here, hopefully by that time they've got a chance to see what Trey Lance could be, and they make the move on it. I did not like the fact that Jerry did not consult with anyone. I did like the fact that Dak Prescott had to find out the same way that I found out. I'm not saying that you have to call Dak Prescott or run it by him, but after you make this decision, I think a courtesy call would be nice.
But Jesse, what message? But that, to me, that was a message to Dak. Like, dude, you ain't got all that gravitas you once had.
Nah. That's not the way Jerry operates. Jerry operates in the sense of, I'm going to make a move because I want to make the move, and if it's right, no one else gets credit but me. No, that's the way Jerry operates. Jerry is a guy who's sometimes very clear on his message. If you've been around him long enough to know when he doesn't like you, you'll know. When things begin to change, you'll absolutely know. The thing about Jerry is he's always one that wants to keep it, and this is the problem. No other team in the National Football League has been more blessed or lucky or whatever you want to call it at the quarterback position than the Dallas Cowboys in the last 20 years. When you win on an undrafted free agent in Tony Romo, who kept your franchise afloat for all those years, however you feel about what he was in the playoffs, whatever. And the same thing with Dak Prescott. You get a guy in the fourth round who has to beat out Tony Romo and then has to beat out Kellen Moore, who both of those guys lost a job through injury, and then he plays as well as he's played for his 8 years. Most teams would look at all these teams who are giving. Look at what you guys did. You gave up 3 first-round picks and the house to get a guy in Trey Lance because you understand just how important the quarterback position is. So, in that, I don't know what Trey Lance is. I don't know what Trey Lance is going to be. I think Jerry took a shot in the dark and said they want to get rid of him. Low risk, high reward. It's also, and people don't miss this part, it put Jerry back in the news again, in the news cycle again, to be talked about again, to have their name on the front page again. That should never be missed when it comes to Jerry Jones. He's always going to try to keep his name relevant, his team name's relevant. I'm surprised Taylor Swift hasn't come to the Cowboy Stadium yet as a guest. He would have loved for the Chiefs to be on the schedule this year for a home game. Taylor Swift would have had as many suites as she wanted, but Jerry always wanted to keep his team's name relevant and in the forefront of the media.
Jesse, let me ask you this, and we're talking to former Cowboys wide receiver Jesse Holley. When you look at the 49ers offense, they got some weapons, but obviously it's McCaffrey's the main guy. Is there, you know how on defense you sometimes say, well, let's try to take this away from the Niners, let's try to take that away from the Niners. Is it possible to take a McCaffrey or limit him in any way, or is he different?
He's different, and the coach that he plays for is different because of the movement with McCaffrey. You know, he's not a guy like Derrick Henry where he's going to line him up in the backfield, I formation. No, you split him out. He goes in motion. You use different, like the way that Kyle Shanahan distributes his opportunities makes it very difficult to stop a guy like McCaffrey. So you got to just hope that you can contain him. To be honest with you guys, the guy that I'm most worried about that may not have the national news, McCaffrey gets the national news, right? George Kittle is by the way, George Kittle is a kid that I actually trained for 2 years. I trained him out of college. I trained him his first year in the league out here in Texas in Frisco. But George Kittle, national name, right? He's a wrestler. He has the hair. He has the attitude. But it's Brandon Ayuk that worries me the most.
Yeah.
This is a guy who does not get a lot of national attention. He does not he's not in the conversation of being one of the best receivers in the league. But when you look up, you're just like, damn, Brandon Ayuk, 1,000 yards here, 1,000 yards there, big plays there, big plays here. He's the guy that you focus so much on McCaffrey, you focus so much on Kittle, you focus so much on Debo, and you look up and he's gotten 7 catches for 125 yards and a touchdown. You go, well, how did we lose the game? And it's Brandon Ayuk had the big plays when you needed them the most to win a football game. So McCaffrey, your best bet is to try to limit him and what he does in his big plays. I don't think you stop him because of the versatility, but it's Brandon Ayuk who I have an eye on. I'm almost like, we better have an answer for that guy, because if not, he's going to hurt you.
Yeah, Jesse, I'll get you out of here on this one, man. We got a lot in common. So in 2012, I won this contest, the Lucky Break, and I've been on the radio ever since, and it's changed my life, Jesse. My dream came true. I'm living it with my partner here. But you also were part of a 4th and Long reality TV show put on by Michael Irvin. You parlayed that into a roster spot on the Cowboys, and I'm looking at the video now, 2011. I was watching the game, Dallas Niners OT, and you catch the bomb in OT from Romo. Speak to that, man.
You know, what a day that was, right? You know, shout out to Tony Romo. I mean, came back from a punctured lung and a broken rib. And just to kind of give you the Cliff Notes version of that, Des Bryant had actually hurt his thigh the week before we were playing the Jets and didn't play that game. And I actually was supposed to be in the starting lineup with the 11 personnel. And then last minute, coach changed his mind. And I was like, I was legitimately hurt because I had worked so hard and so long to finally get my chance. And they opted for Dwayne Harris to go into the game, and Dwayne screwed up the entire game. And I remember my good friend John Kitna, who came into that game, had a touchdown pass, said, hey, you have an opportunity to impact this game. And I didn't play offense all that game. And while the big 77-yard catch was a great catch, when I did get my opportunity, I had 2 big slant passes that was on 3rd down that kept the drive alive, and we kicked the field goal to go into overtime. And then Tony comes in the huddle. And at the time, Coach Garrett was the head coach, and he called in the play, and it was 585 Harvey. It's another one of those simple, basic routes. And Tony's hurt, Tony's battered, and Tony comes in the huddle. I'm standing right next to Tony, and I can hear the play come in, 585 Harvey. Tony kind of like sucks his teeth, shakes his head, and goes, F it, guys. Let's go win this football game. And he called a play called Z-Poker. And Miles Austin was the person who ran Z-Poker, but he had got hurt in that game and was out of the game with hamstring injury. And it was a play that was specifically set up for Miles Austin. He was the first read, the second read, the third read, and if it wasn't going to him, it should have went to the first row of the stand. And when Tony called it, I kind of was like, wait, Z-Poker? I'm the Z. Oh, snap, this is coming to me. And it happened, and
wow.
Dante Whitner bit on the run fake. And he eventually ran me down. But 77 yards later, we get into the goal line, and then Dan Bailey, who actually bought me a steak dinner because he missed a field goal earlier in that game that would have actually given us enough points to win that game. I gave him redemption. He then on went to make 32 straight field goals in a row. It was an NFL record, and I said I'm the one who birthed Dan Bailey and gave it.
Nice. There you go.
So yeah, that was a great opportunity.
That's awesome stuff, man.
Jesse Holley joining us on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah.
Just real quick before we let you go, is it safe to say that the Cowboys would not want a shootout? And give me a prediction.
No, there's two good defenses, man. I find it's hard to believe this is going to be a shootout. I think this is going to be a great game, but it's going to be a battle of the minds. It's going to be one of those games when you look back on it, you're like, damn, they slugged this one out, man. It's going to be some hard hitting. It's going to be some big plays. It's going to be a bunch of everything that happened in this game. But I think this game is going to end kind of similar to the way it was in the playoffs.
Yeah.
It's going to be around that, 16, 19, 2017 type thing. I don't see this. I could be completely wrong, right? I could be completely wrong. I just don't see it happening that way because of the level of the defense that's played there. Man.
You don't have to.
Until the bullies are punched in the face and beaten, I gotta give it to the bullies.
There you go, man.
I'm going 2016 Niners.
Yeah.
All right. Hey, Jesse.
Thanks a lot, man.
Great stuff, man. You're a hell of a guest. Really appreciate your info.
Thank you, guys, man. Appreciate you, man. Best of luck to you guys, and we'll do this hopefully again in the playoffs.
Yeah, absolutely. That's Jesse Holley, former Cowboys wide receiver, now host of Believe in Cowboys on the Believe Network.
Pick the Niners at the end, though, Steiny.
He knows he's in San Francisco.
Nah, they ain't got nothing to do with him.
No, because
it was 1912, just a few, the playoff. It was a beautiful game.
You have to
1912.
pick the Niners. I mean, you have to.
Okay. But the psyche of it, Dallas needs it, man. Steiny, you
I don't
lose
buy
it.
that. I know this. This is where you and I part ways all the time. Like, if they lose, Cowboys lose, it doesn't mean they're going to lose in the playoffs if they play the 49ers.
But imagine that mindset if that were to happen. Like, now we're talking about 3 times they've beaten us.
Well, what about the Rams and the Niners? The Rams are 1-7 against them, but they won the one game they had to have.
Now you got me on that one.
But it's hard to beat a team 3 times in a row, and then they're gonna have to. If they win, they got to beat them 4 times in a row.
Dude, won 4th and long reality contest. If you win that, a bunch of players, you get the last spot. Dallas did it. The Cowboys.
Okay.
Michael Irvin coached the guys, and he won it, and was on the team.
Man, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, and now he's a part of. He's doing his stuff from the Star, as they call it, the headquarters, the stadium
in Fort Worth.
Yeah, Frisco.
Oh,
yeah.
I think there's a G League team at Frisco too.
Hey, speaking of which, did you see this morning? It looks like the WNBA they'll announce tomorrow that the team's coming here.
Mm-hmm.
So I told Evan, the play-by-play extraordinaire, he should get on that because maybe he could get that. But then I was thinking, I do play-by-play like when my friends do Madden in basketball. Okay. Steiny brings it forecourt. Steiny passes it over to Spadoni. Spadoni, dribble drive, shoots, misses, rebound. Here comes getting past court to Johnson. Johnson to the rack, fouled, counted, and won. 118-116, 95-7 the game. So I'm thinking of putting my hat into the ring if they need play-by-play, and Evan I'll be color, whatever.
And Daryl Guru Johnson with the air ball.
That had nothing to do with not trying out the play-by-play. Steiny to the rack.
You can't do play-by-play.
I just did it.
I know. Listen, it's very difficult.
Now be careful here.
It's very difficult to be great at play-by-play and analyst or color.
But that was play-by-play.
Right. I think you'd be better as a color man or an analyst. Just interjecting here and there.
I actually think you would be a better play-by-play announcer. Yeah, because usually you have to be, we'll call it ball dominant when you're the play-by-play man. Like the color person sort of...
selfish, in other words?
Yeah, well, the color analyst has to know when to get in and get out.
Right.
And I feel like Goo can just go.
Because you and Styles did it too. Remember that? Yep. Styles was doing his Westbrook. Yeah, Evan had to get in.
Yeah, I think you're right. Actually, you know what? I think what we may be looking at with Goo is he can play the role of both, play-by-play and analyst by himself in the same game.
Well, I'd have to get the names right. I messed up on Evan.
And considering he is our producer, I'd like to...
Evan, you got to know, seriously, he could be the voice for that new team.
He's going to be the voice of the team.
Oh, we know it.
Well, I know it.
Or he could be the new Fleming. Fleming's young too, but right in his footsteps.
New York Giants lost to New England, then beat them in a Super Bowl, according to the 510.
Yeah. That's okay. Right.
Yeah,
but that's two times one, and then we got you the next time.
I could go back, and there's a lot of times that's happened. A lot.
Yeah. But the Ram, go ahead, Evan.
That doesn't mean you want to go out and lose the game Sunday.
Yeah, but the Ram comp was a good one because they won the most important one. But True. Dallas has beat you in the playoffs, Evan, twice.
Yeah, I was going to say, how much do you think the 49ers also have the Eagles in sight because they got to keep pace with Philly? Like, the game maybe individually doesn't mean as much to them as it does to the Cowboys, but as far as record is concerned, I mean, Philly's going to, I think, L.A. this week and play the Rams.
Yeah,
so.
That's going to be a good one.
Yeah, that's a good question. I think here's what I think, and I don't know because I'm not in the locker room, but I'm sure the 49ers have something. They got their eye on the Eagles. They're monitoring the Eagles' record probably. I don't know how much they're diving into specifics, but there's no doubt. Listen, the minute Kyle Shanahan said we have to get off to a good start,
and
he was talking about getting that bye. Okay, so if we're talking, we got to get that bye. We got to get that bye. If that's a theme of the season, well, then you have to pay attention to the Eagles. You also have to pay attention to the Cowboys.
But if you lay this L on Dallas, you can say, for right now, we ain't got to worry about the Cow. Now it's just about Philly. And we'll meet them in 13, but we got to, or whatever week that is, we got to take care of business up until that point. But you lay another number 2 L on Dallas, Steiny, they ain't getting home field. They probably ain't winning the division.
Well,
and they played Philly twice, but still.
Okay, and if the 49ers get beat by Dallas,
then it's game on.
Dallas is 4-1, and the Niners are 4-1, and the Cowboys have the tiebreaker.
And I know it's Cowboy week, and I brought up undefeated, but I'm just telling you how I'm really feeling. But Steiny, they got the Niners, they got Baltimore, they got some tough games. They got the Rams again. They got a spunky Arizona team. They got Philly.
But remember how you started the show?
What is it?
You said, Steiny, I think if they beat the Cowboys, they're going 17-0.
No.
But now they have a tough schedule?
No.
Baltimore, Eagles?
I'm saying.
Please explain. That's all.
I just explained it. Okay. I told you.
Okay.
I need to slow my jets maybe. But, dude, I just don't think without Diggs, he mentioned Ayuk. They had Diggs this last go-round. They don't have Diggs. They got Deron Bland. But, Steiny, I see the Niners getting to 30.
I thought Jesse Holley was going to say Deebo Samuel for the guy he's really worried about. Because
don't you think the tide shifted, though?
But you know what? But Deebo,
he's different.
I mean, if you said to me, McCaffrey's going to get 100 yards rushing, and Ayuk's going to get 100 yards receiving, my first question would be, what'd Deebo do? What did Deebo do?
No doubt.
And if Deebo doesn't have a great game, then you can win that game.
But having McCaffrey essentially taking some food off of Deebo's plate in regard to
I'm just saying
the way that they use him and they throw it to him in the flat. And Deebo's just Steiny, I still think I give him credit for being a warrior. He's hurt.
He makes 3 plays a game that no one else can do.
There you go.
And those are big chunk plays.
And he did it in the playoffs against Green Bay, Dallas, and the Rams. The year they lost the NFC Championship game. So we've seen him do it in postseason play.
Debo. All right. 888-957-9570 is the number. Steiny and Guru with you. I may want to run a couple Warrior things by you on the other side, but hey, the theme of the day is Cowboys-Niners.
Yep.
And you know what? If Jesse Holley said it's not too early to get up for the game, your boy Steiny's going to get up for the game. I can't wait.
Where you watching?
Probably Dana's.
I'll be at the game.
Yeah. Good for you. That'll be fun. Are you going as a fan?
Yeah.
Or as a press box?
Fan. Okay. Remember I told you I treated myself?
Yeah.
You're
not going alone, are you?
No, 49er Frankie and my boy Zen.
Oh, Zen's coming?
Yeah.
No Rutherford?
Nah, he's a Raider fan, unfortunately.
Yeah, but he would like to go to that game. I would think.
You got to get a ticket.
Got to go. 95.7 the game.
Have you ever had an unwelcome pest in your home? Not fun. Atco Pest Control has been proud to provide professional pest control in the San Francisco Bay Area for over 35 years, offering guaranteed protection against the pests they treat.
Credit Union, the smart choice for low auto loan rates and super simple online application process.
I want winners.
Playoffs? Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Steiny Guru. Jesse Holley, former wide receiver, just joined us. He's great. He was great.
Yeah, he's fired up.
Yeah, totally.
But he
cool.
picked the Niners, and that wasn't reverse devil tongue. It's real. Jerry Jones picked he said they're Super Bowl favorites. Steiny, so again, you were out, and I brought up to JD. We've kind of walked you off of the hill like you understand the Super Bowl or bust. We should just remove bust because there is no bust. They got new contracts. Nobody's getting fired.
Oh, there's bust.
It's just about now. You look at the team like, why not now? If you can't win it now, Kyle, not if you're not going to win it. I mean, how long do you need is basically it now. That's all. You got a good-ass team.
Well, let's
and
see
you
what
put
happens.
it together.
Long season.
You and John.
Long
barring
season.
Injuries.
Long season.
This is who he is, right?
Who
the hell is John? Isn't this who Brock is?
So far. And that's exactly what Jesse Holley was talking about. So far, Purdy's been good.
Brock Purdy, while he's had a great start to his career, if he could get anywhere near where Dak has gotten his career as far as success and winning games, then you got something. So let's take a small sample size of Brock Purdy, which he's done fantastically well. But you have to be able to sustain that over a long period of time.
I think you've said that. I think hey, he didn't say anything wrong. But what he did say wrong is your boy already has 2 wins in a year and a half, and Dak's been in the league 7-8 years, Steiny, and he's got 2.
Right.
So already you can see that's brilliance from Brock. Scoreboard, Brock Purdy, he might be 9 wins or 10 or 11, good Lord, by year 7.
Maybe, but maybe he'll have 2. You never know. And maybe Dak at the end of this year will have 5.
Well,
who knows? Yeah. You know, who knows? I mean, I think this is who Brock Purdy is. I think there's no doubt that he's going to have, there's going to be times in the future that he's not going to look as comfortable and at ease. But that's what good quarterbacks adjust to if that's the case. I feel like the thing he's got going for him is he's really smart. And that'll serve you well no matter what kind of game you're in.
Okay. Tell me what you give me for this, and I've been trying to formulate this for a couple of days. I kind of set myself up for failure with that one. So, Scottie Pippen. I feel like he gets his just due, but I know he was in the shadows of Michael Jordan. And I do think if Scottie Pippen had the same career and there was no Jordan, maybe we would look at him greater than he actually was. But if you know ball, Pippen was a baller. My point is, everything has been so great about Brock Purdy, but there is a drawback in where I start to not feel sorry for him because that would be stupid. He's in such a good situation with the coach and now with McCaffrey in this weaponry. I do sit back and wonder if this is the only team he plays for, and that would be a good sign, Steiny, will he ever really get his just due for not turning the ball over, for being able to process and read at the line of scrimmage and get rid of the ball? Or, because it's happening right now, Jesse kind of touched on it, but he did it in a different way. Well, it's still early in the game. I get that. But I do wonder if Brock Purdy will eventually ever get his just due because what's so great around him and the play caller that he's playing for.
Too bad. Then go win a Super Bowl on a team with no weapons and just you.
Well, you can't do that.
Yeah. I mean, if 49ers win a Super Bowl, Brock Purdy's going to get his due.
Okay.
I mean, why wouldn't he? But, they were probably, hey, he's the new Trent Dilfer. I mean, so what? People say that. Doesn't matter.
But he's not.
Well, he doesn't look like it.
Okay,
Absolutely.
He's not turning the ball over. Well, he's getting away with some. They all do.
Exactly. So let's watch the rest of the year. What is he right now? How many touchdowns and no interceptions? Probably 6 touchdowns, no interceptions?
I'm going to say
that?
7. I'm going to look it up.
Well, whatever it is. I I mean, is he not going to throw a pick this year?
No, right. I got it. And how will we react? Or is he not going to go a step further, Stoney? What if he had a bad game Sunday? I'm not going to come in here and be like, oh, he's not the guy. He's still Billy Badass right now. Brock Purdy, Stoney has, I'm going to let you guess. How many do you think? 5.
Oh, that's
it. No interceptions.
He's only averaging 1.25 touchdown passes a game.
Quarterback rating of 115.1.
I don't care about a rating. I need touchdowns.
Hold on. This is what's going to knock your socks off. 72.3 completion
Well, when you go 20 for 21, that's
right,
pop
but that's what I'm saying.
Up.
Jimmy wasn't doing that on his best day.
Jimmy's got more playoff wins than Brock.
But
hey, so is he better? Exactly.
Well, Jimmy has more playoff wins than Dak.
You're using you're cherry picking,
cooking the books.
I don't like when you say I do that.
Oh,
I don't cook the books. I just recognize a fact that others haven't recognized. But there's no cooking. Ain't no cooking of the books. It's a fact. For example, it's not cooking the books to say, geez, Bosa only has 1 sack in the last 7 games.
No, that ain't cooking.
That ain't cooking books.
But you know what? You know what's coming at me now? When people say that?
He's getting 3 Sunday.
But he's getting a lot of pressures. He didn't get paid for pressures. I want the sack now. Don't tell me it's like war in baseball. I get it. Hey, my guy got DPOY. I watched that game again with Arizona. There were a couple of times he wasn't double teaming.
I don't know if you mean Mike or Bosa.
Bosa.
Okay.
Yeah. Bosa.
Gotcha. Shep's in Oakland. What's up, Shep?
Yeah, if you review the tape, you can see that Purdy did not see the open man a lot of the times, including McCaffrey out left flat because he's not tall enough, but it doesn't matter because he completes the passes to someone else who's less open.
So far. Evan, help me out, Evan, with the video you sent me with that guy who breaks down the quarterback.
My friend got mad at that, Evan. Go ahead. That was awesome.
Well, and he should because Brock Purdy missed some open receivers. But what we were discussing last night was JT O'Sullivan, QB School, puts out all these quarterback breakdowns. Awesome. He does this for everyone. And he also points out sometimes that Brock Purdy in a certain read to his side of the field is not the first or second option. But there were some instances, and have been throughout his young career, in which he's missed some open receivers. Now, it hasn't hurt him. But to say that he has missed open receivers, just like all other quarterbacks probably do at points throughout the game, is not incorrect. He's also gotten lucky on a few.
We saw him.
I got to tell you, I must admit, I don't like these. Well, he missed a guy here. If you look at the all-22, he missed that. Right, and you could have done the same thing with Dan Marino 30 years ago.
13. Well, they got the same number. That was his guy.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And also, I think
better than
illustrates just how well the offense runs for the 49ers, considering it seems like there's 2 or 3 open people on every single play.
Man.
That's a good point.
And we'll see if Dallas can stop that.
Right.
We shall wait, man. You'll be at Dana's. I'll text you.
For what?
Just pictures of what I'm doing.
I can just tell you Monday where I watched the game. You don't need to know at 5:20.
If you weren't Gregory Hines and stepped on me all the time, you would have let the other part of what I was going to say get out, and I was going to text you pictures of my surroundings from being at the tailgate.
You don't have to.
I know, but I want to bother you. I want to irritate you. You know I text you to irritate you. Like, let's keep it going. Spadoni's good at it. I'm waiting for the Steiny night. We ain't seen that in a while.
How do you know your texts are even getting through?
I try to block all these threads I'm on. They still come through.
I didn't tell you I was going to do this, but you want to have a little fun with a little trivia?
You're following me.
Oh, shoot. Evan's not at the mic, though, so he can't give us a game time.
Because the music's everything. What game show is that?
Price is Right.
Good Lord.
The Vegas odds are out. Who will be the first head coach in the NBA fired? They have the odds out.
All right, I'm bringing up because I got to look at
who's
the
the
visual.
number one 4-1 that this guy's going to get fired first. Or you could just say the top 5 candidates. We could just do it that way.
Mock Rivers?
He's gone.
Yeah.
Well, there you go.
He already got
That's like is Doc Rivers in foul trouble? No, he fouled out.
Dude, wow.
Okay. That's an Da-da-da-da. Come on, Goo.
It ain't OKC's coach. They got a good thing going.
OKC's coach, Philly Daniel.
Nah, he ain't even on there.
Who's the guy for the Hornets?
No, every coach is listed.
He said, "Who's the guy for the Hornets?" But
that's correct. This guy seems like he's been coaching the Hornets for 40 years. Put it that way.
That was pretty damn
Clifford.
Good, man.
He is Steve Clifford, number 2, 5-1 odds to be the first firing in the association.
You know what? I think
Mike Daigneault's at 66-1 in Oklahoma.
Where's Nurse on there? I think Toronto, if they don't get off to a good start, I think.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
You just made a big mistake, too.
He's in a new spot.
Yeah.
Milwaukee.
Yeah.
Or Milwaukee, yeah.
He got Giannis and Dame in year 1.
Billy Donovan.
By the way, Nick Nurse is Philly. Milwaukee's Adrian Griffin.
Ah, damn it.
Evan, you never make it air. Boy. That's true. Evan,
Billy
I don't know how to
Donovan.
act now. Evan
Billy Donovan's number 1 on that list.
All right, hold
Chicago
on.
Bulls, number 1 on the list. First coach fired, Vegas odds. Billy Donovan 1, Steve Clifford 2. Don't you dare.
It ain't Tyronn Lue. He ain't in
Tyronn
danger.
Lue, he is 6th, 10-1.
Wow.
Is your boy on there, Steiny?
Yeah, he's up high.
Finchy.
Finchy's up there. He's 3rd, 6-1.
Where's our guy, Atlanta? Snyder.
60-1.
Oh, but
so
wow.
The two guys most actually Steve Kerr 75-1, Monty Williams 80-1, Popovich and Michael Malone 100-1.
Mike Brown. Where's Mike Brown?
Those are the least likely.
Did he even get on the list? Mike Brown.
Brown's 50-1. I take
come on.
This is the first fight. Let me see who else is on this list. Tom Thibodeau, New York.
No, that is where
Chauncey Billups. Okay. That's not a bad one.
No, they got
at all.
a bunch of young talent.
That's right,
and they're going to play hard. He's in a good spot. Where's Thibodeau at? What's numbers?
7-1. 11-1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 most. Let me see who else. Willie Green could get axed. Jacques Vaughn could get axed.
No, Willie Green. They're doing pretty good. All he needs is a healthy Zion.
Did they make the playoffs last year?
Zion was rerun.
Yeah. Zion doesn't want to play for him.
But Rick Carlisle.
Rick Carlisle's right flat 22-1. I would say he's about 12th on the list.
And what was your boy Finchy?
6-1.
Oh, boy.
3rd most likely.
You talked to him lately?
Yeah, I have. Had some good conversations with him. I haven't. I'll send him this.
About his next location.
Wow.
Let's see who else. I mean, I'll tell you what. And
give me Jason Kidd.
Jason Kidd's high. He's high on this list. He is 4th behind Finchy at 7-1.
That is not. Dude, no, they got their stuff in order. Dallas should be. Kyrie and Luka are two of the best, two top 10 players in the league to me.
If there's any team that hasn't proven they've got their house in order, it's the Dallas Mavericks.
But they're my point is they got an eviction notice on the door. They know that this is it. And it could be Jason Kidd. Dallas, Kyrie, they're coming for him, the streets. Like, I believe Dallas is going to be 4th or 5th seed. No, I'm being real, Steiny. I think they fixed some stuff. Healthy, what's my guy, Hardaway?
Last year that faded down the stretch.
I just don't understand what happened.
They folded down the stretch.
And we haven't given Luka credit for his body and transformation.
I'm not going to give him credit.
So the weight loss.
I don't give credit during the off season.
But his body, the metamorphosis with his body.
Okay, what if he gets hurt?
I give you all that.
Okay.
Because that applies to everybody.
Well, if he gets hurt, then
it ain't going to be because he got
too much weight.
Fat, yeah. He ain't fat boy no more.
650, maybe Finchy can take the Warriors job when Steve inevitably leaves after this year. You know what?
Stop it.
Before we get, I don't know about you, but when a question is asked, I gotta get that Dunleavy sound.
Not many donations lately.
I gotta get that Dunleavy sound on Steve Kerr's future. Because what I heard.
You said it.
It didn't sound like it's a sure thing. He's going to be here for the next 4 years, but that's me. Maybe you heard it differently. We'll talk about that down the road. CJ's in the city. Wants to talk about Brock Purdy and the Dallas Cowboys coming up. What's up,
CJ?
How you doing, CJ?
Hey, what's up, Steiny? What's up, Goo? How you guys doing today, man?
Doing well.
You got it.
Hey, real quick, guys. So, in terms of Brock, I understand he's 4-0, but and I'm happy that as a Niner fan, we're 4-0. But if we revisit those 4 wins, the first one was against the Steelers team, who right now looks like they're in shambles internally, right? And then it was against the Rams, who's missing Cooper Kupp, and even in that game, as a Niner fan, I was stressing a little bit because it did get a little too close for my liking, but obviously the turnovers was a big factor in that game. And then we played the Giants, the Giants are the Giants, and they were also missing 2 linemen and Saquon Barkley, so that was another big loss for them. And even in that game, it was a little too close for me as well, but then obviously the Niners blew it apart. And then you go over to the Cardinals, and then you got, who's their quarterback, Josh Dobbs?
Dobbs, yeah.
Dobbs, right? I mean, that dude's a baller, man. I mean, and he fought. They fought. The Cardinals fought. They gave us a good game, and I think it was 16-21 going into the third or something like that.
Yeah, going into the fourth.
That game had a little. The fourth. I mean, you know what I mean?
Yeah. No, I know.
Had a little. So the way I see it is, and I called last time, and I did say that Brock was getting lucky, and yes, he is getting lucky. If you look at how sometimes safeties take the wrong route, or just a wrong turn, or
it's happening a lot.
You know what I mean? And George Kittle damn near played cornerback for the Niners that first quarter against the Giants. So the Cowboys, man, they're not like these other teams that we played. You know what I mean? They're secondary, they're the defense. It's the real deal. So for me, this week moving forward is a real test for Brock. I mean, I expected him to win those 4 games given the arsenal that he had. So given all that, the Cowboys is no joke. Dak seems like he's got a vendetta. So, this week's the real test for Brock. And if he gets it done, then I'm not going to lie. I'm going to start to hop on the Brock Purdy train. But if those tip passes turn into interception and he starts getting unlucky and he can't turn around, then we're going to see how it is. But thank you guys. And
fair enough.
Always talking about interesting stuff. For real.
Oh, wow. Thanks, CJ. Appreciate it, man. So, you know what?
Like CJ.
I'm going to say something that I truly believe this. I think there are 49ers fans out there. There's a lot of 49er fans out there. I can't believe I'm going to say this. But just tell me if you agree. I think there's a segment of 49er fans out there that if I told you right now, 49ers are going to win the game, but it's going to be 17-16, and Brock's going to throw 2 picks and no touchdowns, but they're going to survive.
Oh, gotcha.
I think there's a lot of 49er fans that would say, I don't want that. No, I'm not taking that. I'm not taking that.
It's a win.
I just said I think there's some 49er fans who'd be like, yeah, I'm not taking that. I'm not taking it. We can beat them by more.
Boy, we'll never be able to prove it. Now, it'll be style. Oh, they'll call in like he threw 2 picks. I'm sure we'll get some of that, but nah, Steiny. A win is a win, and this is what did we say in the NFC?
A win is not a win for the Niners.
Well, then that.
I'm serious.
No, well, we said it's Philly, Dallas, and the Niners.
Yes.
It's still that way. Now they get to play. Everything that CJ said was, hey, the Ram game, they won the time of possession. The 99-yard drive from Arizona. There are questions. That's defensively for me. But other than shutting down this offense, we have not seen that. We just have not. And that's why I want to see Dallas, if they can do it without Diggs.
We've seen this offense shut down.
Oh, Philly?
Yes.
Right.
But doesn't matter if you win by an inch or a mile.
You're kind of cooking the books.
No, I'm not.
Well, they did take Purdy
out.
They took Purdy out.
Yeah, they did. Don't matter if you win by an inch or a mile, a win is a win. I agree. But I think 49er fans are licking their chops. They want 35-14.
No doubt.
Okay, I don't need any more texts that say a win is a win.
But that's
right. 6 people say a win is a win.
Hey, are you tired of Taylor Swift yet?
No. I
feel like you're sticking up for it. Like you didn't even know I was going to ask that. I am sick of it.
Well, then don't go on social media.
No, you're telling me don't watch football.
Okay, no.
Guy makes good play, and they got the damn camera looking at her sweet.
Good.
What are we doing?
Good. I like her.
Is she bigger than Beyonce? I'm starting to say yes. Dude, they keep showing her.
She's Taylor Swift, bro.
Where have I been?
But here's the thing. Like,
dude, I'm playing her on top of my... What the hell are we doing?
I don't know.
The NFL's using her.
Well, then don't watch.
Guy makes great play, and I'm looking at who. I'm like, who's that guy?
They never show.
No, they're doing this more, Steiny. Well, so many questions I have.
On what?
Her and this Taylor Swift. I gotta watch out for the Swifties.
You're sick of her.
It's not.
But you have a million questions.
Yeah,
for
she's
her.
not doing it. They're watching her come into the stadium now, like she's playing. All the TV shows. I mean, NFL Today.
And have you seen how many times they show one of Deion Sanders' posse?
I'm sick of that.
Okay.
I'm sick of that.
Same thing.
Deion, you were famous and had a posse before you were head coach. That don't shock me. This shocks me.
Why?
Sunday night, they're up in the booth. I'm at dinner watching the game. Like, is this the Bammies? Dude, I'm sick of it, man. Something's going on.
There's nothing going on.
And then when he was dating the sister, he had the Rick Ross beard.
I don't know what
now
that
he got the porn stash when he's dating her. I got all these
Rick
questions.
Ross is a heavyset guy?
Yeah, with the beard, the nice beard.
And he's from Sac. Right?
No, it's from South Beach.
Wait a minute.
He's big boned.
Isn't he a Sacramento Kings season ticket holder? Who
am
I missing? Who am I thinking of?
That's 50 Cent.
Oh, God.
But Rick Ross has been to the King game. He knows Vivek.
Yeah, I thought so.
What do you guys think of the conspiracy theory before we hit the break?
Okay.
The conspiracy theory that the NFL wants the Chiefs to get back to the Super Bowl with Taylor Swift still dating Travis Kelce so that they can get as many viewers as possible.
When has viewership been a problem worldwide for the Super Bowl?
Never, but it could be bigger.
It'll be more.
Way more.
People calling Beyonce a has-been. I think that's why I'm getting mad.
No,
Taylor's replaced her.
You know what? Let's
remember
put the
she
rat
had
on
the
the table
beehive.
with Beyonce.
Gone.
Yesterday's news.
I'm
Seriously.
having a problem with it.
Why? Everybody.
Swift is taking over.
Everybody has peaks and valleys in their career.
I bet they're jealous. Rihanna, everybody's jealous of what's going on with the NFL and Swift.
So I'll address this. Steiny, Deion's posse. Did you learn from Phil Jackson? You know, the original, I'm a wordsmith. And the original posse was what a cowboy would round up to go get criminals. And those posse members were a variety of colors.
I just felt like I saw a car crash here. What? The Posse's on Broadway, Sir Mix-a-Lot. I thought that's where you were going.
I don't know what that means.
Posse's on Broadway.
Do you know what he means, Evan?
It's a famous rap song.
Do you know what he means?
Sir Mix-a-Lot. Posse's on Broadway.
Wait, he did. Sir Mix-a-Lot did not
Big Butt.
Funky.
Yeah.
Why'd you tell me? It was either that or Funky Cole Medina.
That was Tone Loc.
Discuss this during the commercial break.
Oh, my God.
Okay. Hey,
that's
that's the way Evan wants to be now. All right. That segment was also brought to you by Local Arena Ticks.
Attention Bay Area sports fans, get ready for a game-changing experience with Local Arena Ticks. A family of 4 saves about $150 when attending the favorite Bay Area sports game. Sign up now at localarenatix.com and enjoy a 30-day free trial. Visit localarenatix.com now.
Hi, I'm Martha.
Twitch and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
I mean, sometimes you're whacking at that thing for hours and you can't get it open.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, that was about a pinata.
Wow.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, boy.
You know, that wasn't very nice what you said during the break.
Now,
we can leave it there.
I'm
not saying a word.
Right. Because if you do that out loud,
I won't.
We got a problem.
I won't.
That's my brother.
You know what's funny is I just left the studio, just along the same lines of that nasty thing you said. I went into the bathroom.
Dude, your hair looks amazing.
I went into the bathroom and I
used the bathroom.
I thought to myself, you know what? It's weird. Today feels like a Thursday. And then I realized, well, Goo's here, so it can't be a Thursday.
That's a 1.
No, it's a 4 after.
Dude, I've had COVID.
You know what?
You've never gotten it.
As far as I know.
And you've gotten the shot, though, right?
Yeah. 2
They got a new one. Dib said he got
I'm out.
the 8th one. He were here yesterday. He had his little bandage on.
I don't like shots. Nobody does.
Well, you were 2 of 11.
That's a 3.
No, I like shot. Hey, Goober, I got him off. That's all that matters,
hey,
right?
You know what? You were in shape.
Kobe.
God, he was so good.
God, I couldn't make a shot that night.
That's like you remember.
Oh, I remember everything.
But it wasn't just athletic. They were something you hadn't seen because you put numbers up on them. So now I called the dogs off. Yeah,
but see, this is what can happen, Goo, and it can happen with the Niners.
A bad night.
It can happen with the Niners and the 49ers, or like.
I get it. Joe Montana had a bad game. That Niner team did. I get it.
Yeah, this was in the county championship, though.
So you were at a neutral site.
Yeah, Governor Mifflin Gym. I'd say about 3,000 in the house.
It's tiny.
I remember everything about it.
Was Pops there? That was the one where he didn't get to say, son.
I think he was at that game because it was the only game in town that night.
He called you today.
He did.
I got emotional. Yeah. Called his son.
Yeah, let's see. I got thug tears. Got to move on.
All right.
How about this? This is not for. You know what? Never mind.
When you do that, I want to hear
stupid.
it more.
It's a stupid high school.
Okay, go
thing.
ahead. Well, we've been doing it all show.
Like you said, here's you remember everything. I said, yeah, I remember everything. How about this? So we were, county school. Catholic school.
Okay.
Playing the inner city.
Love it.
We beat them during the regular season once, and we're in the big game now. And the principal of our school, Father Rao, because we had a priest. It's 10 minutes before we're going out to warm up.
What are you about to say?
He comes into the locker room, never seen him before in the locker room, and he goes, hey, guys, I just want to let you all know, no matter what happens tonight, we are all very proud of you at Holy Name.
Like,
listen, it doesn't matter if you go out and lose by 50 points tonight. You've made us proud. I remember looking at Terry Larkin and saying, I'm going to hit this guy over the head with a bat. We're going out on the floor in 6 minutes.
You think he thought you guys were going to lose, baby?
He was right.
Man. Well, he didn't know you were going no show.
All right. Back to Chris Paul. Okay. This is Mike Dunleavy about Steve Kerr's.
Okay, we got it.
Yeah. Just let's all listen to this and tell me if you're buying what I'm selling.
Well, yeah, I mean, hopefully that's not the case. So
Right.
I guess in terms of concern, yes, to, be doing a coaching search after the season is not something that I want to do. Steve's been such a stalwart here, and we want to have him back for many years to come to continue to grow with this group. But, you got to plan for everything. And I think Steve generally means in terms of if something doesn't get worked out, I mean, he's going to coach the year out, and he'll do a great job. But I think we're all optimistic that we can make something happen because both sides want to.
Right.
I know that's true from our side. I know that's true from Steve's side, talking with him and his representation. So, we'll see how it plays out. I get the comparisons with Bob, but I think it is a little bit different.
I don't like it.
Oh, I'm so not concerned now.
Oh my goodness!
Because when it was real time, I was like, oh. But he said both sides want to get something worked out.
Why isn't it then?
That is the $1 million question.
Okay. I'll tell you why. Because they can't come to an agreement on money.
You really believe Joe Lacob would not make him the highest paid coach in the league?
I don't know about making him the highest paid coach.
Because it's pop. Well, my point is,
why
there's no
isn't
deadline.
It done?
There's no hard deadline.
I'm going to use your words. Then why isn't it done? Both sides want it. Both sides want it.
That is
and you
fair.
know what?
That is.
And
why isn't Clay done then? Why isn't Clay done?
What do you mean?
Why? How come Clay's?
Clay's not getting an extension. I don't think. Hold it. 415. I hear you. 415.
Please explain.
Mike Dunleavy saying Steve might be too expensive. And the one above.
But that has nothing to do. His money doesn't go against the cap.
It doesn't matter. Okay, can I be honest with you right now?
I hope you always are.
If Steve.
So now you want a cheap coach.
Do you acknowledge? Nobody said cheap.
It sounds like that's what I would tell the Warriors they're doing if they don't want to give this man we're talking about what he's done.
How many years are you giving him? That's the other thing. How many years are you giving him?
3 or 4.
4.
Okay.
You're giving him 4 years.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're convinced that you want Steve Kerr to coach this team when the big 3 is gone.
See, I don't look at. I wouldn't give him the money like. I don't think the big 3 are gone in 3 or 4 years.
Well, you said 4 years, so I'm talking 4 onto the end of this.
Steve may say okay, 3. Then let's do 3.
Okay, this year and 3.
Yeah.
Dude. Okay, well then Draymond's contract's up and Steph's contract's up.
I don't know how Dre's is up if he signed for 4 and everything is cool. He's still here. Okay,
and the next 3.
1 year off or one take or give, they align, Steiny. That's not it, man. I don't believe it. I hope it's not money. And the reason I hope it's not money is because all that he's accomplished. And if Dre can get 4 for a hundo, Steve, Steve ain't gonna lose physical ability coaching. I mean, what's the holdup? But there is no Bob Myers when I thought that would never be reality.
You know what the holdup is?
So I'm going to shut up.
Here's the holdup.
I'm going to shut up.
Put the rat on the table.
Brought to you by Echo Pest Control.
The holdup is Steve Kerr wants more money than Joe Lacob's offering him.
How can that be?
Because it's the only thing that can be. What else would it be other than money?
What if you would have said, is there a money issue with Steve Kerr? You think he would have took that?
What if it's a year's issue? Could be a year's issue.
It's got to be that.
Okay.
But Steve said he wants to do this for a while, not 1 or 2 years.
But Joe Lacob, listen, I think Steve Kerr's a tremendous coach. I don't think I would sign him to a 4-year extension.
And the main part of that would be you don't think he's invested, or you think he would?
I don't know that I want him to be the coach of a team that's in transition. And listen.
Okay, so how about
this team is going to be in transition either this offseason, next offseason, or the one after that. I mean, come on, people. At some point, we're getting close to I'll just say transition. I don't need to say the end. There's going to be a transition at some point, and I could see Joe Lacob saying, boy, do we want Steve under contract for a lot of money when on the team is, let's say, 7 guys under 25.
But on the Kawakami podcast that Joe Lacob was on, and I know it's just words, just like Dunleavy Jr., our guy, said Poole's going to be here. He didn't sound like money was a thing. I'm going Jermaine Dupri.
Like, you...
Can I be honest with Bob?
What do you mean he didn't sound like it?
It sounded like, you know what? We're talking. I know what he's meant. He wants to be here. He wants to still coach. We're going to get it worked out. And that's where I'm still at. But the Bob Myers thing to me, Stoney, and I don't want to come off because I'm not in the know, but I believe Bob was tired for working for the way Lacob's style is. Okay. And that's okay. There's love still there, but I never knew it was that strenuous mentally, and it was on full display at the press conference how awkward and how they weren't together. That wasn't Shaq and Kobe, and they weren't doing it on purpose. You could just see it. But now I'm thinking of Steve Kerr. You coached these guys since they were puppies.
But here's where I think you're not. I mean, you're the same guy, Goo.
Yeah.
That criticized Steve Kerr because he wasn't playing youngsters. He's never really,
and he admitted that error.
Okay, so isn't it fair to assume, would we want Steve Kerr to coach a team if we are a lot younger? Which, I got news for you, they're going to be younger moving forward because they can't get older. So let's say Kuminga is still pretty young. Let's say Pajimski's a good player. Let's say the other guys, let's say they got good young players, and that's what we're finding out. Do you want Steve Kerr to be in charge of developing a young team going from just okay to we got to try to get back to championship level?
I got to quote. That's beautiful,
Thank
Stoney.
you.
But if you're right, they would already know nothing's going to happen then.
And it's possible they both. And see, that's where you're naive at times.
Like the way you set it up, if you're right, then nothing's about to pop off.
Maybe not. Nothing pop. Do you think Joe Lacob offered Bob Myers his first contract that was for the most in the NBA?
No.
I don't either.
You think Bob regrets that? I mean, Joe regrets that?
No, I don't.
Because I guess why I'm taking offense to how you set it up is Draymond got, I believe, paid for what he's done. We saw the Giant players get paid for what they've done. Half of this new contract should be about what Steve Kerr has meant and done. Not about, you got to prove to me, can you coach? Like, that's on the back end of it, Steiny, when the stuff gets funky, if it does. What about what I've done? Can I cash in this chip?
It's unbelievable.
I'm just being
I'll
real.
tell you what,
you go out
I'm
on your
reminding
own.
you all of stuff 4 years from now that you said now that you're going to never believe you said, but you said it. Okay, you think Steve Kerr's you want him here 5 more years. I'm not saying I don't, but
something's up.
But
there's a hang up, you're saying.
I don't know about a hang up.
Well, it's not done.
I think there are a lot of Warrior fans that understand what I'm saying.
But
understand.
You're speaking for management too, though, Stoney.
Of course. I'm talking from reality.
Is he the guy for the job if the job detail changed?
Thank you. You know, you're the same guy who said he didn't play Wiseman enough. I want Moody more.
You know what?
I want Kuminga. Okay, well, that's fine, and I'll subscribe to that. But then you can't say on the next breath, love to have Steve Kerr developing our young talent.
I got to say this to
in
you.
4 years.
Stoney, like a good pair of Ray-Bans. I'm looking at it through the glasses of Curry, Dre, and Klay Thompson are going to be here at least 3 more years together.
And
so
I'm
have
not
the
sure that's
contract
true.
for 3 years.
And you know what? That's why I think it's not happening. Believe it or not. Because what I really think is Steve Kerr wants 3 or 4 more years. But I would
actually want 5.
Joe Lacob doesn't allow for, you know what? I mean, we're going to keep this thing going as long as we can.
All right. Gotcha.
If we don't have a good year this year, you don't just bring everybody back again. That's what you're doing this year.
Right.
Okay, so let's just say the Warriors, things fall apart this year. I'm not saying they're gonna. Right. But as an owner, you absolutely positively have to plan for the worst and the best.
But if that scenario, and we don't want it to happen, presented itself, I feel like Steve Kerr's a made man to where whatever went wrong, he didn't go bring Chris Paul in here. Steve Kerr, why would Joe look at the coach as the reason that happened? If we could all see, man, these the old, you know, it's just not. Okay, there's not a good fit.
You believe that Steve Kerr
is a Don, Stoney.
Okay, so he is the coach to lead the Warriors post dynasty.
Okay,
let's put the rat on the table.
No, I guess I keep telling you, I think 3 years would suffice. So when you talk like that, I don't even like thinking about after.
But he's got this year.
Okay,
so 3 more years puts you at 2027.
All right, here we go.
How many points is Chef Curry going to be averaging in 2027? He'll be
now that's
40.
That's a big deal. Okay, that could be a plummet. But I'm not saying we love you, Jeff. My point is, Steiny, he's got 1 year. Okay, give him 2 more.
Well, maybe he's like, I'm not signing for 2. I want 4. 888-957-9570 is the number. Ooh, Steiny turning into Skip Bayless. Why? Because I didn't hear Mike Dunleavy say something that made me confident that Steve Kerr was definitely going to be here. He didn't.
Yeah, but oh my gosh, I got to be
This is
careful.
how it started with Bob Myers.
No,
what don't we
right.
see?
You know what? I have nothing for you there, but I told you that was more of a preference from Bob. It wasn't about Bob not getting the bread. Okay, I believe that. Now, I could be totally wrong. But my goodness, if a guy ever deserved a blank check, it's Steve Kerr for what he's done.
Nobody deserves a blank.
It's not about if he can – if we go young and it – that's like the worst scenario. And maybe in business you got to think worst case scenario like a parent. But Steiny, something's off that this is not done if it doesn't get done before.
And I'm telling you
tip-off.
why. I'm telling you why. I'm telling you why I think. Not definitely.
Because this doesn't add up to what we know.
Actually, honestly,
I'm
dude, to me, it does.
Oh, man.
It really does.
Then Warrior fans really need to.
By the way,
I'm not stirring the pot. Just real quick, Stoney, you really need to prepare yourself for life without Kerr. If that ball opens up, if the season opens up against Phoenix and he has no contract, right? I don't think one's getting done during the year. I don't know. That's scary. And it shouldn't be that way.
It's possible that he'll get a contract extension during the course of the season. But my question is, I didn't realize. Just extend Kerr. Just pay him the most money of any coach. That's fine. He's got to make more than Monty Williams. But if he's making more than Monty Williams, he wants years, I'll bet you.
You could be. Wow.
So, and the one thing that I really listen, Steve Kerr's a great coach. He's a great coach, but it is absolutely, positively fair to ask, okay, he's a great coach. Do you want him coaching the post-transition era? I don't know that I do. That's all I'm saying. I might.
But that would be, here I go, that would be 4 years, though, I believe, Stoney, at minimum.
What do you mean?
I believe that would present itself when the big three are gone or one of them start to leave before the other. That's not imminent. That's all I'm saying.
How many years do you think these three guys are going to play together?
Honestly,
and at what level?
I'm being real. Well, Dre, I know he's got 4. Clay, 3 years at least. Okay. I believe. Would you say I'm crazy for that?
I'd say you're optimistic. You're optimistic.
Well, a hurricane would have to hit this team, a basketball hurricane. They would really have to be sorry, look lethargic,
what
and
if they
all.
get hurt?
Dre's up for 4.
What if
Curry's through how long?
Okay.
We got
what
Curry.
What if guys start breaking down?
Then how attractive do they become somewhere else?
Okay, well, then you're done. Then it ain't going to be 3 years.
But you didn't ask me how you are. You said you'll still be together.
Oh, as long as they're together. See, that's the thing, Goo. This is where as long as the big three's together in 3 or 4 years, who cares if we're any good?
Oh, no, I'm not saying
that's what
that.
I hear a lot from Warrior
but
fans.
I was breaking it down okay, it could be ugly, but they would be together.
Oh.
No, I'm not saying that suffices for the playoffs. I'm just telling you that's how that would happen. And if they were to get hurt, you become less attractive.
By the way, let me clarify something on Klay Thompson. I said Klay's not getting an extension. I don't know that he's not getting an extension. I know that on media day he said he might, if he gets an extension, he gets an extension. If he doesn't get an extension, he said
going down to the
life's
wires,
still good.
Man.
Duh.
Klay. Spray Klay. I predict a big season for Klay.
415.
What?
Steiny, you keep saying you may not want Kerr to coach post-dynasty, but you don't say why. I said it a million times. What's been the biggest criticism of Steve Kerr in his coaching tenure? He doesn't develop young guys. He doesn't develop. And is it true? I think it's overblown. I actually think it's overblown. I think Steve Kerr just is a championship. Hey, do you want to win a championship or not? Because if you want to win a championship, I can't play the young guys. Maybe if they're out of their championship window, he would be a great coach for the post-transition. Because he would say, we're not a championship team anymore. I got to develop. But what we know of Steve Kerr is a lot of people were not happy with the way he handled Kuminga and with the way he handled Wiseman and even whoever, all the names, Jacob Evans.
I'm starting to wonder if Lacob is if he's holding him accountable for some of that. If that's in the back of his mind that the Wiseman thing went the way it did. You won the battle, but you're not going to win the war. I got rid of Wiseman. It didn't work out. And And we got to give Steve Kerr, because we talked about it. We brought this subject up. Is it the coach's job to raise these guys, or is that the coaching staff? Jordan Poole, Steiny, you got to put that in the column of he brought him from the bottom to the top. Kerr, that was under Kerr's watch.
Okay, and then if I want to devil's advocate, I'll be like, yeah, how did you play last year? How was the jump from 2 years ago?
Well, he got hit in the face in front of America. Yeah, so
he got worse last year.
But I would believe that punch had something to do with
listen,
that.
I'm sure the punch had something to do with it either. All I'm saying is if I wanted to make the argument that he didn't develop Jordan Poole last year, I mean, I don't necessarily believe it, but I think you could.
I keep thinking about PB Chase, Donnie. I hate they let go of him.
No, you didn't. You haven't thought of him one time. I was talking to
Tim Roy, the great Tim Roy, and his name came up.
Okay, and how so?
I wonder if
we talk about
grooming young guys. Maybe it was more attractive. If Kerr is the coach, maybe they thought it wouldn't happen.
So you do see what I'm saying.
And I'm wondering if the James Wiseman thing, which the last supporter and the biggest supporter outside of myself was Joe Lacob. I'm wondering he traded Wiseman, but I'm starting to wonder now that Steve doesn't have a new deal if there's some residual from that about Wiseman not blossoming.
That's kind of what I'm saying. I don't know if that goes from point A to point B, Wiseman, but
the Kuminga too.
All of them. But my point, we're getting deep into the weeds here, which is fine, but I never thought the young guys should play as much as everybody else wanted them to play because we're in a championship window.
Moody showed you could play though. I
could play 10 minutes on a championship team. That's fine. I'm talking about integrating guys over the course of the season. He's never done that. But you know what? I didn't want him to do that because we had championships to win. I'm just saying if the window is closed or closing, I think it's fair to ask whether you want Steve Kerr to take you into the next thing. And you know what? He may sign a contract extension by the end of today.
Remember, we thought it was going to be last week.
I'll tell you what, I'll be surprised.
Because he was on with Bonte and Shasky.
If Steve Kerr gets a 4-year extension tacked on to this year,
I would not be surprised.
It's the end of 2024. His contract's up. So he goes 25, 26, 27, 28. I would, if I were Joe Lacob, let me ask you this. Evan, jump in here. If you're Joe Lacob right now, would you sign Steve Kerr through 2028 for more money than anybody else has ever gotten to coach?
Depends on this season.
Thank you.
I think now more than ever the Warriors are a year-to-year franchise.
And that's what I think.
But let me ask Evan something. Is that just about wins or losses, or you want to see how or what jumps beyond basketball that the young guys take under Coach Kerr?
I think it's just a fragile roster in general. You got a lot of guys that could either have career seasons for being old. I think they could succumb to injury. You guys could be fat cats with their new contracts. I just think there's a lot of moving parts that they haven't had to deal with before. And so Steve Kerr's, his biggest focus is probably not the young guys. And that might be an issue. But because of everything else going on with the team, I think you just kind of have to wait back and evaluate.
So I'm real quick. I know it's up against break. So Steiny, it sounds like Coach Kerr has to prove something still to Joe Lacob.
I mean, I don't know about that.
It sounds that way if you want to think about him being able to coach this roster when it gets younger.
You'd sign him to a 4-year extension.
I would.
What about 5?
No, I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't do 5.
Okay,
I don't
he
even
wants
think
5. Maybe he wants 5. Maybe that's the magic number.
But 1 year is not going to make or break me. Yeah, it ain't. It's deep. It's bigger. That gap is bigger than that, Stoney.
What gap?
This could be whatever. 2 to 5. Kerr may want 4 or 5, and he offering 2. I don't know, man.
That segment was brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises.
Matt Coker here with West Coast Men's Health. In the past.
year. If you come for me, I'm coming for you. You feel me?
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Remember what that was about? It was about the people who merge illegally when they're leaving Levi Stadium. Wow. That's a great call that day. I remember that. All right. I was 2 minutes ago, I was going to go on a rant. Now I'll just try to be.
You calm down. Evan and I were like, what happened? They're fighting. That's the greatest thing to me ever.
What?
They're fighting. They're fighting. When your boy got knocked out.
This is for. Listen, I've been around Warrior fans for 30 plus years. There's a portion of the fans that are unbelievable and unbelievably knowledgeable, and I respect them. And there's a dumb group. There's a really dumb group of Warrior fans. Listen, do I think Steve Kerr's going to get an extension at some point? I would probably bet on it. Yes, I would bet on a Steve Kerr extension. But some of the things I've heard for the first time make me go, huh, that's all. So you guys out there who think it's crazy, you know what? You're the same clowns who said Kevin Durant was staying. And you're the same guys who weren't worried that Bob Myers would leave. So go ahead. Go ahead. It's idiotic to think that Steve Kerr won't get an extension. Okay. I got you.
Woosa.
Yeah, I got you.
Because I did think Durant was staying and Bob Myers wasn't leaving.
Oh,
I can admit it.
Yeah, exactly, but it's no bad intent.
Yeah.
No malice. You had an opinion, not like the people who say I've been. Yeah, people. No need to criticize me on the.
Who are you?
No need to get personal.
Yeah.
And I
want him to get his new deal, man.
Yeah, I don't care.
Yeah.
One way or
Shocker. I got you.
I mean, if he gets it, great. Kerr's a great coach.
Yeah. And Bob Myers was a good GM.
And the guy's saying, oh, there's no way he won't get an extension. How many of you are the same people who have been crying about Steve Kerr not developing young guys? You better not be the same person. Sean, Oakland. Mm-hmm.
The town.
Hey, how you doing, man?
Talk to us.
Okay, so to me, I think, he is going to end up getting an extension. I don't see why not. Regardless of what's going to happen, like you said, Draymond probably on his last leg of getting any type of other contract besides this one he just got. And plus all the disruption that Draymond been having. Everybody keeps saying, oh, he's a catalyst of the team and stuff, but two of the major things, Durant left and Jordan Poole situation and stuff, just how long is that going to last? But I'm just saying, like how Greg Popovich coached the Spurs all this time. Why not see Steve Kerr coaching his Warriors team? He's a player's coach that everybody want to play for. I see no other reason why he would even leave. Everybody like playing with him. I mean, he developed a lot of players. He got a good repertoire in the NBA. I don't see why he would leave and why they wouldn't give him an extension. And Kuminga and Wiseman's situation never worked out because they would look like deer in the headlights. They didn't seem to be the players that came out of college when they got to the NBA. Kuminga looked good in the regular season, but he faded out in the playoffs. We can't have people out there like that during these playoffs just fading out and not producing. That's not Kerr's fault. That's his fault. If you want it, you're going to get it. But if you don't want it, it shows. So I see Kerr still coaching this team.
Appreciate it, Sean. And I didn't disagree with one thing Sean said. Not one thing. They probably will give him an extension. And I don't necessarily think he can't develop young players.
Right. You said it was overblown.
But that seems like there's a reputation out there from some Warrior fans.
But the bottom line is Joe Lacob thinking that.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's fair. That's absolutely positively fair. So, we'll see. By the way, and here's the other thing. Here's another thing that I've heard a lot of, and my answer would be, you don't know. And it's, the situation's not the same. Bob Myers didn't want to come back. Steve did. You don't know that Bob Myers didn't want to come back before last season started? You don't know that. maybe before last season started, Bob Myers wanted to come back, but the money wasn't right. And then the year goes on, and Bob Myers realizes that he's being worked to the ground, and he doesn't like the way he's being treated, and there's too many voices in the room. Maybe that made Bob Myers say, you know what, now it might be time. But let me tell you, I wouldn't doubt for a minute that Bob Myers was prepared to sign a contract of his liking before last season. Wow. But I don't think the first offer knocked his socks off. So,
well, we'll see.
707, no, Steiny, that sounds is people cutting in line to enter into the blue lot for tailgating. That's correct. People line up and wait, and then jerks cut in. That's right. I knew it was something
I'm one
like
of them,
that.
Steiny.
I knew it was something like that.
I'd cut in.
650, how has Looney developed? Does Kerr get credit for that? Yes. For the last time,
Bucket
I'm
counts.
not saying he can't develop talent. I'm saying, please don't tell me that wasn't a criticism of a lot of Warrior fans over the past 5 years.
It's ridiculous.
And I said it. I think it's overblown. Yeah,
You think he has one before opening night, Steve?
I'm more interested in Clay, tell you the truth.
But all right, we'll get to him. But Kerr, well, he could keep
Before
going
opening
throughout
night-
this season.
before opening night,
Okay,
who
Clay.
Well, Clay talked on media day as if, Clay can sign an extension. We asked Mike Dunleavy this on Monday. They can sign Clay Thompson and or Steve Kerr to an extension anytime, even in the middle of the season.
Gotcha.
But it seems to me like Clay's feeling like if he doesn't get one before the start of the season, that's fine. But he probably won't want to deal with it once the season starts. That's what it feels like. I might be wrong.
Oh, so they can re-up Clay anytime during this?
Anytime.
Oh, then it's nothing to see here. I thought it was.
Well, there's something to see here if either Clay is great or Clay slows down.
Oh, man.
So
that's a lot to have on your mind when you're going up for a shot.
And every NBA player deals with it.
Well, Curry ain't because he's wrapped up.
By the way, guys, 49ers update from practice
Yes.
today before we hit the break for the crossover with Willard and Dibbs. 49ers who won't practice today: Dre Greenlaw with an ankle, Charvarius Mooney Ward with a heel, Elijah Mitchell with a knee who missed last game, Trent Williams had a veteran day, so did Christian McCaffrey, got to manage that load. And then limited today, both Deebo Samuel with the ribs and Juwan Jennings with a shin.
Man, Steiny.
Man, what?
Deebo. Like, what if he's 50%? He was
Well, then
ginger.
your Cowboys have a better chance to
No
win.
doubt about it.
We got a crossover coming up on the other side on 95.7 The Game. That segment sponsored by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises.
They're fighting! Brought to you by...
Listen, Steiny, you can't say what we were talking about off the air.
Oh,
I don't even.
Oh, you
I
didn't
didn't
hear.
think he was
Good.
listening.
Okay,
I heard
there
you.
we go. Yeah.
I heard you. I got you. I got
What's
you back.
up, baby?
Ever since you called me nosy,
that bothers
I
you.
try to stick.
Wow.
Keep my nose out. Oh,
Nosy by nature, Diz.
Yeah, that's a 4. That's a 4.
Steiny nosy?
He's actually as far from nosy as anyone I've ever actually called a good friend.
Dude, I told him
I could be wrong.
I started last Friday show, which was payday. The boss did me a favor, did me a solid. This dude went out 40 minutes during the show.
That's
like he needed to know what happened. I go, the boss help the brother
That's
out.
just curiosity.
That's nosy.
That sounds better than nosy.
Yeah.
Well, it could. I mean, things that are going on with you could affect him.
Exactly. Because we're
things that go on with me don't affect him, so he doesn't even.
Speaking of you,
text me back.
Okay.
You know.
Wow.
You're not that guy.
Yeah, that's Garoppolo.
One of a kind.
That's Garoppolo right over
Boy.
there. You got to see him if you want to talk to him.
Real quick,
No, I'm
Willard,
kidding.
you
I'm
came
kidding.
here yesterday from the Farhan presser.
Yeah.
I'm in the bed, getting ready to close the eyes, and my man Farhan goes on Netflix and talks about the bear and what he likes to watch in episode 8 and 3. I'm like, dude, do you understand the gravity of what the hell's going on? It's falling on. I don't know, Will. That wasn't good. You do that when you're winning and it's cute. The Bear. Oh, do you watch The Bear? Episode 8. No, you're talking about episode.
Hold
you
on.
missed this.
I don't even know what you're
here-
talking about.
Yeah.
Sorry.
So, okay. The question was asked, and it was kind of, it was hard for me. I kind of tuned out of the answer because I don't watch The Bear. I don't know what The Bear is.
Gotcha.
I'd love to watch it, but he was making a comp.
Trying to.
Yeah. And by the way, see, here we go. And this is, you defend Farhan. I don't even know really what was going on. He was not. Put it this way. Remember when Gabe would sit in the dugout and they'd be like, why are you batting Slater tonight in the 3-hole? And he'd be like, do you hear that song that's playing right now? This is a great band. That's like, okay, we just went over here to be playful in what some might consider. Farhan was trying to make he was trying to answer a question.
Yeah.
And he was like, you're reminding me of the Bear. And then all of a sudden, it like became this thing where media members were like, yeah, I watched the Bear. Like,
then they got off the rails.
And Killian was like, it's amazing about like everyone's. So I think it went on a little bit longer than he meant it to. He was trying to answer the actual question. So I don't know if that helps or hurts, but I
played it for Stein.
I turned off because I'm like, I don't know what the Bear is. I don't even know what that is. You guys know me. I watch nothing.
I do like that actor though, even though I don't watch the show.
I have no idea
Who's
what
the
the Bear
actor?
is.
I think the main guy. It's a guy, and he's been a character actor a lot. But
He dressed up as a bear?
Nah.
How does this work?
Yeah, that I don't know.
I don't know.
I can't.
I don't know. But
I don't know.
I know that a lot of people did not love the press conference yesterday. Farhan is not a habitual press conference winner. That's not who he is. And the Larry Bear letter today, also, I thought, I don't think that hit the note either. Here's what I'd say. I hear everybody who didn't like those things, but there is a bottom line to our conversation right now. Farhan is not going anywhere yet, so that's where it is. And none of this is going to matter until we see who they bring in. The words are like,
manager first.
Sit down, have this press conference, and if I'm anyone Giants related, I am now gone. Goodbye, sayonara. We're going to Canada. We're going to Siberia. You're not going to hear from any of us because there's not a damn word anyone can say right now that's going to calm people down until you show up with either a trade or some big free agents or something that matters to people. Yeah. So right now, words are just going to be that.
Even when you hire a manager, it doesn't matter because
I mean that'll be a day, but yeah,
it'll be a day. But I mean, you mentioned it earlier in the week. He's a middle manager, so who cares? And bottom line is, if your team's not better, you could bring in the ghost of Connie Mack. And you're still not winning the World Series?
Except for that he did answer the question. Like, I thought one thing that wasn't discussed much yesterday was it sounded like he was trying to empower whoever the next manager is. It sounded like this is not just somebody who's like making bullpen moves. He talked about the manager as a recruiter.
That's what
somebody who's going to inspire. Yeah. That's what they're looking for, what have you. So, and he even spoke about empowering the manager in the decision-making process over analytics when he's here. I don't know if that was strategic or not, but it sounded to me like he was trying to up the importance of the gig. That'll either land or it won't, depending on who it is. And obviously, it won't be Bob Melvin. So,
man, we saw that.
I don't know how many names is even, are even on the list that could inspire people.
Yeah, Bob Melvin's back in San Diego.
Man,
it's just
good for Bo Mail.
Just out there. So, Steiny and Guru, this is the crossover with Willard and Dibbs. We got a big game this weekend, guys.
Yeah, big time. Before we get to that, okay. I do want to just one quick shout out to Andrew in Santa Fe, who's a diehard listener. His son is 6. He was diagnosed with bone cancer. Oh. He's got chemo coming up next week, and he's looking for a spirit lifter. So as we transition from the Giants to the Niners, maybe a shout out, maybe a little bit of love for
man, thoughts and prayers. Get Will.
And I hate to bring it all the way down to that to
it's
a 6-year-old.
Real life.
No.
It's real life. I mean, and Will is 6, and he's got bone cancer, and we all have kids. He's got 3. You got 3. We all have 3.
Man.
Oh my God. We all have 3.
Top of mind as well.
We got 12. We got 12 in the room.
Listen, Buster Posey does a ton of work for pediatric cancer.
Wow.
As you guys know.
6 girls, 6 boys in the room, too. Wow, man.
I'm hosting an Unravel pediatric cancer event later this month
awesome,
in Mountain
man.
View.
Good for you, brother. Good
we've
for you.
We've been working on
Big
that.
Time, Boop.
It's top of mind, but I bring it up just to know or just to say maybe to Will, you're in really good company. There are a lot of people working really hard to have your back, and even those of us who haven't met you yet directly, we're thinking about you, and the support is wherever you need. And I do know this in the work that a lot of us are trying to do in pediatric cancer.
Yeah,
my God, an attitude goes a long way.
That's a big deal.
So, Will, keep your spirits up because that's going to help you get better.
Tough to have that tude when you're 6 and you're just trying
that
to
shouldn't even be a thing,
no,
P.
Dude,
I mean, just think about what you just said. And I tell Steiny daily, I try to, I got a flat tire. This ain't right.
Totally,
my check was off a little. Dude, that's nothing. And if I were in charge, that wouldn't even be a thing. 6 years old. So thoughts and prayers. And we had an older friend we just met dealing with his own cancer battle, going through chemo, and we got together a couple weeks ago. You came down.
No doubt,
I mean, no doubt. Thoughts and prayers, man.
It affects everybody.
No doubt about it.
My younger son's best friend at 18 had Ewing sarcoma, which is one of the million, arm cancer in the bone, and he was able to keep his arm, and now he's playing D1 soccer at UCSD. Awesome. So shout out Nate Morgan.
Keep us abreast, Dibbs.
It's just, so I did want to shout out Andrew, diehard listener, his son Will, before we get into the real important stuff, tongue in cheek. Niners-Cowboys, boys. I mean, it's big, and it's Mark and I were talking earlier. He's like, "What are you feeling like? What's the lead?" And I'm like, "I'm afraid of this Cowboy defense. That's it."
A guru will talk you down.
No. I'm not worried about reverse devil tongue, and all the rest of it.
We just had Jesse Holly, former Dallas Cowboy receiver on.
He was good.
Yeah,
he
was
picked
really
the
good.
Niners at the end.
Dallas Cowboy hero.
And he was being real. Jerry Jones called the Niners the front runner. So the cake doesn't crumble if somehow the Niners tripped up. Because I got a bulletin. I do believe if they get past this game, and I won't do it, just tell me when they're going to lose.
Well,
Willard, I'm not there yet, but if they were to slip up against a Dallas Cowboy team that they've owned, it's not over.
No,
Dallas needs this way more than the Niners need it.
I agree with that.
There's no doubt.
That I agree with.
Okay, and that's a lot of pressure, Willard.
That's not to diminish the game for
No,
the 49ers at like even a little bit.
Because Niners playing for something bigger, too.
The Niners, I do love what was it Brad Sham earlier this morning?
Yeah, he was on with Bonte
and he said the Niners have a chip on their shoulder based on what has happened the last few years because they feel they should have won one by now, as we all do.
Yes.
So it almost, I think, brings you into the Niner locker room where it's like those of you Super Bowl or bust people, just don't worry. The Niners feel that even more. Do you know what I mean? Like they're like, we are not going to take any little tiny thing for granted.
Wow.
And they're taking it out on the league. And, man, you hope that they bring that action to Sunday Night Football. Like, this is their first game of the year where it's like, okay, we've grabbed everyone's attention. We're 4-0.
Okay.
But now the world gets to watch, and it's a big stage.
It's
and
Dallas
it's a big
defense.
opponent.
Yeah, they
it's
got
all of that stuff. So the 49ers are going to want to show out. But there is a mental dynamic that has taken place here that does not exist for the 49ers, that exists for the Cowboys. And you know what it is? It's a mini version of what was going on like late 70s, early 80s when the 49ers season ended every year.
Every year.
Because of the damn Cowboys.
Yeah, man.
And now shoes on the other foot.
Brody.
And I tell you, it feels good.
No,
it feels good
it
to be
should.
on the other side of this.
Yeah.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM, and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
Steiny came in and blew me away, and a couple texters said, you guys got into this subject matter yesterday. I know how great Christian McCaffrey is, and he's got some great players around him. Steiny was alluding to the usage rate. Like, is it a bit too much? I go, if they can't stop it, there's a reason they can't stop it. Why would you do anything different? But I got a couple texts because I didn't hear you guys yesterday that you guys had broke that down or got into it yesterday. What do you think? Is it too much of McCaffrey too early? Because I'm like, if they can't stop it, why would Kyle do anything else?
It's not too much, and it's not too early because in 3 years, he won't be a Niner. And in 3 years, he'll be 30, and unfortunately, that's going to be the way that goes. And we have to think about running back in terms of, like, not a starting pitcher who's going to pitch till he's 40, or Steph Curry. Oh, maybe he can play till he's 38 or 39 or 40. A running back at 30 falls off the cliff. Almost every single one in history. And we were talking about LT, LaDainian Tomlinson, and his great career and what he was doing in terms of usage. And he got to 30, and it was a wrap, like Saran. And McCaffrey is 26 and a half.
27.
Oh, so he got a few more seasons before 30.
Yeah,
though.
but he's
30.
he's like, I know where you're coming from on this, Dibs, because like he's got 3 more years on his deal, right up until he's 30.
This year and 2 more.
That right, and then that's also when Brock Purdy's going to, in theory, probably going to right. He's going to be paid a little bit differently in 3 years than he is now. So I don't know how it's going to play out, but I get where you're coming from, saying he's not going to be on the team anymore.
That sounds like run him in the ground.
Well, but I mean, that's like, look at Derrick Henry right now.
Bell.
Derrick Henry's 29. He still looks really good, but you're also watching the Titans go, let's take a foot off the gas a little bit. Get Tajay Spears in there.
Yeah.
Right? We're going to take our foot off the gas a little bit. So that'll probably happen with Christian. I look at it this way. He is going to be on the team for 2 more years after this one. And I want those to be healthy years too. I don't really know what the difference is on a week in and week out basis if he's got 26 touches versus 22. But over a season, that's 4 touches a game times 17. That's a big number. And I think Christian is the type of guy who could do 420 touches and be fine. But I don't know what that means for next year. I don't know what that means the year after that. We'll talk to Doc Pandia about it today as well. But I think I know what he's going to say, which is that, it's kind of like what you used to say, Steiny. Like, I mean, every hit is another hit. And it ups the likelihood of XYZ.
To me, what's interesting is I think there's 2 things to this. One is the workload and whether you're putting him a little in harm's way, if you could limit it. The other thing is, like, I love when not conventional wisdom, but when you look at something else. Like, the Warriors, they're a jump shooting team. Well, actually, they weren't when they won titles. They led the league in dunks and layups. So I was just thinking about Kyle Shanahan, and, he's a coach that spreads it around, and they have all these weapons, and they might have the best weapons in the league. I think it's interesting that McCaffrey's been touching the ball basically half the time on offense. Like, I'm not saying it's good, bad, or indifferent, but that to me is interesting, that they really use him and they sprinkle the others. Now, I don't know if that's just a 4-game thing, and maybe they'll try to take away McCaffrey, and they'll go to Debo more and Ayuk. But I just thought it's interesting. He's being used more than any other running back in the league as percentage-wise.
He's the best player right now.
No doubt.
Which I love for running backs.
Yeah, last 2 weeks, each time they've been down one of their major weapons. I consider Debo down last week.
There's no doubt.
They were not gonna use him. He was a decoy. The week before that, Ayuk wasn't in. I think that affects it. I think the game flow affects it. It's kind of like what you said, Goo. Last week, the Cardinals, they could not stop him. So why would you go away from it?
I do think that has something to do with it.
A lot of coaches coach that way. Until you stop it, we're just going to keep doing it.
Yeah, I think Debo was banged up. Ayuk missed the game. And even Mitchell's been hurt, kind of banged up, where he hasn't been able to take as many carries from McCaffrey. I just thought it was kind of interesting. You might not.
Yeah, I do. I think it's one of there's two dynamics at once. Would you love Christian to be sure to be fresh toward the end of the year? Would you love other guys to be ready? That's all true.
If they thought that was a worry, wouldn't they be doing something different?
I do think there's a dynamic where 49er fans are really short right now on things to worry about.
Wow.
And so we have decided that we're worried about football players getting hit.
You know how blessed you are for that to be on the to-do list?
There's no way for the Niners to play and for the guys to not get hit.
But
someone might get hurt. It's really true. I don't know what to do about it.
And I think every fan base is the same in that regard. Philadelphia Eagle fans they know they're Jalen Hurts injury away from
every team
not being able to contend.
Right.
And it's kind of it's a peripheral part of being a fan of football that any one game it can all come apart. Like your season, gone.
Especially with this player, and he's getting 24 carries and touches per game right now, and you know that he's the real difference maker. And if you lose him, it's going to be more impactful than losing any other player on your offense.
Yeah.
Can I respond to that? Because I just want to remind 49er fans, I'm all in. Last time a non-quarterback got MVP was 2012 Adrian Peterson.
AP? Okay. Yeah, what a year he had.
This is trending that way for McCaffrey. Like, you could give it to him. Nobody would be surprised.
Yeah, quarter pole, he's
But
the
I
leader.
guess I'm going back to Kyle to remind people he was stellar before in regard to creating offense and play design. They were still exotic before McCaffrey, and that's why they got to the Super Bowl, and that's why it was the invention of Deebo Samuel. And I feel like people aren't forgetting because they're all in McCaffrey mania, and I'm a part of it. But Kyle is almost like, hold my beer, guys. I can do it without McCaffrey, too, because I've done it. And I took Raggedy, I'm calling him Raggedy because I think he could have played now after listening to Jimmy Ward, to a Super Bowl. So that's just how creative this dude is, Kyle, because I feel like now Kyle's getting credit taken away from him because it's McCaffrey, but Kyle had this exotic scheme. Knew Ayuk was going to be what he was before McCaffrey.
He could have
played. I just want to remind people.
He could have played.
You think so?
Would you have played? Would you have played, Daryl? And
give him the boss analogy.
No chance. I would not.
Give him the boss analogy.
Did you bring up MVP?
I don't care.
Okay. Yeah, but give him the boss analogy when you said when you got a bad boss.
Yeah, if you don't have
I
a
heard
great
his analogy. It didn't hold water.
Hey, Dibs, I would play.
No, what was the
Jimmy
analogy?
Ward went on Richard Sherman's.
No, I heard that. I heard that.
No, the analogy was a sports talk radio analogy. So, the analogy would be is if you went out and spoke on the microphone, you might lose your voice forever. And that's what Jimmy was looking at. Do I not play and get a huge bag knowing that I'm going to be healthy, or do I risk injury and play for a guy that I don't respect?
But what about the other 53, the guys that you played, the brothers?
It's a business.
Totally, it's a business.
You asked me, Willard, if I were
business.
Jimmy, I would have played and suited up. And I could have got a chance to go to another Super Bowl.
Well, first of all, he never thought.
This is tough.
And he was smiling on the sideline.
Grinning ear to ear.
But I'm uncomfortable with Jimmy Ward goes on Richard Sherman's podcast, and now we've decided we know what Jimmy's leg felt like.
I hope you know I said that.
Kawhi Leonard is not a Spur because one of his teammates decided he knows what he feels like.
Tony Parker.
That's tough. So for me, full stop there, number one. But if we want to go into a hypothetical conversation over if Jimmy sort of kind of could have played, should he have suited up? I think that there is a very fair answer that we romanticize. Be there for your boys. Be there because you got all the way here. you are on a sideline for a team that has spent 2 years trying to get rid of you, and you have a contract and a future in front of you. And a year earlier, this exact scenario ruined everything.
And they had him on the side.
Ruined everything. And so now you're asking, as an individual, are you willing to go risk that again? I don't think that makes Jimmy a blank, a you-know-what, for not having a uniform on, especially without knowing like what that felt like. I mean physically, not mentally. I have no idea what the foot felt like.
Yeah, and if he thought he was 80%, then it's a no. If he said I'm basically healthy, but I still am, I'm not fully recovered, I wouldn't play either.
For who? For what?
Do you want to know? Okay, my take when I first heard that, Jimmy Ward's out of line.
Oh no, Totally.
Jimmy
you ain't
Ward,
a doctor, man.
Jimmy Ward, you are out of line.
Yeah, no doubt about it.
For saying I thought Jimmy could play.
If Jimmy sent him a cuss text, I would understand. I would like, dude, who the F? You know what you're saying? But Dibs, you're telling me if you forget that, you wouldn't have went out there for next year with a chance to go to a Super Bowl and right the wrong? Or just revenge the loss that you had in 19?
Right. For a team that has been trying to get rid of me for the better part of 2 or 3 years. And so if he's not, and whatever, 80%, maybe he's 72%, whatever he is, he's not under contract for the next year. And they've done everything they could to get rid of you over the past 2 years. They drafted your replacement. They traded up to draft your replacement. And they put you on the kiddie field, and you said see ya.
But you still were the start after it was your thing. You got hurt. We got past that. Okay, if you're still holding ill will for that, don't ever come back and play. But he came back and had the job, and then he got hurt. Okay, so I'm just saying if it was like that, Dibs, that Jimmy would have been like, I'm out of here. I ain't playing it at all. But to up in a chance to go to a Super Bowl, I got to believe if he could have played and suited up, he would have suited up.
I mean, are you even looking at it that way? You're going to be QB 2 or 3. It's not like, hey, Jimmy, do you want to come take us to the Super Bowl? It's, hey, Jimmy, do you want to come stand on the sideline and we can throw up a bat signal if we're in trouble? And
you bail us out.
You know what I mean? Like, let's be honest. I know athletes will never say this out loud, but if you contribute to a championship versus just be on a ride on a championship team, those are not the same thing. The example that forever changed my opinion on this was looking into Mitch Richmond's eyes in the locker room as the Lakers won a title in New Jersey, and Mitch got nothing outside of garbage time the whole year. And like you ask Mitch Richmond if you think he won a ring. I mean, he's like,
yeah. Well, Jimmy said weird things were going on in San Francisco. That's weird. If you could dress Jimmy and you didn't.
Jimmy signed a 3-year, $67.5 million deal.
How much guaranteed?
Probably like 25 or 30. But point being, if he goes out and plays and gets re-injured, does he get that deal? No, he doesn't.
Wow. So ruins the whole thing.
It's a business.
All right. Well, you guys got, I see you got Peter King at 3:15.
And I want to mention this real quick because the Jimmy Ward sound that you guys have been playing all day, I've had the same question all day because it starts in the middle of a conversation. It starts with Jimmy Ward going, I think there was some of that with Jimmy G, too. And I keep asking every time I hear it, what are they, some of what? What did you say before that conversation started? Well, the great Mark Grandy has got the full commentary, which we will have.
We'll be listening.
All righty, gentlemen.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now, these two homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs. On 95.7 The Game.
It's not the biggest no-brainer in the history of mankind, according to Dan Dibley. It's the biggest regular season game in the history of mankind. Is it? Week 5, I do think it's a bigger game for the Cowboys than the 49ers in terms of like what the penalty is if you lose it. But I look at it more this way. This is what we've all been waiting for. whatever questions you still have, if you're in the camp of I need to see more or wherever you are, whether it's Brock, whether it's the 49er defense, whether it's whatever it is, Kyle Shanahan's play calling, Mike McCarthy's job status, it's two teams that are at a very high level in the NFL, and both of them have a list of things that they need to prove, because you do that every year. And this Sunday night, they're going to get the opportunity to do it.
And it could be the first of two possible NFC home field advantage tiebreakers because, Arizona's been good. They're not going to be there. Seattle's been plucky. They won't be there. The Rams miss me with that. You don't play the Lions. Green Bay's been up and down, more down of late. It feels like the NFC comes down to Philly, Dallas, and the Niners. And if you beat these two teams, then you own the tiebreaker in case you happen to have the same record as them at the end of the year.
Yeah, I just think there's a lot of emotion that goes into this, obviously, because it's 49ers and Cowboys.
Sure.
So that's inherent. There is like Brock Purdy, I think is only, and I don't even know if you can do this from one season to next, but there's obviously a lot of overlap, some of the same players, same coordinators, things like that. There's one team that he's played twice, and that was the Seattle Seahawks. He beat them on a Thursday night with broken ribs, and then he beat them again in the playoffs. But, there are a lot of people that say, okay, now that you've sort of had a chance to see Brock, remember this at the beginning of the year? Defensive coordinators are now going to find that kryptonite.
That was me.
And they're going to come after him. Well, we haven't seen that yet, but this is the Cowboys, these particular players, Micah Parsons, etc. This is their second shot at Brock Purdy, and they're aggressive and they're good, and I'm sure they are out to have all of the Brock Purdy talk and the 49er talk, have it go away, but more so, I think the mental side internally for them. You've even had people with the Cowboys, or at least around them, admit this week there's a thing there. There's a thing. The Cowboys feel under the 49ers' thumb right now. So that's what this Sunday represents for them.
For sure. And if you go back to that game last year in the NFC playoffs, January 22nd, actually of this year, it was 9-9 at the end of three quarters. That game could have gone either way, and it went the Niners' way, not because of Brock Purdy, but because of Dak Prescott. Because Dak Prescott, or Gak, or Yak, or whatever Guru calls him, Prescott, he gave up a couple of big turnovers, and the Niners capitalized, and that's why they won the game. Dallas, their defense was terrific in that game. The Niners had a hard time moving the ball on the ground. They had only 214 via the air. Brock Purdy was good, but not spectacular. The ground game was solid, but not, road grading. They only carried it for 113 yards. So you look at that game, and at the end of it, it could have gone either way. And it went the Niners' way, not because of Brock Purdy, but because of the defense.
I'm just sort of smiling because I'm getting to that point, like, all right, we're in the second half of the day Wednesday, starting to visualize it a little bit, right?
Lock in.
Well, what are you thinking right now? What do you think this is going to look like?
I think it's going to look like the game back in January. It's going to be a low-scoring, kind of a slugfesty game where I think about the Niners' O-line, and they have not been tested like they are going to be tested. And, Colton McKivitz over at right tackle has had, I don't want to say an up and down year, and I don't know what PFF has him rated at, and I should have that already. I should look that up because it's a big game and it's a big week, but I do know that Dallas has an unbelievable front. You mentioned earlier that they have 4 of the top 12 rated pass rushers, according to PFF. And this Niner team has not faced that yet. Yes, Aaron Donald, very good. TJ Watt, elite, and he owned Colton McKivitz. But it didn't matter because you still won the game. And beyond that, this Niner O-line has had a pretty easy go.
I love the over in this game.
Okay. What's the number?
It'll shock you.
Like 43.5?
Keep going.
Higher or lower?
Higher.
45.5?
45.
Okay.
45 is the over-under in this game.
Well, you like
right
Brock
now.
Purdy getting 30.
No, I like both teams to score more than we're thinking they're going to score, is what I'm saying. I I think a lot of times we see a game, and I remind everyone, these are two new teams. I know there's a lot of the same players, but these are two new teams. This is a new situation. There are new game plans. There's tape from last year that all these teams are going to watch. They're going to come out with new game plans. So when we see a game go 19-9, I think we look at it and we go, okay, that's how these two teams look when they get together. Well, I would argue, no, that's how they look when they got together that time. I think that the pendulum's going to swing back in the other direction. I think both defenses have a reputation for being incredible, and they have largely backed that up this year, though I'd also argue neither one of them has faced a good offense yet. Neither one of them. I guess the 49ers, you could say, faced a decent one with the Rams.
Yeah.
That's definitely the best offense of the 8 games that the two teams have played. And the Rams moved the ball against the Niners pretty good. When I watch what Dallas looked like in Arizona, I think Brock Purdy and the 49ers are going to move the ball. I also think Dak Prescott and the Cowboys are going to move the ball. This is the game that many 49er fans have been waiting for, because this, I do not believe, is a game where the offense is going to have the luxury of scoring south of 25 points and winning. I do not think that can happen this week.
Wow.
They're going to I think that this game is going to be more wide open than people believe.
Yeah, I disagree, and it's basically stylistically, and I don't want to get too much into preview radio, but I think about what this Dallas defense is and how ferocious they are, and I think about the Niners trying to control the clock and, using Christian McCaffrey in the ground game, and I don't think that Brock Purdy is going to have a chance to really sit back and, throw deep like he did last week against Arizona. They had a ton of time. He got sacked one time, and it was on a Colton McKivitz Olay at right tackle. I think he'll be under a lot more pressure, a lot more short passes, a lot more of a field position game, more Wishnowski than we're used to. But I don't see that Dallas is going to be able to do what the Rams did, and Dak Prescott, boom, out of his hand, move the chains, quick passing. Their passing attack is more predicated on CeeDee Lamb, and that to me is one of the interesting matchups. CeeDee Lamb in the slot against Isaiah Oliver and whoever they put over there in the Dallas 3 wides. The Niners are going to have to play a lot more nickel than they're used to, because Dallas is going to try to throw it a lot and use, single back and try to spread the Niners out. So that to me is going to be the interesting part of it.
I wonder. I'm sure Dallas is going to adjust. We've seen every single team the Niners have played this year go get the ball out of the quarterback's hands as quickly as possible. But I just think this, and maybe this is true for both teams. I think we have decided and made judgments about these two teams we're not actually ready to make. Oh, this Dallas defense is amazing. You ain't played anyone. And in fact, you have played, if I gave you 5 offenses so far this year in the NFL, where I'm like, joke, clown show, hot mess, total house in disorder, and complete dumpster fire. If I gave 5 teams that, 3 of them are on the Cowboys schedule this year. Giants, Jets, who am I? Giants,
don't say the Cardinals.
Patriots.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Why does the Dallas defense look so good? Because you're playing Zach Wilson and Mac Jones. And by the way, the Niner defense, we're not that far removed from it. Now, Dobbs played both teams.
Yeah.
He moved the ball better against the Cowboys than the Niners, but they moved the ball to a certain degree against both. And even them, is that an offense where you're like, oh, that scares you? Stafford is interesting and moved the ball a little bit. But if you ask me, what am I so excited about in this game? There's the inherent stuff. It's the Niners, the Cowboys, and Sunday Night Football.
Exactly.
But the big thing is, let's see it. Let's see all 4 groups go against someone who's elite on the other side of the ball, because none of you have yet.
Yeah, and the one that concerns me the most is the Niners offense against a defense that they haven't yet faced, because they haven't yet faced a defensive front like this that can get after you in a number of different ways with different personnel, interior, exterior, edge rushers, depth, and to me, it comes down to whether or not Dallas can control the run, because I think the Niners will run the ball at Micah Parsons, as many teams have, make him tackle, make him be involved in the ground game. And if the Niners can run the ball, they're going to win this game.
Yeah.
If they can't, I wonder about Brock Purdy. This is his biggest test of his career.
Yeah.
It's the biggest test of his career. And that's why I think it's the biggest regular season game that he's had. I mean, at Philadelphia, it was a bigger test. I get that. But he didn't even get to take that test.
You know what?
He got knocked out.
I get what you're saying. I would argue, though, that a guy who was a 7th-round rookie with essentially no reps in practice, when he gets tossed into a Super Bowl race, and in his first start, the greatest quarterback of all time is on the other team, or his first division game, it's on Thursday night and he's got broken ribs. Like, I sort of feel like Brock now has some wind beneath his sails.
Sure.
I get what you're saying. I think that he has, here's how I would adjust the comment. I don't think this is the biggest test of his career. I think that this is the biggest opportunity that he's had to sort of convince people of what he can do. That's kind of the way I would say it.
It's big stage. Sunday Night Football against America's team and a great rivalry. And, you know, in the pregame, it'll be shots of T.O. at the Star and the catch game. And even before that, going all the way back to the games at Kezar. This rivalry is bigger than Brock and Dak and Micah and Bosa and all the rest of it.
It's exactly what everybody needs. Honestly, I think that we think the season has taken more shape than it has. 4-0, 3-1. Against what? Honestly, against what? Like, it really takes shape Sunday night at 8:30. Sunday night at 8:30, we find out Quienes Mas Macho.
Nice.
Okay? Who really has that thing? And honestly, there's a scenario where we walk out of there going, it's both. It's both. If the final score is 24-23 and it's a classic battle, and we on Sunday Night Football, we walk out of there and go, okay, those are two of the 3 or 4 best teams in the NFC. But right now, I know what their records are. I know what we think from last year. I know we look at the roster and go, I'm certainly confident that the 49ers are that because they've already been that. And their record, Bill Parcells, you are what your record says you are. But by the same token, comments like, if they win this, then we can start talking about undefeated, or whoever wins this game, nothing's in their way. I mean, we're barely out of September.
Sure.
I think we only know a little bit.
But what we will know after Sunday is whether or not they hold the tiebreaker over Dallas these two teams are tied. And if you lose to Dallas and Philly wins, you know that you're third in the NFC based on Philly being undefeated and Dallas having the tiebreaker over you. So
don't you agree, though, also, NFC West, hell of a lot better of a division than we thought.
Sure.
So
that's fine.
No, I just think that I think that race is going to last longer than some of us thought.
It's a tighter race, but you're still. I mean, you're Carl Lewis in the 100.
Yeah,
you're not worried about it.
I'm not worried about it, but Seattle is always like hanging around, and here they are again. They're doing it again. So we're sponsored by Lucky California. We'll take your calls next, 888-957-9570. Plus, I think this is really important, especially if you've heard the Jimmy Ward comments on Richard Sherman's podcast. How about if we sit back, take a breath, and hear the whole thing so that we can get the context of what he's actually saying about Jimmy Garoppolo? We will do that coming up next. Get to your calls. Dave, you're going to be first up on Willard and Dibs.
Time's running out. Don't miss your chance to play in the prize-packed Monopoly Kick-Off the Savings game at Lucky. Sargento Shredded...
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Peter King next hour. Get your butt over to YouTube. I've kind of had it with you not being on YouTube, because YouTube is where you can see and hear. Who doesn't like and? I don't like the word or, right? And. It's a better word.
Better than but.
It's a bit. What? Well,
there's and, but, nor,
yeah,
or the three conjunctions, as we learned.
I didn't know if you meant with one T or two.
No, one T.
Anyway.
It's a one T, but. Yeah.
YouTube, 1T.com/957 The Game. You can watch us live. You can see the beautiful jawline of Dan Dibley. If anybody swears, you get to hear it. If Grandy plays music, you don't.
Ouch.
And we make fun of you for it. We look you in the eye and go, ha, ha, ha. You don't get to hear the music. Ah, ha, ha, ha. That's what we do. But it's fun over there. People chat. They rip us. Sometimes they say the wrong thing, and we rip back, and everybody has a good time. So get over to YouTube, and let's do the damn thing, okay? 888-957-9570. Let's stick with 49er stuff, but I do want to take 15 seconds to say, congratulations.
Is it over?
It's not, but it's about to be.
It's close.
The Rangers are up 7-1 in the ninth inning. We'd like to thank the Rays for their participation in this situation. And that's it. Like 24 hours and you out.
That's weak.
Of the playoffs. And it looks like Boch is moving on.
Nice.
So's Kapler, but in a different way.
Sure. Nice.
Moving on.
Yeah.
So
moving on.
Good for Boch.
Yeah. And,
good for Boch.
Good for baseball to bury this series in the afternoon and 5:30 Eastern.
Yeah.
I'm sure the Tampa crowd really showed up today, too.
Well, there's at least half the seats are full. It's incredible. No, we were talking. I don't know what the fix is on that, on the timing of playoff baseball games, but I get it. It stinks to be happening on a Wednesday at 2:35. But yeah, not much of a fix. Okay, Dave. Before we go to you, and 888-957-9570. Anything you're thinking with regard to the 49ers and the Cowboys, the game of the millennium? Absolutely. I do have something else, by the way, in a few. Before we get to Peter, I want to congratulate the 49er fan base because you've gone and done it again.
Really?
You have taken over stadiums, and now you have taken over the internet. I don't know what's next. Maybe world domination. You've taken over stadiums. Now you've taken over the internet. I will explain. But let's hear this first. I'm excited about this because I don't think you or I have heard this yet.
I haven't.
All morning long and into the early afternoon, Bonte, Joe, Steiny, Goo, they're playing this clip. You may have heard it. Jimmy Ward on with Richard Sherman on his podcast. And the whole clip starts, because this is the way sort of Twitter clipped it. The whole thing starts with, yeah, and I think there was some of that with Jimmy too, because I thought he could have suited up in Philadelphia last year. People have done different things with that. Some people are like, yeah, I knew Jimmy G was a little weakling. And I'm like, I want to reserve judgment until I know what were you talking about? There was some of what with Jimmy G too.
Right.
So shout out Grandy. Lucas, did you have anything to do with it? Lucas had nothing to do with it. Shout out Grandy.
What's up?
Oh, Lucas, you're here. Anyway, shout out Grandy because I said, hey, man, can we get what was said prior to viral clip? And he's like, yes, Mark, we can. And here it is.
After the Chiefs game, when I had that bad game, my first game back, I said, let me go to Coach Kyle. Let me look him in the eye and hear from his mouth. Say, hey, man, I don't want to play nickel no more. I want to play safety. He said, oh, you don't want to start? And when he told me that, I said, no. I said, just put me on special teams. I'll ball at special teams. It's like, oh, no, just give it a 48-hour rule. And I was like, okay. I gave it a 40-hour rul. And that's why after that Tampa Bay Buccaneers, when I had to talk to him after the game, it's like, hey, we need you to move the corner. AT's ankle kind of bummed up. I'm like, AT ankle? I said, AT was just running down kickoff. Like, what do you mean AT ankle was bummed up? It's like, bro, put him at corner. What did you hiding him from? Like, y'all draft him third round to play corner. Like, what you talking about? Like, ankle? Like, I'm out here with a broke hand. You saying his ankle hurt? And he's still on special teams? I looked at him. I was like, and I told him, this is my first time. I said, no. I said, I'm not going to corner, bro. I was like, bro, I had no practice at corner. I said, y'all already did me like this once. Then Miko came and asked me. I was like, Miko, I can't do it. I said, no. And then I heard Coach Kyle from the sideline. I guess we'll just put Aziz at corner. I said, and that's when I snapped. I was like, man, I guess you're going to have to. And then that's why I said that at the Philadelphia game. And that's probably some of the stuff that went down with Jimmy, too. I don't know, man, because I feel like Jimmy could have dressed out. I feel like Jimmy could have dressed out that last game. But, you know how this go. You know how this stuff. I seen your boy shooting a bird when he broke his leg.
Okay, let's
some good background.
Very good background. That brings it into focus for me. Let's also first translate for those of you listening for the first time.
AT is Ambry Thomas.
Ambry Thomas, very good. Miko is D'Amico Ryans.
Yeah. Aziz is Aziz Al-Shire.
And your
Go
boy,
ahead and put him in corner.
And your boy flipping birds at the coach is referring to Earl Thomas.
Okay.
Flipping birds to Pete Carroll back when Richard Sherman played for the Seahawks.
I appreciate the Cliff's notes here with that cut.
That's two boys hanging out with all the nicknames.
Right.
In case anybody didn't know who we were talking about.
Right.
What'd you think? What grabs you there?
What grabs me is that Jimmy Ward and Kyle Shanahan didn't see eye to eye.
Sure.
And he draws the comparison to Jimmy Garoppolo, and Jimmy Garoppolo and Kyle Shanahan, we know, didn't see eye to eye. So when Jimmy Ward says, I'm not going to corner. You already moved me once. You moved me to safety. I'm playing safety just because AT is not able to go. And he kind of takes a little bit of a veiled shot at AT. Like, I got a broken hand and I'm out here playing and Ambry Thomas can't go. Then you know what? Hey, Kyle, put Aziz Al-Shire, who's the third linebacker, put him at corner, which is not going to be what's going to happen. And so that's his way of basically doing kind of a middle finger thing, which is what he then leads into the Jimmy Garoppolo cut that we all played.
Okay.
And he's like, and that's kind of what Jimmy Garoppolo was thinking, because I'm sure Jimmy G is thinking, you already put me on the kiddie field. You already drafted my replacement. You already shuttled me in a certain way. And I was kind of scapegoated for the Super Bowl loss. So if I'm Jimmy G and I'm looking at all of this, and I know that if I'm healthy in March, I'm getting a bag, or if I risk it all in January and maybe I have a setback, I lose out on $67.5 million, forget that.
Okay.
That's what I see.
The money side, I think you're right, and that's maybe for me, that's the only fair thing that he's even saying here. Because he just spent the whole setup going, man, you're asking me to go out of position. And then says, and I think maybe there was some of that with Jimmy. I'm pretty damn confident they weren't asking Jimmy to switch positions.
Right.
Now, the other part he's talking about is playing through injury. So you're asking about, I'm playing with a broken hand. You can't have Ambry Thomas play through an ankle? Well, isn't that a veiled compliment? Ambry Thomas, Jimmy, is not as good as you. And so they are more activated to put Ambry off the field, especially if he's compromised, rather than you, because you're talented enough to play through it and play multiple positions. I also don't think that makes any sense to comp to Jimmy Garoppolo, because essentially what just happened here, and I've heard a lot of people then take this clip, and this is why I hate when things are clipped at the wrong time, because, like, I've heard plenty of people say, oh, this proves that Jimmy, just like what Martellus Bennett said, Jimmy's somebody who won't play through injury.
Right.
That's not what Jimmy Ward was saying at all. He wasn't ripping Jimmy. He was ripping Kyle.
Right.
And all of you who have spent the last 24 hours ripping Jimmy Garoppolo, you're ripping the wrong Jimmy. This is completely out of line by Jimmy Ward. It's completely out of line by Jimmy Ward.
That I disagree with.
For multiple reasons.
He kept it real.
Oh, great. Exactly.
He's keeping it a buck.
Good for him. You know what he's doing? First of all, he's pretending he knows what other guys' injuries are. That is out of line. B, this fan base has just spent the last 6 weeks of our lives holding Chris Paul at arm's length, self included, because what? because he wouldn't say, hey, I'm a team guy. Use me how you want to use me. And then here's Jimmy Ward doing the exact same thing, and we're going to be like, yeah, Jimmy, tell him. Kyle's a weasel. Kyle's not a weasel. And I could give you players from the ceiling to the floor who will tell you what a straightforward, look you in the eye guy Kyle Shanahan is in that locker room. And Jimmy is literally on an island here, maybe along with Jimmy Garoppolo, who really you're all going to hitch you're going to hitch to that wagon now. As far as who you agree with,
to think that Kyle Shanahan has 100% approval rating in that locker room,
nobody does.
Right?
That's not what I'm saying.
Sure.
I'm saying that this is a very rare circumstance. And by the way, even what he's passing along, like, what's wrong with that? Shanahan looked at him and said, "Well, no, we've got someone else at that position, and that's where they're playing. You want to play? This is what's available. If not, you're coming off the bench." I get why Jimmy Ward's ticked about it for financial reasons.
Exactly.
But is he wrong? It was the best defense in football.
Sure. But he's not wrong, but he can have his feelings in terms of how he felt like he was treated by the head coach. And so I'm glad you played the longer version of the cut because it puts Kyle Shanahan in the crosshairs, not Jimmy Garoppolo. He's basically saying, I can see why Jimmy did what he did.
Exactly.
Because Jimmy Ward did what he did based on the backstory, which was, Jimmy, you're a corner. Now, you're not good enough to be corner, so now we want you to play safety. And then Ambry Thomas gets hurt, and now the thought was, well, now we need you to go back and play corner. And Jimmy Ward's like, no, I'm not playing corner now, and I've been playing safety, and I've been doing well at safety. I'm a safety now. You could put Azeez Al-Shaair at corner, which is a hilarious notion to put a linebacker out there in a cover 2 scenario, but I don't fault Jimmy Ward for speaking his mind. He's now a Houston Texans and he plays for DeMeco Ryans, and so he even referred to Miko in that as well as DeMeco Ryans, his defensive coordinator at the time. And I'm sure he's not alone in terms of pro football. And if you're the head coach and you look at an injury and you look at a situation, you're not really thinking about, well, Jimmy, I know your backstory is you kind of got replaced as a corner and I forced you to play safety and now I'm going with my hat in my hand to get you to go back to corner. You're thinking, you play corner and it gives us the best chance to win. And Jimmy Garoppolo, you dress and you be healthy just in case, and that gives us the best chance to win.
Listen, to me, yes, Jimmy Ward can have his feelings. And of course, he's not the only one who's had a bad experience with Kyle Shanahan. There's no such thing as a boss in life that doesn't have people who are complaining about what they're doing. If you got Trey Lance in a quiet room and asked him about Kyle Shanahan, what do you think he would say? Awesome guy.
Gave me every chance to succeed.
Probably not. Probably not is what I'm thinking. So this is pro football. Sometimes people need to hear something they don't want to hear. People don't like their role. Whatever it is, that's pro sports. Obviously, that's pro sports. So I'm not saying Jimmy Ward can't have his feelings. I'm not offended by that. I think he's completely out of line by talking about other guys' injuries. I mean, over here, Garoppolo, Ambry Thomas, people are catching strays because Jimmy Ward is frustrated with Kyle Shanahan. I'm also ticked off at whoever cut this clip. Not you, Grandy, because you cut the right clip. But whoever put this out of Sherm's podcast on the internet made Jimmy Garoppolo turn into a guy that was like, oh, gosh, you wouldn't play hard for us through injury, when in actuality, Jimmy Ward's ripping Kyle Shanahan. He got nothing to say about Jimmy Garoppolo. That's not what he's saying at all. And listen, I know it's not always fair. And do I think that people need to look out for their own money? Of course they do. But call me old school if you want. I'm in the camp where a head coach is allowed to have opinions about who should play where. I just do.
But also individuals, and in this case, Jimmy Ward and Jimmy Garoppolo, have maybe not an equal right, but they do have a right, especially at that juncture of their career, where they can say, no, I'm not doing that.
Absolutely.
And if you're Jimmy Garoppolo
and go play for Houston,
and you're looking at a rehab that has you between 64 and 82% healthy, you're not 100%. And we all know that. So if you're Jimmy Garoppolo and you're looking at a situation where geez, if I play and I get hurt, it might cost me a chance to go out and get a job. And I'm stuck on a team where the only reason why I'm on this team is because they didn't have another option. They drafted a guy to replace me who turned out to not be the guy, and he got hurt. And then the backup was me, and I got hurt. And the third stringer is this Mr. Irrelevant guy. And now I'm going to back up Mr. Irrelevant, and I'm going to go out there and risk my own health for Kyle Shanahan, the guy who tried to get rid of me not once but twice. No, thank you. Yeah, I'm good.
And I'm fine with that. Look, this is their career. You guys, they can absolutely all shape it however you want. And if you want to go play for Houston and Las Vegas, by the way, I don't mean that in like a ha-ha sort of a way. If that's who's paying you the most, go do it. I would have probably done the same thing. Well, like, go take care of yourself. I'm not asking football players or anyone for that matter. I love it when fans are like, yeah, turn down millions of dollars for a shot at a ring.
Sure.
Oh, bleep you. I'm taking care of my family. You know what I mean? So, Jimmy, all the Jimmies. You're all
the Jimmies.
You're all fine. You're all fine. You all play for a different team. But I hear nothing in here that makes me think Shanahan did anything out of line. He played his card. Ward played his.
Sure.
Garoppolo played his, and now they're all on different teams.
And if Jimmy Ward wants to rat-a-tat-tat Kyle now that he's on a different team, he has every right to do so. Whether or not you think it's a good look or a bad look is, up to the eye of the beholder. It's kind of what we do now. Athletes are in a spot now where they control the message, which is great. And if he wants to come out and talk about how he felt about the end of his Niner career, and Jimmy Ward is a Niner, this was not the first time that he got shuttled into a certain spot. They were going to get rid of him, and then they kept him, and then now you're a safety, and he wants to be a corner, and now they want him to go back to corner. I'm sure he felt some kind of way to where he took the money to go to the Houston Texans.
Yes. And Ross Stripling wants to start. And so does Sean Mania.
Exactly.
So does Alex Wood.
Exactly.
And they'll probably be on different teams as soon as they possibly can be, unless it costs them $1. You notice Ross Stripling is so mad at being a Giant that he's going to what? Opt in.
He's going to opt in, yeah.
Oh, God. You're not actually mad. You just want money. And that's fine. Who doesn't? I totally get it. The only part that I think that's out of line here from Jimmy is he's talking about other players' bodies and acting like he knows what's going on there.
Yeah, okay? I see that. That's shout out HIPAA laws.
Yeah, and if you're mad at Kyle, great, be mad at Kyle. But I didn't hear anything that says the coach was out of line. He coached the team and put the people in who he thought should be in, and proof is in the pudding. They're the best defense in football. Like, that carries weight if your defense underperformed. But they didn't. They were phenomenal defense. So what are you going to do? You should have put me in. Well, we were number one. So, actually, no. We're going to keep doing exactly what we're doing.
Yeah, but at the same time, a player who is in a spot that maybe he doesn't want to be in, you then have a choice. And you're Stripling and you're Mania. It's an interesting comp because, if you're Stripling and you don't like the way you're used and you have a player opt, you can opt out.
Opt out.
Or you can opt in and say, well, the manager's gone now, so maybe things will be different in the upcoming year. And if you're Jimmy Ward and you've reached the end of your rope in terms of do they want me to be a safety or a corner and all the rest of it, you go and you follow your DC to Houston, and he got 2 years and $13 million, and he'll be 33 at the end of next year, and that probably will be it for Jimmy Ward.
I got one more thing on this, but let's go to Dave in Sacramento. We promised we'd get to Dave. Hey, Dave, what's going on? You're on with Willie and Dibby.
What's up, fellas? So this is kind of a carryover conversation from the last segment. Everybody was talking about Christian McCaffrey and how Kyle Shanahan likes to break his toys, and that Christian McCaffrey is 50% of this offense, 50% of the ball touches. And so it just occurred to me, people are worried about Christian getting hurt, which I get. I said, why don't we treat this like the Warriors? I am positive, 100% positive, that we could sit him for 2 games. It would be totally fine because we have thousands of weapons that can cover for him against a couple of lesser teams. You could still pay him to suit him up. Just, I know that he's going to want to play because he's a soldier, but I think you guys get my drift. Because if he gets hurt or Brock gets hurt, we're screwed.
So, Dave, I totally get it. Thank you, Dave. I don't know what you think about that.
Thousands of other weapons.
I tell you what.
How about maybe 2 other weapons? 2.5?
I respectfully disagree with this on many levels, and I know Christian would too. You're asking basically Christian to put, for instance, records that he might be chasing aside.
Or awards like the MVP.
You're asking Christian basically to put his own money aside, his own legacy aside. But secondarily, and maybe actually more importantly, here's one thing, and I love that 49er fans are feeling that confident. That's great. It means they're good. But I hope I never reach that level of overconfidence with my team in the NFL where I think, this Sunday, we got this. And even if we don't, it's okay. No.
Load management in the NFL?
The beauty of the NFL is the every week urgency. I don't care who's on the schedule. It's full bore, all 100% every single time.
Unless you're in a clinched scenario where you're already the number one and this game means nothing, blah, blah, blah. I'm with you. Even if you face, Arizona a second time, and to think like we're gonna load manage McCaffrey, and we're gonna load manage Trent Williams and Ayuk, and we're gonna try to get by with the twos. That's a dangerous game in the NFL where you only have 17 games.
Damn, no joke. We're presented by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. Peter King's in 20 minutes. And coming up next, I do also want to mention this. In that whole deal that you just heard from Jimmy Ward, my gosh, he forgot something. And it really needs to be said out loud. And we'll do that next on Willard and Dibs.
Hi, welcome to the IKEA storage event.
Go. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Willard and Dibbs. Peter King, 15 minutes away. Get to YouTube. Get to Twitch. It's powered by First NorCal Credit Union. We have a good time there. Comcast Business Text Line. Same number as our call line, 888-957-9570. I just want to say this real quick. Again, you can have feelings about your role in an organization. You can have feelings about your money. You can have any feelings you want.
You sure?
But don't we look at people and ask them in general in life to remember where they came from? I remember a day when Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch, wow, did they have Jimmy Ward's back. This fan base was marching on every bridge in this city, screaming for Earl Thomas. You've got to go get a new free safety. This idiot Ward cannot stay healthy. We've got to go get a new free safety. And Kyle Shanahan walked to a microphone and goes, you guys, Jimmy Ward's awesome. He's really awesome. We believe in Jimmy Ward. And they re-signed Jimmy Ward. And Jimmy Ward indeed was awesome and healthy. And that set him up for all of the money he made then and the money he was going to make in his next contract too. I wonder if somebody might remind Jimmy Ward of that, even if he's got a point this time. Did he get jerked around a little bit, position moved, asked to play when not fully healthy? Did all that happen and it frustrated him? Okay, that's fine. Do you remember before that? When they had your back, Jimmy, they had your back and they helped you out a lot. They set you up for these millions that you're making now. When the rest of the world thought that you were damaged goods, Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch had your back. I just want to say that. I think that's important.
He signed a 3-year, $28.5 million contract extension in March of 2020, and he went out and balled out. Mm-hmm. So two things are equally true. Yes, they had his back, and Niner fans always used him as kind of a scapegoat and a pincushion, and then he played great after he got that extension. So you get to the end of it, and he says these things about Kyle. Any relationship with any boss that you have for, I guess that would be about 6 years. He was here, whenever Kyle and John took over. It's very dynamic.
They draft him, or was he before that?
Oh, he was before that.
He's before that?
Yeah, he was before that. 2014.
Okay.
He was picked, and that was before Tom Sula, before Chip Kelly.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, man. That guy was drafted early and had an injury-riddled career. And I remember that. I remember that because it was a moment. It was kind of a Farhan moment, to be honest with you. I remember. Kyle Shanahan had a press conference and said, we really believe in Jimmy Ward. And people went off for crying out loud.
Right.
This guy with the former injured players and believing in him. And it doesn't always work. But it did then. And he made millions and millions of dollars, raised his profile, had an opportunity to play on a high-level defense with great teammates around him and play very well. And he did a great job with that. He deserves tons of credit, and he stayed healthy. So great job by Jimmy Ward. But I'm surprised that when I hear stuff like that, it's not like, okay, you were bummed at the end, but you don't remember what they did for you the first time around? That's all. That's all.
Well, there might be more to it than just what we see in a contract and in Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch standing behind him, which is what they did. But there's obviously more to it in terms of behind the scenes that we never see. And Jimmy Ward is obviously feeling some kind of way about the way it went or the way it ended. And, now when he's on the other side with Miko, he's, more willing to rat-a-tat-tat the era.
And then my only other thought is again, I want to high five our entire staff here for bringing everybody behind the curtain, because the internet went and did Jimmy Garoppolo dirty today. Because if any of you saw the cut that's all over social media about Jimmy Ward on Richard Sherman's podcast, what you heard sounded like Jimmy Ward saying Garoppolo left us high and dry by not suiting up against the Eagles last year. And it's not that there's not a little piece of that in this commentary,
Sure.
but that was not what Jimmy was getting at. What he basically was getting at was, I think Garoppolo, in fact, if you listen to the full context, which I'm going to play for you here in just a sec.
I was going to say just play the short context because, I think the short context is...
Well, yeah. Do we have both? Grandy, if you could throw the other one up on the board too, we can do the side-by-side.
Because the short context makes it seem completely like he feels like Jimmy Garoppolo was healthy enough to play.
Right, but what he was actually saying was, I think Jimmy didn't play because Kyle Shanahan plays games.
Right.
Like he did with me. And so it was almost like he's saying, I get why Garoppolo did that, because Kyle does people dirty, is essentially what I heard. Is that about right?
That's the way I heard it, too.
Okay, so for everybody out there listening, and Peter King in less than 10 minutes, here's what's circulating on the internet. Richard Sherm's podcast, Jimmy Ward, and the nicknames that you'll hear in these two. AT is Ambry Thomas. Miko is D'Amico Ryans. Who else am I forgetting? Who else? Oh, he references your boy putting up the birds.
Yeah.
He's talking about Earl Thomas flipping off Pete Carroll while with the Seahawks LOB. So here's what's circulating on the internet from Jimmy Ward.
And then that's why I said that at the Philadelphia game. And that's probably some of the stuff that went down with Jimmy, too. I don't know, man, because I feel like Jimmy could have dressed out. I feel like Jimmy could have dressed out that last game, but you know how this go. You know how this stuff. I seen your boy shooting a bird when he broke his leg. So I know how it goes. So.
By the way, Sherm is in the background just nodding and smiling, too.
Right.
Yeah, I know how it goes. Okay, so it makes it sound like he's saying, boy, this Garoppolo guy.
He's the P word.
He leaves his teams high and dry.
I feel like Jimmy G could have played against Philadelphia, but, that's the way that goes.
Richard Sherman podcast via the volume. This is what was actually said.
After the Chiefs game, when I had that bad game, my first game back, I said, let me go to Coach Kyle. Let me look him in the eye and hear from his mouth. Say, hey, man, I don't want to play nickel no more. I want to play safety. He said, oh, you don't want to start? And when he told me that, I said, no. I said, just put me on special teams. I'll ball at special teams. He's like, oh, no, just give it a 48-hour rule. And I was like, okay. I gave it a 48-hour rule. And that's why after that Tampa Bay Buccaneers, when I had to talk to him after the game, it's like, hey, we need you to move the corner. AT's ankle kind of bummed up. I'm like, AT ankle? I said, AT was just running down kickoff. Like, what do you mean AT ankle was bummed up? It's like, bro, put him at corner. What are you hiding him from? Like, y'all draft him third round to play corner. Like, what you talking about? Like, ankle? Like, I'm out here with a broke hand. You said his ankle hurt? And he's still on special teams? I looked at him. I was like, and I told him, this is my first time. I said, no. I said, I'm not going to corner, bro. I was like, bro, I had no practice at corner. I said, y'all already did me like this once. Then Miko came and asked me. I was like, Miko, I can't do it. I said, no. And then I heard Coach Kyle from the sideline. I guess we'll just put Aziz at corner. I said, and that's when I snapped. I was like, man, I guess you're going to have to. And then that's why I said that at the Philadelphia game. And that's probably some of the stuff that went down with Jimmy, too. I don't know, man, because I feel like Jimmy could have dressed out. That last game, but you know how this go. You know how this stuff. I seen your boy shooting a bird when he broke his leg.
Yeah, the point was not Jimmy G's a jerk who lets his teammates down. His point was Kyle plays games with some people, and that's probably how Jimmy was feeling, and that's how I was feeling too. That's how all the Jimmys felt on the 49er sideline.
Yes, and that gives you a window into how he was feeling, certainly, and then he brings Jimmy G into it unnecessarily because he doesn't know how Jimmy G was feeling in terms of his ankle unless the two Jimmys had a conversation and Jimmy G said, well, I'm actually good. I'm 100%, but I'm not going to play because I don't feel good about Kyle Shanahan. Unless that's the conversation they had, he doesn't really know about Jimmy Garoppolo. And Ambry Thomas kind of gets a little bit of a rat-a-tat-tat in this, but, and he actually mentioned, because Kyle took him in the third round, and so.
Bring that up. Speak on that.
Well, I mean, because Jimmy Ward feels like Kyle's going to protect his guy because Ambry Thomas was a Kyle pick, and Ambry Thomas has not been necessarily a lockdown corner at this juncture of his career. And so because of that, Jimmy Ward is feeling some kind of way that Kyle's trying to protect his guy.
It's also a flimsy take. Oh, you drafted him in third round to play corner. Let him play corner. Well, right. They also drafted Trey Lance to play quarterback. Should he still be the quarterback? Guys get in, and they're not what you think they are, and you adjust, and you do good, and that's what's happened. The last two defensive coordinators are now head coaches for a reason because the defense has been awesome the last few years.
I wonder if Trey Lance ever speaks on his time with the Niners.
Going to have to play well first.
Or play.
He
play, period.
You can't say a damn thing
Third stringer,
stroll through beautiful downtown Los Altos, tasting fine wines and enjoying live music at the Downtown Wine Stroll, Friday, October 13th at 6 p.m. The Wine Stroll is sponsored by Diamond Brokers of Los Altos and The Post. Get tickets and info at downtownlosaltos.org. Peter King joins us next. We dive into all of this right here on Willard and Dibs.
low auto loan rates and super simple online application process. Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, yeah. Sunday night football.
Boy.
The 49ers and the Cowboys. Where are you going to be? Where are you going to be? Start to smell it when you get to hump day. And so here we are. And all things football, as we do every week, we hang out with our guy, Peter King, Odyssey NFL Insider, plus, of course, Football Morning in America, all across the board. So many things to discuss with Peter. Hello, Peter. How are you?
What's up, guys? How you doing? You got a big one this week.
I got a little bit of a big one. So we're excited on all fronts, but want to start with the fact that Brock Purdy's name ended up in your bold names column again with Football Morning in America. And let me just read it to everybody. Mr. Purdy began the month with a 20 of 21 strafing of the Cardinals, but go ahead. Keep thinking that being 12-0 in NFL games where he's played at least 3 quarters is fluky. Peter, I know we've asked you each week the last few weeks, but with each performance, it changes. Where are you on Brock Purdy now?
Well, I have been in the same place pretty much consistently about Brock Purdy, and that is that, I feel like, I covered Colorado and USC the other day just for fun and wrote about it in my column. But I feel almost like, when Dion, you've seen 48 sound bites with Dion saying some form of, if you can't see what's going on here, you're blind. Or if you can't see that we're going to be a great college football team, you're blind. And honestly, that's exactly what I see when I watch Brock Purdy play. What isn't he doing well? What hasn't he convinced you of? And so, you watch the game the other day and you say, so what? He beat the Cardinals. I mean, I'll tell you, by the end of the year, you won't be saying that a victory over the Cardinals is so what. I mean, they're not going to be a great team, don't get me wrong. But this is a team that is, it kind of reminds me of Houston to some degree. They're a lot better than we thought they would be, and man, do they play hard. So I don't know. I just look at it. I don't need to see much more to get the proof about Brock Purdy and to say that. And look, he obviously, to be considered one of the best quarterbacks in football, he's got to keep doing it, and he's got to do it in the postseason. That's obvious. But any guy who so far in his career, who's I think that's right. I looked it up the other day. 69% passer with a passing rating of whatever 108, 110. And I realize passer rating is not the be all end all, but the only way you can really criticize him, honestly, is if you keep having it in your mind that he was the 271st or whatever number pick in the draft, and you just can't accept the fact that somebody picked that low could be a great quarterback. Well, I think he's proving it almost every day now.
Yeah, and Mark, my partner, referred to it as draftism, and I think that he is right.
Yeah,
and
that's a great point.
Yeah, it's his term, and I borrow it as much as I possibly can. You mentioned Offensive Players of the Week in your column, and Christian McCaffrey, I thought it was a bit of a reach. A guy who had 4 touchdowns would be an Offensive Player of the Week, but just how important is Christian McCaffrey, not only for Brock Purdy, but for this team and their chance to do something special in February?
Well, if you think about it, when they traded for him 11 months ago, and when you thought that this was a guy who absolutely, when healthy, is, an irreplaceable player, I nobody would argue with that. I just questioned at the time, is he going to be able to stay healthy consistently? Because he had missed so much time over, 20 and 21, I think it was. He had missed a lot of time. And so after last season, you say, wow, he was very durable. He played great. And now he's continued into this season. And if you think about it, the guy's played 20 games for the Niners, including playoffs. And he's given them 117 rushing receiving yards a game. And that is exactly, absolutely, unequivocally what John Lynch traded for. And so I don't know if he could be doing much more right now. The only thing I would say is, and again, I realize this is, almost like whistling past the graveyard or whatever the old cliche is, but, as long as he stays upright, as long as he stays healthy, the rest of the season, there will not be any question that anybody will have, did they overpay for him?
Peter, what about this? When you say, as long as he stays upright, is there a conversation, in your opinion, that needs to be had about usage? Because he is off at about 25 touches a game.
I think that all of the key guys, especially, we talked about the receivers last week. We talked about Debo and Brandon Ayuk, and I think one of the things with those guys that's really, really important is that, Kyle Shanahan, in my opinion, has to be willing to spot them in games that are out of reach either way. And, sometimes you see coaches, it's almost like sometimes a college football mentality that, they left Daniel Jones the other day. They left Daniel Jones in the game for so long. And you wonder, why in the world would you do that? And one of the things I'm sure Brian Daboll is trying to do with the Giants is say, listen, until we're absolutely, totally, absolutely out of this game and we're risking injury by keeping the player in there, we're not going to take him out. But I think this is modern football, and I think you have to progress in your thinking a little bit. This is 17 games, not 16. You have 3 players, Debo Samuel, Brandon Ayuk, and Christian McCaffrey, who play very physical styles of football. And, this isn't, you guys probably remember this. You may not, who knows. But, a long time ago when Franco Harris was a great player for the Pittsburgh Steelers, they used to say to him, why do you run out of bounds and avoid so much contact? And he said, I want to play every game. And it's worth it, I think, for our team that I sacrifice 1 or 2 yards on a few carries a game. And I'm badly paraphrasing him, but he said it's worth it for me to step out of bounds sometimes. And I think that truer words haven't been spoken, especially about guys who were so incredibly valuable. And look, you're not going to do that in the first quarter, second quarter, third quarter probably of any game, but you just have to be a little bit realistic and understand that what's really, really important in this incredibly long season, because, you could play 21 games. It's incredibly important that you have your best players in the biggest games of the year, and the only way you do that, in my opinion, is to spot them late in games that are out of reach either way.
It's an interesting notion, Peter, especially when you talk about him being valuable and we put it in terms of him being most valuable, because we haven't seen a running back be most valuable since Adrian Peterson. Could Christian McCaffrey be on a track if they don't spot him to get that trophy away from the coveted quarterbacks?
I'd say it's highly unlikely, but, you never know. I mean, so far this year, he's averaging, I think I'm right in saying, 115 rushing yards a game, and I don't know what he's averaging receiving the ball, but a lot. Whatever, 30 or 40, 50 yards a game, I don't know. But the point is, if you had those numbers for a complete season, and if you're rushing for 115 yards a game, and you continue that, and you're healthy for 17 weeks, you're definitely going to be in the conversation. But in my opinion, it's going to be very hard for him if you're talking about the word value. Okay, if I asked you guys this question, right? If you had to beat the Dallas Cowboys this week, and you heard that one guy among Brock Purdy or Christian McCaffrey was going to miss this game, okay? What would you say? Which guy missing the game would give you the better chance to win? In my opinion, Christian McCaffrey missing the game would give you the better chance, because that would mean you'd have your quarterback, and you'd be able to play with your quarterback. And unfortunately, I realize and I understand that running backs sometimes get a little bit ticked off about this, that, oh, why don't you just call it most valuable quarterback? I get it, but, I'm one of the voters. If I'm asked to vote for the most valuable player on this team, or I'm sorry, in this league, unless it's a ridiculous season. The year that Adrian Peterson won it, he rushed for over 2,000 yards after coming back early from ACL knee reconstruction. I mean, I remember, and at the time it was off the record, but I guess the statute of limitations has fallen.
It's gone.
Getting in an argument with Peyton Manning a little bit about this. Not that Peyton Manning didn't think that he was Peterson was deserving, but he had, what about me, and what about this quarterback, what about that quarterback? And I said, I understand, but this is one unique season for a running back, the year that he had. And look, it could be. I mean, I'll give you a for instance. What happens if Christian McCaffrey breaks Eric Dickerson's all-time rushing record for yards in a season? What happens if that happens? Then all of a sudden, I think in the minds of voters, maybe even in my mind, I would have to say to myself, this guy did something, and again, if he gets 2,106 yards, I might say, well, geez, he had an extra game to do it in compared to Dickerson, because he would. But if he were to shatter that record, man, that then, in my opinion, would be a pretty difficult question, to answer. But these are all fun discussions to have. But I think that right now, today, October 4th, 2023, that Brock Purdy, I would consider him to be a more valuable player on the Niners than Christian McCaffrey.
Whew, that's an interesting statement. I have a feeling we're going to be discussing that further. Peter King is with us here on Willard and Dibs 95.7 The Game. Peter, looking at this particular matchup, as you said, a very big one between the Cowboys and the Niners on Sunday night. It feels to me like we're getting some sort of a reverse psychology deal going on with Dallas. You're hearing Jerry Jones be like, well, 49ers are the best team in football for sure. And others are suggesting that Dallas has got a mental block because the Niners have eliminated them 2 years in a row. What do you know, Peter? What's your perspective on that? How Dallas feels specifically about the 49er dynamic?
Well, I find the whole thing to be interesting and worthy of psychological examination. And I'll tell you why. Because Dak Prescott, in my opinion, really needs this game. I'm not saying that that I'm going to think a lot less of him if he doesn't win this game, but he really needs this game because in the past 2 years, if you look at the game 2 years ago, was that a mental mistake that he scrambled so far that he left himself not enough time on the clock? Or was it a little bit of a different story? Was that the coach's fault? I don't know whose fault it was, but it was a big whiff at the end of that game. And then last year, I remember I wrote this, the next day in my column after the game at Levi's Stadium last year, where essentially in 48 seconds, the Cowboys had a great opportunity with 3 minutes to go in the game. Great opportunity. And they go 3 and out. It takes 48 seconds. And I wrote that those are 48 seconds that Jerry Jones will never get back. And my feeling about that game and that drive is that it cost Kellen Moore his job. And that's why Kellen Moore is the offensive coordinator with the Chargers today instead of the Cowboys. So now Mike McCarthy has his opportunity, putting his fingerprint all over this game without any question. I talked to him a couple of weeks ago about why you did this, and he said, I just felt like I was too removed from like the real important things that decides whether we win or lose. And so I think this is a really, really important game for both Dak and for Mike McCarthy. And in my opinion, this is a more important game for the Cowboys than the Niners.
Agreed in terms of where this rivalry has been. And Mark and I were talking earlier about this being a possible tiebreaker at the end of the year for home field advantage. But is the biggest advantage on the field going to be the Cowboy front against a Niner offensive line that hasn't yet been tested?
Here's what would I think both of these matchups are really interesting because the Cowboys have offensive line injuries too, and can they keep Nick Bosa out? Can they keep Javon Hargrave out? And I think Dallas presents a huge issue to the Niners, but I also think the Niners present a huge issue to an offensive line that right now is not clicking on all cylinders and is not, this is not ideal for the Dallas Cowboys. So I can see it in both ways, but I think both teams, I think have really important jobs on their offensive line to consider coming into this game on Sunday.
I mean, Peter, don't you think, there's the obvious. We know these teams are good. They were already good, and they look good this year. But I also think, to a degree, we're ahead of ourselves. We're 4 games in, and we're like, oh, this Dallas defense. You mean the defense that's beaten Zach Wilson, Daniel Jones, and Mac Jones? I mean, I don't know that anybody has really passed the test that they need to pass. What would you say about that?
Well, I mean, I think when you talk about a schedule, okay, when you talk about a schedule, you're right. I mean, Dallas has had, of all the good teams in football right now, they've easily had the easiest schedule, so far this year. Every team they've played right now is sitting there at 1-3. So, obviously, if you're the Cowboy, but I guess my point is you can only play the teams that are on your schedule. I mean, there's really nothing else you can do. But the thing about Dallas that I think would worry me a little bit, one thing you look at and you say, oh my gosh, their pass defense and the way they have rushed the quarterback, okay, so far this year has been absolutely fantastic. Because if you look at it, nobody in the NFL these days holds quarterbacks down the way the Cowboys have. 55.2 opposing quarterback rating. And you can say, okay, Daniel Jones, Josh Dobbs, Mac Jones, Zach Wilson. Fair, very fair. And so they play a good quarterback and a very efficient offense that can be very explosive. Okay, doesn't make a lot of mistakes, but and Diggs is gone for the Cowboys. But I guess what I would say is, I think Dan Quinn figures out ways without having all of his weapons to still being able to attack people. So if I'm San Francisco, and if you asked me before this game, would you sign for 24 points in this game? I sure would if I were the Niners.
I'm with you, Peter. I think it's going to be a little bit more of a slugfest than my partner does. Which was more impressive to you from week 4? Brock Purdy going 20 for 21 or Khalil Mack having 6 sacks in a game?
I think the 6-sack thing is really, really impressive, but I also think that 6 sacks, I definitely don't want to call it fluky. But I think the thing I do want to call it is I looked at every one of those sacks. I talked to Mack after the game, and I looked at every one of those sacks, and there were a couple of them that, first of all, he's playing a quarterback playing in the NFL for the first time in his life. And Aiden O'Connell, all right? So, there's that bit of inexperience to go. He's a very slow quarterback, okay? So there's those two things. I think the other thing is, I think O'Connell ran into a couple of those sacks, number one. And number two, the offensive line for the Chargers, or for the Raiders, is extremely pedestrian. And they're a little bit in disarray right now. So I definitely think Brock Purdy going 20 of 21, occurs to me anyway as something that was a little bit harder.
Peter King with us here, 95.7 The Game. Peter, before you go, following up on that conversation earlier where you, and I agree with you, where you said that in a given week, Purdy is actually maybe more valuable to the 49ers than McCaffrey. And so we're too early on this, but seeing as you mentioned you have a vote, is Purdy in the running for NFL MVP if this keeps up?
If it keeps up, of course he is. Because the MVPs almost always, if you look at the recent history of MVPs, they almost always go to the quarterback on one of the 2 top-seeded teams. And just look at the recent history of it. And so, so that means in the NFC, let's just say, right, the best candidates right there, right now, would be Brock Purdy, Jalen Hurts, and Dak Prescott, right? And in the AFC, they would probably be Tua Tagovailoa, Josh Allen, and Patrick Mahomes. You would think maybe Lamar Jackson if Baltimore can shrug off some of these injuries and keep going. But I think the MVP very often is on a team that's really good, and you can judge going into the last couple of weeks of the season that they're going to have one of the top couple of seeds. And look, funny things can happen. As I say, that if Christian McCaffrey, A, wins a rushing title, B, breaks Eric Dickerson's record, C, catches, pick a number, 80 balls.
Right.
And scores 25 touchdowns or whatever. I don't know. I'm just inventing this stuff. But if he does all these incredible things, that can definitely be a tiebreaker if a guy has such an outstanding season that you've got to give it to him.
Peter, great stuff. We appreciate it always. Thank you so much. We'll talk to you again next week.
Sounds good, guys. See you later.
Okay, there it is. Peter King, Odyssey NFL Insider, every week right here on Willard and Dibs. We'll react to that, including, did everybody hear Brock Purdy's more important than Christian McCaffrey? I'm kidding, sort of, but we'll get into it. But more importantly, hey, 49er fans, you've won the internet, and I'll explain why and how coming up. We're presented by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises. Your calls at 888-957-9570. Always welcome on Willard and Dibs.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
I want all the 49er fans out there to give themselves a round of applause.
Yeah, how come?
Yeah, just doing a great job. Right? Like Steiny. You're doing a great job, 49er fans. Doing a great job. Allow me to explain why.
Please.
Beyond what we already know. Big fan base, passionate fan base. They hold Kyle Shanahan accountable.
Down to throw a punch if need be in the crowd.
Great, thanks.
I mean,
no.
Oh, that's not why we're shouting them out?
No, they do go. They are in the crowd, no matter what city that crowd is in.
For sure.
Traveling like crazy people.
Haymakers, jabs, and hooks.
All right, so
the occasional uppercut.
You're out, you're about, you're seen, you're heard, and you have officially entered the brains of the NFL assembled media. So here's how I would say it, because a lot of people go, oh, this is for clicks, or it's a media creation, or you're saying something just to get a rise out of people. I'm not going to say that doesn't exist in some forms of media. There are certain media members that play that game. We don't hear, whether you believe it or not. I've always said, and Dibs, you and I, we've had that conversation both on and off the air. Authenticity, if you hear us say it, you can hate it, you can disagree. Like, yes, I have supported Farhan for 5 years, and I still don't hate him nearly as much as many of you do. And that is authentic. I'm not saying it to get a rise out of you. But here's something I noticed, and I'll use a specific example from The Ringer, okay? The Ringer has a guy, and I can't even remember his name right now, and it doesn't matter because I don't want to shout him out and give him the publicity he's trying to get. But on the weekly, they're doing the quarterback power rankings.
Of course.
Today's Week 5 rankings came out, and Brock Purdy is ranked
number 1.
25th.
Come on.
Exactly. But it's not even that. Even if you want to put the ridiculousness of that number aside. Want to know who's 20th? 5 spots ahead of Brock.
Probably Jimmy Garoppolo.
Nope.
Baker Mayfield.
Nope.
Josh Dobbs.
Nope.
Man, I can come up with a bunch of other.
You could probably name all the quarterbacks in the NFL. You know them all. Mac Jones.
He's number 20?
Is 5 spots ahead of Brock Purdy. Look me in the eye, Dibs.
Okay.
Let me say this with as much sincerity as I can. There are no human beings who think that.
Well,
there are no human beings who've ever been exposed to football who think that, including everybody who works at The Ringer and everybody who works everywhere else. Nobody thinks that. Okay, Mark, so why is it out there? Well, it's very simple. I think what many media members have realized is 49ers-related content works. ... 49ers-related Brock Purdy content also works. ... 49er content that seems to diminish Brock Purdy. Oh, that really, really, really works. Anybody know any YouTube channels that seem to be doing well with that as a platform? Purdy. Well, everybody loves Purdy. Oh, Purdy? Sure. What's Purdy done? 7th rounder? You kidding me? It's just a big train that's going real fast, and he's on it. If you say crap like this, a lot of us react. The 49er fan base is big, it's passionate, it's loud, and it drives traffic. So congratulate yourselves, 49er fans. It's not them, it's you. And it doesn't mean you've done a bad job. It means you've done a good job. You officially have portions of the NFL media just making ridiculous claims because they know you will arrive to the party, you will react at the party, and then you will take the party to some of your friends, and that's how the internet works. So you're not just filling stadiums, you're now filling the internet. Good job.
Right. And, I mean, you didn't point out that he is up 2 spots from last week. He's up from 27 to 25, so he's trending in the right direction. You also didn't mention that he's 1 spot behind Anthony Richardson. And
I mean, Anthony Richardson's only a rook, but at least he's actually playing some good football when he plays. Mac Jones is playing horrible football.
2 spots behind Jordan Love, 3 behind Deshaun Watson. C.J. Stroud up from 31 where he debuted to 21 with a bullet. He is soaring. Mac Jones has been at number 20 now for 4 straight weeks. 4 straight weeks. Even this week when he got benched, or he got hurt, or he got benched and then hurt and then benched, or however you want to break it down. Derek Carr is at 19 on the way down.
I mean,
Daniel Jones is at 18. I mean, we can go through this whole list.
It's all silly.
Well, you get into the teens, and here's the one that is going to make you, all of you out there, not click on the article. You know who number 12 is?
Who?
Kyler Murray. Kyler Murray is number 12. So...
Okay.
So ends the discussion of the Ringer and their NFL QB rankings.
Again, look at me. Nobody thinks that. Nobody who has a functioning human brain, and I do know that in order to type articles, you do need a functioning human brain. Nobody thinks that.
You know who's number 11, right?
No, I don't.
I could give you...
I didn't click on it.
I could give you 75 guesses and you wouldn't come up with it unless I gave you a clue.
75 guesses? Well, now that is a clue. The fact that I could have 75 guesses and not get it right is a clue.
Well, the real clue is the quarterback they have at number 11 is 46 years old.
Oh, it's Tom.
They got Tommy. They got Tommy at 11.
Okay.
Keeping a place for him just in case.
What are we talking about?
What are we doing, Mark? What are we doing?
What's the guy's name? You got the guy's name.
I'm not going to say
clicked on it. No, say his name.
I'm not going to defame Steven Ruiz.
Okay, Steven Ruiz. I'm going to
I'm not saying your name, Steven.
I'm going to stymie you. Remember when Dallas in 5? And I'm like, you don't think that. Steven, we'll say your name. Does that help? You win. We're saying your name, Steven. You don't think that.
Willard, stuck it in me.
You don't think that. I know you don't think that. But good job out of you, too. Good job, Niners.
Yep.
And good job, Steven. Here we are. But I'm not going to present this in any sort of an angry way. I can't believe he did. Yes, I can.
Let's book Steven Ruiz.
Let's not.
He can stick it in,
Let's not, because he doesn't think that. If he said Brock is 16th, right behind Derek Carr, well, now you're like, okay, bring him on. I want to talk that out. I don't want to talk out somebody who's got him 5 spots behind Mac Jones. You don't think that. You're just playing a game. And so, okay.
Yeah, and he wins because he just got 5 minutes out of us.
I guess, except for, I wanted to use it as a conduit to congratulate the power of the 49er fan base. You are now driving content. You are. Because it's not anger that does it, it's engagement. And there's just a lot of you out there. So they're gonna do this.
Sure.
They're going to do this. Remember what happened to Adam Ranks, our good friend? Remember what happened to his profile when he's like, the Niners are going, they're going 3-13. And then they went, I don't know, where'd they go? 11-12 and no, 13. They went 13-3.
Yeah.
And everybody's still talking about Adam Rank 4 years later. By the way, he's the only NFL Network guy to pick the Cowboys this weekend.
Oh, he picked the Cowboys. We need to have him on.
I don't even think that's that controversial. The Cowboys might win.
Have him on.
It's a good football team.
I'll bury him. Okay.
Let's go to 49er. David, real quick in Concord. Good doc is a couple minutes away. And then we need to discuss what Peter King said. We really, really do. 49er David in Concord. You're on with Willard and Dibbs. What's up, David?
All right. I'm doing great, and I want to point out I'm a value shopper, best quality at a low price. According to Sport Track for 2023 for the 3 quarterbacks, Cowboys 51, over 51, Niners less than 3. I'll let you 2 smart guys take it from here.
Okay, except for I have no idea what that just. Did you follow that?
It was Spotrac.
Thank you, David.
Quarterback valuations is what that was. And
okay.
Basically, the Cowboys spend a lot on their QBs, and they're not as good as the Niners.
Based on the dollars spent.
Yes.
Got it. I missed that part.
The dollars that the Niners spend are not as high, and, well, they have better quarterbacking. So we can play that game around the National Football League.
All right.
Like dollars per win in the QB room, the Niners are winning. They are winning that.
Over everybody.
Exactly.
Like Mahomes, Allen, everybody's dwarfed by the 49er production per dollar.
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, there's no arguing that. There's no arguing that.
And, when you're 4-0 and your quarterback is making $900,000, yes, you are winning on that front. And they're hoping to do that over the next 2 years, actually 3 years, because that new extension that he would get theoretically won't kick in until after year 4.
Yeah.
So
we'll know what it is, but it won't have kicked in yet.
Right. So you're looking at 3 more years of Brock on a bargain. If he's this good, and I'm not saying he'll be undefeated in 20 for 21, but if he is the real deal, if he continues to be the 25th best quarterback in the NFL, then the Niners are doing pretty well, Mark.
All right.
Yeah.
Come on. I mean, yeah. MVP conversation. How about that?
We can get into that on the other side after the doc, because I'm in a different camp, but when Peter King says it,
that's fine.
It carries a little bit more weight.
Well, I think it's just sort of a matter of perspective. It's a matter of way of looking at it, which, it is something I was trying to describe a handful of weeks ago, an opinion that I had, and I think there's room for both for sure. But if you missed it, we'll replay it for you in a little bit. And dive in here in just a moment. You're listening to 95.7 The Game. KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. But now it's time for Cleared to Play. Taking you inside the tent. Let's get you updated on the latest injuries in the Bray, and proud to partner with UCSF Health on this segment and bring in Associate Professor of Orthopedic Surgery, our good friend, Dr. Nirav Pandya. Doc, how are you? Great to have you. Thanks as always. We're thinking of you.
No, thank you. Things are getting better, so I appreciate everyone at the station reaching out. And sports are an escape, and I appreciate it listening to you guys. I'm a listener first, a guest second.
Yeah, absolutely. Wow. And we won't belabor it too much, but just so our listeners know and what you're referring to, I know a little bit of a difficult time for you with some family-related stuff. But my goodness, we're thinking about you. We got your back, and we appreciate the work that you do here every week.
No, I appreciate it. Thanks a lot, guys. Tremendously appreciate it.
Absolutely. So, Doc, what'd you see with Deebo Samuel? Because we look at last weekend, and to me, that looks like a compromised physical decoy out on the field. So, what did you see, and what does it mean going forward?
Yeah, no, absolutely. He definitely looked compromised. I mean, the combination of rib and knee issues can definitely limit a player who is physical. I mean, Deebo basically makes his money being physical yards after the catch. And if you're worried about your ribs and you've got pain there, you're worried about your knee, you're going to be limited. That's why I only had 3 carries, didn't have any receptions. The good news is that the 49ers didn't disclose that there was any kind of major structural issue. They didn't say, he's got a meniscus issue and a knee, a ligament issue, major with the ribs. So I do think that we should see his performance improve this upcoming week. But I think generally when you have these kind of quote-unquote banged-up injuries, it can take a couple weeks to kind of get back. I think the key is if we see him getting more receptions, getting good, running after contact this upcoming game, then I think we can be reassured this isn't going to linger for more than that.
A lot of fans are concerned about the overuse of Christian McCaffrey. Exactly what does that look like in terms of a sport like football that has an injury around every corner?
Yeah, I think if you look kind of retrospectively back at when he was injured in Carolina, I think, number one, you have to look at how many touches does he have during the season. And the years that led up to him kind of starting to get injured in Carolina, he had 326 touches one year, and I think the following year was 403. And that subsequent year was when he missed all that time. And currently right now he's on pace for 416. So I think it's something they need to watch carefully and make sure that, look, he's producing, he's playing well, but are there games or times, particularly when they have so many other people on offense that can produce, are we going to decrease his touches down, almost load manage Christian McCaffrey? So I think that's an important thing to understand. And also, remember, even though he is a gifted athlete, he's not a large for a running back / wide receiver. He's about 5'11", 215 pounds. So even if he's not having anything traumatic happen, just that wear and tear on his body is naturally going to build up for him. So I think if the 49ers manage how much he's touching, particularly at games that may not necessarily be important, or if someone else is getting hot, then I think that we don't have to worry. But if you get up to 350, 360, 370, that's when you worry about him coming out with an overuse injury at the tail end of the season.
Interesting stuff. Doc Pandia with us here on Willard and Dibs. One of the reasons he might have gotten so many touches last week was there was no Eli Mitchell, who's had knee injuries in the past and has another one. What do you know about that injury, and when do you think we'll see Eli again?
Yeah, I think the 49ers said he, quote-unquote, just banged his knee, so it sounds like a bruise or some sort of contusion. That's good news given all the issues that he's had with his MCL, his adductors, all those various issues. I think the key for him is, though, even though this wasn't a structural issue, his line is very thin for what his knee can tolerate. So even though it's just, quote-unquote, he banged his knee, because he's had compromised MCLs, because he's had compromised adductors, his knee's ability to handle a little bit of something that may be bothering it is much less than, say, another player. So I think the fact that he should be structurally hopefully better by this weekend and be able to contribute more, but we just have to keep watching him because these injuries start adding up and then his knees can't tolerate it. It's one thing if it's multiple parts of his body, but all these issues do tie into his knee, which is something that's a little bit troublesome to look at.
Speaking of injuries adding up, we turn to the NBA and Draymond Green, who's had knee issues, he's had a shoulder, he's had back problems, now he's dealing with an ankle. What do you make of the early prognosis of Draymond and not a high ankle, just a garden variety ankle sprain?
Yeah, I think that's definitely reassuring. Anytime you hear of the high ankle sprain, you worry about it lingering in the season, and it's going to be several weeks, going into the week 4 of the season. The fact is that it's a low lateral ankle sprain. That's pretty much your typical ankle sprain. When people sprain their ankle, it's usually the ligaments on the outside. And, how quickly they're able to respond is really based on how does the pain get better, how does this one get better, when does that mobility come back? So you look at media day, those little clips, he looks like he's walking around pretty well. I think that's a good sign. And the fact they're saying it's going to be a couple weeks probably makes sense given that he's an older player. He's had these injuries, and there's no reason to rush and have this linger into the season. So I'm not overly concerned. It looks like they're going to be playing it safe. And I think he'll be fine coming into the season.
Yeah, real quick on that, though, Doc. Being that he's not limping, being that there's no boot, and being that opening night is still 3 weeks away, I feel like everybody's sort of, at least in theory, ruled out opening night right away, which seems kind of odd to me. What are your thoughts specifically about Draymond and opening night?
I think it's absolutely possible he could do that. I mean, if he came up there, was limping, using crutches, the fact that he's walking pretty normally, even though it's a short clip, is a very positive sign. So it's absolutely within the realm of possibility for him 3 weeks from now to make it back on that court. And the fact that he's dealt with these issues before, they have Rick Celebrini, they have the best staff out there. So absolutely, if he's shooting up there and in that starting lineup week 1 and we're having controversy about who's starting, that's absolutely in line with what you could have with low lateral ankle sprain.
Oh, we need that controversy, Doc. We thrive on it. So we need Draymond to be cleared so we can talk about all that and more. Sunday Night Football, Dallas has got Micah Parsons with a knee and an ankle. Based on his position, how concerned should Cowboy fans be, a.k.a. Guru, about Micah Parsons?
I think you're really concerned this year with the way the Cowboys may play as the season goes on. But I think, when you look at kind of what happened with these issues, it doesn't seem super concerned. I think their coach was saying, look, it shouldn't be an issue, leading up to the game. And it didn't look that traumatic. So I do think at his position, it may mean something where he may not necessarily be as effective, but I don't see him necessarily being out or not present for a whole bunch of plays. So it's always hard, even though he may not be effective, the fact that he's out there may mean that the 49ers have to, plan and place additional players on that side. But once again, it didn't seem like a major issue. I think he did try to come back in and play it a little bit. So once again, I think he'll be good to go and shouldn't impact his performance too much.
Doc, thanks so much for coming on as always, and go over to YouTube. A lot of our listeners are wishing you all the best. Thanks so much, man.
Thanks a lot, guys. I appreciate it. Yep.
Okay, there it is. Doc Pandia, the proceeding was sponsored by UCSF Health. I think Mike is going to be just fine. Mike is going to be just fine this week.
Well, Dallas has the depth, too. If Micah is a little bit limited, they've got such a great defensive line that I think the Niners are going to have their hands full. And I look forward to seeing what Kyle does in terms of, maybe passing on early downs or running on early downs, trying to keep Dallas off balance.
All right, let's have some fun with this. 888-957-9570. This is what I'll say right out the gate before I play for you what Peter King said to us a handful of minutes ago. This is not going to turn into a conversation about who's better between Brock Purdy and Christian McCaffrey. That's silly. Christian McCaffrey has been absolutely unbelievable. But I do remember the conversation you and I had, I feel like a handful of weeks ago. And what this is almost quarterbackism in the opposite direction. Peter said the same thing I said a few weeks ago, which is that Purdy is probably the most important player on the 49ers offense. Doesn't mean I would even call him the MVP. I wouldn't call him the best player, but if you said, hey, Mark, you can protect one player that's going to be healthy and ready to go in all 17 games on offense, who would you pick? I'm not blinking. I'm taking Brock Purdy because I think Purdy with Eli Mitchell behind him, to me, is stronger than Sam Darnold with Christian McCaffrey behind him. But what do y'all think? What do y'all think in terms of what is more important to the 49er offense? Here's what Peter King had to say.
If you had to beat the Dallas Cowboys this week and you heard that one guy among Brock Purdy or Christian McCaffrey was going to miss this game, what would you say? Which guy missing the game would give you the better chance to win? In my opinion, Christian McCaffrey missing the game would give you the better chance because that would mean you'd have your quarterback. These are all fun discussions to have, but I think that right now, today, October 4th, 2023, that Brock Purdy, I would consider him to be a more valuable player on the Niners than Christian McCaffrey.
I agree.
Yeah, I don't. Based on the value over the replacement, and Eli Mitchell is your replacement in theory, and he is injured. And if you talk about TDP or Jordan Mason, they can't even begin to approximate what Christian McCaffrey does. So the McCaffrey real replacement would be Deebo Samuel. And I don't know if you want Deebo to tote the rock that much. And if you go to Mason or TDP instead of Christian McCaffrey, to me, that's a dramatic step down from what Sam Darnold would be from Brock Purdy.
Yeah, well, A, as I keep saying, we have no idea what Sam Darnold would be. We've never seen him play for the 49ers at all. And B, I think, for me, at least the way I meant the question is a little bit broader than to bring it into this moment where you say Eli Mitchell's hurt. In theory, in fact, I don't even know that he is.
Sure.
I think that Eli Mitchell probably will be available this weekend, number one. But if we look at it in terms of normal health on the team for the offense, again, this isn't about who's better. It's about who has the ball in their hands on every play.
Right.
Christian McCaffrey was 0 for 0 in the passing game as far as throwing the ball. He caught some of the passes, but Brock Purdy's the one who went 20 for 21. And it's just a matter of the quarterback position. It's paid the way it's paid for a reason. The offense hums or doesn't based on what that guy does. Pretty much for just about every team. But there's a lot more to say on this, and we will. We'd love to get you involved in it. 888-957-9570. We're sponsored by Local Arena Ticks. It's Willard and Dibbs.
Attention Bay Area sports fans, get ready for a game-changing experience with Local Arena Ticks. A family of 4 saves about $150 when attending the favorite Bay Area sports game. Sign up now at localarenatix.com and enjoy a 30-day free trial. Visit localarenatix.com now.
SodaWeightLoss.com has been a game changer for your boy. Hey, it's Guru. I'm down 24 pounds and still going. You ask how? From the convenience of my own.
remember it was an ad campaign once upon a time. I think it was for Quiznos subs. Remember Quiznos?
Oh, I love Quiznos.
Quiznos unfair matchup is what they called it.
Okay.
Remember? And they were comparing Quiznos subs to other subs. Like, that's an unfair matchup. This is a Quiznos unfair matchup because the answer is almost always the quarterback. Almost. I will hold out for a few historical exceptions maybe. But Maddie came in here about an hour and goes, well, okay, what if it was the Titans? Derrick Henry or Ryan Tannehill? And the first thought that went through my head is, well, that's a little different because Tannehill is not that good and Brock Purdy is really good.
Higher ranked according to certain websites.
Thanks, Ringer.
You're welcome.
Anyway, your initial reaction is to go, especially if you're a fantasy player. See, I think that's a part of this now. Your fantasy player, Derrick Henry, more important to the Titans. Okay, you tell me. The Titans' chances of winning the football game on Sunday, I don't care who the opponent is, are better if Tajay Spears is toting the rock out of the backfield.
You made that up.
No, I didn't.
You had to look it up.
No.
Tajay
Spears. That's a backup running back.
Okay.
Tennessee Titans.
I'll Google it, but go ahead and continue.
Tennessee, check it out.
Who's their backup quarterback?
Well, I think it's Malik Willis, or it certainly was last year, and he is either second or third on the list right now. Will Greer has been on every team in the NFL. Is it Will Levis? Is over there. It's
Malik Willis.
Malik
is the
Willis,
backup.
and then Will Levis. Okay, so Malik Willis, who we watched play football last year, and the ball doesn't move when Malik Willis is the quarterback. So if I'm the Titans, or if I'm making the spread for the game, when are they better? When Tajay Spears is toting the rock? Or when Malik Willis is running the show? To me, it's an easy answer. Ryan Tannehill is more important on that offense than Derrick Henry. If your question is, who's more important to win the game this weekend? Dibs, it's a Quiznos unfair matchup. The answer's the quarterback almost every time.
Almost every time.
Almost.
And your Titans comp is not an accurate one because Tajay Spears, 20 carries for $122.
He's a good player.
He's no Derrick Henry. He's an all right player.
Malik Willis is no Ryan Tannehill.
But you could get away with having Derrick Henry because you don't really need quarterback play if you're Tennessee as much as you need running back play.
Come on.
Derrick Henry is more important to the Titans than Ryan Tannehill.
Come on,
and you know that.
I don't know that. I vehemently disagree.
Ryan Tannehill is not very good. Your words.
Correct.
And Derrick Henry is very good. And you're a team that runs it. Derrick Henry runs it 25 times a game.
I literally started this conversation by saying, don't let this denigrate into a who's a better player conversation.
No, it's who's more important to their team.
Right, it's not relevant. I promise you.
Tennessee doesn't throw it 45 times a game.
Ask an odds maker.
They'd rather not throw it at all.
Ask an odds maker.
This is not about odds making.
It is. It's absolutely about odds making.
Let's go to the odds of NFL MVP as we sit right now.
Okay.
Because Christian McCaffrey is 20-1 and Brock Purdy is 22-1.
Great.
So according to the odds makers,
but that's not the question.
Christian McCaffrey has a better chance of being the MVP than Brock Purdy does.
That's an award.
Exactly.
Nothing to do with our conversation at all.
Well, the conversation is about football. It's not about odds makers. And you know that odds makers are setting odds based on money and public opinion. They're not setting it solely on who is a better football player and what will
of course not, but they're not
it's more dependent on the money and the public and the marketplace.
Absolutely, but
so for you to bring that into the conversation is equally erroneous.
Incorrect.
It's erroneous.
That is what drives numbers, but also not solely. Numbers are also driven by what the odds makers feel the effect on the game will be when someone is missing. And quarterbacks almost inherently have bigger numbers next to their name than any non-quarterback. Christian McCaffrey is number one. He is right now the number one non-quarterback in the league.
And what was that point spread swing?
Forget.
Because you had the Brock Purdy one.
I think it was about a field goal.
And Brock Purdy was about
the
4
3.5
points.
or 4.
Right.
Yeah, but okay, those are comparable. I do think Brock is maybe a half point more or whatever. But if that's even only a piece of the conversation, I'll just barrel it down to, and if you want, your opinion on whether the 49ers are better with Brock Purdy throwing to Debo, Ayuk, Kittle, Eli Mitchell behind versus Sam Darnold throwing to Debo, Ayuk, Christian behind.
Right.
To me, I've said this so many times. I think it's funny.
Yeah.
I think it's funny how far gone we all are on Sam is great. Sam's great on the Niners. We've never seen it. We've literally never seen it.
And you just used throwing to, which to me is a short-sighted way of looking at this overall discussion, because if you've got Sam Darnold and a full complement of other guys, you're probably not going to throw it as much as you are with Brock Purdy because you have more faith in Brock Purdy. So if you have Sam Darnold and McCaffrey and Eli and TDP and Jordan and George and Brandon and Debo and Charlie Warner and everybody else, you've got everybody but Brock, you're probably not going to go out there and try to win a game thinking you're going to get 30 points.
You still have to throw the ball. Everybody's got to throw the ball.
You got to throw the ball. But you're going to lean on your ground game a lot more than if you have Brock Purdy and you don't have Christian McCaffrey, you're going to throw the ball a lot more than you normally would because you don't have the same faith in Mitchell and TDP and Jordan Mason.
I don't know. I have no idea. To me, that's more game plan dependent. That's on who the opponent is. That's game flow.
Right.
That's all of that stuff.
To me, that's inherent to this conversation because it's Kyle Shanahan. To me, the whole root of this conversation is Kyle Shanahan and the way he runs his offense with the 2 running backs and the 1 tight end. And Brock Purdy is amazing doing that. But if you didn't have Brock and you had Sam, would you run it that much differently if you had Christian McCaffrey? I don't think so.
I don't know. There's no way to know. We've never seen it.
I don't think so.
But we've never seen it.
And this is what you think and what I think and what all the callers think.
No, I get that. But there are certain things we've seen, and then there's certain things we haven't seen. I think what is actually inherent to this conversation is 49er football under Kyle Shanahan with Brock and without. And it's way flipping better with Brock. And so I personally find it confusing, quite frankly, when people think that they could go to a different quarterback and not have a big drop-off. The conversation was based, and then we're going to the phones, on this comment from Peter King last hour.
If you had to beat the Dallas Cowboys this week and you heard that one guy among Brock Purdy or Christian McCaffrey was going to miss this game, what would you say? Which guy missing the game would give you the better chance to win? In my opinion, Christian McCaffrey missing the game would give you the better chance because that would mean you'd have your quarterback. These are all fun discussions to have, but I think that right now, today, October 4th, 2023, that Brock Purdy, I would consider him to be a more valuable player on the Niners than Christian McCaffrey.
By the way, and we can get to this a little bit later, and if you missed any portion of Peter, we'll have it for you next hour. We did also ask later in the conversation whether or not that makes Brock Purdy an MVP candidate. And you had asked earlier to what level Christian is an MVP candidate, and you have the odds there. But Peter mentioned to us that he is indeed a voter. And he said Christian, to win that award, would have to, obliterate records, Eric Dickerson, Derrick Henry, do something Adrian Peterson-esque in order to be in this conversation. It sounded to me like he felt it was much more realistic to think that Brock Purdy could end up in that conversation if what we've seen through these first 4 games continues.
And I'm fascinated by that because if the Niners go 15-2 or 16-1, they have the best record in the NFL. Brock Purdy and Christian McCaffrey are both healthy throughout. Brock Purdy does this sort of thing all year, which means he's not going to throw for 5,000 yards. He probably throws for about
4,200.
Yeah, 4,200 and about 20 touchdowns. That's about the pace that he's on. And McCaffrey's on a pace for 1,950 yards, which is not the record. And that's rushing. And then you would add in about 600 or 700 yards receiving. And so now you got a guy at about 2,700 yards and 25 touchdowns is the pace that he's on. Mm-hmm. He's actually on a pace closer to 30, but I'm going to give him 25 just to be generous with them spreading the ball around. I'd be surprised if Brock Purdy at 4,225 touchdowns got the MVP over a guy who had 2,500 combined and 20 touchdowns.
Or they split the vote and Josh Allen wins the whole thing. I mean, is certainly.
It depends on who wins. And it comes down to winning teams tend to get the MVP consideration.
I'll say this. If we're going to do what they're on pace to do, if he finishes 17 games with 0 interceptions, he winning that damn award. He winning that award.
That'd be impressive. That'd be impressive.
Because he's on pace for 0 interceptions.
And I wonder
this
what
year.
the record is for a quarterback who threw or who played the entire year.
For interceptions?
Yeah, fewest. I think it's like 2 or 3, I believe.
Is it really?
I think so.
For the whole year?
I'll look it up. Maybe
That
I'm
would
thinking
be-
about college, but.
Yeah, that would be crazy. Let's hear what people think here. We'd love to hear what people think. 888-957-9570. Jay, 7-Eleven. Are you inside a 7-Eleven right now, Jay?
No, I'm home now.
Oh, okay. But you were? What'd you get?
Powerball.
I think I got the cheese pizza and I got the chicken and the broccoli and the Lay's sauce, and I'm gonna make a pizza.
Oh, look at you. Look at you, Jay. It sounds like a good night. Happy Wednesday. What do you think on this, Jay?
It's easy, man. It's easy. I totally agree with Dibs. Big C Brock is going to be the quarterback for the Niners for a very long time. Done deal. However, if he was to go down, I have all the confidence in Sam Darnold. He's just sitting in the cut studying, learning Shanahan's offense. And if you got CMC, you got Sam Darnold doing what he's been studying for, because Sam Darnold has not been on a team like this. And I have all the confidence in this organization, and they did what was right. They basically grabbed the QB, backup QB, to say, all right, you've been on what? It was the Panthers, the Jets, seeing ghosts. He's ready to go. He hasn't had a team like this. So if I had to choose, it's CMC all day. You want healthy. And
yeah, Jay, listen.
Thanks, Jay.
Thanks so much. By the way, I have the answer on the interception thing, but let's
It's a multi-tiered answer because I have it as well.
Okay, it is a multi-tiered answer, although there's one constant in it. But we'll get to that in a sec. To respond to Jay, maybe I have found what is the discord, depending on whatever side you're on in this conversation. You all got way more confidence in Sam Darnold than I do. That's all I see.
Yeah.
I don't
and
know.
by you all, I hope you're including laminated play sheet in our group because he has that same level of confidence.
We don't know that, and we also do not know
you've
what
heard his words.
Well, yeah, at a press conference.
Multiple times.
Okay.
How they loved him come out of college, and they gave him the job on the first day of free agency as QB2.
Right.
They love him.
Gabe Kapler is under contract, and we expect him back this year.
You're not going to make that comp.
I am going to make
Shanahan
that comp.
Shanahan loves Sam Darnold more than you do.
First
that's
of
all
all,
I'm saying.
I have no idea if that's true, and we have no idea what Kyle would even vote on this topic. We'll never hear him say it.
Of course.
A head coach, of course, is going to back his guys, and I don't hate Sam Darnold. That has nothing to do with it. We've never seen it before.
With the Niners, yeah.
I've watched, now not with Brock, but we've watched 49er football without Christian McCaffrey, and they were not as good, but they were still good. They were still a good football team.
Yeah, but not like this. My God.
Now, who's saying that? I'm certainly not saying there's no
I'm not putting words in your mouth. I wouldn't do that.
But we have watched Sam Darnold play with other teams, and it's not good. So I love the backing of Kyle Shanahan, that people now believe that because he's with Kyle, that Sam would be a totally different version of himself. And I'm willing to say he might be. Like, I really hope we never get the answer to this question, but I'll be the first one. If Sam comes in and plays MVP level football because Brock misses a game or two, my God, I'll be right here on the radio to be like I was wrong. But I think there would be a very noticeable drop from Brock Purdy to Sam Darnold. And you're right. there's no way that we can definitively answer this question.
Sure.
This is predictive, but I'm intrigued by where that confidence comes from in Sam. I get that it's mainly Kyle.
It's all Kyle.
But it's so funny though, because the Kyle Shanahan conversation this offseason, it did not sound like the fan base felt this confident in Kyle Shanahan, but they do in this little window.
Well, I look at what the team
Darnold
has done, and this is something that I learned from you in terms of actions, not words. And they went out in the first day of free agency, gave a QB2 a guaranteed deal, and all they've said subsequent to that is how much they loved him out of college, and the big arm and the great decision making. And I know they're not going to disparage anybody. They didn't even disparage Trey Lance on his way out the door. But I look at a quarterback and a head coach who likes the quarterback, and I do think that quarterback is probably the most reliant position in all of sports on system, structure, and coaching. And you look at Alex Smith when he was a 49er. Was he a terrible quarterback? No. Was he mediocre, who was surrounded by a different coordinator every year and a mostly talentless roster? I think that's fair to say.
Mediocre plus, at least.
He goes to Kansas City, and all of a sudden he's better because, magic happens? No, you're with a better team and a better coach and a better structure. I think that quarterback is the most reliant position in all of sports based on who you're with, who you play for, and who you play around.
Interesting chicken and the egg. I put it the other way around. While I admit that there is some truth to what you're saying, I think a team's play is the most reliant on the quarterback.
Agreed. I agree with that.
So they're both true. If we follow the tea leaves, as you just said, okay, what statement has been made about Sam Darnold by this organization with their actions, not their words? Here's what I would say.
It's obvious.
We think Sam Darnold is way better than Trey Lance.
And Brandon Allen.
Okay, sure. That's the statement. I've not heard all this, he thinks he's Steve Young. No. Their actions are Sam's way better than Trey.
Right.
I've not heard anything that says, and as good as Brock.
No one's saying that he's as good as Brock. All I'm saying is that the step down from Brock to Sam is not as dramatic as the step down from Christian to fill in the blank.
But are you factoring in the higher level of importance of the position?
I am, but I'm also factoring in the ability of the laminated play sheet holder to mitigate the importance of the position. Because, yes, it's the most important position in sports. So Brock is out, Sam is in. Well, Sam's not as good as Brock in A, B, C, D, and E related things. So let's try F, G, and H in terms of my laminated play sheet. Let's get the ball to Christian and Debo. Let's find other ways to be successful other than, hey, Brock, go ahead and throw it, and I know you're going to complete it because that's all you ever do.
So I guess here's what I would say about that. I still think the 49ers would be a solid team in either of these forms, okay, without Christian, without Brock. It's still a top half of the NFL sort of a team.
They're a playoff team.
But when we say, well, you just get the ball to Christian, you got to understand the threat of what's out there in an NFL offense. Part of why Christian McCaffrey works so well is not simply because they turn around and hand him the ball. It's because the defense can't key on him, because if they do, Brock's going to fire it right over your head and Brandon Ayuk is gone for 40 yards. So if they don't think that you have a quarterback who can offer that threat, they're going to load the box, and Christian is going to look pedestrian at times. It has happened. He did it against Dallas in the playoffs last year. Brock Purdy was only in his seventh game?
Something like that.
Something like that. They offer a better defense than anyone else. Christian got bottled up because they were like, Brock, we're making Brock beat us. And Brock
may not have been fully ready to do so. Dallas offered an amazing defense, and they ended the third quarter, and the Niners had not visited the end zone yet. It was 9 points on the board.
Yep, 9-9.
And we'll see if that happens again on Sunday night. But a lot of this is not even just the performance of the player, it's the threat that they offer to the opposing defensive coordinator.
Right.
Brock offers so much more of a threat than Sam.
I think Sam offers a different threat.
It trickles down to everybody.
Sam's got a bigger arm than Brock. So I think you're going to maybe draw up different things if we come to this hypothetical. I'm not saying you're just going to rear back and let Sam chuck it down the field that you won't let Brock do, but I do think that Sam Darnold has abilities with his arm that you can still capitalize on. I don't think a defense looks at Sam Darnold and says, all right, we're licking our chops. We're putting 9 in the box and daring this guy to beat us over the top because he can do that with his arm. Now, is he going to go back to seeing ghosts and all the rest of it? Honestly, Mark, a lot of this, I think, is so reliant on what happens in my 5 bigs against your 5 bigs anyway. So,
well, sure.
If Dallas, if you have Sam or Brock, Christian or Eli, if Dallas's D-line wins the day in the trenches, it doesn't matter if you have Red Grange back there. You're in trouble. You're welcome.
At least he's wearing red. Joe in San Francisco, next up on Willard and Dibs. Hi, Joe.
Hey, guys. I hate to agree with Peter King and disagree with my brother in orthopedic injuries, Dan Dibley, but Dan, you're wrong. This team, the fortunes rest on Brock Purdy. We've already established that this team, the core of this team, Debo, Bosa, Kittle, Warner, is a championship-level team. They've made it to 3 NFC championships. They've made it to a Super Bowl, but they haven't had the quarterbacking to get it over the top. Let us not forget, and you may think this is a ridiculous idea, that Christian McCaffrey was healthy against the Philadelphia Eagles last year, and they got boat raced. So, and when the Niners faced McCaffrey when he was on the Cardinals, he was shut down. You can take him out.
Okay.
This team is dependent on quarterback play to get to where they want to go.
Hey, Joe, what happened against Philadelphia, Joe, when they got boat raced? Are you putting the blame on Christian McCaffrey? Because I believe he had to come in and play quarterback, Joe, my brother.
They didn't have the quarterbacking needed to get it done. And you could, for a game, an important game, you could put Debo back there if McCaffrey sprains an ankle, and they can win that Super Bowl if Brock is quarterbacking. But if you you're acting like that all the fans love the most important, the most guy they love the most is the backup quarterback, and you're saying the backup quarterback is going to do it with a guy who wasn't able to do it last year. So he's fantastic. He probably should win the MVP. He should have won the Heisman instead of Derrick Henry.
Oh, Joe.
But this team's fortunes are dependent upon Brock.
Wait, no. Thank you, Joe. Why do you keep saying, Joe? Why are you poo-pooing him?
Because I'm poo-pooing him because he keeps going back to last year in Philadelphia.
But you said Joe when he said that Christian should have won the Heisman.
He's intimating that Josh Johnson and Sam Darnold are like quarterbacks.
They're not, and that's an excessive example, except for there's one thing.
He should have got run when he talked about Philadelphia being Christian's fault because he got bottled up. He had no quarterback, dog.
He never used the word fault, but there's a mini point in there.
Oh, Joe.
Why'd you say, Joe, when he said Christian should have won the Heisman? He's right.
What,
so you weren't even listening to him by then.
I was listening to him.
You were all triggered.
Are we going to re-adjudicate the Heisman Trophy race? We know why he didn't get the Heisman.
The mini point, it's too excessive of a point or an example, but why didn't Christian get any yards when he was running the ball when the Eagles knew that the Niners were running the ball?
Because they didn't have a quarterback.
Because they knew they was running the ball.
Because Brock Purdy was quarterbacking, and they saw him mouth the words, I can't throw on the sideline.
If Sam Darnold comes in, they're all going to target Christian.
But if Sam Darnold comes into that game after Josh Johnson gets concussed, you've got a better chance than you did.
I agree with you there.
Then that's why he got an Joe, and you're getting an Mark too.
No, that's
with a C.
I already said to you it's too excessive of an argument.
Nonsense, Joe. My brother with an Arthur.
Turn your ears on.
No, they're on.
Nobody's saying what you're saying. They're saying.
You're all saying it.
Turn them on. We're presented by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. No compromises, Dibs. All right, more of your calls next. 888-957-9570. Peter King, if you missed any of the conversation, it was juicy. And we've got that coming up in less than a half hour as well on Willard and Dibs.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
I'd like to take a moment.
Take it. Take all the moments you want, Willard. Sorry. I don't mean to joke around.
Well, I
Serious.
first of all want to mention something that we often do, which is, hey, you can subscribe to Willard and Dibs, the podcast on the free Odyssey app. You should get the app. You miss any interview, you can check it out. But let me go a step further.
Okay,
So
you're going to promote my podcast.
Well, no, I'm not. I listened to
back tomorrow.
I listened to Dave Fleming on the Morning Roast today with Bonte and Joe. They do a good job with him all year. I love Dave. Who doesn't love Dave? He's Dave. He's amazing. I sort of view Dave.
Down on Dave.
You're down on Dave? Why are you down on
It's
Dave?
impossible to be down on Dave.
You're like, you know who I hate? Krukenkipe. No, you
Can't stand that Dave Fleming. I hate a guy who works really hard and maximizes his talent and then
Exactly.
is successful. I can't stand that.
And remains nice to people all the time,
Just
no matter
whatever.
what, period.
Get out of here with your humility and your generosity.
No, but you know what I love about Dave is he's got a calming influence about him. And today was probably, it doesn't mean he's the last time he's on 95.7 The Game this year at all, but as far as the weekly visit with the roast, today was the last one. And if you want any sort of a look back or a perspective of where things actually sit with the San Francisco Giants, I'd go download the Odyssey app and check out Fleming this morning. He also has, and I really appreciate this, and I say it with all the love and respect to my two very good friends, Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky, he's got a calming influence on them, which I find fun. Can I say that this is therapeutic for me? If I said some of the stuff that Dave said, I would get texts from both of them wanting to punch me in the face.
Wow.
But Dave says it, and they're like, you know what, that's a really good point, Dave. Yeah, right. Because
You're saying Dave is taking your stuff.
Well, no, I'm not at all. I'm saying
Stupidest question ever.
when it comes to Giants baseball, Dave's more credible than me because he's Dave. So when he says it, it's got more weight, and I fully understand that. We also get, right, he's employed by the team, so everything has to run through everybody's filter.
Yep.
And so that's all understood as well. But I dig it because it calms everything down. Dave has been great this year. Dave has not been like, oh, ho-hum, play the violin, everything's great with the Giants. He's not been like that at all because it's not. But fire everyone. Hate everyone. Here sucks. No one would ever want to come here. Who likes this place? Giants are a dumpster fire. They're looking up at the Marlins with jealousy. That stuff is total BS. So go listen to Dave.
Where do I find it, Mark? Yeah.
Odyssey app.
Okay.
Life's not over. The Giants are not going to stink for the rest of your waking life. And on to the next.
I actually am going to go back and listen to that. This morning was daddy time, so I didn't get a chance to hear Flem.
Who's your dad?
Who's your daddy? I'm actually the daddy involved here. We had our walk, and we're out there looking for doggies, so I didn't have a chance to throw the earbuds in. But I will go back and listen to the Dave Fleming, the farewell to Flem, so to speak, for the year.
What would you say while you were out there looking for doggies if one of them came up and got too aggressive with you?
I would be super aggressive back.
Oh, I try to toss it up in the air and see if you can hit it out of the park. I bet Grandy knows what I was asking for you to say.
That's enough for me, dog.
Come on, man.
Sorry.
Come on.
Grandy.
That's going to be a no from me, dog.
That's my fault. I blew the bit. I'm off
right.
my game today. I'm a little shaken, as you know.
Shaken, not stirred.
Yeah, a little shaken. Your boy's a little shaken here.
You're good.
Well,
You're good.
and I'm trying to defend a running back in a who's the most important player argument. And I've said all along, I don't believe that Brock Purdy's the most important player on this offense. And I think I actually had him as fifth.
You had him sixth.
I might have had him sixth. And it's a take that has not aged well as he goes 20 for 21. He's yet to throw an interception. And you and I both did the research, and the record for fewest interceptions is actually 1. But if you look at it in terms of...
It is? I have it as 2.
Well, Joe Ferguson didn't throw as many passes as Aaron Rodgers did.
I guess the marker, as far as the stat is concerned, is at least 500 throws.
Correct.
So someone on YouTube had thrown out Nick Foles, who only threw 2 picks.
but I don't think he played in all the games.
Joe Ferguson threw one.
Okay.
But I don't believe he threw, and Aaron Rodgers, I'm looking at it right here, he threw 597 passes and 2 interceptions.
Two picks to go against 25 TDs. This is in 2018. Here's what's wild about the list. Aaron Rodgers is first in 2018 with only 2 picks. Second best season, 2021, Aaron Rodgers, 4 picks. Third place, 2019, Aaron Rodgers, 4 picks.
Yeah.
Fourth place, 2020, Aaron Rodgers, 5 picks.
This is guys who've thrown 500 passes or more.
Now, there are a few other guys who have had 5-pick seasons: Russell Wilson, Alex Smith, Sam Bradford, and another Aaron Rodgers.
2014.
So on the list of seasons where someone's thrown 500 times and had 5 picks or less, there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 examples of it. 5 of the 8 are Aaron Rodgers.
Yes. In terms of qualifying
That's insane.
quarterback seasons, seasons where quarterbacks threw 500 or more passes.
That's so ridiculous.
If you look at his career, he's got 475 touchdowns, 105 picks.
You think Brock can do that this year?
I mean, a 4-to-1 ratio.
5 picks or less.
5 picks or less for
500
Brock.
attempts, 5 picks or less. You think he could do it?
Jeez. I mean, if I say no, it comes across as a hater because he hasn't thrown a pick yet, and he's coming up on Alex Smith's franchise record for most consecutive passes without a pick. I think Alex is about 330, and Brock is in the mid-200s, so he's got a chance to get that record.
I mean, if he only throws 1 incompletion a game, I love his chances.
Right.
So here's what we're talking about. Peter King said this about an hour and a half ago.
If you had to beat the Dallas Cowboys this week and you heard that one guy among Brock Purdy or Christian McCaffrey was going to miss this game, what would you say? Which guy missing the game would give you the better chance to win? In my opinion, Christian McCaffrey missing the game would give you the better chance because that would mean you'd have your quarterback. These are all fun discussions to have. But I think that right now, today, October 4th, 2023, that Brock Purdy, I would consider him to be a more valuable player on the Niners than Christian McCaffrey.
Okay, so that's from Peter King. I also want to throw this into the mix in that Kyle Shanahan was actually asked about this today. The dynamic, the caveat, if you will, that keeps getting thrown out. Where the idea is Brock Purdy is pretty much a product of his environment. Kyle was asked, what do you think, or what do you want to say to those who think that Purdy's success is because of the system? Talk, Kyle.
I mean, that's pretty ridiculous. You just got to watch the tape. I mean, he plays at a high level every time he's been out there. He's done it in a lot of different situations versus a lot of different defenses, on the road, at home, in playoff games, when injured. You can't do all that stuff. He's been out there too long. It's on tape.
No, Sam. Remember what week was it that we got rid of sample size?
That was after week 2, I think.
Week 2, yeah.
Week 2 or week 3.
Yeah.
We agreed that there'd be no more sample size.
We've seen enough, haven't we?
We have.
Yeah.
And it's easy to say that he's not a product of the system because he is thriving in this system. And I don't believe that the head coach is going to ever come out and intimate that it's his system and not his player. So I appreciate the Kyle quote, and I believe he was and stuff free, which is rare.
Ooh.
I don't believe we got an and stuff in there.
Should we try again?
Fire it. Let's hear it.
Here it is.
I mean, that's pretty ridiculous. You just got to watch the tape. I mean, he plays at a high level every time he's been out there. He's done it in a lot of different situations versus a lot of different defenses, on the road, at home, in playoff games, when injured. You can't do all that stuff. He's been out there too long. It's on tape.
Stuff free, but there were 1.5 ums.
Well, there was a stuff.
Yeah. There was?
Yeah. Well, it wasn't an and stuff. He said, you can't do all that stuff.
Oh, you can't do that stuff.
Yeah,
It's
there was
a little bit
stuff.
of a different stuff.
Yeah, it was a different
an and
stuff.
Anyway.
But I don't think that he's going to ever come out and say it's actually.
He's not going to say it's me.
Guys, you know what it is. It's my system and stuff, and it's my play sheet and whatnot.
We all know Brock has elevated the 49ers.
He has, no doubt.
Right? There's nobody thinks that that's not what's happening. All right, let's go to the phones. You're listening to 95.7 The Game. KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Hey, Keith and Tracy. What's going on? You're on with Willard and Dibbs.
Hello?
Hello.
Yeah, hey, how you guys doing?
We're good, Keith.
Well, I think the takes are horrible on this. I'll put it like this. I think, well, that's just my take.
Well, that's fine, Keith, but hold on. Before you give it, you can't say the takes are horrible because we got one of both takes.
Yeah, who's horrible, Keith?
You got to agree with one of us.
Nope, both bad.
Okay, here's what I'm saying. So, if you take our backup, Sam Darnold, he's not as good as Jimmy. Look at the contract he got for a reason. If the Jets had a chance to get one quarterback, Garoppolo or Darnold, they would take Garoppolo in a second. And if you guys thought about that, you would know that would be true. Okay, so go back to Brock Purdy. He's special. He's special, and there's no denying that. And when it comes down to winning, a special quarterback's always over a special running back. You know, when's a special running back won the Super Bowl for you? Back in Terrell Davis. But when it's a quarterback, they take over. They take over. They see the field. There's a lot more players. You can throw a lot more screens. There's just so much stuff that can happen. And I think if you gave McCaffrey the choice, hey, we got one game to win. Either you or Brock are sitting out. I think he would sit out. I really do.
So, Keith, what you meant to say was Dibbs, your take is horrible.
Well,
yeah.
Keith, the way you punctuated that was laughable, and that actually kind of undermined the entirety of your take. So you're gonna go to Christian McCaffrey and say,
"You want to sit out?"
Yeah, you sit in CMC, and he goes, "You know what? Yeah, I think that Brock gives us the best chance. I'm going to go ahead and sit this one out because
he might, but Brock might say the same thing. They seem like pretty selfless dudes.
Sure, but when it comes to the Super Bowl and being on the field and winning a Super Bowl,
no one said Super Bowl.
That's what he said.
I thought he said one game. I thought he just said one game, any game.
I thought it was the game.
Oh, I didn't catch that. I might have missed that. So yeah, all right,
okay.
Walter and Noel, you're next. Hi, Walter. What's up?
Hey, guys, I appreciate the time. Willard, I'm going to agree with the initial question on who is most important, the QB or, in this case, CMC, and I got to say it's Purdy. And sorry, Dibbs, go back to the Eagles game. Purdy went down, and CMC was still in there. And, the end of the story was we had no QB. Last game, 20 for 21, dude. I mean, that's pretty. That's really good.
Yeah.
I will say this though. I called last week and I gave Mitchell a D+. I take that back, man. But he's not a CMC man.
No take backs, Walter. I'm afraid. Yeah, I'm sorry, Walter. You gave him a D, and a card laid is a card played. So you gave him a D, you ride with the D. And if one more person calls up and says anything about the Philadelphia game as it pertains to, well, CMC played and they still lost, I'm flipping the spread.
Why are they not allowed to have that?
They can have whatever opinion they want, Mark. It's a free world, but it's nonsense to think that Christian McCaffrey is at all to blame for a loss because that's what he's intimating.
No, not blame. Where'd you get the word blame? He didn't say that.
Oh, well, Christian McCaffrey was still playing.
And using it as an example of what they're talking about.
It's a nonsensical example because they had no quarterback. It's one thing if they had...
That's the point.
The point is they had to play Christian McCaffrey at quarterback.
All right.
If they had Sam Darnold in that game instead of Josh Johnson... they had a much better chance of winning the game.
No one's disagreeing with that. Here, let me see if I can package what their opinion is. In a different way.
Let's see it.
Forget the names involved. Forget Christian, Brock, Sam. Forget it. When that happened in the NFC title game, the NFL changed a rule. Do you think they would have done that if a team had to play without a running back? The answer's no.
Well, they didn't change the rule because Brock got hurt.
No, that's my point.
They changed the rule because Josh and Brock got hurt.
They changed the rule because nobody wants to see football without a quarterback because the game ends. And that's kind of, I think, in a way, again, the Philadelphia example, I will grant you, is too excessive of an example to really fully apply here. But I'll use it for that reason. Forget the names, forget it's the Niners. In general, the quarterback is just more important than everything else.
In general, sure.
So that's and that is, I don't know, that's fundamental to the opinion that I have.
Right. And what's fundamental to the opinion that I have is not generalities. And you could speak to generalities, and you're right the majority of the time. But in this particular situation where you have the best running back in the league, and you've got the 25th best quarterback in the league, according to sources.
Don't troll your own point.
According to sources.
Don't troll your own point.
I'm just making a point here.
Top-rated QB in the league.
According to national sources, he's the 25th ranked quarterback.
It's not sources.
Okay, let's go to the odds makers.
According to someone with the internet.
Yes.
Go ahead.
He's got a keyboard and a dial-up connection, and he's got him at 25.
According to the odds makers, it's pretty close.
In MVP.
I thought you meant.
That's all I'm saying.
Except for
or in point spread. Yeah. Either one you want to pick.
We're asking about winning a football game.
All I'm saying is, if you want to talk about generalities, and we can go team by team, is Patrick Mahomes more important than Isaiah Pacheco? I'm not going to ever make that argument for Pacheco.
I'm going to take the quarterback in every single team you ask me about.
Okay.
Period.
I'm not saying that you shouldn't, but of the 32 situations, I would argue that this quarterback running back differential is the smallest of any of the 32 teams.
I might even agree with you there, but I'll still take the
I
quarterback.
know you will.
All 32 times.
And you can take the quarterback, I mean, Matthew Stafford or Kyron Williams.
Actually, there are a couple of teams where like playing with no quarterback would be better than playing with the one they have. I do think.
Sure.
Right.
But I do think it takes a special running back.
I'm sort of kidding.
Like, what running back would that be? Like,
no.
Is there a running back so good and a quarterback so bad? Like, take the worst quarterback.
No,
take the worst
probably
quarterback in football right now. And I don't know if you'd look at New England and their broken situation.
I mean, I would have said Zach Wilson. He had a little
coming off a heater.
He had a little moxie that night. He had a little moxie on Sunday night.
The Zach Wilson Breece Hall differential to me is still greater than the Brock Purdy Christian McCaffrey.
Oh, that's an interesting one. Yeah,
I was going to say Desmond Ridder and the combination of Bijan and Algier.
I mean, that team is sort of punting on the idea of passing to begin with.
That's an interesting team.
Right. So, yeah, there are a couple that are, those are the ones I think it's actually a more applicable conversation.
But you needed to come up with two running backs in order to approximate Christian McCaffrey.
No, that's just how they split it up. I mean, believe me, anybody watch Falcons football, if you've got Bijan on your fantasy team, you're like, what is this Algier guy doing on the field? Bijan's insane.
Right.
He is so talented. He's
ridiculous. He's probably the closest thing to McCaffrey in football.
Peter King here in just a sec, but Jason, behind enemy lines. What does that mean, Jason? What are you doing?
In Dallas.
No, unfortunately. Dallas might be infinitely more palatable than where I am right now. No, I'm in Los Angeles. I know. I hate myself.
Terrible. All right.
You guys want to hang up on me? I completely.
All right, we do. Thanks, Jason. No, I'm just kidding.
Wait, what?
No, go ahead.
Wait, what?
Yeah, butt caught.
Guys, based on the question at hand here, I would say that without Purdy, that'd be probably in a little bit more hot water than without CMC. CMC is having an unbelievable early part of the year, and there's no arguing about his talent and what he means to this team. But he also makes Brock a lot better. But again, quarterback, you just can't lose that position. If they lose Brock, it's going to be a problem. My main point, though, guys, was all the negativity about Sam Darnold coming in and potentially filling in for whatever period of time that if he had to fill in, that they'd be in a lot of trouble. I don't see that because when surrounded by five-star talent at SC, he had good years. His sophomore year, freshman year, almost 4,000 yards, 30-plus touchdowns. sophomore year, 4,000 yards, a bunch of touchdowns. When he's got the talent around him, he can produce. And I think he's got the talent here. If he steps in for an extended period of time, they're not going to be in that bad a shape. They'd be okay with Sam Darnold.
Jason, thanks. I think we actually all agree there that it's not a disaster of a football team either way. You know, Eli Mitchell as the lead back with the rest of this team intact, that's not a terrible football team. And I'm with you that I think Sam can function with all of these weapons around him. If he were in there, I just see the quarterback as A, more important, and B, Sam's a bigger unknown than Eli is. I don't know what Sam would look like.
Right.
I have no clue.
Well, you've seen Sam Darnold, and you've seen him in bad situations, right?
I haven't seen him in this one. I don't know how good it would be or how bad it would be.
Yeah, I wonder about Eli Mitchell just based on the durability, although you go back to that Dallas game last year, and he played pretty well, and the Niners were able to turn that game because they finally were able to run the ball.
Willard and Dibbs, we'll get to your phone calls here in a handful, but our conversation with Peter King, Odyssey NFL Insider, and we began with Peter simply by getting a little temperature check, seeing where he stands on Brock Purdy after yet another win.
Well, I have been in the same place pretty much consistently about Brock Purdy, and that is that, I feel like, I covered Colorado and USC the other day just for fun and wrote about it in my column. But I feel almost like, when Dion, you've seen 48 sound bites with Dion saying some form of, if you can't see what's going on here, you're blind. Or if you can't see that we're going to be a great college football team, you're blind. And honestly, that's exactly what I see when I watch Brock Purdy play. What isn't he doing well? What hasn't he convinced you of? And so, you watch the game the other day and you say, so what? He beat the Cardinals. I mean, I'll tell you, by the end of the year, you won't be saying that a victory over the Cardinals is so what. I mean, they're not going to be a great team, don't get me wrong. But this is a team that is, it kind of reminds me of Houston to some degree. They're a lot better than we thought they would be, and man, do they play hard. So I don't know. I just look at it. I don't need to see much more to get the proof about Brock Purdy and to say that. And look, he obviously, to be considered one of the best quarterbacks in football, he's got to keep doing it, and he's got to do it in the postseason. That's obvious. But any guy who so far in his career, I think that's right. I looked it up the other day. 69% passer with a passing rating of 108, 110. And I realize passer rating is not the be all end all, but the only way you can really criticize him, honestly, is if you keep having it in your mind that he was the 271st or whatever number pick in the draft. And you just can't accept the fact that somebody picked that low could be a great quarterback. Well, I think he's proving it almost every day now.
Yeah, and Mark, my partner, referred to it as draftism, and I think that he is right.
Yeah, that's a great point.
Yeah, it's his term, and I borrow it as much as I possibly can. You mentioned offensive players of the week in your column, and Christian McCaffrey. I thought it was a bit of a reach. A guy who had 4 touchdowns would be an offensive player of the week. But just how important is Christian McCaffrey, not only for Brock Purdy, but for this team and their chance to do something special in February?
Well, if you think about it, when they traded for him 11 months ago, and when you thought that this was a guy who absolutely, when healthy, is, an irreplaceable player, I nobody would argue with that. I just questioned at the time, is he going to be able to stay healthy consistently? Because he had missed so much time over, 20 and 21, I think it was. He had missed a lot of time. And so after, last season, you say, wow, he was very durable. He played great. And now he's continued it into this season. And if you think about it, the guy's played 20 games for the Niners, including playoffs, and he's given them 117 rushing receiving yards a game. And that is exactly, absolutely, unequivocally what John Lynch traded for. And so I don't know if he could be doing much more right now. The only thing I would say is, and again, I realize this is, almost like whistling past the graveyard or whatever the old cliche is, but, as long as he stays upright, as long as he stays healthy, the rest of the season, there will not be any question that anybody will have, did they overpay for him?
Peter, what about this? When you say, as long as he stays upright, is there a conversation, in your opinion, that needs to be had about usage? Because he is off at about 25 touches a game.
I think that all of the key guys, especially, we talked about the receivers last week. We talked about Debo and Brandon Ayuk, and I think one of the things with those guys that's really, really important is that, Kyle Shanahan, in my opinion, has to be willing to spot them in games that are out of reach either way. And, sometimes you see coaches, it's almost like sometimes a college football mentality that, they left Daniel Jones the other day. They left Daniel Jones in the game for so long. And you wonder, why in the world would you do that? And one of the things I'm sure Brian Daboll is trying to do with the Giants is say, listen, until we're absolutely, totally, absolutely out of this game, and we're risking injury by keeping the player in there, we're not going to take him out. But I think this is modern football, and I think you have to progress in your thinking a little bit. This is 17 games, not 16. You have 3 players, Debo Samuel, Brandon Ayuk, and Christian McCaffrey, who play very physical styles of football. And, this isn't, you guys probably remember this, you may not, who knows, but, a long time ago when Franco Harris was a great player for the Pittsburgh Steelers, they used to say to him, why do you run out of bounds and avoid so much contact? And he said, I want to play every game. And it's worth it, I think, for our team that I sacrifice 1 or 2 yards on a few carries a game. And I'm badly paraphrasing him, but he said it's worth it for me to step out of bounds sometimes. And I think that truer words haven't been spoken, especially about guys who were so incredibly valuable. And look, you're not going to do that in the first quarter, second quarter, third quarter probably of any game, but you just have to be a little bit realistic and understand that what's really, really important in this incredibly long season, because, you could play 21 games. It's incredibly important that you have your best players in the biggest games of the year, and the only way you do that, in my opinion, is to spot them late in games that are out of reach either way.
It's an interesting notion, Peter, especially when you talk about him being valuable and we put it in terms of him being most valuable, because we haven't seen a running back be most valuable since Adrian Peterson. Could Christian McCaffrey be on a track, if they don't spot him, to get that trophy away from the coveted quarterbacks?
I'd say it's highly unlikely, but, you never know. I mean, so far this year, he's averaging, I think I'm right in saying, 115 rushing yards a game, and I don't know what he's averaging receiving the ball, but a lot. Whatever, 30 or 40, 50 yards a game, I don't know. But the point is, if you had those numbers for a complete season, and if you're rushing for 115 yards a game, and you continue that, and you're healthy for 17 weeks, you're definitely going to be in the conversation. But in my opinion, it's going to be very hard for him, if you're talking about the word value, okay, if I asked you guys this question, right, if you had to beat the Dallas Cowboys this week and you heard that one guy among Brock Purdy or Christian McCaffrey was going to miss this game, okay, what would you say, which guy missing the game would give you the better chance to win? In my opinion, Christian McCaffrey missing the game would give you the better chance, because that would mean you'd have your quarterback, and you'd be able to play with your quarterback. And unfortunately, I realize and I understand that running backs sometimes get a little bit ticked off about this, that, oh, why don't you just call it most valuable quarterback? I get it, but, I'm one of the voters. If I'm asked to vote for the most valuable player on this team, or I'm sorry, in this league, unless it's a ridiculous season. The year that Adrian Peterson won it, he rushed for over 2,000 yards after coming back early from ACL knee reconstruction. I mean, I remember, and at the time it was off the record, but I guess the statute of limitations has fallen.
It's gone.
Getting in an argument with Peyton Manning a little bit about this. Not that Peyton Manning didn't think that he was Peterson was deserving, but he had, what about me, and what about this quarterback, what about that quarterback? And I said, I understand, but this is one unique season for a running back, the year that he had. And look, it could be. I mean, I'll give you a for instance. What happens if Christian McCaffrey breaks Eric Dickerson's all-time rushing record for yards in a season? What happens if that happens? Then all of a sudden, I think in the minds of voters, maybe even in my mind, I would have to say to myself, this guy did something, and again, if he gets 2,106 yards, I might say, well, geez, he had an extra game to do it in compared to Dickerson, because he would. But if he were to shatter that record, man, that then, in my opinion, would be a pretty difficult question, to answer. But these are all fun discussions to have. But I think that right now, today, October 4th, 2023, that Brock Purdy, I would consider him to be a more valuable player on the Niners than Christian McCaffrey.
Whew, that's an interesting statement. I have a feeling we're going to be discussing that further. Peter King is with us here on Willard and Dibbs 95.7 The Game. Peter, looking at this particular matchup, as you said, a very big one between the Cowboys and the Niners on Sunday night. It feels to me like we're getting some sort of a reverse psychology deal going on with Dallas. You're hearing Jerry Jones be like, well, 49ers are the best team in football for sure. And others are suggesting that Dallas has got a mental block because the Niners have eliminated them 2 years in a row. What do you know, Peter? What's your perspective on that? How Dallas feels specifically about the 49er dynamic?
Well, I find the whole thing to be interesting and worthy of psychological examination. And I'll tell you why. Because Dak Prescott, in my opinion, really needs this game. I'm not saying that I'm going to think a lot less of him if he doesn't win this game, but he really needs this game because in the past 2 years, if you look at the game 2 years ago, was that a mental mistake that he scrambled so far that he left himself not enough time on the clock? Or was it a little bit of a different story? Was that the coach's fault? I don't know whose fault it was, but it was a big, big whiff at the end of that game. And then last year, I remember I wrote this, the next day in my column after the game at Levi Stadium last year, where essentially in 48 seconds, the Cowboys had a great opportunity with 3 minutes to go in the game. Great opportunity. And they go 3 and out. It takes 48 seconds. And I wrote that Those are 48 seconds that Jerry Jones will never get back. And my feeling about that game and that drive is that it cost Kellen Moore his job. And that's why Kellen Moore is the offensive coordinator with the Chargers today instead of the Cowboys. So now Mike McCarthy has his opportunity, putting his fingerprint all over this game without any question. I talked to him a couple of weeks ago about why you did this, and he said, I just felt like I was too removed from like the real important things that decides whether we win or lose. And so I think this is a really, really important game for both Dak and for Mike McCarthy. And in my opinion, this is a more important game for the Cowboys than the Niners.
Agreed in terms of where this rivalry has been. And Mark and I were talking earlier about this being a possible tiebreaker at the end of the year for home field advantage. But is the biggest advantage on the field going to be the Cowboy front against a Niner offensive line that hasn't yet been tested?
Here's what would I think both of these matchups are really interesting because the Cowboys have offensive line injuries too, and can they keep Nick Bosa out? Can they keep Javon Hargrave out? And I think Dallas presents a huge issue to the Niners, but I also think the Niners present a huge issue to an offensive line that right now is not clicking on all cylinders and is not, this is not ideal for the Dallas Cowboys. So I can see it in both ways, but I think both teams, I think have really important jobs on their offensive line to consider coming into this game on Sunday.
I mean, Peter, don't you think, there's the obvious. We know these teams are good. They were already good, and they look good this year. But I also think, to a degree, we're ahead of ourselves. We're 4 games in, and we're like, oh, this Dallas defense. You mean the defense that's beaten Zach Wilson, Daniel Jones, and Mac Jones? I mean, I don't know that anybody has really passed the test that they need to pass. What would you say about that?
Well, I mean, I think when you talk about a schedule, okay, when you talk about a schedule, you're right. I mean, Dallas has had, of all the good teams in football right now, they've easily had the easiest schedule, so far this year. Every team they've played right now is sitting there at 1-3. So, obviously, if you're the Cowboy, but I guess my point is you can only play the teams that are on your schedule. I mean, there's really nothing else you can do. But the thing about Dallas that I think would worry me a little bit, one thing you look at and you say, oh my gosh, their pass defense and the way they have rushed the quarterback, okay, so far this year has been absolutely fantastic. Because if you look at it, nobody in the NFL these days holds quarterbacks down the way the Cowboys have. 55.2 opposing quarterback rating. And you can say, okay, Daniel Jones, Josh Dobbs, Mac Jones, Zach Wilson. Fair, very fair. And so they play a good quarterback and a very efficient offense that can be very explosive. Okay? Doesn't make a lot of mistakes. But and Diggs is gone for the Cowboys. But I guess what I would say is, I think Dan Quinn figures out ways without having all of his weapons to still being able to attack people. So if I'm San Francisco, and if you asked me before this game, would you sign for 24 points in this game? I sure would if I were the Niners.
Peter King with us here, 95.7 The Game. Peter, before you go, following up on that conversation earlier where you, and I agree with you, where you said that in a given week, Purdy is actually maybe more valuable to the 49ers than McCaffrey. And so we're too early on this, but seeing as you mentioned you have a vote, is Purdy in the running for NFL MVP if this keeps up?
If it keeps up, of course he is, because the MVPs almost always, if you look at the recent history of MVPs, they almost always go to the quarterback on one of the two top-seeded teams. And just look at the recent history of it. And so, so that means in the NFC, let's just say, right, the best candidates right there, right now, would be Brock Purdy, Jalen Hurts, and Dak Prescott, right? And in the AFC, they would probably be Tua Tagovailoa, Josh Allen, and Patrick Mahomes. You would think maybe Lamar Jackson if Baltimore can shrug off some of these injuries and keep going. But I think the MVP very often is on a team that's really good, and you can judge going into the last couple of weeks of the season that they're going to have one of the top couple of seeds. And look, funny things can happen. As I say, that if Christian McCaffrey, A, wins a rushing title, B, breaks Eric Dickerson's record, C, catches, pick a number, 80 balls.
Right.
And scores 25 touchdowns or what? I don't know. I'm just inventing this stuff. But he does all these incredible things. That can definitely be a tiebreaker if a guy has such an outstanding season that you've got to give it to him.
Peter, great stuff. We appreciate it always. Thank you so much. We'll talk to you again next week.
Sounds good, guys. See you later.
Okay, Peter King every week right here on Willard and Dibs, and I do think he's right. Like sometimes, and who knows where this conversation's going, MVP talk after 4 games. I get it, but if someone other than a quarterback is going to win it, there needs to be like these little headline, flashy neon sign deals, which means it's either a record or a 2,000 yards. There needs to be something that hasn't happened before, a number of touchdowns that's just totally off the map. It can't just be, wow, he's really good. It can't. And is that fair? No. But that's life in the NFL now. It's almost always going to be a quarterback.
Yes, going backward, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 years in a row of a quarterback. And the year that it wasn't was the Adrian Peterson year that he referred to. 2,300 combined yards and over 2,000 on the ground.
Coming off an ACL.
Right. And so there was, and even at that, and I looked at the vote earlier, he only got 2/3 of the vote.
Yeah.
Peyton Manning got the other 1/3. So it was close between the two. We all want to default to offensive MVP, and that's what it is. And you want to give it to a quarterback no matter what. And the only other year going backward, LaDainian Tomlinson, when he won it, he had more touchdowns than any player in NFL history.
Want to keep taking your calls for sure. A lot of people want to react to this. 888-957-9570. How about Abe in Fremont? Hey, Abe, thanks for calling. What's up?
Hey, how's it going, man? Just wanted to chime in, the Niners fan. What I see is they've been so used to overanalyzing and having natural, doubt just beyond normal. And what's happened is they become numb with this, and they see Brock Purdy, last pick, doing all these good things, and yet it still doesn't, they don't see the actual IQ. They don't see this guy's smart, and he's finding the ball at the right time, knows the right play, knows where everyone is supposed to be, and is putting it right on them. When you see the quarterbacks of the past, you never and pick any of them. I'm not talking about 10, 15 years ago. I'm talking about in the Shanahan era. Let's just talk there. Never would you say that the 49ers offense was their strength. In this Shanahan era, you'd be lying to yourself if you said the offense was the strength of the Niners. It has always been the defense. And actually, this is the year where I personally believe the defense is slightly weaker than the offense. The offense is probably the best it has been during the Shanahan era. Just this squad right here.
Yeah, I'll agree with you so far, Abe. Thanks. Like, don't you agree with that to this point? I don't know where it's going. I think both sides. It's still early and they're a work in progress. You got a new defensive coordinator.
Yeah.
I think they're going to keep getting better. I do think the offense is a touch ahead of the defense right now. But as far as underappreciating the small things that Purdy does, while I'll agree that that's happening, I've got a different reason for it. I actually think it's 49er fan wounding. I think that this fan base, ever since Joe Montana and Steve Young, and I guess Jeff Garcia, ever since then, they've at times been presented with good quarterbacking, but it's never lasted. So Kaepernick came in. Woo!
Yeah.
And then it didn't last. And then Garoppolo came in. Woo! It didn't last. And so here comes Brock Purdy, and I think that's why a lot of people are a little slow to get on the bus because they've been burned. They've been burned in the past.
They've been burned, but also you look at what this offense has, and it's easy to look at Brock Purdy and say he is this good, not because of, but in part of what he has around him. And, you know, you look at the Kaepernick offenses, and he was more of a phenomenon in terms of, wow, he's doing these things that we can't believe. And Jimmy Garoppolo, he won all those games early on with a terrible team, and then the team got better, and he still won, and it was like, this guy, Jimmy G, I don't know how he does it. He's not great, and they're not great, but they win. And now this is a different thing. And this offense, I don't know how much better they can get, honestly, in terms of, like, what are they doing right now that can be better? They, last game, it was touchdown, touchdown, touchdown. Then they punted,
right.
touchdown. 5 of 6 drives were touchdowns. The defense can get better. The offense, I don't know if it can get any better.
I know people would love to see it be more dynamic, maybe from the quarterback position.
Sure.
You know what I mean? But here's what I'll say. I don't even look at that almost with any quarterback. I don't expect every team to have a Mahomes or an Allen. I look at it this way. If the 49ers continue to protect the ball like this, yeah, get your parade ready. If they turn it over once a month, they're winning the whole thing. They're winning the whole thing.
Where's the parade?
I don't know. Let's have it both places.
It's got to be in Market Street. Forget Santa Clara.
Why?
Hey, Great America Parkway is flooded. But come on, dude.
Have two.
Please.
I don't care.
Or have one long one up El Camino.
Yeah, there you go. Have it last a week.
Seriously.
Just stop on a Tuesday, get a hotel room. We'll pick it up right here tomorrow. Yeah, that's all they got to do. Keep not turning the ball over, and they're going to win the whole shebang. Gene in Oakland next up. Hi, Gene. Dog park?
You guessed it. I'm on my way. The dog is anxious, so I gotta talk fast. Anyways, so Dibs, I'm usually aligned with you on things and stuff. But
that's a 4, Gene.
I got to go with Mark. I really do think, in this situation, if it was a choice between playing Purdy or playing McCaffrey in this next game, I'd have to go with Purdy. I might have to add the proviso that Debo, is up to snuff because, Debo can replicate most of what Christian can do. I mean, he's a little different style, maybe a little more power, a little less, style than Christian, but he's a hell of a runner too. So, no, I'd have to go with Christian. I mean, it depends on the team, depends on the circumstances. But anyways, in all of this shade that's been thrown, at Purdy by these so-called experts, you raise an interesting point, Mark, saying, well, he's trying to rouse the base and, get more, takes and such on social media. I don't know. It seems to me though you're sacrificing your credibility when you do that. I'm just wondering how much of this may have to do with, embarrassment and jealousy.
Well,
embarrassment on the part of,
Gene, it's interesting. Thanks, man. Have a good time at the dog park tonight. First of all, as far as media members sacrificing their credibility, know anybody who's done that willingly to their financial gain?
Yeah.
I'll leave names out of it. You
Please.
think if you can think of anybody who's done that?
I'll have to pick through it.
Yeah. Now, as far as I don't know, as far as the whole situation surrounding kind of Brock Purdy and Christian McCaffrey, the one area where I thought Gene actually lost me a little bit is the idea that Debo can come in and replicate what Christian does. I wonder if all of us could step back and just allow each of these individuals to do what they do and be impressed by that. I don't think Sam can replicate Brock. I don't think Debo can replicate Christian. I don't think Christian can replicate Debo.
Right.
And I don't think Debo can replicate Brandon.
Sure.
And I don't think that Charlie can replicate George. None of that. They're all special. In the end, the quarterback to me is just more important than other positions.
But you've seen Debo act as a running back in playoff games
In spurts.
and an entire game.
But he's not going to go get
in the
23
snow.
carries.
Well, he had a damn near like 18 in that game, I believe.
man,
But and it was one of those things. It was a one-off, and they got the win, and it was by necessity. But in terms of replicating Christian and getting 20 carries and 7 catches, no, it's probably not going to happen. And you hope that it doesn't come to that, certainly.
Brought to you by Local Arena Ticks. We'll take more of your calls next. Plus, play for you another comment by Kyle Shanahan. You might want to hear what he said when he was asked if he was worried about Trey Lance sharing a bunch of Niners secrets this weekend. You'll like this. That's next on Willard and Dibs.
Attention Bay Area.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Now, there's been a lot of McCaffrey. There's been a lot of Purdy today, Mr. Dibley.
Yeah, tons.
But before we go back to the phones to continue that, I want to let you know that Grandy is coming up in 12 minutes. And if you missed what we all thought was a pretty compelling conversation about Christian McCaffrey with Steiny and Goo today.
Yeah.
That's going to lead things off on the best of. If you missed any portion of Peter King, he'll have that a little bit later on in the hour, or you could download the Odyssey app and satisfy your damn assignment and subscribe to Willard and Dibbs. Okay?
Yeah, get that done. A lot of great interviews, a lot of great content throughout the week, and you don't want to miss it.
Fleming was on this morning. I loved that.
Yep.
Wasn't Brad Sham on as well? And
Sham? Wow.
Yeah, very good.
Thank you. It's good booking.
Well, Sham did talk about maybe the psychological disadvantage that the Cowboys are facing this weekend. They got a little bee in their bonnet about the 49ers.
I get it. I think the bee is only in one person's bonnet, and that's Dak Prescott, because you go back and you watch that game, and outside of the quarterback making ghastly mistakes in that football game, especially in the fourth quarter, Dallas was every bit up to the fight.
Yeah, and you know what? Look, I don't want this to go a certain way as far as what everyone's thinking about this weekend. But Peter King, I agree with him. I think you do too. They said this game is bigger for Dallas. It's bigger for Dak than it is for the 49ers. And I would not be surprised at all if the Dallas Cowboys win this game. I'm not picking that, but this, the 49er defense, my opinion, is good. They're not quite there yet. I don't think they're what they're going to be by the end of the season. Let's put it that way.
Right. And I think that they're still trying to figure out with their new coordinator, third coordinator in 3 years, exactly what their identity is. I like what they've done in terms of bend but don't break, but QB pressures, QB sacks have not been at the level that you would expect them to be at. And, you go back to the game against Dallas last year in the playoffs, and Dallas kicks a field goal with 11 minutes left, and it's 16-12, and you're thinking, okay, Niners, we need to drive here. And they go 8 minutes down to the 11-yard line, kick a field goal to go up 7, and that's basically all she wrote.
Yep.
Thanks to Dak and his lack of clock management.
All right, back to the phones. Jeff and Marin. Hey, Jeff, you're on with Willard and Dibbs. What's up?
Thanks for taking my call, guys. So I've got a comment first on the CMC Purdy debate and then a comment on Darnold. First, I'm looking from a historic perspective. You know who the running back was in 81 for the Niners? Lenville Elliott.
Mm-hmm.
Lenville Elliott had one game where he rushed for over 100 yards, and that was a much more running back heavy era. Now, I'm not saying that Purdy is Joe Montana, obviously, but again, I split. Half the time I agree with Dibbs, half the time I agree with you, Mark. This is one of the times I'm going with Mark. The quarterback is just still a much more important position here. Then, in that context, look at Darnold. Darnold doesn't see the field nearly as well as Purdy does, and he has such confidence in his arm. It's like overconfidence, and he'll throw a bullet into coverage. There was a game that he played in the preseason. I can't remember which one it was, but it was third and so many yards, and he had Mason open underneath for a first down, and I can't remember, it might have been Debo, who was further down the field but was tightly covered by one of these premier CBs, and he throws it in there, and it gets deflected and fourth down. So, Darnold's history in the pros, some guy called it about, well, he did so great at SC. College football ain't pro football. No. And we see that time and time again. Look at Justin Fields. Look at these other quarterbacks that came out in that draft. Darnold threw a lot of INTs as a pro player, and yes, he's got better coaching and I think better players around him. I don't have that much confidence in him. God forbid if something happens to Purdy. Is it better than the guy we had last year when Purdy went down? Hell yes. Do I think we'd have a greater likelihood of succeeding with Darnold? Yes, than that guy. I can't remember his name. But Purdy is clearly better, and Purdy makes that whole offense go.
I just think, Jeff, thanks so much.
Yeah, Jeff, thanks.
When we talk about Don't be sarcastic.
No, he's 50-50 most of the time.
But not today.
Well, and I do think that his Sam Darnold preseason take is flimsy because Sam Darnold in the preseason is trying to go out there and make plays.
I think the takes are horrible.
The preseason is not a time for, like, captain check down.
No, preseason is preseason.
So if you're going to, look off a check down to try to make a throw.
It doesn't mean that much.
But it does to Jeff.
Well, right. I look at it more this way. What we go, oh, look at all the weapons that they would have. Right. But don't we all agree that what matters is, can you get the ball in their hands? Can you do it on time? Can you decide who it's supposed to go to in each particular situation? It doesn't matter who the weapons are if you can't hit them in stride. And we see examples of that all over the NFL. There are plenty of teams who have weapons who don't have good offenses.
Yeah.
So, I mean, would Sam be better than he's been in the past? Yeah, sure. I'll buy that. But I just don't think there's any evidence or no trust from me that it would look anywhere near as good. What about this? Before we go back to the phones, we promised it. Kyle Shanahan was asked, what about Trey Lance telling the Cowboys all of the secret things that you do behind closed doors? All of those little play calls.
Snitches.
What happens if Trey tells them everything? What are you going to do, Kyle?
As much as most coaches can. I mean, you can see the plays on tape. You can explain what we look at and stuff like that, which usually you can when you can stack up a lot of tape over years, and we've been here for a while and previous. So hopefully he's talking to them all the time and making them focus totally on that instead of the simple stuff of watching the tape.
Hopefully he's talking to him all the time.
Whoa. In other words, Trey doesn't know what he's talking about. That's what I heard him say.
I don't know.
Trey's got no clue.
No.
Hopefully Trey's up there at the whiteboard playing tic-tac-toe because that's all he can do, right,
Not
Kyle?
what he said, Dibs.
That's what I heard him say.
Not what he said.
Hopefully he's up there and telling them everything and stuff because we've been here for a long time and stuff. And if you look at the tape and you look at what we've done and stuff, and then and all the things we've done, and hopefully he's up there a lot and telling them everything we do and stuff.
It's a good impression.
Thanks. I'm getting the breathing down too.
But it's not what he said. No, he's saying, I hope that's the Cowboys' plan this week. I mean, honestly, now that's a creation of our minds, if you will. Like, oh no, like the Cowboys know what the 49ers do. It's right there on TV for us to all see.
We've been here for a long time and stuff, and you can see it on tape for 6 years and stuff. We've been here a long time and stuff.
There's not some like, oh my God, I didn't know they had Christian McCaffrey till Trey told us.
Trey, walk me through this. They got McCaffrey and they gave him the ball. Trey, tell me what they're doing here.
So, yeah, I hope that Mike McCarthy's game plan is, look, I was going to watch tape. We were going to do a film session, but not this week. I'm going to get a snifter and invite Trey over to my house. We're going to have Manhattans and talk it out. Good luck. Great. Do that. That would be perfect.
The problem in scheming against Kyle Shanahan is you just don't know what he's going to do. You got the 21 personnel, and they can put these guys in any of the different spots, and good luck figuring out if they're going to run out of that or pass out of that.
Can we take Sam?
Let's do Sam.
Sam,
real quick.
Sam, Santa Clara, go. You got a very little bit of time, but go.
Hey, thanks, guys. How's it going? I'm honored. How's it going? I just wanted to chime in on the whole CMC and Brock Purdy MVP debate. First of all, I'm very excited about this game. I'm an Eagles fan who lives in Santa Clara, so let's go Niners for this week.
Okay.
I just want to say, so if you took Brock Purdy and CMC in a vacuum, let's just say for the sake of the argument, the Niners cut them today. How many people are lining up around the corner to get Brock Purdy versus CMC? Niners this week, 28-10. Thank you, guys. I'll take your call on the other side.
All right, Sam.
Thank you,
thanks.
Sam.
Well, first of all, the others. Did we all? Are we going to die before we make this?
Sam, I'll give you my answer in heaven.
Yeah. See you on the
God
other
willing.
side, Sam. God, that got dark.
To the other side. Thank you, Sam.
First of all, I think there would be a lot of interest around the NFL in both of them.
Yes.
But second of all, if your point is more people would want McCaffrey, maybe you're right. But and I don't even know if I agree with that. But that's also I don't know that was the point of our conversation. That doesn't really.
I don't know. You took the call. Don't try to put my fingerprints on this. Hey,
all right, fine.
You want to do this tomorrow?
I do.
Yeah, I
All right.
I'm out.
Okay, you don't. Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. Here comes Grandy in a great conversation with Steiny and Goo about CMAC. Coming up in just moments. For Dibs, for Grandy, for Lucas, I'm Mark. Shoot your shot. That's all you got.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same, but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online? Just go to hims.com/joy. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the name brands at up to 95% off. That's right. Get generic for Viagra, the same active ingredient as brand name Viagra, but for 95% less. It's the same medication, still prescribed by a licensed medical provider, but with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
This is the lunch rush at your local deli. Orders are flying in. Online, on the phone, and in person.
Order for Nick.
So is it possible that fast internet could help your business outrun the rush? It is with Comcast Business. Up-leveling your speed with gig speed Wi-Fi, powering all your devices, and fast downloads and uploads, powered by the next generation 10G network. With Comcast Business, next level speed isn't just possible, it's happening. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Get started with fast speeds and advanced security for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get an $800 prepaid card with a qualifying internet bundle. Call or go online to learn more. Ends 11/12/2023. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and automatic payments. New 50 megabits per second internet and security edge customers only. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Gig Wi-Fi requires gig internet and compatible router.
If you're hiring, it can feel like you're trying to find a needle in a haystack. You can hope the right person comes along, or you can just use ZipRecruiter. And now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. In fact, ZipRecruiter has helped a lot of business owners find their needle in a haystack, like Marco, president of operations at Telly Tires and Auto Centers. Because Telly Tires has grown a lot in the last few years, Marco needed to hire everyone from a receptionist to a store manager to a head mechanic.
ZipRecruiter helps me find all the right people, even the most difficult jobs to fill. ZipRecruiter helps me keep my business running.
Take it from Marco and millions of other businesses who've used ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter can help you find the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/RADIO. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire.
Do you have neuropathy? Are you experiencing numbness, tingling, and pain that just won't stop? Are you taking dangerous drugs that have serious side effects and never fix the pain? If so, please listen to this message. Neuropathy is a serious progressive condition that only gets worse if not treated properly. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE to get back to doing the things you want to do. There is no drug, exercise, or surgery that can heal nerves. Don't wait until your condition gets worse and stops you from living your life fully. SF Bay Wellness has a time-tested, proven track record of helping hundreds of patients to improve and reverse their neuropathy. If you're ready to regain your independence, contact SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE. Call now for your $99 neuropathy special and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Call 844-946-3783. That's 844-946-3783 and start to enjoy life again.
When people have a craving to explore new and traditional Asian cuisines, they head to P.F. Chang's, where scratch-made dishes come from the 2,000-year-old tradition of wok cooking. P.F. Chang's wanted to explore new possibilities for their website. They turned to AmericanEagle.com. AmericanEagle.com re-architected P.F. Chang's website, integrating multiple third-party systems to create a unified digital experience. The results? Improved page speed and performance, personalized content based on users' location, intuitive online ordering, ordering, an increase in organic search visibility, and a 40% increase in new users. For scratch-made Asian cuisine, visit your local P.F. Chang's or go to pfchangs.com for website design, development, digital marketing, and hosting that produce efficiency, revenue, and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. P.F. Chang's and AmericanEagle.com. Another example of the best businesses in the world, turning to the best in the business for websites. Go to AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW1. That's 877-WEB-NOW1.
Cars for Kids. K-A-R-S, Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. K-A-R-S, Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. No title? No problem. Call 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS or go online at carsforkids.org to donate today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. K-A-R-S, Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM in HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Welcome to the best of the game. We're highlighting the best interviews, topics, and sounds of the day.
Hey, everybody.
On 95.7 The Game.
Happy Wednesday and welcome to Best of the Game here on 95.7 The Game. Mark Randy with you until 7 o'clock. It is Cowboys week. Niners and Cowboys Sunday night football from Santa Clara in week number 5. And that was a big topic today here on 95.7 The Game, including on Steiny and Guru. The guys celebrating Cowboys week, discussing that matchup, but also focusing on Christian McCaffrey and how the 49ers balance using and relying on his greatness, but also making sure that they keep him fresh and healthy throughout the entire season as they hope to win a Super Bowl. That conversation earlier today on Steiny and Guru. It kicks off Best of the Game on this Wednesday right here on 95.7 The Game.
Cowboys Niners. Yeah. Is there anything more that needs to be said? Sunday, 5:20, Levi Stadium. Should be a great game, and I'm looking forward to it. The whole league, it's this game. This is one of those games that the whole league will be watching.
No doubt about it.
Every player on every team will probably be watching this game to see how for real these teams are.
And you always fight me about the slots, the time slots, and the prestige that goes with Sunday night, Monday, Thursday. Steiny, I'm sorry. Monday Night Football has not been the same since turn off the lights. The party's over, so Sunday Night Football's the spot with Collinsworth and our guy Pigpen. So
I don't know who that is.
Tarico, but he shaved.
Why do you call him Pigpen?
Because he used to hang on to the hair, but he went bald now. But I used to call him Pigpen. But this is Sunday night, Steiny. Let's go. And the Niners are in a mental place to where you're gonna get mad. I feel like they're playing with house money. They've ended the Cowboy season 2 years in a row. They're Billy Badass right now. Let's just say they slipped up. Nobody's going to come in here Monday and be like, oh, God, it's over. What are we going to do? So, to me, they got that Dallas doesn't have. And we'll play some sound from Jerry Jones saying, Steiny, well, Steiny, the Super Bowl's going through the 49ers. He said that.
Would you want to hear the real Jerry Jones?
Yes.
How about we hear the real Jerry?
They are right now probably the most likely team to go in the Super Bowl. Wow. And but in order for them to get there, they've got to go by us, hopefully 2 times, if that's the way it falls in the playoffs. And we're in the playoffs, of course. But the bottom line is that you're playing the best. This is certainly, you don't need the game to tell you that you're playing the best, but you need the game to show you how you stack up against the best.
Jerry Jones, owner of the San Francisco 49ers, courtesy of 105 The Fan.
What a compliment. I don't think that's reverse devil tongue. People have identified right now that this Niner team going along with last year, Stoney, they are for real.
I think that here's what